Chapter 1, White Fang's mission failed, small change. Konoha 38 years, the Second World War of the ninja world was over, but it still continued on a small scale. As one of the 5 biggest ninja villages in the ninja world, Konoha Hidden Village had to fight several hidden villages at the same time. During World War II, Konoha also appeared many heroes, and some even resounded through the ninja world. For example, Konoha Sunin, although it was the title given by Sancho Fish Hanzo after the defeat, but for the entire ninja world, the demigod of the ninja world did recognize them. There is also a Hagaki Sakumo, known as Konoha White Fang, who is famous for his short blade, and even the enemy has a clear stipulation that if he meets him alone on the battlefield, he can abandon the mission. It does not count as a mission failure. But on this day, Konoha's hero, Shinobi's Reaper class figure, Konoha White-Tooth Hagaki Sakumo's reputation in the village plummeted. The reason is because Hagaki Sakumo was criticized by the village because he chose to abandon the mission and chose to save his companions. I don't know what Konoha's upper class thought about this matter, but the bottom layer and even the civilians are still very affected. In the Konoha school, 2 white-haired little ghosts, about 5 years old, are sitting on the steps. One looks upright, with a sad expression on his face. The other one seemed to have a 7 to 8 similar to Xiao Zhengtai, but half of his face was wrapped in a piece of cloth, and the true face was not seen. "Well, Kakashi, have you heard about your father?" Kakashi lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking. As a genius at the ninja school, he enrolled at the age of 4 and was among the best in his grade. He was obviously a preschooler, but he often showed a maturity that didn't match him. Kakashi, the eldest son of the Heiji family, and a genius in the school, is more concerned about the rumors in the village, but it does not show up like Hajime Blade. "I'm going back first." Kakashi grinned and jumped down the steps and walked home. "Wait for me, although you are the future patriarch of the Hagaki family, we are also made by the same dad anyway, so we can discuss what's the matter." Flagwood Me Blade also jumped down the steps and caught up with Kakashi ahead. Kakashi didn't like Me Blade very much. Although the difference between the two was less than a few days, as the eldest son of Hagaki Kagen Hung Mi Masa, he still has no way of accepting the children of this father and other women. Heiki Mizan also knows that Kakashi, the next 55, will be a genius since childhood. He graduated at 5, was promoted to Zongnin at 6, and Shangnin at 12. The seemingly mature appearance is actually a fragile heart. I want to ask how Me Blade knew it. Of course it was a memory of a previous life. The Me Blade from the previous life was an ordinary person from the Great Heaven Dynasty. Actually, he hadn't read all the animations of the 3 major migrant workers in the island country. Naruto can't watch it all. As a post-90s, it was broadcast on TV in elementary school, and it started chasing after 1 episode every week. I didn't have time to watch it after he got to junior high school. When he grew up, he would just watch it when he was bored on the video software. He hasn't heard much about Hokage's understanding. There are a lot of netizens on the internet with various analysis and various conspiracy theories, but Miren is not fully convinced of the analysis of most netizens. After crossing over, he also remembered a little bit. Danzang is definitely not a good person. As for the others, it is still open for discussion. Heiji Mibani, the second son of the Heiji family, can also be regarded as an illegitimate child, because Mibana's mother is not the original partner of Hakaji Sakumo, but an unnamed woman named Uchiha Myuko. Is the famous Sharingan family, Uchiha. This is what happened. When Uchiha Muse was a member of the White Fang team, Uchiha Muse admired Mr. Shimo very much and regarded Mr. Shimo as an idol. The two had a relationship during the mission, and then Muse had a relationship. Me Blade. However, Uchiha Myuko didn't disturb Hagishi's family, but chose to return to the clan to raise herself. When Me Blade was born, he did not give the surname Heiji, nor Uchiha. Because the Uchiha clan is particularly arrogant, Uchiha can accept foreigners as a parent. They do not reject the integration of other bloodlines. After all, they are still very confident in the Uchiha clan's blood. However, for Muzi, a woman who has lost her family's face, she is already extremely kind without being driven out of her clan, so how can she give this wild person the great surname Uchiha to this wild man who doesn't know who it is? Can accept foreigners as a parent, but cannot accept Uchiha's woman to give birth to a wild man. This is an insult to Uchiha. Unless you find me Blade's father, beat him up, then take it to the Uchiha clan to admit your mistake, and then join the Uchiha clan to use the surname Uchiha. But as an admirer of Lord Shuo Mao, how could Muzi expose Mi Ren's father? So Mi Ren did not have a surname 2 years before he was born. Until a long time, someone saw Mi Blade with white hair, and then someone guessed that he was the son of Jiraiya. After all, Gillette is a well-known pervert, with white hair, and single. A powerful man will inevitably confuse a newly adult Uchiha girl with rhetoric. As for why didn't he immediately guess that he was the son of Sakumo Hageki? What? Shimao is a strong man who cares for his family. Why wouldn't he be the son of other ninjas? How do you say this? How could a woman from such a powerful family like Uchiha fall in love with an ordinary ninja? So there is only one truth. Jiraiya, you will admit it. Jiraiya, as one of Konoha's son and a direct disciple of 3 generations of Naruto, of course it is impossible to suffer such injustice. Although the Uchiha clan dare not really do anything to him, they can't bear all kinds of denunciations when they enter and exit the Hokage building every day. So Gillette also personally investigated and found out the person who caused him to blame. After, I found Sakumo Hageki, and Miyoko Uchiha also admitted that the child belongs to Sakumo Hageki. This news was a big melon at Konoha's time, and it became the talk of countless people. A few brothers, headed by Matere Zixiao, would tease everyday www.readaloud.com. You dignified Konoha white teeth, people with big eyebrows and big eyes will also have extramarital affairs. A fanfiction, an original character who travels through 99 worlds at the same time, the father of Matere Ajaki. And Uchiha Miyoko, because he was ashamed of Hageki Sakumo and the family, when he was on the mission again, he was born and killed, and hit the enemy's ninjutsu. In the end, Heiki Sakumo had to take the rice blade home. Raise. So from then on, Kakashi, a precocious young Gengtai, understood that the child who was taken home by his father was the culprit who insulted the reputation of the Hageki family. So over the past 3 years, Kakashi's attitude towards his younger brother is not good. Is not because of the love of the ridiculous father, but because of him, the perfect father in my heart is stained. In the past few days, because of the failure of his father's mission, he was vilified by the people in the village, which made Kakashi feel dissatisfied. What are you doing? Do you think you can solve this problem, or do you think father can solve this problem? Then what do you say? Kakashi stopped, glaring at me Blade. Heiji Mizan shook his head. I don't know, but why are you running home like this, to question your father? Still, you, like the people in the village, think that your father did something wrong? Kakashi was stunned, and said lonely, I don't know either. Mi Blade stepped forward and grabbed Kakashi's shoulders, and said with a smile, no matter what others say, as long as we both believe in the father, it is enough. We must be aware of the fight with our brothers and the father and son soldiers. Kakashi turned his head and looked at Mi Blade. It was the first time that he looked at this younger brother. He didn't expect that he would say such a sentence, who is usually carefree. Chapter 2, Sakumo Heiji doesn't want to die anymore. Father, what do you think is a ninja? Heiji Mizan sat by the bed and asked his decadent father. Since returning from this mission, he has been pretending to be calm every day, but every day he feels more and more decadent, not as majestic as before. I think a ninja is a person who knows ninjutsu. As long as he knows ninjutsu, everyone is a ninja. Does Mi Blade think so? Not to mention Sakumo Hageki, even Kakashi replied somewhat unexpectedly. Because the educational philosophy of the fire consciousness of the ninja school is that a ninja is a person who can tolerate ordinary people. In fact, there is something wrong with this sentence. If it is said that forbearance is what ordinary people can't bear, it is a ninja, then there is no commoner who works hard for life to become a ninja. Mi Blade said to himself, telling his thoughts to the father and son. It's not unreasonable what Mi Blade said. Haha. Sakumo Heiji smiled. Anyone who knows ninjutsu is a ninja? Kakashi took this sentence in his heart. They came back to enlighten his father, especially Kakashi. He didn't want to see his father without motivation every day. However, he did not say a few words after he got home, but his brother Miren was always talking about one thing that was not good at words. My father, are you thinking about ending your life and using your own death to wash away your mistakes this time? Heiji Mimi looked at Shimao's eyes and stared at the old father. Father! Kakashi exclaimed. Although Shu Mao is getting more and more decadent these days, Kakashi really didn't think about suicide. Shu Mao was seen by his two sons, and he had thought of suicide. But every time he thought of suicide, he would think of his two underage sons. What? How could I think of that kind of thing? Shu Mao scratched the back of his head with an expression that you guessed wrong. Kakashi was a little panicked. He could see that his father was lying. He had thought about this question. Is the mission failure really that serious? Between protecting companions and missions, can I only choose missions? Mi Blade instantly violently kicked Kakashi away. Kakashi fell in the yard, and the rice blade threw him a short blade for training. Although it is not chakra conductive metal, it is also an iron tool. What are you going to do? Fight to the death with you, and then the survivors wait for the father to confess him and bury him, and then commit suicide. Anyway, the Heiji family has been given up by the father. What are we going to insist on? Sakumo Heiji hurriedly stepped forward to embrace the two sons, and embraced them one by one. Don't worry, I won't be defeated so easily. Hagaki Mi Blade smiled at Kakashi, and Kakashi also understood the purpose of Mi Blade. When all the dust settles, Kakashi asked Mi Blade, do you think that father will survive this way? Mi Blade shook his head, even if you are alive, you will not be very happy. As a person who values honor very seriously, there is no honor without honor than death. What should I do? So, the important task of restoring the reputation of the Heiji family is in your hands. Mi Blade patted Kakashi on the shoulder, but Kakashi said, what about you, aren't you also a member of the Hagaki family? Yet, did my brother consider me a member of the Heiji family? Hearing the ridicule in Mi Blade's mouth, Kakashi turned his back and whispered, you were originally from the Hagaki family. Kakashi has always refused to accept the Mi Blade, but he didn't want to understand that it was his father's fault, and it had nothing to do with Mi Blade. It's just that he has been avoiding this question for a few years. Today, Miren's method of persuading his father has changed him. Although he is not sympathetic to brotherhood, he also accepted him. Don't be too happy too early. Since my father has the idea of self-decision, how can he give up so easily, let alone his character? Miren reminded. Kakashi also understands that his father values reputation very much, and the success rate of his tasks has been 100% for so many years. Not only did the mission fail this time, but it also caused losses to the village and the country of fire. It was a hurdle in his heart, and it was still a hurdle he couldn't get past. Mi Blade picked up her short knife and walked slowly back to the room. Since he crossed over, he knew at the beginning that he was living in Uchiha. At that time, he was thinking about how to survive the night of the genocide. How good luck makes people, now his surname is Qimu, so what is thinking about how to keep Shu Mao alive? Although his father has given up this dangerous idea due to his own extreme behavior, who knows when there is even worse news out there that Shu Mao can't help but commit suicide. Mibana sat in the room and carefully sorted out the plot. The reason was that Sakumo Heiji went to assassinate whom, and he couldn't remember who was assassinated. Damn, it's not good to watch the show, I don't know a lot of details. Can't ask Qimu, because the ninja's mission is confidential, even for his family. Regardless of who assassinated, it failed anyway and was accused by the village. Sakumao committed suicide not because he couldn't stand the accusations. Just kidding, he was already famous in the world of forbearance. Are you afraid of accusations? Then the reason is because of honor, ninja, to perform missions as their bounden duty, giving up the mission is equivalent to giving up honor. Let's talk about the Naruto conspiracy theories. The conspiracy theories say that these are all designed by the third generation and Danzo. The purpose is to damage the reputation of Konoha and Bui, so that he cannot participate in the fourth generation of Hokage. This statement is very reasonable, but Miren doesn't care about whether it is a conspiracy, because whether it is a conspiracy theory or not, in short, Hagishi can no longer participate in the selection of the fourth generation of Hokage. The most important thing now is to regain his confidence in Bai Fang, regain his strength, and let him completely give up suicidal thoughts. Me Blade is very annoying, because I was an ordinary person in my previous life. www.readaloud.com. I have no genius mind at all. If this is writing a novel, there are too many ways to regain hope for the white tooth, and every way someone will believe it. But here is the reality. If you don't have one, you will lose everything. In the evening, the father and son were sitting together for dinner. Shimao and his two sons were talking and laughing, but both Kakashi and Me Blade knew that he was a strong smile. My father, I think, otherwise you should retire and resign with Sandame, and come back to teach me and Kakashi swordsmanship. The smile on Sakumo's face froze, and after a while, he put down his chopsticks. I'm full. You two eat slowly. After you finish eating, put the dishes and chopsticks here. I'll wash them later. Sakumo went upstairs, and Kakashi and Mibani ate without a word. Kakashi finished eating, put down his dishes, and said to Mibani, I want to apply for early graduation from ninja school. I want to become a ninja and restore Heiji's reputation. Me Blade smiled, still the same as the original. In the original work, Kakashi dropped out of school after Shimao died. In reality, Kakashi was influenced by himself. Okay, I'll accompany you. Me Blade also put down the tableware and looked at Kakashi and said, we are not graduating early to prove that we are better than others, but to let them know that the reputation of our Heiji family, we have to take it back by ourselves. Okay. On the stairs, Shimao smiled comfortingly as he watched the two brothers who were getting closer to each other. In this case, even if I die, they will get along well. Kakashi, if there is anything wrong with your father, I will fight with you. I will too. Sakumo. Chapter 3, Graduation and Retirement. Yeah, Kakashi, you idiot, don't you usually dislike rice blades, why would you come to school with him today? Tai Tu, who had come a day earlier, saw Kakashi and Me Blade, and couldn't help but ridicule. Kakashi looked disgusted, the tail of the crane. Konoha body art profound meaning. 1000. Konoha body art profound meaning. 1000. Seeing the brothers forming the tiger's mark, their faces pale with dirt, remembering the fear of being dominated by the 1000-year kill, and running away clutching their buttocks. Me Blade curled up his lips, smiled evilly, and made a blowgun. Myron's perception of children's soil is not bad. Today's soil is a passionate boy who loves life, loves the village, loves Lin, and is willing to help others. It is hard to imagine that he will become a big boss in the ninja world. Morning, Mr. Me Blade. Morning. Morning, Kakashi-kun. Okay. One of the two brothers is cheerful and the other is cold. When they come to the class, most of them have already arrived. Kakashi and Mibani are 1 year younger than the rest of the class on average, because most of them are 5 or 6 years old at Shinobu School, while Kakashi and Mibani are 4 years old. In the class, Mi-ren was chatting with a few people in the same class, bringing the soil beside Yuan Yelin, and Kai Huang doing push-ups at the back of the classroom. After class, the teacher walked into the classroom. Kakashi and Mibana got up, came to the podium and said, "Teacher, Mibana and I want to apply to graduate early and become a ninja." "What? What, Kakashi, what are you talking about? You are only 5 years old, how could Hokage agree to graduate early?" Compared with other people's exclamation and incomprehension, Dai Tu is a mockery of shouting immediately. "Kakashi and Mi-Blade are only 5 years old, aren't they?" "Yes, they are 1 year younger than us." "Mi-Blade Lord." Kakashi ignored the students' discussion and handed over the graduation application with both hands. This one. As a head teacher, he doesn't know what to do, and in previous years he was not a student who did not graduate early. It's normal for some genius ninjas to graduate early, but it is the first time to apply for graduation at the age of 5. "Wait, you guys, I'll go to see Lord Naruto 3. The head teacher ran to find Hokage, but the other people in the classroom quickly surrounded the two of them, and kept chirping. "Kakashi, Mi-Blade, do you really want to graduate?" A certain Konoha second prince asked happily. "How is it possible, Kakashi, Mi-Blade, how can you graduate before I surpass the two of you?" A certain ninja boss disdainfully said. "Wow, I said Mr. Mi-Blade is the strongest. A fangirl of Mibana Heiji is full of idiots." "That's right, but if Mi-Blade-kun becomes a ninja, won't we not see Mi-Blade-kun?" Another fan said her regret. "No, you can still see me." The second Prince Konoha pretended to be forced. "Hey!" In the corner, a forgotten watermelon head silently shed tears, and said silently in his heart, "This is youth, I have to work hard to cultivate and catch up with the two of them." The twittering of a group of people made Kakashi upset, but Mi-Blade was chatting with them vigorously. Kakashi didn't understand, why are the descendants of the cold Hageki family and the proud Uchiha so approachable? Hokage building, Sakumo Hageki dressed in a loose kimono, sitting opposite to Tobihiro Sandame. "You really think about it, if you retire so early?" After the two children went to school in the morning, Sakumo Heiji considered it well. Instead of listening to them accusing himself all day long, it is better to retire early, stay away from the public's view, and enjoy the old age at home. There is no greater grief than death. Shimao is under a lot of pressure, especially because he can't accept himself as a ninja and give up the mission, nor can he accept the accusations of his companions. "Master 3, I have already thought about it. I am no longer suitable for being a ninja. But... well, the war is over anyway, early retirement, drinking tea and playing shogi every day is also good." Sarutobi Risen wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Hageki Sakumo. "There are some speculations about his mission, Sakumo Heiji, but if it fails, it fails. The son is right, it is not as convenient to retire directly. Well, now that you have decided on Qimu Mao, then there is no more than one hero who stuns the ninja world in the village." "Hero?" Shimao murmured. At this moment, Mi-Ren's head teacher also arrived. He pushed open the door of the Hokage office and hurriedly said, 3 generations of adults, Kakashi Heiji and Mi-Ren Heiji, applied for early graduation. This is the graduation handed over by the two of them. Application form. Master Qimu Mao, you are here too. Sarutobi Risen looked at the submitted application form, and then at Sakumo Heiji, who was still drinking tea calmly. "Do you know this thing, Shimo?" Sarutobi Hidezen asked. Sakumo Heiji took the application, glanced at it, and nodded. The two of them have been discussing this matter for a long time. After all, with their 2 outstanding geniuses, they are also poor talents in the ninja school. I am very envious of Shimo's boasting Sarutobi. He is also a son. The one in my own family wants to dress cool and chase girls all day long. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com said that he was just over 6 years old. Well, now that you agree with Qimu, let's follow the regular graduation exam. Yes, 3 generations of adults. The head teacher is gone, and he is going back to take care of the exams for 2 gifted children. Shuo, you know, I can't find their team leader now. After all, the little guys in this year have not graduated, and the previous team is not easy to split. Or else. Sarutobi paused for a while and said to Heiki Sakumo, take them too. After all, they are your sons. I can transfer one person from another class to form Sakumo class. Sakumo Heiji smiled, well, don't let it go. Since I have retired, I don't need to take classes anymore, just let them join the combat team. A 5-year-old combat team. I have confidence in the 2 of them, that is my son after all. Shuo Mao is categorical, this is the first time he has been so confident since this mission. Well then, I will arrange it. Thank you 3 generations of adults. Qimu handed over his forehead and left. Sarutobi Hizen looked at Qimu's back and sighed, as if he had lost something, and seemed a little relieved. It's time to arrange it well. Sarutobi Hiro said lightly. In the school, Kakashi Heiji and Miba Heiji passed the graduation examinations, and since then, Konoha's minimum age for graduation has broken records. Hey, you 2 guys, remember to come back to me when you don't have a mission. Remember, don't die on the battlefield. Bring the soil, yelled at the 2 brothers who left. Is different from the worship of other classmates, his eyes are more worried. Chapter 4, The Strength of Mi Blade. Ninja graduation test is not too difficult, at least most people can pass. After the completion of the most basic written test is to test the use of the 3-body technique, that is, the avatar technique and the transformation technique. The brothers who came home and their kind old father enjoyed lunch. Seiko Shigeru Heiji had little encouragement for graduating from ninja school in advance. After lunch, in the afternoon, Sakumo Heiji personally taught the swordsmanship of his 2 sons. He experienced the baptism of the Warring States period and the white-tooth swordsmanship of the Heiji family processed by Sakumo Heiji. It is very strong. Qimu still thought, after the 2 sons grow up the family, the flagwood swordsmanship may be called the flagwood stream or the white-tooth stream. The 2 practiced very seriously, because they already knew that they were about to be incorporated into the combat team. Mi Blade is very strange, he is only 5 years old, even if he has some strength, how can he beat a teenager or even his 20s? So the rules of the ninja world may not even be explained by K. Shwet. The evening meal is still very rich. Qimu seems to have found his future position, trying to play the role of a loving father. The white tooth that made ninja world feel terrified is gone. The next day, Mi Blade and Kakashi received their own foreheads and a combat vest. The 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi also said a lot to encourage them. The 2 brothers were taken away by the 2 leaders of Shinin. One of Kakashi's leader was Junichi Watanabe, who was about 30 years old. And Mibana's leader is called Saki, who is also a young Shangnin. Saki brought the rice blade to Konoha's practice field, and said to the rice blade, well, I know you are the son of Senior Sakumo, a genius of Shinobu school, but as the captain of the combat team who often goes to the front line, I have a responsibility to know the strength of my players, so please give a brief introduction, and then play against me again. Mi Blade nodded, and it could be seen from the murderous aura displayed on Saki's body. This is indeed the shinobu who has experienced the baptism of war, and his aura is different from the school's Nakanobu teacher. Sakigami Shino good, my name is Hagaki Mi Blade. Chakra has 3 attributes of wind, fire, and thunder, and knows some swordsmanship. Mi Blade answered very concisely, but also very polite. Yes, then I will test your strength next. Please use your most serious state to fight with me. Saki smiled, squinted his eyes, feeling very friendly. Mi Blade nodded, formed a mark of battle against Saki, and then made a fighting stance. Mi Blade wears 2 weapons, one is a short sword, the other is a slender Tai sword, and both weapons are made of chakram metal. The short knife is a weapon used to perform family swords. It was made by a craftsman before Mi Blade asked his old father to find a craftsman. It is the same as that of Sakumo Hageki. After all, it was too shabby to inherit a chakra short knife from the Tang Tang Flaggy family. Chakra conductive metal is precious, but as a white tooth, Shimo can still find it, so Mi Blade and Kakashi each have one. The extra sword is because of the attribute panel that comes with Mi Blade. It shows the chakra amount of the rice blade itself, as well as some messy things, and some swordsmanship. For example, it says: Name, Flagwood Rice Blade. Sex, male. Age, 5 years old. Chakra amount, 823, normal chakra amount is 300, 1000, normal chakra amount is 1000 to 3000, normal upper chakra amount is 3000 to 10,000. Chakra attribute, wind, fire, and thunder. Main skills, transfiguration, clone, duplicate, fireball, wind barrier, steel flash, Konoha swordsmanship, 42% in learning progress, banner swordsmanship, 65% in learning progress, Fishin-yu swordsmanship, 17% progress in learning. These are the benefits of the Mi Blade crossing, an attribute panel. Is not the kind of self-learning system that makes annoying tinkling noises when you speak. It is that all skills need to be learned by oneself. The panel is mainly to show the ethereal ability, so that people can more intuitively know what they have learned, how much they are learning, and how much their own chakras are. In this way, you can feel the changes in your own strength more intuitively. For example, in the past, Mi Blade practiced Avatar, when he was able to separate two avatars proficiently. When he thought he had learned it, the system panel showed Avatar, 90% progress during learning, so Mi Blade would know although he can use the clone technique, it is not perfect yet. Is much better than other people who are complacent when they think they have learned a skill just after they can use a skill. This is the reason why two people have similar strengths and learn the same ninjutsu, but it is the reason why one is strong and the other is weak. The strong person is because he can master the ninjutsu he has learned more proficiently. Mi Blade is like this, he can clearly know which skills he has not perfected. This panel is more than that. After Mi Blade learns a skill 100%, the panel has a chance to reward a skill that does not belong to this world. For example, the barrier of the wind, the steel flash, flying swords and swordsmanship. Mi Blade drew out the sword, put on a combat stance, and said to Saki, "I'm going to attack." In an instant, Tato cut out from Mi Blade's hand, Saki easily evaded from Mi Blade's blade, and Chiban in his hand was also launched. Senbon's speed is very fast, Mi Blade is not easy to dodge. It seems that Saki did not treat himself as an ordinary child. The barrier of wind. A wall of wind appeared immediately in front of Mi Blade, blocking Saki's Chiban, and then activated the clone technique, rushing towards Saki from left to right. The clone technique has no entity and cannot attack like a shadow clone, but it can confuse the enemy very well. Saki took out two kunao at the same time, first threw a kunao at the rice blade on the right, and then turned to the left. Because the rice blade on the right was passed by Qimu, the one on the left must be true. Clang! The sound of collision between Tachi and kunao. Saki stepped back 2 steps, because the kunao in his hand was cut off by the sword. Mi Blade launched flash steel cut in an instant. www.readaloud.com. This wind-like man's portable skill. Saki smiled, showing that this 5-year-old kid gave him a big surprise. At that moment, he could feel that the sword was being applied to the chakra. Is this the sword technique of the Hageki family? Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Mi Blade throws the sword to Saki, then draws out the short sword, attaches the thunder attribute chakra, and uses the sword technique of the Heiji family. The flagwood flow knife method uses the thunder attribute chakra to infuse the short blade, and then makes a slash, which is known for its speed and strength. Every cut has extremely fast speed and extremely strong power. With the high-speed moving ninjutsu, it is definitely a powerful weapon in the battlefield. Mi blade followed the flying sword, Saki blocked the sword, and then came a very fast slash. The sound of ping pong 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 is endless. After a set of moves, the rice blade ends with the chakra exhausted. Saki looked at another broken kunao and sighed, as expected, it's the flagwood swordsmanship, it really deserves its reputation. Boy, are you okay? Mi blade put the short sword and dachi into the scabbard, sat aside and gasped, it's okay, chakra isn't enough, and I'm a little overdrawn. Yes, there are no tasks in these few days. Practice hard. I will come to you when there are tasks. Okay, Saki-senpai, if kunao, I don't have to pay, right? Ha ha ha, of course not. Mi blade watched Saki Xianting walk away, and then saw that he was as tired as a dog. This was the difference in strength. Saki instantly went to a place where no one was there, rubbing his numb right hand and couldn't help feeling, is this the Heiji Ryuhu sword art? It's just Mi blade that has done this step. If it's Master Shimo, I'm afraid I will even make one move. Can't resist it. Chapter 5, My son has the capital of Hokage. Mi blade, who went home alone, walked on Konoha Street, holding 3-color in his hand. Rice blade. Hey, Uncle Snake, do you want to eat 3-color balls? The presenter is one of the 3 ninjas, Ashimaru, but for the title of the 3 ninjas, Ashimaru has always felt ashamed. It's so bad after 3 hits that I lost and I was praised, let alone Hanzo, even if the opponent is Uchiha Madara Oshimaru, he still feels that this is a shame. The current Uncle Snake still has a face, not the Uncle Snake who was defeated by Uchiha Itachi in the later stage and didn't react too much. No thanks, thank you. There is nothing wrong with the name Uncle Snake. I just came out of the laboratory and heard some rumors. I was looking for Senior Shu Mao to find out. Can Mi blade tell me? Ashimaru is polite, 3-nin snake-kun, gentle and graceful. In short, it feels good, and it is trustworthy. Although he is not a few years old from Sakumo, Oshimaru has always recognized Heiki Sakumo and called him a senior. Then Uncle Snake, come with me, let's talk as we walk. Mi blade handed over a bunch of 3-color balls, but the big snake pill that said he didn't want it still took it. In fact, it's nothing. Just like the rumors, the father gave up the mission in order to save his companions, and now the father has to retire and give up the ninja job. Ashimaru frowned upon hearing this, and said amiably, then you think Master Shu Mao's approach is correct? I definitely support my father. Although according to the ninja code, the ninja must take the mission as the first rule, but if you watch your companions fall into desperation and do not take action, this is not my ninja. Nindo. Yes, ninjas Shindo. The 2 of them ate the 3-color balls, and they came to the Flagwood mansion without knowing it. Ashimaru, standing at the door, stopped, and suddenly said, you go back first, remembering that there is still something to do, I will come back later. It's already at the door. Sorry, next time. Ashimaru left, very suddenly. Mi blade had to enter the house by himself. As soon as he entered, he saw Shimao sitting under the tree with a book in his hand and a tea set in front of him. I am back. Yeah, it's Mi blade, didn't Kakashi come back with you? He and I are not a small team, so I will come back first. Mi blade stepped forward, poured himself a cup of tea, and savored it carefully. That's right, people just want to enjoy life. You kid. Seiko Shigeru rubbed Mi blade's hair with relief and said, how did it feel to be a ninja on the first day? It didn't feel much. I was taken to the training ground by Sakigami Shinobu, and I played against him once. In the end, I failed. I thought there would be a mission. I didn't expect Sakigami Shinobu to tell me that there was no mission in the past few days. Haha, now that the war is over, naturally there are not so many tasks. The 2 chatted, Shimao's condition today is much better than usual. In the evening, Kakashi also came back, and the three of them sat together to eat. After the meal, Blade stopped his father who was about to go upstairs. "Father, can you teach us 2 ninjutsu? Are you proficient in swordsmanship?" "No, since you have become a ninja, and the practice of swordsmanship is not particularly proficient, let's save yourself with a few more skills." Kakashi also nodded. He also wanted to learn some ninjutsu, but he would not say it straightforwardly like Blade. The current character of Kakashi is different from that in the original book. After all, there is an extra brother, the butterfly effect. Sakumo Hagaki took his 2 sons to the yard and said seriously, "I don't know much about ninjutsu. After all, I have enough swordsmanship. Some ninjutsu I learned is also auxiliary at best, just like I taught you before. I'm not very proficient in using it." The 2 brothers looked at their father expectantly. Although he said he didn't know much about ninjutsu, it was him, white teeth. Just like when Yuding real person taught Yang Jian, he told Yang Jian that he didn't know many spells. And then? Yang Jian made a noise in the heavenly palace after a few years of study, and rescued his mother by splitting the mountain. Sakumo thought for a while, then give you a few B-level ninjutsu, the shadow clone technique, which is a clone technique with entity clones. It has a mind and can fight independently. Kakashi and Mibana looked at each other, very excited. There is also instantaneous ninjutsu that can move quickly in short distances. But these 2 kinds of ninjutsu, when you become a middle or upper ninjutsu, the village will send them as rewards. After finishing speaking, Hagaki Sakumo first used the shadow clone technique for the 2 of them. The seal of Ying avatar is simple and can be remembered after reading it once, but the guidance and application requirements for chakra are relatively high. The 2 brothers started practicing in the same way as Shu Mao. They are both geniuses and learn this stuff quickly. After a while, the 2 will be able to separate a physical clone. As for multiple entity clones, the 2 of them don't have many genius chakras, so they can separate 2 or 3 at most. Especially in the Heiji family, Kakashi's chakras are all measured in units. Even if the rice blade is a traverser, no matter how many chakras can go, it is the blood of the Heiji family. The clone technique is mastered, and the next step is the instantaneous technique. In fact, there are several types of instantaneous technique in the ninja world. The most common ones are body shu instantaneous and shu instantaneous, which is just like in the animation. It disappears after a swish. It looks amazing, but in fact it just started very fast. In shunshu, the body and the medium are exchanged instantaneously through the shu, just like the surrogacy technique. There is also the ninjutsu instant technique. The more famous one should be the water instant technique of the ninja demigod Shanjiao Hanzo. The most advanced one is space-time ninjutsu, such as the most famous flying of thunder, which can move instantaneously from a long distance. Today, Shimao taught his 2 sons the ordinary body technique instantaneous technique, in which chakra is injected into his legs and matched with the body to increase the short movement speed. But this thing is very demanding on the body, at least regular physical exercises. Until the evening, Blade and Kakashi were practicing these 2 techniques. Seeing that they were practicing seriously, he went into the room and took down a few scrolls and said to the brothers, "This is all the escape techniques I collected. If you have something that suits you, please practice it." "Thank you, father." 2 people pick and pick, they are some ninjutsu that is not particularly advanced. What water escape water dragon bullets, wind escape gale palms and the like. By the way, Blade, the wind dun and wind barrier you studied before is good, but Kakashi's wind attribute chakra is not very good, so I changed him to thunder dun and thunder barrier. After that, Sakumo Heiji made a seal with one hand, and an electric wall appeared in front of him. The electric wall has its own magnetism www.readaloud.com which can block physical attacks and also can withstand ninjutsu attacks. Mi Blade has to say that Daddy is awesome. Although the barrier of the wind is not a technique in this world, it can be displayed reasonably in the ninja world through the processing of the inner panel of the Mi Blade's head. So Mi Blade didn't hide it, so he told Qimu Mao about it, but he didn't expect that he could adapt this trick into another trick. This technique is not perfect yet. With your current chakra volume and control over chakras, I am afraid that it will not be achieved, so I still need to continue to improve it. Yes, Father, you continue to study, the best one can be displayed without the seal. Mi Blade said. By the way, my father, just now Mi Blade talked about ninjutsu that doesn't require ji-yin, I have an idea here. Kakashi continued. What do you think? Shimao looked at Kakashi. Both sons are geniuses. God is not thin to me. Bless the 6 immortals. Kakashi stretched out his hand and made 2 short seals. The thunder and lightning in his hand made waves of birds, but it was not enough to wait for him to show the chakra. Kakashi gasped and said, "This is the ninjutsu I want to develop. I use the thunder attribute chakra to condense in my palm, and then move at high speeds and make a single attack. It is estimated that it can form a huge destructive power. But it just appeared. With this idea, the step of printing cannot be omitted, so I would like to ask my father to help study it." Kakashi figured out the theory he should have come up with only a few years later. The reason is that my brother can study the wind escape, what can I do? Kakashi's words shocked Hagei Sakumo. He hugged his 2 sons and couldn't help crying with excitement. My son has Naruto. Chapter 6, Butterfly Wings. There are no tasks these days. Mi Blade and Kakashi are practicing desperately every day, and the relationship between the 2 brothers is getting deeper and deeper. Shimao seems to have found another goal in life, that is, to study the ideas of his 2 sons. For example, the barrier of thunder that was previously researched based on the barrier of wind. Now what he does every day is to study Reidun Chidori based on Kakashi's ideas. On this day, Shiwan came to visit Qimu Mao to chat. Ashimaru told Shimo, since Shimo has retired, Hokage 3 said in person that Hagishi had to resign as a ninja because he was injured in the war and retired to recuperate at home. All the ninjas in the village should learn from Hagaki Sakumo, become the pillars of the village, protect the people's property in the village, resist foreign enemies, and become a hero like Shimo. This news can be regarded as covering the previous news that abandoning the mission caused the village and the country of fire to suffer losses. Shimao didn't say anything after listening to it. It seemed that he was really relieved. After listening to Mi Blade, the result is the same as the original. In the original, Shimao was also described as a hero after his death, but it was not rendered as it is now. The result is always good. Sakumo knew that Ashimaru was a genius, and he told Ashimaru about the genius idea of developing ninjutsu by his 2 sons. It's really shocking, genius mind, who would have thought that they could have so many amazing ninjutsu ideas when they were only 5 years old. Ashimaru praised. That's right, does Ashimaru-kun have any thoughts of accepting disciples? Accept disciples. Ashimaru lowered his head, thought for a while, was stunned, as if he had fallen into a memory. Sakumo Heiji didn't bother him, but picked up the teacup by himself, waiting for his answer. Ashimaru woke up from the memory for a while, and smiled. Kakashi and Mi Blade are really good, but can I ask them 2 separately, just a few small questions? Sakumo nodded, knowing that Ashimaru is also a person who loves talents. If 2 sons worshipped under his door, they would also be considered a Hokage. Sakumo stood up, and said to Oshimaru, then Snake Lord, wait a moment, I'll call them too. In the yard, Kakashi is still practicing with Mi Blade, and the 2 are playing back and forth, which is difficult to distinguish. Kakashi, Mi Blade, you 2 come here. Father. The 2 stopped practicing. Sakumo Heiji asked his 2 sons, I have found a strong teacher for you 2. He is one of the 3 forbearances. He will ask you 2 questions later, which is considered to be for you. It's up to you two to test whether you can get the approval of Lord Snake. Yes, father. Kakashi was very excited. Who is Ashimaru, the person with the highest talent and the best reputation among the three ninjas? Unlike the other two, one is a good gambler and the other is a good prostitute. If you can get the approval of Dashiwan, it will be a huge achievement. But Mi-Blade was a little careful, he had seen Hokage, and he knew the urinary of Dashiwan afterwards. Do live experiments, become a betrayal, and launch Konoha's collapse plan. No, I didn't have much sense of belonging to Konoha. Why would Konoha collapse and care about me? As long as Shimao is alive and Kakashi is not dead, where is not home? Mi-Blade figured it out. The Ashimaru now is not the abnormal snake in the future. Even if he will become rebellious and has a relationship with himself, the most important thing is to improve his strength. Go in. Sakumo Heiji let the two brothers into the house and left. Now there are only 3 of them left in the house. Dashimaru admires genius very much, so he asked without evasiveness, Senior Shimao suggested that I accept you two as apprentices. I also like you two brothers very much, but I have 2 questions. What do you think is the meaning of life? Life. Kakashi thought he would test himself, but he didn't expect to ask such a philosophical question. For a while, he didn't know how to answer it, because there is no standard answer to this question. You don't have to think about it so much, just say what you think. Ashimaru looked at Kakashi, and Kakashi thought for a while and said, I think life is short. In this short life, I have to do something meaningful, or something I like to do. After Kakashi finished speaking, Ashimaru smiled and said, Is this Kakashi's answer? What about your answer? Miren didn't even think about it and said, like Kakashi's, I think that regardless of the length of life, do something meaningful to you when you are alive, so that you won't have any regrets when you die. Up. Ashimaru nodded, and then asked, Then what do you think is a ninja? Ninja? Isn't a ninja a ninjutsu person? The 2 brothers didn't seem to think this was a problem, so they answered casually. Interesting, so interesting, I like this answer. So. Ashimaru stood up after hearing this answer, smiled and said to the 2 of them, Then I approve of you. Thank you Mr. Oshimaru. Thank you Uncle Snake. Okay, go and call Master Shimao back. Dashimaru is very happy www.readaloud.com because our conclusion about what a ninja is, it has been criticized by the teacher and Jiraiya, but I didn't expect that there would be 2 children who agreed with me. Really it was a surprise. Sakumo Heiji was very happy to learn that both of his sons were recognized by Ashimaru, and he put a banquet in the evening for Ashimaru. The 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobi received the news that Dashimaru had accepted the 2 children from the Heiji family as students, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. Orochimaru knows his mind as a teacher best, so Shimao, this is to compensate you. In the next few days, the 2 brothers followed Ashimaru to practice, and Ashimaru did not teach them 2 particularly advanced ninjutsu. After all, advanced ninjutsu consumes chakras. Even if they are genius, 5-year-old it's impossible to learn triple Rashomon at a young age. But Dashiwan is indeed a genius, and he also gave some answers to the brothers' whimsical ideas. Now Kakashi recognizes Oshimaru as a teacher, what about Mizuman from now on? Who is the riding wheel eye with soil for? Lin will still be stabbed to death by Kakashi Thousand Birds? Mi-Blade has a lot of ideas, a layman, can't think about peace in the ninja world, but always thinks wildly. At the end of the thought, I found that I didn't have an answer. At the end, I could only sum up one sentence, love someone. Anyway, since I came here, the wings of the butterfly have been flapping, and it is uncertain whether it will develop like the original one in the future. After another half a month, Saki found Mi-Blade and announced that the team would gather. They were going to the front-line battlefield to find the lurking enemies scattered in the Land of Fire. Although the Second Ninja World War is over, no country has completely stopped, there will still be some small actions. Chapter 7, The First Murder. What are 5-year-olds doing in the real world? Go to kindergarten. Look at Peppa Pig. Pestering parents to buy snacks and toys. And the Blade, who is in the ninja world, is going to the front line to defend the village and the country of fire at the age of 5. There is no doubt about this Blade. To put it bluntly, a ninja is a soldier trained by the village, and the village trains you to contribute to the village at a critical moment. Regardless of the size, as long as the ability is reached, you have to go to the battlefield. Everyone is the same. Since Blade chose to leave school now, he has already chosen this path. So far, the Second Ninja War is over, but occasionally there will be some small-scale friction. Of course, these friction-victorious countries will not take the initiative to create them. Generally, the defeated countries take the initiative. After all, although I have failed, it does not mean that I am afraid. I still have the determination to break the net. In this way, part of the victorious country can be blackmailed at the negotiating table when the time comes. In the battle of a few big ninja villages, the winner is the country of fire and the country of thunder. A war also established the status of the big and small kings of the ninja world. As a loser, the country of the wind, the country of the rain, although compromised on the battlefield, it does not mean that they have no power to fight. Get up in the morning, and the kind old father helps me tidy up the clothes and pack his bags. His eyes are full of worry and dismay. He has experienced war and knows the dangers on the battlefield. Although there will not be a large-scale battlefield now, he is only 5 years old and still a child. Sakumo Heiji has no words of comfort, because he will be sad again in a day or two, and Kakashi has also received the task and is about to leave the house. Blade's ninja's backpack is filled with various ninjas. These are carefully selected by Shimo, and there are no less than 200 detonating charms. Okay, my father, I'm going to set off. I will study hard at home. If I have nothing to do, I will go to Uncle Zixiao to play shogi. If it is really boring, I will go to Inyazuka's house to buy a few forbearing dogs. If it is boring, I can go find an aunt in the village to chat, even if you bring back a little girl, Kakashi, and I will not say anything. Miren comforted Shu Mao. Let's go, I won't look for a woman or something. Kakashi, I'm leaving first. Well, maybe my mission will meet you again. At the entrance of Kaiba village, Mibana found the Saki team that had already assembled. In addition to Saki, there were 2 young girls. A teenager was about 10 years old, with short hair dyed purple, and holding a long sword in his hand. The expression on his face was very twitchy, just like holding 500 billion detonating charms in his hand. The girl has long hair fluttering, and she wears a ninja professional outfit with a long knife in her hand. She has a cold and handsome face. Don't come near strangers. Sorry, Saki Kami Shinobu, I'm late. It's okay, it's not time yet anyway. Saki smiled and introduced, hey, this is to add to our team's ninja, Keiki Blade. Why, it's just a little kid, is there no one in the village? The boy was full of disdain, his mouth curled, and he tightened the sword around his waist. Is Hagaki Mibani, the heir of Lord Shimo? I heard that he became a genius at the age of 5, a genius with the same fame as his brother Kakashi, called the Gemini of Heiji. The girl knew a lot of information. Sister, do you know me? Miren asked actively. Then you two also introduce each other. The boy held his shoulders, raised his head and said lightly, Kamika Wamu. The girl is very interested in me Blade, although she still has a cold face, but her attitude is much better than that of Kamika Waki. My name is Uchiha Yu, 9 years old this year, Nakanin. Uchiha. This is the first time Blade saw a Uchiha tribe of his own age, except for the dirt and the group of guards who patrolled the street. Blade nodded and smiled at her. I also have the blood of the Uchiha clan, and my mother is from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yu nodded, the older people in the clan knew about it. After all, it was a scandal of the Uchiha clan. You can go now, there is an oil bottle in the team, I don't want to wait for him to play in the mud on the way. Shang Chuanmu complained. Well, I will repeat this task. Saki asked the three to surround themselves. This time, our task is to find other ninjas lurking in the territory of the Land of Fire based on the intelligence given by the investigative team, and complete the assassination or expulsion. Everything is under my command. You can't act alone, do you understand? Yes. Set off. The Land of Fire is at the center of other big countries, with vast edges. The battlefield was stretched for a long time during World War II, so this task was very difficult. Fortunately, they don't need to look for them deliberately. There will be an investigative team telling them where they are. They only need to complete the assassination or expulsion mission. Walked for a few days, and finally came to the border of the country of fire. In the past few days, Shang Chuanmu has been treating Mi Blade coldly, treating him as an oil bottle. But Yuji Uchiha took good care of Mi Blade, and he didn't regard him as a shame to the Uchiha clan. During the break, Myron couldn't help but ask Uchiha Yu, Sister Yu, do you have relatives with me? Miban thought, since he is from the Uchiha clan, he keeps the same blood on his body, so it will be his cousin and aunt. Sister Yu, this is what Mi Blade called her after the two got acquainted with her. Uchiha Yu shook his head, no, why do you ask? Mi Blade leaned under the big tree, resting his head on, because besides bringing dirt, you are the first Uchiha who doesn't hate me. Uchiha Yu shook his head, it's your mother who helped me before. Is that so? Mi Blade nodded, it seems that this is also the case. During the break, Saki went to the stronghold and received his mission goal. After returning, he said, there is a 4-man team from the Land of Rain in the woods 2 kilometers west of us. One of them is ninja and 3 ninjas. We lurked in the past for a while, 3 of you will deal with each of the 3 of you, and you will leave it to me. Yes. I'm going to see the enemy soon. Mi Blade's small heart is still a bit nervous. People who have been under the red flag for more than 20 years, even though they have been educated for several years in the consciousness of fire, still have some resistance to killing. Take 2 deep breaths, Mi Blade is ready to follow the team to the west. To the west, the rainy country team is taking a break and is very vigilant. 2 people are eating, and 2 others are on guard. Saki gestured to hide first. Mi Blade squatted in the bushes, here if you want to use your innocent face to confuse the other person, you don't know if you can succeed? Thinking about it again, it will not succeed. Ninjas are inhumane when performing tasks. If Mi Blade really had to pretend to be an ordinary lost child and walk over, it would not be salvation waiting for him, but 2 shurikens. After observing for a while, Saki pointed out a battle plan. Yu reading www.yukansha.com. First motioned for the 3 of them to disperse, then Saki attacked first, throwing out 2 shurikens, and then rushed up with a stride. The ninja in Yuyan village found an anomaly and hurriedly avoided. At this time, Mi Blade and the 3 also attacked at the same time. Mi Blade drew out the sword and stabbed a shinin, who also took out Qimu ready to resist. Flash steel cut. With one blow, the angle was tricky, and a hole was made in Yuren's body. Although they are both Xionin, Mi Blade's advantage is advanced moves, while Yunin has rich combat experience. He had a premonition when Mi Blade swung the knife, and dodged hurriedly, but was still seriously injured. Take advantage of his illness to kill him. Mi Blade won't give him time to breathe, he slaps it and then takes it again. Yunin didn't expect this little dwarf to be so fierce, thinking about countermeasures while dodging. Water escape, water dragon bomb. After Yuren opened the distance, Mi Blade quickly formed a seal and shouted the name of the move. Yuren feels wrong, but I don't know what's wrong, so I want to use water ninjutsu to resist. Saw a ball of flames hit, Yuren was surrounded by flames, Mi Blade cut out in one assault, Yuren fell to the ground. Still thinking before dying, isn't it talking about water dragon bombs? Why is it such a big fireball? Yuren's blood was sprinkled on Mi Blade's face, and the pungent smell made Mi Blade's heart feel like it had been hit by a hammer. Although he has been mentoring himself these days, he still can't stand the feeling after he really killed a person. The rice blade fell on the ground, his eyes were looking at the sky, the black pupils slowly turned red, and a small goose jade slowly emerged. Chapter 8, Shaolunian of the Qimu Family. The battle continued. Mibana used a surprise attack and Yurin's care to deal with an enemy, and then Uchiha-yu also killed another Yunin. Kamikawaki is still entangled with the enemy. Obviously the enemy has two things. The fiercest one has to say that Saki and the enemy Kaminin, the two fight back and forth, all kinds of ninjutsu and ninja flew together. Uchiha-yu saw the rice blade that fell on the ground and thought he had something wrong, so he hurried forward to check and he was relieved when he looked up at the sky. If you are okay, don't pretend to be dead. Mi blade was kicked by Uchiha-yu, and it was too slow. I'm okay, it's just the first time I killed someone, so I feel a little uncomfortable. Mi blade stood up and looked at the four people who were still fighting. You go to help Kamikawa, I will help Saki Kaminin, a quick fight. Uchiha-yu ordered. Okay. Uchiha-yu's eyes showed Shanguya Shulanyan in his eyes at this time. Mi Jian saw Shulanyan and thought of the change in his eyes just now. Go. Mi blade rushed to the battlefield again carrying the sword. Uakawa-ki saw Mibana come to help out, gritted his teeth and shouted, Don't worry about me, you go and help Saki Kaminino. Okay. Mi blade did not hesitate, and ran to Saki's side again. Kamikawa Mu's self-esteem was hurt, and he was already slower than Mi blade. If you use him to help, you won't be laughed to death? As an 11-year-old man, especially in front of girls, this is absolutely not allowed. Yet, Mi blade stands in a place where the battle cannot be affected, and the fight with Shinin is too violent. This kind of battle Mi blade feels that he can't participate in this battle. Took out the detonation talisman on his body, inserted it on the kunao, and interfered. One by one Qimu with the detonating talisman flew to Yurin. Yurin did not dare to be careless, and while dodging, he dealt with the battle between Saki and Uchiha-yu. It can be seen from here that the person in Yuyan village is more than a bit stronger than Zoshu. It's not too late to deal with three people. Mi blade retracted Tato in its scabbard, drew out the short sword and approached Yurin for an instant. A set of reckless combos was used, and the three of them forced the opponent to retreat. Saki took advantage of the other party's turmoil, separated the shadow clone, took two detonating charms and hugged Yurin in a suicidal manner. Retreat! The three hurried back, and the detonation talisman was activated instantly. There is an explosion, and Yu endures bitterly. On the other side, Kamikawa is still fighting with the enemy. Mi blade shook his head, what's the pretense of not being able to force him? Saki also sighed, and ran forward to give Yurin a fatal blow, knocking him out. The reward for catching the enemy alive is higher than the reward for killing the enemy. Living enemies will have intelligence. Watching Yunin who was brought down by Saki's blow, Kamikawa died socially. Now he recognizes reality. The former Saki team, one of his companions is Uchiha and the other Nara. Although Saki is a commoner like himself, he is a forebearer. At that time, there was no identity or strength in the team. After a few battles, he finally made it to Nara and returned to the clan, and another flag tree was added to the team. I thought that this could show his majesty in front of the little kid, whoever would have thought, one of them is stronger than the other. He really wanted to shout, when will the civilian ninja stand up? On the way back to the camp, Mi blade was summing up the experience of this battle, thinking about the awakened blood wheel eyes in his own eyes. Uchiha-yu doesn't know what to think about. Saki wanted to rest for a few days after returning home. As for Kamikawa, he no longer pretended to be forceful, and silently followed the team to make a little transparency. Mi blade, he is very familiar with writing round eyes, This blood succession boundary has been analyzed by netizens to be rotten. The Uchiha people who have awakened the blood wheel eyes, each additional go jade, the physical fitness and chakra will increase a lot. Correspondingly, the writing wheel eye will also release the magic features of the writing wheel eye itself. The field of vision is wider, the observation is more microscopic, and you can see the movements in the extremely fast movement by turning on the writing wheel. The writing wheel eyes above the double go jade can also record some scenes that have been seen, observe the enemy's chakras, slow down the enemy's movements and copy the enemy's ninjutsu. Has many functions, these are all analyzed and explained by netizens on the internet. When I was watching Naruto, Mi Blade also knew some skills, but now that I have the Shaolunyan, some of the Shaolunyan abilities have to be explored by my own experiment. I don't know anything when I'm fighting seriously in the future, and my eyes are blackened. In case which skill is analyzed by netizens or myself, it's not that magical at all in reality, and it's not that I pit myself. With the writing wheel, Kaleidoscope also has a chance. Mi Blade began to long for it. Even people like Kakashi who did not have the blood of the Uchiha clan can play Zwanyan out of a kaleidoscope, and he is a father with him, and the blood of the Uchiha clan, why can't it work? But now I can't expose myself too early. After all, I am not a member of the Uchiha clan. If it is exposed, it will be troublesome to negotiate with the Uchiha clan and Sakumo Heiji. What is even more compelling is that now I and Kakashi are just ordinary geniuses, with the protection of his father Shimoheiji. Although it is worthy of attention, the high-level officials will not specifically target themselves. If this is to let them know that they have a writing wheel, then the old yin of Shimura Danzang will take special care of him. Mi Blade can imagine that when Lao Yinbai knew that he was so young, he started the scene behind the writing wheel. Day cut, give the rice blade to the root. No, Danzo, we are already very sorry to Shu Mao, and can't do anything to his children. Do you know that there is a writing wheel in the Hagaki family? What is the concept of the Uchiha clan? I understand, I believe Shu Mao will adjust. Hey! I am all for the village, you will regret it. This is basically the daily language confrontation between the two Konoha helms. So www.readaloud.com. In order not to appear too early for this kind of lines, Mi-Ren decided to hide her writing wheel first. The group returned to the camp, Mi Blade and they each went back to the tent to rest, and Saki went to hand in the task. Mi Blade lay in the tent and opened the system panel. Name, Flagwood Rice Blade. Sex, male. Age, 5 years old. Chakra amount, 1380, normally the chakra amount is 300, 1000, the normal chakra amount is 1000 to 3000, the normal upper chakra amount is 3000 to 10,000. Chakra attribute, wind, fire, and thunder. Main skills, transfiguration, clone, duplicate, fireball, wind barrier, steel flash, Konoha swordsmanship, 48% in learning progress, banner swordsmanship, 69% in learning progress, Fishinyu swordsmanship, 17% progress in learning, Shaoyuyan, Aguyu Jade can be upgraded with 15% progress. Mi Blade sat in the tent, and sure enough, the appearance of the Shulanyan made his chakra significantly increase, directly breaking through the 1000 mark from more than 800, and his body was lighter. I opened the writing wheel eyes, and felt that my field of vision was obviously widened, and my palm prints became clearer. Even the flapping wings of the mosquitoes in the tent were clearly visible. Mi Blade stretched out his hand, predicted the trajectory of the mosquito in advance, and pinched it to death. Close the writing wheel eyes, feeling that 1/10 of the chakra has been consumed in the body. Sure enough, the Shaolunyan is worthy of a cheating weapon. With a crane tail like dirt, it can kill the quartet after opening the Shaolunyan. Is there anything more convincing than this? Is that this thing is too blue, it is probably related to the current body. At 5 years old, he can't carry the load of writing round eyes, so he has to be more frightened than the older Uchiha. Chapter 9, 6-year-old Zongren. Mission, mission, mission. The mission that lasted for nearly a year is finally over. Although the enemies lurking in the land of the Fire Country have not been completely eliminated, the Mi Blade team can return to Konoha for a rest. In the past year, Mi Blade and Kakashi have not met once, but they have heard of him. The missions of the two people are similar, they are both clearing ninjas from other countries at the border of the Country of Fire. Mi Blade and Kakashi have been well known among frontline ninjas after a year of battle. Was assigned to the combat squad at the age of 5, and he was able to kill ninjas alone. It was a dazzling genius where no one could turn a blind eye. This year, Mi Blade has experienced more and more battles and deaths, and its strength has also increased rapidly. After this year's negotiation, the several big ninja villages have been calmed down, but the borders of each country will be heavily guarded, in case some countries will tear up the treaty. I will be back to the village soon, I miss the three-color in the village. Saki sighed. Hey, isn't there a girl that Saki Shinobu likes? You are almost 30 years old, right? Well, I'm not 30 years old yet. That's also a single dog. Mi Blade made up the knife on the side. A genius ninja like Ninja Saki should be liked by many girls, right? Kamikawa looked at the silent Uchiha Yu. This is the girl he has been in contact with the longest since the beginning of his love story. It is a pity that people have never looked at themselves directly. His wish is very simple, just join Uchiha. Then you will do the task and bring the children at home by herself. Alas! Sister Yu, do you have anything you want to do? Improve strength. Uchiha Yu's talent is very high, and she is also one of the best in Zongnan, especially when she was her age. However, she is not satisfied with step by step, and writing round eyes is only a single guyu. Has no identity, and has no right to speak in the family. I will have a good night's sleep when I go back and make up for all the sleep I lost this year. Mi Blade now has dark circles under her eyes. How can children get so many sleeps? The most important thing is to improve their strength, or they will be like me. Yukawaka said helplessly. If you don't get enough sleep, you won't grow taller. Miren thought of the yellow-haired short man in the future, his scalp numb, but he was called short by others for several years. Konoha Hidden Village, in the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hizen looked at the two documents in his hands, nodded in satisfaction, and smiled. Is a good child, Shimao, or you have taught me well so that the two children can receive a complete sense of fire. The two documents belong to the two brothers of Mi Blade Kakashi. Among them, Kakashi's C-level missions were completed 5 times, B-level missions were completed 27 times, and A-level missions were completed 21 times. And the Rice Blade is not bad, C-level missions 3 times, B-level missions 28 times, A-level missions completed 28 times, rescued companions 2 times. Although I did it with my companions, not independently, I did it at the age of 6. What kind of bicycles do I need? C-level missions are relatively simple. Basically, they don't need to fight, and they just pass on ordinary information. The combat team can receive few such missions. The tasks above level B are determined by the number and strength of the enemy, and their main tasks are generally level A and B. The completion rate is currently 100%. Sarutobi Risen is very satisfied with this achievement. These are the pillars of the future village. How about promoting the two of them to Zongnan? 6-year-old Zongnan? It is reasonable to say that the two of them are so good in their strength and tasks, it is completely enough to be promoted to Zongran, but how old is it to stop other people's mouths? Sarutobi hits his fingers on the table, thinking about the feasibility of forbearance in ascension. After thinking about it for a while, he still signed the Zongran's report. If someone is dissatisfied, just challenge the two of them. What matters to you? I figured it out, why bother with this kind of problem? The women in the Konoha bathing soup still need someone to protect. The guy Jalea didn't come back with Ashimaru and the others before, and stayed alone in the rain country. He got news a few days ago that the guy will return to the village in the next few days. As soon as he returns to the village, will the bathing soup in the village be safe? Do not. Sarutobi Risen began to cast spells on the crystal ball, muttering, I will never allow this to happen. He wants to look at Jiraiya. Correct. Is taking care of Jiraiya. No one can stop his determination to protect the Konoha women. Hakaki's house, Dashimaru and Sakumo Hagaki were sitting together drinking tea. The two children are absent this year, and the number of times Dashimaru comes to Heiji's house is increasing. Senior Shimo, I think if this technique is used in places with many thunder attributes, it will greatly increase its power. I also know, but it's impossible that every battle is a thunderstorm, right? It doesn't matter, maybe we can develop a technique to change the weather. You're not confident in what you said, haha, how can that kind of thing be possible? No, I think I can try to develop it. Snake, you still said that I am too persistent. It seems that you are more persistent than me. How does the weather change? Maybe. This is the year that Sakumo Hagaki developed ninjutsu according to his son's ideas while he was idle. How could a madman such as Ashimaru who are obsessed with science miss it? So Chidori and Richi, who were only figured out by Kakashi a few years later, came out in the hands of two Konoha madmen ahead of time. After Chidori and Rachel were researched by them, Dashimaru discovered that this technique still has a lot of room for development. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is now an A-level ninjutsu, and if you continue to improve it, you will definitely become an S-level ninjutsu. That's why we had a conversation between the two today. Leave aside this, Kakashi and Mibani are coming back soon, too. Sakumo Hagaki got the news when he had a drink with the elders of the Nara clan last time, saying that this batch of combat teams would be withdrawn to rest and renew. A batch of past. Ashimaru nodded. His teacher is Hokage, and Konoha carries the handle, so his news is more accurate than Shimo. No accident, they will return to the village in 2 days. Well, my son has also become a ninja alone. It seems that my decision to retire is still very wise. News often comes back from the front line, and what Kakashi and Mibana did on the front line was infinitely exaggerated by the returning ninjas, and for a while became a child of someone else's family, which made Shu Mao lift his waist and walk with wind. Especially when chatting with a former old man, he feels like a saint. Can't wait to write it on the forehead, my son is the best. Senior Shimo, I got news from Sarutobi-sensei. This time Kakashi and Mibana may be promoted to Zongnin when they come back. Are they too young? Ashimaru nodded, if they can become Zongren at this age, I don't know if it is good or bad for the two of them. The 6-year-old Zongren seems to be infinitely beautiful. But behind, you may get the jealousy of your companions and the attention of the enemy. When the strength is not enough to protect oneself, such brilliance may be fatal. Don't worry, I will give them special training when they come back this time. Ashimaru said seriously. Chapter 10, Meet Kakashi at the entrance of the village. The gate of the village. We are finally back. Kamika Waka stood several kilometers away from the gate and began to shout. Where did you see the gate? Do you have white eyes? Blade was speechless. The closer this guy got to Konoha, the more excited he was, and hallucinations were about to appear now. This is like a wandering child returning home, or school summer vacation, the more I can't restrain my mood at the end. Kamika Waka ran to a tree in one breath and turned towards the village, with a face full of intoxication. No, although it hasn't arrived yet, I have already smelled the smell of grilled meat, ramen, and 3-color balls. Look, there are also civilians welcome on both sides of the village. Girls are holding flowers, and Master Naruto stands at the end of the road and claps to greet them. Oh! This is the Konoha I love, this is the home I love, the person I love. Shang Chuan, are you sure there are civilians welcome? They are not a large-scale war this time. The ninja world is already at peace. Their mission is limited to ninjas. Knowing that civilians are already silent in a peaceful world, how can anyone come to meet them? Kamikawaka certainly knew that no one would welcome them, but he still couldn't restrain his feelings. At a young age, I don't understand romance at all, and my good mood is ruined by you. Uwakawa Mew complained about me Blade. Well, I know you are excited, but don't be too happy. Although you will be in the village soon, don't be careless. Yes. Rice Blade. Someone behind the team was called me Blade, and everyone looked back. It turned out to be Kakashi and the others. Kakashi. Kakashi and his team also received an order to return to the village to rest, so they were about to meet at the entrance of the village. Yo, Saki, you guys are back too. Watanabe-senpai. The two Shangren met and chatted together. After meeting Mibani and Kakashi, they did not embrace each other excitedly, but fisted each other. It looks like your strength has improved again, me Blade. The same is true for you. Me Blade smiled, although he was not born by a mother. After all, blood is thicker than water. Kakashi was also very happy to see the me Blade, but he cared more about the strength of the me Blade, and he pulled the me Blade and said, "Go back in a while, let's try it out." "Forget it, I want to go back to sleep now and sleep him for 3 days and 3 nights. Me Blade is not as energetic as Kakashi. To be honest, since me Blade crossed over, he hadn't really wanted to dominate the ninja realm and surpass the 6 paths. Sakumo Hagaki's life was saved in this life, and his goal for the first half of his life was accomplished. As for what will take place in the future, Pain Uchiha Madara, Naruto Sasuke will naturally stand in front. Since he has been working on the front line this year, he has become less and less motivated. After crossing with other crossing seniors, he began to intrigue with Konoha's high-level officials, or desperately improve his own strength, and fight to defeat Kaguya at the age of 12. G's dream is different. His wish is very simple. He saved Heiki Sakumo in the early stage, gave himself a backstage in Konoha, and then slowly improved his strength. When you have enough strength to protect yourself, you will travel to the ninja world, and then wait until you are 17 or 18 to find a few girlfriends while you are young, and get married at the age of 27 and 18, and then watch the story of Naruto's live-action version of Naruto protecting the ninja world. Retirement is over when you get old. The life of a supporting role always cares about the protagonist's heart. So tired. I don't know how my father is at home. There are only 2 relatives in the world of me Blade, one is Sakumo Hagiji and the other is Kakashi. So, as long as there is nothing wrong with the 2 of them, the sky will fall and there will be a high support. In his previous life, me Blade was also a person who went to school, looked for a job, got married, had children, traveled with his family, and retired at work. Kakashi is still dissatisfied with his own strength, he is self-motivated, so now he really wants to know who me Blade and himself will be stronger after this year. Even kids of the same age, those who only know the 2nd grade and play ninja game classmate Kakashi are no longer concerned. My father must be drinking and playing shogi every day. Miren thought. Okay, it's almost here anyway, I'll introduce you to friends in our team. Me Blade took Kakashi to Uchiha Yu and Kakashi, and said, "This is my brother Kakashi Heiji." These 2, the one who is more twitchy is Shinobu Uekawa Kinoshita. Kamikawaki is very dissatisfied with the introduction of me Blade. Just introduce his own name, is it necessary to emphasize Shinobu? But he also heard of Kakashi's name, after all, he is a genius twin star who is as famous as his team. "Hello, Kakashi." "Hello." Kakashi nodded lightly. He is still like this, he can talk a few words to familiar people, but he has nothing to say to unfamiliar people. "This is Uchiha Yu, Sister Yu, Zongnan. He has always taken good care of me." Me Blade said with a smile. "Thank you for taking care of me Blade." Kakashi showed his dignity as a brother. After all, they are taking care of their own younger brothers. Of course, those who are elder brothers have to express their gratitude. You're welcome, Kakashi-kun is also very famous. I have time to compare it. Uchiha knows the strength of the rice blade, but she is very curious about the elder brother who is as famous as the rice blade, so she couldn't help but want to try it. The depth of this genius. Kakashi also said with a sense of war, I am very happy to accompany you. Mi Blade looked at these two people, they are both good kids who like to be motivated. Kakashi also called his teammates over. Both of them were women, and one of them was a white-eyed young lady. Mi Blade suddenly became a little envious, the general characteristics of white-eyed girls, broad-minded. The other one looks pretty good. www.readaloud.com has no features, it's a good-looking one. Kakashi-kun. The two girls are standing beside Kakashi. Especially the girl who looks good. Seeing Kakashi's appearance, it feels almost wet. Me xi, don't do this, let me introduce to you, this is my younger brother, Heiji Mibani, these two are his teammates, Uchiha Yu and Uekawa Ki-kun. Hello, my name is Mi xi. Hi Galing. Shang Chuan Mu saw the sister, once again put on a high cold temperament, holding the sword, feeling the cold from the heights. Uchiha Yu and Hyuga Ariai's eyes gathered together, and it seemed that there was a spark. Uchiha is the number one family of Konoha, so Hyuga is a bit worse than theirs. The two families are both blood heirs in the eyes, and they are both girls. They are of the same age. They are about 10 years old, and they are full of fighting spirit when they meet. Kakashi glanced at Mi Blade. He saw that the two sisters were a little uncomfortable, but he had no experience in dealing with girls, so he had to wink Mi Blade. Mizan received the message and pulled Uchiha Yuk away. Sister Yu, I'll ask you to eat 3 color when I go back later. Thank you. On the other side, Kakashi wiped his sweat, and Misha pulled Kakashi's clothes corner and said, Kakashi-kun, I'll accompany you to eat 3 color balls. Sorry, Mi xi, I want to go home first to report my safety to my father. Then come out and eat 3 color with me when you get home. The girl's eyes were full of expectation. Kakashi and Kamikawake looked up at the same time. Kakashi thought, I don't like you, I'm still a child. Kamikawake thought, can't you see me as a big person, he is still a child. Chapter 11, Father and Son Family. At the entrance of Konoha village, sure enough, the gongs and drums in Kamikawamu's imagination, the sound of firecrackers and red flags, there is no scene of crowds. Saki and Watanabe Junichi brought their respective teams to the Naruto building, and the two of them went up to Shinobu to hand in the mission report, and the remaining 6 people were waiting below. After waiting for a while, the 2 upper and lower ninjas went downstairs, and Saki said to Mibani, next, I announce that the Saki team is disbanded. You can go home and rest. Yet. Mi Blade was very excited. But Mi Blade and Kakashi are still staying, Master Naruto has something to confess to you too. What? What is this old man doing? What's the difference between this and the teacher's detention? Sister Yu, go back first, your plan has changed, and I will invite you to have 3 color if you have time. Okay. Everyone is disbanded, Mi Blade and Kakashi walk into the Hokage building. Why do you say Sandame told us to do? Kakashi also shook his head, I don't know. I don't know if there is any important thing to leave the 2 of us alone. Myron complained. Now he is home like an arrow. The 2 came to the Hokage office, and the Anbu guard at the door knocked on the door and let them in. There are 2 people in the office, one is Hokage Sarutobi, and the other is their teacher, Oshimaru. Hokage-sama. Oshimaru-sensei, it's been a long time since I saw you. Sarutobi squinted his smiling face, and said kindly, it's our Konoha twin stars, welcome back to the village. The task this year is very hard, right? It's okay, don't you know what mission Naruto Master asked us to have? Mi Blade spoke first. Master Sarutobi has good news to tell you. Oshimaru smiled. He was very satisfied with the performance of the two disciples. What's the matter, Hokage-sama? Seeing Sarutobi Risuke was not as fanatical as other children. It's like this. Through your year, the village executives and I are very satisfied with the completion of the tasks that the village has sent you. Therefore, we unanimously decided to grant you the title of Zongnan. What? This is the endure. Don't you need to take an exam? Blade asked 3 times. Apparently he hadn't figured out the ninja's promotion conditions while he was watching Naruto. Most ninjas need to be assessed for Zongnan, but there are a small number of people who have outstanding performances and outstanding abilities and strengths. The leaders directly promoted him to Zongnan when they looked right. Besides, Zongren and Shangren are titles, and they do not represent strength. And the upper ninja requires the ninja to master 2 or more of the limits of escape, or the strength and ability must meet the requirements of Naruto to be promoted. If it is said that the test is used to judge the ninja, then the ninja is based on popularity. Because every shinobu's promotion requires Naruto's approval. It's like Naruto and Sasuke, hitting Ashimaru, hitting the tail beast, hitting Pen, hitting the spot, so cheating, it's really a forbearance. So, Zongren and Shangren are titles, not criteria for judging strength. Is not to say that the special middle ninja cannot beat the middle ninja, the lower ninja must not be able to beat the upper ninja, and the upper ninja must be weaker than the shadow. Those are just titles, just like deputy manager, manager, deputy general manager, chairman. After Mibana understood the ninja's promotion rules, he then understood what the ninja's criteria were. He thought of a doujin book he had read in his previous life. It wrote about half-step special ninja strength, half-step ninja strength, half-step shadow level and so on. At the time, he was so young and ignorant that he looked quite imaginary. Then we can become Zhongren so easily. Don't you need to be assessed or something? Myron asked. Sarutobi Risen smiled and said, of course not, we can all see your performance. Thank you, Hokage-sama 3. Blade and Kakashi took the documents, and the Zongnan vest, and the words Zongnan was also engraved on the certificates. Blade is very happy, holding the ninja vest in the Naruto office, jumping and jumping. Sarutobi Risen was also very satisfied with their performance, and smiled to see him mess around. What a nice boy! Okay, just get excited for a while. Come home with me. Senior Shu Mao has prepared meals and is waiting for you at home. Yes, Mr. Oshimaru. Ashimaru took the 2 of them and Sarutobi Hiro to bid farewell, and walked out of the Hokage building. Blade was still excited and told Ashimaru about the story of performing a mission outside. Walking all the way to the alley of Qimu's house, Dashimaru said to Mibana, okay, there are no NB people here anymore. Blade breathed a sigh of relief and slowly calmed down. Kakashi also felt that Blade was abnormal, because he knew Blade, even if he was excited, he would not behave that naively. Why did you just do that? Ashimaru was a little curious, it seems that he didn't know enough about this disciple. Blade snorted, and it was the same as the original. Kakashi was promoted to Zongnan at the age of 6. Now, plus I have not escaped such a fate. It seems that it is really a shot bird, the embankment is higher than the shore, and the waves will destroy it. Although Blade does not fully agree with the Hokage conspiracy theories that netizens talk about, like most netizens do, the old saying goes, the heart of defense is indispensable. After all, this is not an anime, but a living world. Therefore, not only the Blades, but also the discerning people can see that the 6-year-olds who became Zongren not only get an honor, it is also equivalent to putting them 2 on the fire. Although almost the firewood and the firelight are made of rice blades, the 2 of them set up by themselves. Blade is also on guard, so do something about your age when appropriate. Genius can do it, but don't be a ghost, because if you don't do it, you will be a ghost. Genius is nothing, as long as Sarutobi Hizumi feels that he is in his control. Becoming Zhongren, the future will not be peaceful. Mi Blade pretended to be bored. Haha, it's actually nothing. www.readaloud.com. Now that the ninja world is at peace, you don't have to worry about who will target you in the village. Don't worry, with me, Konoha won't hurt you. Ashimaru is still kind, said. He did not believe Mi Blade's rhetoric. Mi Blade and Kakashi looked up at Ashimaru at the same time. Teacher Ashimaru, it's nice to have you there. Let's go home. When he got home, Sakumo Hagaki was really ready. Seeing the two sons come back, his heart seemed to be melted. Father! Mibani and Kakashi put down the things in their hands at the same time and ran towards Sakumo Hagaki. Sakumo hugged his two sons, tears of excitement. Now he is more vulnerable, and the only thoughts are on his two sons. Kakashi also shed tears. There are only rice blades, and his tears are in the corners of his eyes. He did not drink mangpo soup as he passed by, with the memories of the past life and the feelings of the past life. So I haven't been in this family for a long time, and I feel more like a stepfather for Shimoheiji. But now, he suddenly wanted to understand. What is the difference between crossing with memory and reincarnation without memory? Without memory, you know that he is the closest person to you in this world. Isn't it true that you have memory? Only relatives in previous lives are called relatives. Is the father in this life an NPC? Mi Blade now wants to understand, whether there is memory of past life or not. Now, in this strange world, this person gave his life, sheltered himself from wind and rain, and worried about himself when he was in danger. Therefore, he will not forget his feelings for the previous life, he will bury his feelings for the previous life in his heart, and completely accept the affection from this man in this life. Chapter 12, Sunflower Acupuncture Hand. Name, Flagwood Rice Blade. Sex, male. Age, 6 years old. Chakra amount, 1923, normal chakra amount is 300, 1000, normal chakra amount is 1000 to 3000, normal upper chakra amount is 3000 to 10,000. Chakra attribute, wind, fire, and thunder. Main skills, transfiguration, clone, duplicate, fireball, wind barrier, steel flash, Konoha swordsmanship, 70% in learning progress, flagwood swordsmanship, 73% in learning progress, Fishin imperial swordsmanship, 17% progress in learning, right round eyes, 1 go jade can be upgraded with 60% progress, sunflower acupuncture pointer, Zhongren rewards 0% in learning progress. After dinner, Mi-ren said that he did it. He started to fall asleep in bed. After sleeping for a day and 2 nights, he got up in the morning and opened the system panel that he hadn't checked for a long time. Unexpectedly, after he was promoted to Zongnan, the system panel would reward him with a new skill. Sunflower Acupuncture Hand. This is the famed stunt of the pirate saint by Zhantang in the Woolen biography. Woolen Gaiden is a TV series that Mi Jian used to watch in his childhood. The small-cost sitcom is humorous and attracts a large audience, especially by Zhantang, a well-popular role. Mi Blade didn't expect that he could also learn this martial arts. After he had achieved great success in his practice, he would fight himself with a set of finger like a gust of wind, and a force like lightning, which can be called a forceful weapon. Mi Blade was very excited. I didn't expect Shinobu would reward skills. Will you be rewarded for doing other things? Maybe. But I haven't found the rule of getting rewards yet. He looked at other skills. Konoha swordsmanship and family swordsmanship had both been increased to more than 70%, but Fishin Yujian Ryu remained motionless. The other 2 kinds of swordsmanship are often used on the battlefield by Mi Blade, so they can improve quickly, but the swordsmanship of Fei Tian Yujian Lu has not been combated since the award. After all, I'm still relatively young now. If I suddenly developed a set of very popular swordsmanship, he can be said to be a genius of swordsmanship to the unintentional. If it is probed by the interested person, wouldn't his secrets be kept? He didn't want to bet that Konoha's technique of torturing the ninjas was not enough. But the sunflower acupuncture hand can be practiced first, because Mi Jian knows that this martial art that requires internal force in the martial arts world will definitely be transformed by the system to be driven by chakras in this world. Ninja world is not without acupuncture. Konoha's second largest family, the Hyuga clan, will acupuncture, but the acupuncture of the Hyuga clan is not as magical as the martial arts world. The principle of acupointment acupuncture of the Hyuga clan is to see through the chakra movement in the enemy's body with white eyes, and to tap the body meridians, but their purpose of acupuncture is to block the chakra in the opponent's body, thus causing certain damage to the opponent. In the world of martial arts, acupuncture points are directly applied to the acupuncture points of the opponent without looking through the eyes. Different acupuncture points correspond to different joints of the human body, and each acupuncture point has a different function. Some acupuncture points can be used for crying, some acupuncture points can be used for laughter, and some acupuncture points can be fixed at one point, and some acupuncture points will die at one point. Therefore, Mi Blade wants to learn acupuncture, and there is a Hyuga clan around him. Get up, wash your face, brush your teeth, rinse your mouth, eat early. Is another day full of vitality? Kakashi, are there any activities today? Mibana saw Kakashi put on his protective gear and carried the knife out. It's nothing, I'm going to the practice range to practice swordsmanship. Well, it's hard to take a break. You should relax. Why do you keep yourself so tired? But Kakashi looked at Sakumo Hageki. He especially wanted his father to see his efforts. As the eldest son of the Heiji family and the future head of the family, he felt that he could not slack off. Sakumo Heiji also understood what the eldest son meant, and took the initiative to help Kakashi take off his protective gear, and said, "Your brother is right. Ninjas are also humans. Besides, you have done well enough. Don't push yourself so much. To get a proper rest, go out and play with your brother." Kakashi made a few words after seeing his kind old father, tidy up his protective gear, and went back to the house to change into casual clothes. After all, it is still a child, even if it is precocious, it is still a child. Which child does not want to play? Go. Kakashi and Mi-ban are out. Before leaving, Mi-ban suddenly thought of something and turned to Qimu and said, "Father, someone likes Kakashi, I'm a 10-year-old big sister." It's useless, my father, let's go out first." Kakashi pulled the rice blade and ran out, Qimu standing in the yard, full of happiness. "What are you doing?" After leaving the yard, Mi Blade broke free from Kakashi's claws and asked angrily. "How can I tell my father this kind of thing?" Kakashi was embarrassed. "What can't be said about this? Is it not for you to get married? Is it a bad thing to be liked?" Mi-ren said disapprovingly. "Well, then why don't you say that you were in the class before, and how many girls like you? I didn't stop you." Kakashi is not the cheeky uncle who sees Liu Baiwen every day after the death of his best friend. Now he pays great attention to his own image and is an especially shy wife. Humph! Kakashi couldn't tell him, but he was discharging in the palm of his hand, and the birdsong came from Kakashi's palm. www.readaloud.com. This is the Chidori that you slept during the day yesterday, and my father taught me in advance, A-level ninjutsu. Kakashi proudly showed off his Chidori. Mi Blade looked at him blankly. "Hey! Chidori!" Kakashi said, pointing to the light on the palm of his right hand. "What bird?" "Chidori." "1000 what?" "Chidori." "Where is it?" Kakashi raised his hand with difficulty and shook it in front of Mi Blade. "Can't you see such a big Chidori?" Mi Blade shook his head. Kakashi was speechless. The two stood in place and wrangling. In the end, Kakashi couldn't hold on anymore, and took the initiative to remove Chidori. The sky was sweaty, and Chakra was exhausted. You fool me! Kakashi leaned on the wall, eyes full of unwillingness after being played. Blade supported Kakashi and said, "What are you pretending to be with me?" Kakashi felt like a failure, and the joy of learning Chidori yesterday was wiped out. Let's go to school first, and see them." Oh! Kakashi was helped by Blade to go to school. At ninja school, the students are still in class. As for the rules of ninja school, Konoha Ninja School is a 6-year system during non-war period. When it comes to war, it will become a 3-year system. This is also to add ninjas in time. While the children of the same age were still worried about shuriken throwing and 3 Shenzhen, Blade and Kakashi were already famous ninjas on the battlefield. They haven't finished class yet. Kakashi said, looking at the empty playground. Blade said to Kakashi, "Small, let's call someone." Chapter 13, I Am Your Father. Outside the door of the classroom in the ninja school's teaching building, Kakashi and Mibana lie down at the window and look into the classroom. Sarutobi Asuma was staring blankly at the red-haired sunset, sitting with Soil beside Yuan Yelin and licking it humbly. The Emperor Kai still racked his brains on the topic on the table. There is also Yamashiro Aoba Shiranui Genma. They are playing good students, and they are quite similar, Ebisu, listening carefully. Ninjas of this period, commoner children are working hard to improve, and children from small families try their best to behave. Only the rich young master has nothing to do, he doesn't hear things outside the window, and he only looks at his sweetheart. Blade cast a transformation technique. After a cloud of smoke passed, the 3rd generation of Ice Hokage stood outside the door wearing a royal robe. Kakashi was shocked, he was shocking his brother's boldness. Even if you help your friends skip class, you won't be pretending to be Hokage. Blade opened the door, and there were bursts of exclamations in the classroom. When everyone was surprised at why Master Naruto came to the classroom, only Asuma was sitting in jeopardy, looking like I was a good student. 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Naruto nodded, and he said to Zongren who was in the class, "Thanks for your hard work, let's go to this class first." "Hokage-sama, did I say it badly?" The young Zongren asked carefully, worried about his job. Hokage shook his head and said, "No, you did a good job, but the students need a combination of work and rest, and always in the classroom won't kill their nature. It happens that I'm fine today, so I'll leave it to myself. Take them outside and give them a lesson." "Wow! Great!" Zongren said excitedly, "Then, prepare your belongings and go to class with Master Naruto. Remember to listen carefully and don't mess around." "Yes." Mizan and Nakanin greeted each other, and left the classroom with cheering boys and girls. Only Asuma feels wrong. With his understanding of his father, the person in front of him is suspicious. Hokage took the students to the outside of the school, and everyone followed. Suddenly, Hokage-sama stopped and walked in front of Asuma. Asuma looked at the old father with no anger and prestige, and she beat a drum in her heart. My past few days, should, not cause trouble, right? Asuma was overwhelmed by the eyes of father. The other students dare not say anything, after all, they all know that they are in a father-son relationship. Some people are gloating, and some people worry about him. Call Dad. Okay. The reprimands in the imagination did not appear, what the is calling Dad. Asuma was also dumbfounded. Dad, Dad! Hey, my good son! Hokage-sama suddenly hugged Asuma and shouted excitedly. Hey, who are you? Let me go. Asuma has determined that this person who embraces herself will never be her father. I'm your father, my eldest son. Hokage-sama is mean and hugs Asuma proudly. Come and save me, he is not Hokage. What? Everyone exclaimed, why would anyone dare to fake Hokage in Konoha? I'll save you. At this time, he brought the soil and shouted, "Hey! Let go of Asma, let the uncle teach you. 1,000 years kill. Ah! It hurts, it hurts." Behind the soil, Kakashi greeted the soil in the most kind way. "Kakashi. If you are Kakashi, then this person is." Blade also lifted the transformation technique, holding Asma with a smile, "Of course it's me, my eldest son. Rice Blade." Asma roared, "I want to kill you." "No, you don't want to." Blade stopped Asma, but Asma was angry, using a clone technique, and rushed towards Blade with a shuriken in her hand. Boom! "Do you still want to kill me? Forget about it." Asma was knocked down by the rice blade, and there was no reaction time at all. Tai Tu had forgotten the pain in his at this time, his brain was wide open, he suddenly asked, "Hey? Are you so good now?" Kai watched the former classmates come back, and said with tears, "This is youth. Okay, no more trouble." Blade rose from Asma's body, and a group of girls quickly gathered around, blocking the Shiranui Genma, who had wanted to reminisce with him, and Asma, who was about to attack and revenge, outside the wall of people. Humph! Took the soil and ran to Kakashi to ask Dong Guangzi, completely forgot about Kakashi's kind greetings to him just now. Lin is also standing aside, and she has a good relationship with Kakashi. "Well, to celebrate my return with Kakashi this time, I'll treat you, let's go picnic barbecue. Do you have enough money?" Asma obviously doesn't think Blade has enough money to treat guests. "Even if I do multiple tasks, it won't be enough for the whole class to eat, especially the expensive barbecue." Blade Siame smiled, arrogantly said, "You are welcome, my classmates. Tonight, the second son of Heiji will pay for the entire consumption." Yay! A group of people went to the village to buy ingredients. The members of the Anbu of a certain Naruto building saw a group of ninja school students not attending class, and they were still hanging out on the street, especially there was Master Asma inside, and couldn't help frowning. He came to ninja school and found Asma's head teacher. "Are there no classes in your class today?" "Yes." "Then why are they on the street while your teacher is in school?" "Well, the Hokage-sama just came and said that he would take them to a class by himself." The teacher explained. "Take it away by Hokage." Anbi Ninja thought for a while, Naruto-sama has been in the Naruto building and has never gone out. "I'll go back and ask, remember, don't say anything." "Yes." The head teacher felt wrong. Anbi Ninja ran to the Naruto building www.readaloud.com and knocked on the Naruto office. 3 generations of adults. "Yeah, what's the matter?" Sarutobi Risen hurriedly covered the crystal ball with a red cloth, almost revealing it. Anbi Ninja said, "Report to 3 generations of adults. Just now I saw that the students who were supposed to be in ninja school were not in class, so..." "Ah, this matter." Sarutobi Hitachi interrupted him, he also knew what Anbi was going to say. All Konoha is under his control, so it is normal to observe ninja school when guarding against the disciple Jiraiya. After all, he has passed middle age and is about to be aging, and often using a crystal ball to guard against himself is also a little powerless. "I know it was a prank by Blade and Kakashi, but this kind of prank does not just show that Kakashi and Blade are bound to the village, and they will not be alienated from their playmates because of becoming a ninja. So I let them fool around. I already know about this, don't worry, let them play." "Yes." Anbi Ninja left. Sarutobi Raisaki opened the red cloth. Although it's good to look at other scenery appropriately, Konoha's women are the top priority. Outskirts of the village, beside a small river, Blade and the others spread a blanket, set up a fire, and chatted while grilling. "Blade, are you already Zhongren?" Zakai and the others had inexplicably low self-esteem when they learned that Kaka was already Zhongren, especially the children of common people. "Humph, I know the news before any one of you." Asma was showing off his family status again. Kakashi, you stupid, how can you be promoted to Zongnan before me? This uncle will definitely catch up with you. The Tale of the Crane. Chapter 14, Kai Huang's Physical Skills. How about it? The barbecue of the second son of Heiji is not bad, let go of it, Akai, eat more. Inviting the whole class to eat barbecue is a lot of talk, but it is still drizzle for me Blade to pay for the task this year. Asma touched her lips, stood up and said to me Blade, as a good friend, my lord has a lot of them. I have forgiven you for your pranks, but I want to challenge you to the friendship of my best friend. Friendship challenge? What the is that? Me Blade looked at Asma and motioned for him to continue. Asma smiled slyly, you and Kakashi are the first graduates of our class, and they are also known as Zongren in the village. Therefore, I propose that our classmates should challenge you and Kakashi alone. One-on-one. Correct. Asma said, our classmates singled out you and Kakashi, it's fair, Master Zongnan. The young man has a temper. Me Blade and Kakashi looked at each other, Kakashi also smiled and said, okay, then come on. Ah, my uncle can finally get revenge. Bring the soil and laughed wildly. Akai is also ready to fight, this is youth. Shiranuijin and Moonlight Hayate are also eager to try, they really want to test the gap between themselves and the two geniuses. The girls headed by Xi Rihong are also very interested, they are not the group of nymphomaniacs. Cleared the empty space, one side is Kakashi and Me Blade, and the other side is more than 40 students in the second grade elite class of ninja school. Each of them has a very high fighting spirit, and they are gearing up one by one. Kakashi and Me Blade also put away their smiling faces, this battle is not easy. If it is a life and death struggle on the battlefield, just like them, Kakashi and the two of them can be cleaned up in a short time with a white tooth and a short knife. But as a classmate and close friend of my own, I shouldn't make a heavy shot, at least not hurt anyone. Therefore, you need to control your strength. In this case, it is not easy to not only hurt people, but also knock them down. Let's go! Asma shouted and took the lead. The students behind him rushed towards Kakashi and the others mightily. No one uses ninjutsu, only relying on physical skills and strength to decide the outcome. Down with Kakashi, down with Me Blade. Kakashi and Me Blade cannot passively defend, they must attack decisively. An instant passed, leaving two afterimages. Punched one by one, and knocked down several hot-blooded teenagers in 3 or 2. The people are too scattered and can't react. I don't know Huo Xianjian is also aware of this problem, and can't let the two of them continue. Everyone surround them. Moonlight Hayate standing next to Kakashi, his best is also swordsmanship, Kanaharihu's swordsmanship, or the Kanaharihu's swordsmanship improved by the Moonlight family. But, he doesn't even have a stick in his hand now. Snapped. What? Shippuden's protagonist is cool. Shiranui Genma and Yamashiro Aoba were the fastest runners, and the two of them had surrounded the rice blade at an angle. The two attacked together, and after a burst of white smoke passed with their fists, a short piece of wood appeared on the spot. Substitute technique. When the two reacted, Me Blade had already brought them down with one hand. Standing behind the crowd, preparing to attack, find the right time and rush to Kakashi. Kakashi dodged, avoiding the attack with dirt, and by the way knocked down a passerby. Then he swiftly went behind Dai Tu, and came with a love offering. The soil was stabbed and flew out, and it fell on the side of Me Blade. When Me Blade saw this, the brave general could not miss it. The Tiger Seal was launched, and the second Millennium Kill followed. Is cool with soil. Then, Me Blade and Kakashi looked at Asma who was blindly commanding a few at the same time. Both of them flashed past at the same time, ready to give him the iron fist of love. Asma yelled badly, and hurriedly launched a substitute technique to avoid the attacks of the two. So close. Blade and Kakashi didn't care about the escaped Asuma, because they were now surrounded by people. Several little girls launched illusion attacks on Blade and Kakashi respectively. However, the strength difference was too big, and the illusion backlash caused them to faint first. Yurihong also knew that this kind of small illusion was useless for the two of them, so he gave up using illusion. Take a look at the rice blade. Whoops! Isn't this the wild evening red? Came to Xirihong's side, and defeated Xirihong with a hand knife. But he did not put Ziriong on the ground, but continued to fight with Ziriong. How could Asuma, who was about to steal the chicken, watch her goddess being carried on her shoulders by other boys, and shouted, "Let go of that girl!" Seeing Asuma fooled, Blade threw Xirihong towards Asuma. Asuma caught the fainted red, and before he could react, only felt a pain in his butt. The Millennium Kill is launched. What? Can you two avoid such disgusting moves? I used to smile and watch with soil, but I am on the scene today. The profound meaning of Konoha body art. Blade also took the time to explain. Binzu Atong and Shinayu Izumo are the 12 strong in this class. At this time, they have no fighting capacity. Like passerby classmates, they don't know when they were put on the ground. After a big fight, Kakashi and Ban panted heavily, and now Akai is the only one with a higher level of combat effectiveness. He stood in front of the two in green tights. Kakashi, Blade, I know I am not a genius, but I also want to be recognized. There are not many chakras in Akai, and even the 3 Shenshin technique cannot be used well at present. But he has a father who is better than his chakra. He has a goal since he was a child who specializes in physique. His father is not a waste, and physique is not weaker than ninjutsu. Therefore, he who has practiced physical exercises for many years can be said to be the strongest in the class at present. Konoha Steel Boxing Martial Arts Profound Meaning. Akai did not fight in groups like the others, but waited for all the people to attack before fighting alone. This is his Shindo. What? Akai rushed towards Kakashi with a big drink, and flew up and kicked towards Kakashi. Kakashi resisted with all his might, but was kicked flying by Akai. Wow! Everyone feels incredible. Is this the weird guy they laughed at for more than a year? Is so strong. After kicking Kakashi away, Akai watched Blade rush towards him. Instead of retreating, he jumped up and hit the Blade with his whip leg. Blade only felt that his leg was kicking on the iron. He deserves to be King Kai, the man who almost kicked out the finale. His calf was so hard. Even if Akai hasn't opened the door yet, his achievements in physical skills are no worse than those of Kakashi and Blade who have become Zongnin. In other words, Blade and Kakashi are not Akai's opponents in pure physical skills. Also, the current Akai is not weak, but he is innocent and unconfident. Because most people don't approve of physical skills, no one wants to communicate with him. He has always thought that he is worse than others and not smarter than others. In front of the genius Gemini, he seems very inferior. However, a man who runs laps around Konoha every day with weights and practices squat jump rope push ups whenever he has time, is far more than his peers. If you use ninjutsu or weapons, Blade and Kakashi can sling him, but in terms of physical skills, this is an animal. When the two of them worked together, they drew a tie with Akai. And every time I play, Akai doesn't hurt, they both hurt. Asuma and Shiranui Genma reacted and looked at Kai who was fighting with Kakashi and the others. Good chance. Go. Regardless of the pain on the ass, Asuma surrounded the brothers with the crowd. Go, don't give them a chance. Surrounded, locked arms, folded legs, folded waist, pressed down, punched in the face, stacked arhuts. Asuma, you attacked my 6-year-old kid, you don't speak martial ethics. Shut up, Genma, turn him over, I will put 10 kunao in his ass. Asuma is crazy, he wants to avenge his ass. On the other side, there was a seal with soil, and his mouth was muttering, the 1000-year kill, the 1,000-year kill, the 1,000-year kill, the 1,000-year kill. Kakashi, you have used me 28,000-year kills for so many years, I want all back. Kakashi was pressed by everyone, unable to even turn over, crying without tears, take soil, we are good friends. Yes, my dear friend, so I need to insert it a few more times. Just as Tai-Tu and Asma were about to avenge, suddenly a tragic and majestic cry came. Woo woo woo. What? Everyone turned their heads and saw Akai standing by and crying. K, what's wrong with you? It was okay just now. www.readaloud.com. The two geniuses who were overwhelmed and couldn't raise their heads, are they crying like girls now? Akai said with tears, I finally proved that the ninja with physical skills is no worse than the others. Hey! Everyone is at a loss. Me Blade knows why Kai is crying. Being a pure physical ninja with few chakras and bad ninjutsu skills, Kai and his dad have tolerated too many eyeballs over the years. Akai has taken Kakashi and Me Blade as his life goals since he was a child. The original book also targeted Kakashi. He was running around the village when other children were practicing ninjutsu, and he was doing push-ups when other children were playing. Today, he finally proved himself, so he cried happily. It's just crying that doesn't look pretty. Wu Kei was still wiping tears. Here, Asma and Dai-Tu turned their heads, and the rice blade and Kakashi that were under their bodies had turned into wood. Thank you Kai, I will invite you to have ramen tonight. Mibun thanked him as he walked away. Thanks to Kei, who attracted their attention with a howling cry, otherwise Me Blade and Kakashi's chrysanthemum would definitely not be guaranteed. Asma, Mom! With soil, the opportunity is gone. At this time, Me Blade and Kakashi, who were slowing down, also had blue noses and swollen faces. Their evil smiles made everyone shudder. Uchiha, with soil. Sarutobi, Asma. Asma, listen to my sophistry. Take the soil, Kakashi, I have also invited you to eat meatballs, hehe. 1,000 years, kill. What? Terrible. Chapter 15, the younger brother was taken away by the big bad wolf. A class-friendly match ended. Everyone had scars more or less. Among them, Kakashi and Mibuna seemed the worst. Two people have been hammered on the ground by the whole class for a long time. If each person is counted as 3 punches, they have received a lot of punches. Fortunately, Akai rescued the two of them in time, otherwise they would definitely be anal. The fun is over, Me Blade pulls the painful Asma to communicate cordially and well. Asma waved a big hand, if I don't play anymore, I have to go home quickly. I will definitely be hammered to death by the old man tonight. This sentence is not only Asma's voice, but also reminds others. Skip class. It's a good time to skip class and go home to the crematorium. After a while, most of the people went back to their homes and looked for their mothers. There are also those that nobody cares about. For example, Bring Soil, Akai, and so on. There is only one grandmother and one relative left in the family. Akai's dad may not decide which team he will be with. As a shinobu, there is no right to choose. In the evening, Kakashi and Mibuna asked Akai to eat a bowl of ramen. The confident Akai and Kakashi agreed that they must compete again, and then went home upside down. Konoha's nights are always so cozy. Although most of the entertainment venues are closed, the places that are open only at night have just put up their signs. Well, my body smells too bad, should I find a hot spring bubble bath? The tired Kakashi couldn't help but want to soak as he passed by a hot spring bath. Okay, it's still early anyway, I can't sleep when I go back. It's very comfortable to take a bath after exercise. The two turned and walked towards the bath, paid for the change of clothes, went in and found a pool with no one to lie in. Hey! The hot spring water soaked in the body, it felt so comfortable, the feeling was ecstatic. So comfortable. Kakashi couldn't help groaning. Mi Blade closed his eyes, leaned against the pool wall, and said comfortably, "Unfortunately, I am too young, or I can go to a mixed bath for men and women. Wouldn't it be better to find a girl to rub my back?" "What?" Kakashi's face flushed. As a gentleman, he couldn't hear this. Stammered, "Mi Blade, no, Ninja 3 forbidden, is a taboo." Mi Blade waved his hand disapprovingly and said, "Well, it's not something to do, it's just a bath." The rice blade gave him a glance. "Don't pretend to be a good person. Although you don't care about female sex, don't you say that you don't need Thumbelina if you must read Lu Bai Wen every day? Ha ha ha, I know this fun at such a young age, kid, you are so talented." At this time, an abrupt voice came, and the curtain was pulled open, and a man with white hair, squinting, grinning, and smelling an obscene smell all over his body walked in. "Boy, I am optimistic about you." The man walked into the pool without forgetting to praise him. Seeing him soak in the pool, Mi Blade hurriedly pulled Kakashi to stand up and walk towards another pool. There are 3 hot spring pools in this men's bath, and Mi Blade decisively changes the pools. "What?" The man saw that the 2 of them disliked him, frowned and asked, "Hey, do you know who I am? Are the kids so rude now?" Kakashi also looked at Mi Blade, and he didn't understand why he had to change the pool. Mi Blade snorted, "Kinoha-sunan is also an adult." "What?" Ji Lai also scratched his head suspiciously. "My uncle's sign doesn't work anymore? Has his reputation dropped during the past 3 years when he was not in the village? Knowing that it is me, why change the pool? Isn't it a great honor to take a bath with me?" Kakashi also whispered, "It's really impolite for us to do this." Myron explained, "Jiraiya, a 3rd-generation Hokage's personal disciple, who claims to be a toad boy, is male and female loving. Every time he appears in Konoha's preferred location, it must be a hot spring or a bath, but it is not a bath, but peeping women, especially since Tsunade-sama left Konoha, this behavior has become more rampant." Kakashi despised her eyes. Well, Ji Lai was also a little embarrassed. Myron continued, "I read the body structure of adult men and women in the library, and men have in their bodies. I don't believe that adults have never had when they spy on women. So, I think there are still residues in Jiraiya-sama's hands and there. Edogawa Hakimai Blade Conan is online. Try to ask a man who does not use the 5-finger girl when watching a small movie without toilet paper to accompany him. Jilla is also in his 20s, passionate, and not the age of a girlfriend. Do you believe that he is just a simple eye addiction to peeping at women? After writing about intimacy in heaven, it can be said that it was based on material. Now, how could he not use his hands?" Kakashi paled and dumbfounded after hearing Mi Blade's words. "Ninja children are all precocious. Although Mibana said very vaguely, he is innocent and not stupid. He can't tell what he did. Is over. I am not clean anymore. My body is already dirty. I will have no face to find a girlfriend again. I am sorry for my body. I'm sorry my father's expectation. Because he just got up while waiting for Gillette to enter the pool, now he feels that he has been molested." "What?" Kakashi stood up, ran under the shower, picked up the soap and scrubbed his body over and over again. Gillette also looked around, her face gloomy, but fortunately, there are only 3 of them in the men's bath. Otherwise, faceless and alive. "Who told you these things?" Gillette also gritted his teeth, there are still people in Konoha who dare to slander himself. Unforgivable. That kid, don't you think so? Don't listen to him nonsense, I just returned to the village, and I was not as nasty as he said. Gillette also called Kakashi. But you. Ji Lai also said to Mi Blade in kind, I don't care where you heard these words. Now, immediately, I apologize to my uncle. Otherwise. Jiraiya threatened. Sir Jiraiya, what else? Mi Blade said, even if you have just returned to the village and have not released yourself, hasn't Mr. Jalaya never spied on women? This Jilai was also speechless. Was questioned by a kid, and I felt so shameless. It seems that I have to find a manager in the future, reading www.yuyukanshu.com, so that I can be confident if I peek again in the future. Shut up, white-haired kid, whose family are you from? I'm looking for your parents. Jilai also used his stunts to deal with children and called the parents. Miren was not afraid, he said, yes, I am Heiji Mizu, he is my brother Kakashi Heiji, and my father Sakumo Heiji, my master is Osamura teacher who is also one of the 3 ninjas. My master is the 3rd generation of Hokage Sarutobi Rishao master. Jilai also persuaded. It seems that none of these 3 can be offended. And many more. Jilai also suddenly thought of something, and stood up and said, Dealy dang. You are Sakumo's 2nd son, that kid from Uchiha's family. Blade nodded. Jilai also gritted his teeth and said, I can find you. Back then, your mother and son made me so miserable. Don't go, get dressed, and go out with me one-on-one. Jiraiya also remembered the fear of being dominated by the Uchiha clan and Tsunade despised. His reputation was so damaged that he turned into homes to investigate the truth, but he still couldn't escape the fate of being despised by Tsunade. Jilai also pulled Blade and put on his clothes and ran out. Kakashi is a little unclear, so he doesn't know that Jilai also helped his father back then. After all, he was only 2 years old at that time. When he saw Blade, he had been taken home by his father. So I didn't know that there was such a thing as Jiraiya. Now that I see Jiraiya, I took my younger brother away, and I know Jiraiya's hobbies again. Also didn't care to dry his body, and hurriedly put on his clothes and ran home. It's over, my younger brother's is lost, the kind that is worse than 1,000-year kill. Chapter 16, Konoha Oolong Incident. Jilaya, a man who puts into his bones, it is also attributable to 2 points that he has not been killed in these years. First, he is Konoha's disciple. Second, his force value is very high. At this time, at Konoha's practice range, the 2 stood facing each other. The breeze is blowing, and the bright moon is in the sky. Moon black murder night, high wind and fire sky. Zilla is not a stingy person, and his personality is also carefree. He doesn't really want the rice blade, but simply wants to have a friendly and cordial discussion with the disciples of his best friend Oshimaru, that's it. Humph, kid, you don't have to use the names of Shimao and Dashimaru to press me. Today, as a punishment for you to slander me, I only use one hand and don't use ninjutsu. If you can persist for 3 minutes, I will have a lot of it. Forgive you. Blade dug his nostrils, and didn't care about the threat from Jiraiya. If you want to say which one of the 3 ninjas is best to deal with, of course it's the good old man who comes by himself. Cut. Mikuji stood with his hand in his hand, and said, Stop talking nonsense, I've beaten it earlier, I have to go home to sleep. What an arrogant kid. Gillette also made up his mind to give him the most profound education in his life tonight. I can't stop me when the Senjozuma comes, I said it. Go on, kid. Gillette also said calmly. Blade stretched out his hands, ugly Suchenzi I Suhaya Sayin. The seal of the rice blade is very slow, almost every second. Ji Lai also snorted, Jian is so slow, it's not worth mentioning. Yo, it turned out to be a shadow clone. Although Jian is slow, it is a genius if he can use the shadow clone at such a big age. Shadow clone is a B-level ninjutsu created in the middle of the world, which can separate the entity's clone, and all the memories and feelings of the clone can be transmitted to the body after it is released. Using the shadow clone requires extremely high control over the chakras, and also requires a lot of chakras. The more chakras, the greater the number of clones. On the basis of the shadow clone, there is also the forbidden technique multiple shadow clone, this will not be mentioned for the time being. Gillette also looked at the rice blade that slowly settled, but didn't know how many clones could be separated. After finishing the last seal, Mi Blade raised his head, and said one by one, "The art of shadow clone." Bang 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 bang. 7 shadow avatars surrounded Jiraiya in the middle. Ji Lai still shook his head indifferently. Is there only so much? Not enough, kid. Mi Blade smiled and said, enough, Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya still did not take the lead even if he was surrounded. Just kidding, as one of the 3 ninjas, Mr. Jiraiya had to teach a 6-year-old kid that he had to do it first. It's a shame. The rice blade had another knot mark in his hand. In fact, the formation of the transformation technique is very complicated, and it is more complicated than the clone technique, which is the same as the 3-body technique. The clone technique only needs 3 seals, but the transformation technique requires 8 seals. But sometimes, when a ninjutsu is used to it, there is no need for such complicated knot printing. Is like the late stage of Naruto, in addition to Gyu's love of Jian, who else is Jian? Slap with both hands, what do you want? Mi Blade finishes the seal, and the shadow avatars that have surrounded Jiraiya also finishes, and then Jiraiya also hears Mi Blade chanting, harem art. I'm still thinking about it, the kid knows lie, shadow clone and transformation technique, what after? After a burst of white smoke, 8 young, beautiful, naked and stunned beauties stood in front of Jiraiya competing for beauty. These 8 beauties each have their own characteristics. Some have murder weapons, some are convex and rearwardly, and some are fascinating and shocking. Gillette also bleeds through 7 holes, his eyes are round, for fear of missing the show. In the end, in the sound of Mi Blade and Ying Clone's squeaky sound, 2 pillars of blood were sprayed from the nostrils, and they fell to the ground. Has been waiting for him to fall, with a happy smile still on his lips. As expected, Mi Blade knew that the trick invented by Prince Konoha in the future would have a fatal blow to the Naruto direct system. Mi Blade, who lifted the shadow clone, picked up a bamboo stick from the ground, and squatted on the ground to poke on Jiraiya's body. Hey, don't play dead. Swish 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 swish. There were a few breaking sounds. It was Sakumo Hagaki and Ashimaru, and Anbi Diran beside them, and the last one to fall was Sarutobi Haji. When Kakashi hurried home, it happened that Ashimaru was discussing ninjutsu with Shimo, and the 2 of them could say nothing at all now. Just when the 2 people were excited about discussing, suddenly Kakashi ran back alone. Said to the 2 with eagerness and concern, "It's not good, Mi Blade was taken away by Jiraiya. Come here too? It's no big deal even if you take Mi Blade, because the 2 people don't know." Kakashi explained, the rice blade is when it is lit in the bath, and Gillette is also irritated and angry. I have to be at the rice blade. As soon as these words come out, it's worth it. For Shimu, that is his own son, who will be the key figure in the future generations of the Hagaki family. Jiraiya, if you dare to move a hair of the rice blade, I will kill you alive. Sakumo cares is chaotic, but Ashimaru frowns slightly. After more than 10 years of getting along, he knows exactly what kind of person Gillette is. Although lustful, but it is not enough to attack the little boy. However, even if he knew there was a misunderstanding, he did not stop Shu Mao. Sakumo picked up the white tooth that had been left for more than a year, and chased it out with the Ashimaru. An Anbi ninja squatting on the roof of a certain house suddenly saw Sakumo Heiji leaving home angrily carrying a short blade, followed by Ashimaru. What happened to these 2 masters today? Who is this with? One is Konoha's retired hero, and the other is Ashimaru, one of the 3 ninjas. The 2 are dispatched together. What's the big deal? Could it be that Union is going to beat Konoha? The 3rd ninja war broke out? He couldn't deal with this matter, so he could only assign a department to notify Hokage. The rest of them followed Shu Mao. On the Hokage side, Sarutobi Hizen who got the news is also stunned. I watched the crystal ball for a long time during the day, and finally finished the work while I was about to get off work at night. At this moment, I heard that Shu Mao and Dash Yuan are going to destroy the ninja. The matter of destroying the ninja was analyzed by the secret ninja. With the combat power of Konoha Whitetooth and Ashimaru-sama, it is worth the two of them to work together except for seeking the throne to destroy the family. Since they didn't rush to the Hokage building, then a certain family would definitely not be able to keep it. Why did he analyze it this way? Because when he was patrolling this afternoon, he happened to see the two sons of the Qimu family surrounded by a group of children about the same age as them. Therefore, he analyzed that it might be who injured the son of the Heiji family, and Lord Shimao and Lord Ashimaru went to find a place. 3 people become tigers. The ancients do not deceive me either. After most of the high-level Konoha was alarmed, he found the person involved. With a wretched smile on his face, lying in a pool of blood. Poke and poke there with a stick in one hand, it was so fun to play. What happened? Sarutobi Richin looked dazed, looked at the scene in front of him and asked. Mi Blade saw so many people, especially when his father brought the white fang short blade, he was also dumbfounded. What did Kakashi say to his father when he went back? It's okay, kid, you can rest assured and say boldly, Dad, the 3rd generation and your teacher Dash Yuan will call the shots for you. Mi Blade. That's it, just now. Mi Blade told what happened, and everyone suddenly realized. Especially Sarutobi Hizaki, secretly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Rice Blade. Kakashi also rushed over at this time. When he left home, he was not as fast as his father and teacher, so he was left behind. Wow, did your father chop off Jiraiya? Kakashi was also surprised to see Jiraiya who had fallen in a pool of blood. Shimao glared at him, go back and settle accounts with you. I made such a big misunderstanding. Mi Blade explained to Kakashi again, and then asked Kakashi, who had suddenly realized, what did you say to your father? Kakashi was so embarrassed that he was already dead. But what is even more embarrassing is that the secret part of the story has caused such a big oolong, I am afraid that he can't even keep his job. Sarutobi was also uncomfortable. The first thing he did when he got the false news was to arrange for someone to inform the family of the children who were partying with Kakashi today, to be prepared for the dead, and it is really impossible to prepare to cede the land for compensation. The seriousness of the matter can be seen. A new long incident caused Konoha to suffer. The people who made trouble with Bai heaved a sigh of relief, but new problems appeared, especially Ashimaru. He was very curious and asked, Mi Blade, how did you defeat Jiraiya? Jiraiya, the contractor of Miyamu Mountain, Ashimaru might not say that he was able to take him unharmed, but he was put on the ground in a very short time by the rice blade, and the nostrils are still bleeding. Other people are also very curious about this issue, and Minokino is the first person to achieve such a record with Xiao Boda. It's my newly developed ninjutsu, it's more powerful, so... Oh. Ashimaru smiled, rubbed Mi Blade's hair fondly, and asked, what kind of ninjutsu? Mi Blade chuckled, and said, my ninjutsu, if you use it to the teacher, the effect may be less, but if you use it well, I can even put it down for 3 generations of adults. Yeah, the kid has a big tone, don't think that you can be proud if you become a Zongnin. Sarutobi Hidezen said with a smile. There is no one who can hit him in Konoha. Mi Blade smiled and said, of course, I may still have a bit of difficulty with the strength and concentration of Naruto-sama, but with Kakashi, I can definitely put Naruto-sama down. Quick, it's such a ninjutsu, show it to Master Naruto. Sakumo is also very proud. Seeing that, my son is such a genius, he can create ninjutsu since he was a child. Kakashi was taken aback, I don't know how. I teach you, it's very simple. Mi Blade lay on Kakashi's ear and whispered a few words, Kakashi's face went from red to behind the ear. This. Kakashi couldn't believe it. Mi Blade nodded, and encouraged Kakashi, "Come on, we are Konoha twin stars." Kakashi scratched his head, embarrassed. Sarutobi Risen thought he was embarrassed to do it to himself, and encouraged, "It's okay, don't worry, you two can't hurt me. Come on Kakashi, let Naruto-sama take a look at our strength." Kakashi bit his head and nodded. Blade said to Ashimaru and Sakumo next to him, "Teacher Father www.readaloud.com, please help us clear the scene and open a distance of 20 meters. Is 20 meters enough?" "Enough. Okay, everyone back 20 meters. The site was cleared. Sarutobi Hiichi put the pipe in his mouth into his pocket, and he could put Jiraiya's technique down, not to be underestimated. Blade said to Kakashi, "Start." The same process, the same final printing sequence. Everyone present knows that this is the Shadow Avatar's final printing sequence. And then? Sarutobi Hizen poses and prepares to deal with the menacing Shadow Avatar. More than 30 Kakashi and Rice blades filled the open space. At this time, Kakashi and Blade shouted at the same time, "The art of the harem." After a stream of white smoke passed, Sarutobi Hizaki, who took the lead, fell first. Sakumo Hagaki, who has not tasted meat for many years, is not spared. The Anbi ninja fell for the most part, and the blood was still pouring under the persistent ninja mask. Yuan slapped his forehead, "I made a mistake." You two, that's enough, that's okay, let's collect magical powers." Kakashi was shocked when he saw the fallen ninja, even his father was not spared. "Is this technique so powerful? Dashawan's concentration is not so good, and Uncle Snake is not as unfavorable as she imagined." He wiped the nosebleed from his lips, and stepped forward to carry Jiraiya and Sarutobi. "You two lift up your father and go home. What happened today, cannot be said, remember, no one can say it." This sentence was spoken to Mibani and Kakashi, as well as to the Anbi ninja. Yes. Chapter 17, A New Goal in Life. The next day, the Konoha family lifted the alarm, and there is no definite explanation as to why they had to prepare for battle last night. Today, Lord Hokage suddenly caught the wind and took a vacation at home. But some people say that they saw the Naruto guards go to buy blood tonic, and there are many categories. It is also said that someone found a lot of blood in the 9th practice range, but when they went to see it, the practice range had been restored to its original condition. The big family is cautious, especially the two families of Uchiha and Hyuga, who gathered a large number of ninjas in a daze. "I have been waiting for all night, and I don't know what I'm waiting for." They ran to the Hokage building and asked. No one knew what happened. The Hokage building just said it was okay, but they couldn't give a reasonable explanation. After, there was news that Gillette, who was returning to the village yesterday, was also attacked. Master Naruto was also injured in the self-help formation. Now both of them are recuperating at home. "If there is a gossip," I said something must have happened. How can the strongest Hokage catch a cold? A few days later, Master Naruto personally refuted the rumors and suppressed the situation. Heiji, Kakashi, and Mibani are conducting brutal training. 2 people have to run 10 laps around the village with a load of 100 kilograms every day. Then do relaxation exercises, 500 push-ups, 500 squats. After relaxing exercises, practice the changes of Chidori and Rachel. 2 people who are weak or inaccurate, there is no dinner that day. After that, they will practice swordsmanship. 2 people have to hold on for 10 minutes under the hands of their father to be considered qualified, otherwise the training of the day will be doubled. Cruel and inhuman training. I wanted to intercede with Oshimaru, and Oshimaru was also very generous. 2 people are required to use one hand to control the chakra to complete the needle training, and use the chakra to control 50 needles through the same thread. At the same time, the other hand is training with the sword swing, and each sword has to be cut to the designated position on the stake. This kind of life lasted for a month, and Chimao finally let go of the 2 people. Compared to a month ago, the two brothers now have changed drastically. I feel that chakra's control has increased several times, and chakra has also increased a lot. Swordsmanship, ninjutsu, and overall strength have all increased. The most intuitive performance of is name, Flagwood Rice Blade. Sex, male. Age, 6 years old. Chakra volume, 2180, normally the tolerant chakra volume is 300, 1000, the normal tolerant chakra volume is 1000 to 3000, the normal upper tolerant chakra volume is 3000 to 10,000. Chakra attribute, wind, fire, and thunder. Main skills, transfiguration, clone, duplicate, fireball, wind barrier, steel flash, Konoha swordsmanship, 87% in learning progress, Flagwood swordsmanship, 91% in learning progress, Fanfiction imperial swordsmanship, 17% progress in learning, sunflower acupuncture pointer, 0% progress in learning, Chidori, 99% of Chidori in learning, 86% of Leiki, 42% of Chidori sharp spear in learning, single go jade can be upgraded to 65%. This is the change in this month, and it feels that it grows faster than 1 year outside. When it was free time again, Kakashi went to find some soil. Although he called him the tail of the crane, Kakashi couldn't wait to see him after only a month. Mizan went to Uchiha, and said before that he would invite her to dinner, but it hasn't been invited yet. Please forget it again. When I came to Uchiha's clan, Uchiha's clansmen who watched the gate did not give me Blade a good face. This is the shame of the Uchiha clan. But me Blade didn't say anything, just asked them to help find Uchiha. After waiting for a while, Uchiha came out, dressed in black casual clothes, full of high cold fans. Smiled when seeing me Blade. Let's go, sister Yu, I have been procrastinating to invite you to dinner until now. The main reason is that my father has been trained in the cruel and inhumane for more than a month. It's okay, Master Shu Mao is also for your good. Just when the two were about to leave, suddenly a 5 or 6 year old little Lori passed by and said with a gloomy expression, "Hey, elder sister, if you give up training with me, do you mean to date other boys?" Naka, you. Uchiha Yamura changed from the usual coldness, and suddenly became sad. Needless to say, I can do it myself. Loli is aggressive. Me Blade asked curiously, is this sister Yu's sister, such a cute girl? Yes, my sister, Naka Uchiha. Uchiha Naka looked at the Me Blade, I know you, Heiki Me Blade, I will surpass you sooner or later. Then you have to come on, I look forward to your challenge to me, sister Naka. Me Blade smiled. Little Lolita is slightly fat, her clean eyes are clear, her pointed nose is tall and straight, and her small mouth is a bit unpleasant. Small sets are almost. Naka doesn't seem to know the identity of the Mibani Uchiha clan, she did not look at him with shame like other clan members. Just angry that he snatched his sister away. 2. Even the soil doesn't know the identity of Me Blade, let alone the smaller Naka. The Uchiha clan did not spread the identity of Me Blade everywhere, after all, it was a shame. Therefore, children who have never experienced that matter don't know. I don't have a close match. I think it's almost impossible for you to defeat me. Why? Naka was not convinced. Mizan asked, I graduated at 5 and became Zongnan at 6. How old are you, sister Naka? 5 years old. Look, you're still in the first grade of Shinin school, right? I have already graduated when I was this age. Humph. Naka felt she couldn't tell him, and waited for him viciously. I will write a graduation application when I go back. I'm waiting for your good news. Naka went back, and she shook her small fist before leaving, which was really cute. Uchiha looked at his sister's back and smiled. Sorry Me Blade, my sister has been like this since she was a child. It's okay, I think it's pretty cute. Is it? Yup. Then do you like her? Who doesn't like such a little loli? Me Blade said casually. That's good. Uchiha-yu laughed. Me Blade suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly explained, Sister Yu, don't get me wrong, I didn't mean that, Uchiha-yu waved his hand, don't put on the appearance of an adult, you are obviously only 1 year older than Naka. Myron thought she had misunderstood. A yakiniku restaurant, Mibani asks Uchiha-yu to eat yakiniku. Uchiha-yu introduced his family's situation to Me Blade. Uchiha was a big clan during the Warring States period. In the heyday of the clan, there were thousands of people. www.readaloud.com. The clan was divided into a master and a clan. In a big clan, not all people were equal. There are patriarchs, elders, and factions. There are also high and low, noble and inferior in the clan. Some people of the tribe will gradually become marginalized because they can't open the writing wheel, can't extract chakras, or can't learn ninjutsu. Is like taking soil. He used to be a high-level person in the main family, but in this generation, there are only orphans and widows left, and no one cares about them. Uchiha-yu is the same. During the Warring States period, their family was considered an elite, but after the establishment of Shinobu Village, 2 generations were unable to open their eyes, which led to the decline of their current family. Can be said to be the noble Uchiha on the outside, but he is not prominent in the clan. Her parents were Syaren in the village in the early years, and later both died during World War II. She and Naka are the only ones who are raised by the village and the Uchiha clan. In recent years, as Uchiha-yu was promoted to Zongnan, after he could do the task, the food in the village and the clan was cut off, and she was the only one to support her sister. Therefore, the concept that Uchiha-yu taught her sister from an early age is to cultivate hard, start the writing wheel, and regain the attention of the family. After listening to Me Blade, he thought to himself, fortunately, our family can fight, and we are the only one left, so there is no need to worry about who robbed the other. Is not right. Myron thought that after watching Naruto, I didn't see Kakashi's feelings. If he has no children in the future, wouldn't the Flagwood clan be destroyed? Revival of the Hagaki clan has a long way to go. Therefore, if you want to revive, there is only one way, to have more children and plant fewer trees. Me Blade seems to have found a new goal in life. Chapter 18, Challenge from Naka. Hakimu Rice Blade. Konoha's practice field, Me Blade is walking with Asuma and Red. Seeing their love and affection, Mi Jian's heart was hurt. Ninja is precocious. Watching other people sweating like rain and tirelessly practicing in the practice field, Me Blade held an ice cream in his hand and licked it with great enjoyment. He can only use this method to transfer the damage received from Asuma and Red. Hakimu Rice Blade. With a sweet sip, everyone looked back. It turned out to be a little girl in a costume with a fan. At first glance, she was a girl from the Uchiha clan. Is Uchiha Naka after her graduation application was rejected. Naka thinks that she has learned the 3-body art, and her scores on the theory test are also good, and she even has a shuriken skill that takes an A back to the test. But I don't know why, the graduation application was still rejected. So she found Me Blade today and wanted to prove herself. She wants teachers to see that she is no worse than anyone. Asuma took a bite of ice cream and looked at Uchiha Naka, who was full of anger. With a disdain for Me Blade, he turned to face Xirihong and said, I usually look at Me Blade with a polite appearance. Whoever thinks that he is such a person will always abandon other people's girls. I am ashamed and ashamed. He is in the team. Said he deliberately moved to the side, sticking to Xirihong, and said affectionately, Red, don't worry, I am different from him, I am not that kind of person, I only like you in my life. Yurihong's cheeks are reddish, but she concealed it very well. Asuma gave Asuma a white glance and didn't speak. Asuma was still expressing his heart there, what I said is true, red. Me Blade didn't pay attention to Asma, this is a kid with red head. Smelled copper since childhood, Lori cultivated. Me Blade came to Naka and looked at her angrily. You know, you look so cute when you are angry. I didn't find your sister for dinner today. What's the matter with you when you come to see me? You. This is the first time Naka has been molested. She is also liked by little boys in her class, but the group of people are guilty and bold. And Me Blade is a straightforward compliment. Do not misunderstand. Although in Konoha, it is not uncommon to have couples who have grown up since childhood, like the 4 generations of Hokage and Little Pepper and Asma and Yurihong next to them. But Mibana didn't have that kind of weird thoughts about Naka. Just simply think she is cute. But if you want to ask him if he wants to marry someone when he grows up, Me Blade can say without disobeying, yes. It's not that I didn't think about the development of the game Me Blade. After all, it is so difficult to get married in the future, especially for Kakashi and his generation, who are single. Even if someone has an object since childhood, the future will be so chaotic, and when he grows up, he may become a survivor. Like that little loli over there. Therefore, I don't want to open the harem Me Blade in the ninja world, because that violates Me Blade's principle of life. But it's okay to have more female friends. China's well-known double standard. As for Naka, when she had dinner with Uchiha Yu yesterday, you deliberately wanted to match the two of them. Me Blade did not say no. Bah, spit on him. After all, last night Me Blade also considered the possibility of the Qimu family's extinction in the future, that is very big. Even the next Urjusa has a girl, who was cheated by the Naruto boy, so Sasuke still has not fulfilled his childhood dream. Sakumo's personality makes it impossible for him to continue. Kakashi, someone loves only one person in his life. When he takes the soil to die, Kakashi no longer thinks of falling in love. Therefore, the important task of expanding the population of the Qimu family in the future is estimated to fall on Me Blade. For the future of the Heiji family, Me Blade can only find more girlfriends with difficulty. Me Blade has set a small goal for himself, that is, to gather all the blood inheritance limits in the ninja world. Ahem. This goal is a long way to go. Can't be anxious. If you want to grow up, it's like Naka, it's not a good target. Especially the Uchiha clan, after opening their eyes, they will change their personality problems. Finally walked into someone's heart, when suddenly I was irritated and opened my eyes, and then the door was closed for you. Naka frowned, because Me Blade suddenly stopped, dumbfounded. Hey! The rice blade is slowing down. What's happenin'? I'm here to challenge you today. I don't represent the family. It's just a challenge for a first-year student to a predecessor. Do you dare to take it? Naka is aggressive. Me Blade raised her eyebrows and smiled, yes. It is good. Naka said to Asma and the others behind Me Blade, you help me be a witness, I Uchiha Naka will challenge Heiki Me Blade. Asma came to the spirit, he likes to watch this kind of plot, especially the plot of men complaining about women. Okay, this, Naka, right? It's okay, you can beat him boldly, we will help you. Asma instigated, and even Xirihong helped. Yes, Naka, we will help you. Yurihong still remembers being knocked down by the rice blade last month. She also wants to see the rice blade embarrassing, although it is unlikely. This blow is very serious. Naka Lengjun's face, said to Yurihong, thank you, I don't need to help. As for why I didn't look at Asma, because he is too wretched. There is no betting, Naka just wants to prove herself. Asma and Hong took the initiative to retreat and evacuated the circle. Xirihong explained to Asma, this schoolgirl is a genius girl in Class B of the first grade. Are all from the same school, and Yurihong's acquaintance is normal. As for Asma, there is only red in his eyes. Naka held Kuna in her hand and stared at the rice blade. As a respect for his opponent, Mi Blade put a smile away and challenged him to take it seriously this time. Naka took the lead in attacking, and 2 shurikens shot out, easily avoided by the rice blade. Immediately afterwards, Naka split out and went straight to Mi Blade. Looking at the 2 Naka, the rice blade remained still. One of Naka flew a punch and went straight to the door of the Mi Blade. Seemingly punched extremely quickly, it was easily avoided by Mi Blade, and then it was slapped away. Another Naka flew a kick. Reading www.uuganju.com. Mi Blade reached out and grabbed the flying toes, and came to use force. With a slight tug, Naka lost his balance in the air. For the lack of chakra, Naka who can't even release the avatar continuously, and the speed of the shuriken is not too easy to win. Although she has a sister who will teach him to practice every time she comes back from a mission, it is still not challenging for Mi Blade. Naka was thrown into the air, losing her balance in the air. I lost. Naka closed her eyes, feeling unwilling to her heart. Maybe it will fall heavily to the ground in a second. Suddenly, Naka felt like she was being held in her arms by herself. Opened his eyes and saw Mi Blade holding himself upright, and the 2 of them faced each other. I still need more practice. At this level, it's hard to hit me. Loosen Naka. Mi Blade turned around. Naka didn't say anything thankful to Mibani. For her, she was defeated by others and saved by him at the same time. This behavior is a shame and a provocation to herself. Naka is gone. Mi Blade kicked the stone under her feet, very annoyed. What a good opportunity to increase the degree of goodwill. I originally wanted to hug her with the princess and hug her in circles. As soon as this kind of action comes out, ask which woman can bear it, she will definitely fall in love with herself. TV series Iron Law. But no matter how hard I was just now, and my speed was not enough, I had to hug her like a pillar. What's even more embarrassing is that the moment he landed, he discovered that Naka was actually 2 centimeters taller than himself. Mi Blade proves that girls are happier than boys. This thing has nothing to do with strength. Chapter 19, Actor. Mi Blade is not a hard-working person, whether in a previous life or in the world of ninja. He will train hard when it is time to train, and he will take a good rest when it is time to rest. I didn't learn any advanced ninjutsu from Ashimaru teacher, but Ashimaru often talked about some very philosophical issues with the rice blade. Time and life. The production of the Sao. Sorry for taking the wrong book. When Asma and the others were still in school, Mi Blade actually preferred to read the book alone. However, his desire to read the book steadily was lost. Because Naka will come to challenge him every Saturday, wanting to see if she is making progress, but every time she ends up in disappointment. Mi Blade was too embarrassed to break her, and she was not idle while she was improving. In terms of strength, I want to close the gap with Mi Blade, but it's impossible now. Naka would bring an indifferent face every time she came over, and Mi Blade would praise her in a different way every time. But on this day, an unexpected person appeared. Kakashi sweats like rain on the practice field, while Mi Blade reads quietly, a rare leisure time. Then, a certain red pepper Konoha came over. She also has a swollen nose and a constipation like Bo Feng Shui men. At this time, Mizuman and Juxina were both 14 and 5 years old, but for the development of Master Bo Feng Suizumi, he had already let Juxina fall to the ground. When the 2 of them were still in their infancy, Kushina transferred to another school. When all the classmates laughed at Kushina Uzumaki's red hair, only Watergate said, "What a beautiful red hair, I like it. Who will talk about the 4 generations of Naruto in the future? I am in a hurry." But looking at Kushina, who was full of anger at this time, and Jiraiya who was beaten so badly at the first sight, and Watergate, who was scared like a quail, what kind of combination was this? Kakashi stopped training and walked to Mi Blade and looked around. Did that red-haired woman come to see both of us? There is no one else here, most of it is. Did you mess with her? I don't even know her. The one behind her is Jiraiya. Kaka now feels as uncomfortable as eating when she sees herself, and unconsciously wants to wash her body. The comer is not good. Uzumaki Kushina pulled Jiraiya in front of me blade, and slammed it down. Jiraiya lay on the ground with a sad face. Juxina stepped on Jiraiya's body and reached out to pull the Feng Shui men. Come here. Watergate, like a tamed cat, walked timidly to Kushina. Kakashi looked at this scene and asked me blade, this woman is so terrifying that she can even sling her. Also, the chakra on her body is so strong. Nonsense, Kyuubi's chakra, of course is strong. Miren said silently in his heart. Juxina stared at Kakashi, hey, that kid, I heard it. Kakashi felt as if he was being stared at by a beast, with his hair erected, his scalp numb, and the blood on his body solidified. Guru. Kakashi swallowed. Me blade is very daunting, what's wrong with this? He also anticipated the scene when he met Mizuman Kushina. In his thoughts, it should be a good day with a sunny day. The well-behaved rice blade reaped the favor of Sister Kushina. In the future, he can be brothers with Mizuman and may establish friendship with Kyuubi. The scene in front of him completely deviated from me blade's expectations. After thinking about it, he didn't understand how he provoked this great god. Kyuubi has seen it, and now Kushina's body is full of 9-tailed chakras, and he almost turned into a beast. Sister, what can I do for you, can I help you? The woman is a tiger, and the woman in front of me is even scarier than the tiger. Is that the dirty ninjutsu you invented? Kakashi took a step back, he knew it had nothing to do with him. So, he plans to go back and move rescue soldiers. Can beat Zi Lai like this, the yellow hair in the ninja vest next to him dare not move, and there is nothing he can do. Me blade looked at Jiraiya who was groaning under the foot of Kushina, and probably guessed it. It is estimated that Jiraiya taught the art of the Watergate harem, and was discovered by Juzune. After all, Juzune didn't like this pervert very much. Even when he died, he still reminded his son to stay away from Zilla in the future. But even if you learn the art of the harem, you won't let Kusina use all the 9 tails, right? That one. Me blade thinks over and over again, and finally turns his heart to death. Suddenly he began to feel sad, and said with tears, yes, I invented it. Juxina heard it, and his anger became more intense. However, Me blade did not wait for her to go wild, and continued, Sister, you know, I am a person who hates and disrespects women very, very much. Especially those who peep at women and play with women, they should be spurned by the world. But that day, my dear brother and I were playing happily in the village. On the way home, we found someone squatting outside the female bath peeping. Kakashi and Zilla also looked at Me blade at the same time, both of them knew very well, he was lying. Kakashi doesn't matter, as long as he can escape from this weird woman. But Ji Lai is already struggling. I just wanted to come forward with my brother to condemn that person's shameless behavior, but when I saw it was the legendary Konoha-sunan, Jiraiya-sama, my brother, and I dare not speak up. At this time, Me blade was timid, showing the kind of torment and condemnation in his heart that he clearly saw someone doing bad things but was unable to stop it. Even Kakashi nodded. Sister, although my teacher is Oshimaru who is also Sunan, what can I do at that time? I'm only 6 years old. Alas, my dear brother and I had no choice but to stay away from that right and wrong place, thinking about not seeing the heart or not. However, we can't stand the torment in our heart, and we can only use words behind the back to vent the shameless behavior towards Master Jaleda. Who knows, the conversation between the two of us was heard by Jaleda. He wanted to teach me to shut up and put things in my stomach. Sister, are my brother and I that kind of person? Me blade uses offense as defense, and Jiraiya's face pales every time he says something. Boy, shut up. Gillette also stopped. Juxina felt very sympathetic to the encounter between Blade and Kakashi, and she stepped on her foot forcefully. Myron then said, "Although we are young www.readaloud.com, our father and teacher taught us to be upright people since we were young. I swear to die and was taken away by Master Jalea. My brother went back to rescue the soldiers. I was taken by him to a place where no one was there. He threatened me, sister, what do you say to me, woo-woo?" Juzune also cried and said, "Little brother, I understand, you have suffered." Looked down at Jiraiya, and then said viciously, "Don't worry, I will teach him for you." Jiraiya. At that time, I was in a hurry and could only take advantage of the enemy's weaknesses, so I created that kind of ninjutsu to attract attention and create time for myself to escape. Sister, I am guilty, I am not pure. Blade held his head, tears flowed from the corner of his eyes, regret, struggle, suffering. Little devil! Gillette was so embarrassed after hearing that. Am I as evil as you said? The appearance of the rice blade makes people feel sad and the viewer shed tears. Juzune hugged the rice blade and swept over Kakashi, and said distressedly, "You have suffered, rest assured, don't be afraid. Sister Juzune will protect you in the future." Ji Lai also knew that this matter could not be done well, and if he let this kid go on, he would have no way to survive. Taking advantage of Ju Xin's time to comfort Blade and Kakashi, he hurriedly winked at the disciple. "I'm going to withdraw first, take care. Don't worry, Master, I will put the blame on you when you leave." The evildoer. "Master, you can go without worry." Gillette also didn't care about getting angry, so he directly activated the inverse psychic technique and fled to Miyamu Mountain. As for what they did to make Juzune so angry? Please see the next chapter. Chapter 20, The Well-Behaved Nine-Tails and Rage Kusina. Jiraiya, a legend who is ashamed of himself, but also embarrassed with his teacher. He was still pretending to be dead in the morning, and he couldn't lie down under the wake-up service of Sarutobi Hizen. Was scolded by the teacher all morning, and there was a gloating big snake pill beside him. Gillette is also very wronged, he doesn't want to be so embarrassed, but in the face of so many beautiful women, you can't help it. He never dared to say this sentence. After Sarutobi had finished venting, Gillette was also educated by Oshimaru. "Okay, Dashimaru, you'd better go back, I'm so embarrassed, you didn't help me." Facing Jiraiya's complaint, Oshimaru said with an aura, "I won't help you, you are already famous in the shinobi world, shameful crane tail. Hey, your apprentice is really a genius, and he can develop such an incomprehensible ninjutsu at such a young age. No, it should be an illusion that makes people sink and unwilling to wake up." Ji Lai is also shameless, but he is still aftertaste. Oshimaru held his forehead with one hand, he was helpless. After Dashyuan left, Ji Lai also lay on the bed, his expression lewd and more wretched. "Ha ha ha, the idea of genius, the invention of genius, the ninjutsu of genius. Ninjutsu like this was created for me." After a crazy cry, Zila's heart is complicated, and he splits out a shadow clone with anxiety and excitement. Looking at the shadow clone's Jiraiya, breathing was very rapid. In the shadow clone's reluctance, the transformation technique was activated. Tsunadeheim appeared with very little cloth. Yahahow. Gillette also swallowed, looking at Tsunadeheim in front of her. "Come here, Tsunade, please come and please this uncle to your heart's content." He had a crush on Tsunade since he was a child, and he who was often beaten by Tsunade is about to take revenge today. Tsunade reluctantly walked to Jiraiya, and bent down with his back to Jiraiya. Gillette was just about to get started, and saw Tsunade flee from the devil's grasp in an instant, and then the transformation technique was released. Ying Avatar shook his head, "No, I won't satisfy your perverted hobby. You. I would rather commit suicide." The shadow clone picked up the kunao, and it was a stab in his heart, and the shadow clone's integrity will last forever. Cage Avatar, the B-level ninjutsu created by the second generation of Naruto Senjutsu, can separate the ninjutsu of the entity clone. The separated shadow clone has its own thought and character. Therefore, Gillette also experimented for a day, and none of the shadow clones were willing to satisfy the main body's wish. Shadow Avatar, let me, a big master, scratch your head, it's impossible. There is another shadow avatar who said, why don't you become Tsunade to please me? Jiraiya, the shadow clone rebelled. Since the shadow clone is disobedient, the clone technique has also been tried, and it can also be turned into a beauty, but the clone technique has no thoughts, emotions, and is not an entity. Just like projection, it doesn't feel at all. It's better to call a doll. Not reconciled. I finally got such a genius ninjutsu, it didn't work at all, no. I was really unwilling to think that I could go to the little demon from the Flagwood house again. However, it will take a month. The two little ghosts of the Heiji family have been at home, and Hotaki Shimo is guarding them at home, and there is no chance at all. At this time, Gillette is also like a teenager in heat. Suddenly, he accidentally got a website and didn't want to hide in the corner and browse slowly. After observing for a month, Ji-Lai also gave up. He suddenly thought of someone, his disciple Bo Feng Shui Men. That young man is generous and honest, and he admires himself very much. So Ji-Lai also found Watergate with expectation, and Watergate was also very happy to see Gillette. He thought of the Helix pill he developed, adding some chakras to it, which can increase the power of Helix pill. After he finished talking about this idea with Gillette, it was not the teacher who was more excited, but a pervert who was more excited. Apprentice, do you understand what I just told you? I see. Gillette also praised, good apprentice. But Teacher Jiraiya. The 15-year-old Watergate scratched his head, he couldn't agree. Watergate is someone who has a girlfriend, so how could it be possible to agree to such a nasty request from Jiraiya? Teacher Jiraiya, I think that love like yours is impure, especially since I am also a man, and you are also a man. It's weird to do so. Moreover, I think that if you like someone, you should pursue it. You can pursue Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama does not have a boyfriend now. He is single. You and she have been friends since childhood. There is a good chance. What do you know? Gillette also thought of Tsunade, but the first thing he thought of was not the pair of mountains, but the fists as big as sandbags. I want to too, so I have to experiment with you first. But I'm not Tsunade-sama, how can I experiment? I teach you. Gillette also heard this, feeling that there was a chance, and hurriedly said, you first separate 3 shadow clones and become Tsunade. Mizuman had to do the same. The 3 Tsunade stood in place, and Jiraiya carefully observed after a while and said, no, Mizuman, your observation of Tsunade is not careful enough, and the bust is still small. Watergate glanced at it, and said in doubt, no, I have become 1-to-1, how can it be smaller? Just as the two people were discussing their size, Kushina, who came to pray to Nam, just passed by. Hearing the discussion between the two, he saw 3 Tsunade standing in place. Was in anger in an instant. Doesn't go shopping with my old lady, so I hide here and do this kind of thing with Jalea, this big pervert. Juxina's character will not go to the corner alone and cry, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, she just sprinkled it on the spot as if she was angry. Listening to the concentrated analysis, research, and discussion of the master and apprentice, Juxina couldn't bear it, and the talented skill King Kong blockade broke out in an instant. Kyuubi, who was trapped in his body, was stunned. He slept honestly, and suddenly a big chain came out to tie him up. Then Kushina appeared in the consciousness space as if a volcano erupted, and he came up and said to Kyuubi, give me your chakra. There is no doubt about the attitude. Kyuubi, who has been oppressed by Kuzina for a long time, dared to be angry but didn't dare to speak. When he was angry, he ran here to find the witch who was so angry. Today, he is so angry. Qiubai, who has always been scornful, did not dare to ridicule today, so he obediently checked. Carrot lent it to Juzane. Nine-tailed chakra wrapped around his body and Kushina punched him up. Is still studying the bust size of Gillette, which is like a kite with a broken line, nailed into the wall, and can't be pulled off. Has been protecting the Anbi who was right next to Kushina, seeing Qiubai burst out, and hurried to find Sarutobi Hizen. Sarutobi Risen only said one sentence, "You have committed sins, you can't live." Then, letting Ju Xin Nai brutally beat Jiraiya, the water gate on the side was frightened. Sarutobi looked through the crystal ball and looked at Jiraiya who was beaten into an inhuman form, and said indifferently, "It's not all bad. In this way, it is possible for Zulai and the tail beast to promote communication. Jiraiya, also good for you." At a certain restaurant in Konoha, Mizuman took the initiative to admit his mistake to Kushina, and insisted that Jiraiya had forced him to do it. From the few words of Watergate, Mi Blade and Kakashi also probably understood what happened, and Mi Blade silently prayed for Ji-Lai in their hearts. Don't come back if nothing happened. Chapter 21, I am in your hands. What are you doing here? SHH. Mi Blade sits in a cold drink shop with a cup of milk tea on the table, and a straw is inserted into the milk tea. Mi Blade has a straw in his mouth, staring at the pupils on the street who have just finished school. It happened that at this time, Naka Uchiha, who was going to go back to practice after school, passed by, and saw Yoshiba staring at the street, and didn't even see herself passing in front of him. Sat on the stool beside the rice blade curiously and ordered a cold drink. Naka followed Mibana's gaze and looked over. It was a student from the Hyuga family, a cute girl with long hair and shawl, her forehead was covered by her bangs, her head was lowered and she was walking back. So I was peeping here. Uchiha Naka looked at him contemptuously. He didn't have a good impression on him, but now he looks demented and despises him even more. What is voyeurism? I'm just admiring beauty. Do you see if she looks very pretty? Ha, isn't my sister beautiful? Naka mocked. Mi Blade looked back and smiled, your sister is very beautiful, but your sister can't be my girlfriend. Why? Your sister is 5 or 6 years older than me, and I am only 6 and less than 7 years old. It is too early to find a girlfriend. Furthermore, my feelings for sister you are the same as your feelings for her, and they are all feelings towards my sister. Really? Naka expressed her disbelief. Really? Myron explained, if I find a girlfriend, I can be much younger than me, but not much older than me, it's better to be the same age. This is the reason why Mi Blade came to the ninja world and did not immediately make a wish to give Kagaiji a maternity leave. That girl is too old. Then don't think about it, the girl you just saw is called Hinata Kaha, a 4th grader, a member of the Hyuga branch. She should have graduated last year, but since the war ended, the village didn't need to replenish troops on the battlefield. That's why she continues to go to ninja school. She is also older than you. She is 9 years old this year. That's right, the female junior holds gold bricks. Miren said disapprovingly. Didn't you just say that you don't like someone older than yourself, scumbag? Nana smells so that my chest hurts. First of all, they belong to the Hyuga family. The purity and protection of their family's eyes is outrageous. Do you think you can join Hyuga or have the ability to marry her home? Furthermore, for girls like this, the maid who belongs to the master's family, their future life has been arranged by the master's family. Do you think it is possible for you to someone from the Hyuga family? Mi Blade nodded. It's hard to tell the Hyuga family. In order to maintain the purity of their blood, they don't allow marriage outside. Besides, people are not allowed to join the family. Is Naruto marrying Hinata a special case? or it depends on Naruto's saving the ninja world and becoming Hokage to save face. Is not as good as Uchiha. People don't care about this at all. Although Uchiha does not allow marriage, they can accept a son-in-law. There are many people who want to go to the Uchiha clan to eat soft rice. Blade shook his head, a little depressed. Naka looked at him with a frustrated face, and laughed. Considering the Hyuga clan, it is better to consider other ninja clan. Blade turned his head to look at Naka, looked at her eyes and laughed. Perhaps, you can consider Uchiha, isn't there a ready-made one? Naka stretched out and said viciously, don't hit my attention, or you will die miserably. Blade is not afraid of her threats. Yo, let me talk about it before I can fight it. Now, this kind of threat is useless. You. Naka got up, glared at him, turned and left. Kid, your cold drink. Naka, who made cold drinks, shouted to leave. Naka didn't turn her head and said, give it to him, he pays the bill. When she walked to a place where no one was there, her cheeks were flushed, and she gritted her teeth angrily, dare to molest me. Blade didn't chase it out, he sat in the cold drink shop and drank milk tea leisurely. Naka, the rice blade pays attention to what happens when it happens. It can be achieved, but it can't be overwhelmed. He is still in the process of sorting out plans. Although he dreams of collecting the blood heirs of the ninja world, this is just a dream. Blade is not sure to chase so many girls. Even if they chase, there is no guarantee that they will not kill themselves. He has no confidence in collecting the harem and guarantees that the harem is not messy. Even Chen Hansheng, the originator of the scumbag, will overturn. Blade was an ordinary person in his previous life, and he had not studied in the love saint profession. Even if he lived a lifetime longer, he was not sure. In my last life, Blade was not Xiao Bai, and I had talked with a few girlfriends, but only after being dumped did I go to discuss the next relationship. Is not to say that Blade was a licking dog in his previous life. The main reason is that the two people have been together for a long time and are tired, and both want to break up, but Blade does not mention it. He always waits for the woman to mention it first, and then pretends to be sad and agrees, so as to avoid being called a scumbag. My first love in the previous life was in the second year of the second grade. He and a female classmate in the class were discovered by the teacher in the third grade. After asking the parents, the two broke up peacefully. So, on the earth, falling in love at the age of 2 or 14 will be considered a premature love and is not allowed. In the ninja world, no one cares about this matter since childhood. Pulled away. Actually, Blade sitting here today is not a little girl who wants to hook up the Hyuga clan. Is thinking about how to make friends with the Hyuga clan. After all, since I got the sunflower acupuncture hand, the rice blade hasn't been practiced at all. I have recognized a lot of the human A-cup ointment map www.readaloud.com. If you want to practice the sunflower acupuncture hand, you must go through Hyuga. That is the reason, or the rice blade is very good. Suddenly, he learned to tap acupuncture points, and he was more advanced than Hyuga's, and would be targeted by Danzo. Blade has analyzed the character Danzo very seriously. He is a person with a particularly strong desire to control. A certain genius ninja appears in a normal village, Danzo will try his best to absorb him to his roots. If Sarutobi was cut into his command, then he must be able to suppress this genius. Once someone is too enchanting, and the combat effectiveness is a little bit smashed, the Tuanzang will definitely find a way to destroy it. The reason is that he thinks this person will destroy the village. And when he disagreed with Sarutobi Hisaki, you will regret it. For example, Sakumo Heiji, because Sakumo is too famous, too high in combat power, and is not a high-level ninja person, so that incident happened last time. Otherwise, the missions of the ninja are top secret, especially the assassination of shadows in other villages. Such a big thing, will the civilians know that his mission has failed? I can't guarantee whether Sarutobi Hisaki will participate in this matter, but Danzo must have participated, maybe he is the mastermind. Let's talk about Zishui. Although Zishui committed suicide, it was Danzo who forced him behind him. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes is so enchanting, and I have always hoped that the village and Uchiha can live in harmony. Danzo can't completely conquer Shishui, and of course it will be destroyed. Uchiha's future patriarch Tommy Take, who opened the kaleidoscope to write the wheel, has been hiding it for so many years. Is it because he is afraid of being targeted? Therefore, Mi Blade can be a genius and amazing, but it must not be enchanting. Let Danzo and Sandai think that they have always been in their hands. Chapter 22, Pure Father and Son. You can't do this, your current chakra Shao, so the most important thing for you now is to polish your body, and your body is the capital of the revolution. In your current state, you can't release ninjutsu except for the 3 shenjutsu, the more powerful ninjutsu. So, you have to practice for a few more years. Naka's challenge failed again. She felt that she had made a lot of progress, but she was always killed by a single blow. I train desperately every day, and in the end I can't compare to a who drinks milk tea and sees beautiful women all day long. Humph! Naka stood up from the ground, and slapped the dust on her body while she was dissatisfied. When I turn on the writing wheel, you will no longer be my opponent. Well, you are right. Shaolunyan is indeed an artifact of cheating. When Shaolunyan is turned on, both physical fitness and chakra will explode. And coupled with the unique skills of writing round eyes, it can indeed narrow the gap between us. But, Mi Blade said with a grin, it's not that easy to turn on the writing wheel eyes. Even Sister Yu is the writing wheel eyes of Yikuyu. Besides, there are many people who will never open their eyes for a lifetime. Mi Blade's words are also true, but it is really irritating to say it with his beating face. The Uchiha clan often has geniuses who had superior combat power when they were young and surpassed their peers. But, until I grow up, I can't open the writing wheel, and there are many people who are surpassed by others. Therefore, Uchiha's genius is never based on how hard he was when he was a teenager, but based on who's writing round the eyeballs. However, Naka is still unconvinced. She firmly believes that one day she will be able to open the writing wheel. Humph, don't underestimate people. When I open the writing wheel, I will definitely hit you on your knees and begging for mercy. Naka waved her small fist and threatened. Miren rubbed his hands and said with a treacherous smile, well, before you open the writing wheel, should I convince you first? I won't be at a disadvantage when you can beat me in the future. Miba smirked and approached Naka step by step. Naka stood up and said as if he was dead, come on, see if you dare. Mi Blade stopped and waved his hand, forget it, it hurts in my heart to hit you. Humph. After more than 2 months of getting along, Naka has also figured out the way of the rice blade. This is just a silly person. And as the two people became more and more familiar, Naka didn't hate him as much as before. Didn't know since when, facing Mi Blade's joke, Naka didn't feel angry anymore. I heard that Sister Yu is going to enter the security team. Yes, my sister has finally been recognized by the family. Naka is proud of her sister. The rice blade is not broken, this silly girl. The Uchiha clan, after successfully negotiating with the second generation of Hokage, Konoha's guard job was handed over to Uchiha. It seems that the Uchiha clan got the rights to the village, but in fact, this broken job was also the fuse for the Uchiha clan to break with the village. Mi Blade's previous life also understood when I watched the analysis of netizens, and properly fought for it. What kind of job is the Konoha garrison is equivalent to the job of police urban management. Patrols the village every day, specializing in dispersing illegal traders, catching a thief, catching a bad guy and so on. Is collectively referred to as defending the village and maintaining the public security environment of the village. But since Uchiha took over this job, there are dark parts, roots, and various ninjas in defending the village, and they have nothing to do with the security team. All that is left is to maintain the law and order of the village. Most of the Uchiha clan feel that they are noble and defiant by nature, and the law enforcement is not merciful. Has a very bad impression in the eyes of civilians and has a bad attitude. This led to the high-level squeeze them out, leaving no good impression in the hearts of civilians. So I was finally annihilated, and no civilians went to express condolences, not even those who were sad. And the Uchiha clan didn't know it. They knew that they had a bad impression in the hearts of the common people, and they didn't make corrections, and they still did their own way. Even later, the radicals of the Uchiha clan wanted a coup and seized the Konoha regime. Let alone whether this plan was successful, even if Sarutobi Hizumi and Shimura Danzo were successfully dismantled, who would be supported by their reputation? The ninja clan can't understand them, the people hate them, and no one really takes them seriously when they become Hokage. Mi Blade didn't say this to Naka, a little girl. It would be nice to live innocently every day. Even Mi Blade didn't think about it. Uchiha's immortal clan has nothing to do with him, although his mother is of the Uchiha clan. Is that also a shame to the Uchiha clan? Uchiha, a group of neurotic people living in their own world. The people of their clan think that their own ideas are right, and loyalty is useless to them. After today's practice, Mizan took Naka to eat ramen. Now Uchiha Yu is preparing to enter the Konoha security team, so no one will take care of Naka. After eating, Mizuo sent Naka home. Walking alone on the streets of Konoha, Mr. Ashimaru didn't know what he was doing for a while, and it's been a long time since he was a guest at Kimu's house. Kakashi trains by himself during the day, and at night, he goes to find his concubine. Tiki concubine wanted to play with Kakashi, but at the same time, she was worried that Kakashi's purpose in finding herself was not pure, and feared that he would look at Yuan Yelin. Yuan Yelin has a simple personality. www.readaloud.com. She both admires Kakashi, but also thinks it is good to bring the earth. So, their love triangle is still stable. It's not too late. Mi Jian doesn't want to go home yet. He comes to a practice range and plans to practice swordsmanship. It's too much for him to watch Kakashi work so hard every day. Just as Mi Blade was about to pull out the knife, two green figures suddenly appeared. K, you are slow in this lap. Next, I will punish you for doing 1,000 push-ups. Yes, father. Don't look at it, just guess it is the physical maniac Matt Dai and his son. These two men come out every day, trying every means to improve themselves. Especially Dai, now it's still a forbearance. Yo, Akai. K, who was walking upside down, saw the rice blade and greeted him happily. It's the rice blade, the rice blade, why are you upside down? Kai, whose brain has not yet fully developed, leaned toward the rice blade with both hands on the ground. After walking a few steps, Akai reacted, so I'm standing upside down. Metkai put down his feet, saw Mi Jian holding a taishao, and said to Dai who was beside him, Father, Mi Jian is so talented and still working hard. At this time, I still choose to practice. What reason do I have to rest? Father, let's practice for another 5 hours. Matt Dai howled, yes, we frog leap around the village this time. Whoever loses will punish him for 2,000 jump ropes, and the winner will reward him with 1,000 push-ups. It's father. Come on, youth. Mi Blade wanted to stop their hands in the air. He wanted to tell them both, you have misunderstood. It's just that the Kai and his sons who were immersed in their own world didn't give Mi Blade this opportunity. They were still innocent. Chapter 23, Dashimaru is a man of integrity, revised. Master Ashimaru, where have you been these 6 months? Ashimaru, who had disappeared for half a year, finally showed up. Mi Jian thought he was going to do scientific research at first, but this time seeing him, it seemed that he was not doing research at all, but out of the village. I went to the village and found a very interesting place. Dashimaru smiled, looking in a good mood. It has been half a year, and the Ashimaru, which had disappeared for half a year, finally reappeared. And in the past 6 months, me Blade guessed right, Shimaru really left the village alone and went to Longdi Cave, one of the 3 holy places. Tsunade contracted the wet bone forest, behind which stood the slug fairy. Gillette also contracted Miamu Mountain from a young age, with a group of toads standing behind him. As one of the 3 forbearances, the big snake pill, of course, will not lag behind, contracting the dragon cave, with a group of snakes stepping on its feet. Sakumo Heiji has been studying ninjutsu all day, but how could the Ashimaru as a scientist fall? Therefore, in order to explore Xianchu, the snake once again went to Longdi Cave, one of the 3 holy places. In Longdi Cave, he practiced hard for half a year, and wanted to cultivate Xianchu chakra. Unfortunately, half a year later, there is still no progress at all. Immortal arts practice is already very difficult. Ashimaru wanted to return after practicing Xianchu, but it was too difficult to practice Xianchu. So far, Ashimaru is still standing still on the road of exploring immortality. Ashimaru, who returned to the village, took Me Blade and Kakashi to a practice field. He wanted to teach his disciples the most powerful ninjutsu and play the most ruthless psychic beast. Since the death of his first disciple Senju Nosuke, he has been lost for 3 years, and he has been confused for 3 years. He is not trying to prove that he is better than others, but to prove that he can take everything he lost with his own hands. If the rope tree had also contracted Longdedong, there was a powerful psychic beast, perhaps it would not die on the battlefield. If he could study immortal rebirth and give this technique to rope tree, maybe he wouldn't die. Rope tree has always been a pity for Ashimaru, so he doesn't want to see this pity again. Fortunately, God looked down upon him, and found 2 genius apprentices for himself. Ashimaru may not be able to train them to become the strongest in the ninja world, and he must also make them too strong in the ninja world, who will never die. Okay, this is it. Oshimaru took the 2 brothers to Konoha's practice field and taught them what life is. Your previous answers are also correct or not. I think life is short, or brilliant, or mediocre, whether it's alive or not. The meaning is not important. What I want is immortality. Ashimaru turned his back to Me Blade and the 2 of them, as if they were teaching, and they seemed to be making statements. A short life is not what I want, even if I live better than most people. However, I don't want to see the life of the person I care about when I am alive, nor is it like letting the person I care about see me pass away. Life. So, in the next period of time, I will study ways to live forever. During this period of time, I may not be able to teach you 2 practices. Therefore, during this period of time, I will give you all my skills, and it's up to you to learn as much as you can. Kakashi and Mibana looked at each other, and both of them saw the excitement in each other's eyes. Kakashi is thanking the teacher for his selflessness, and Me Blade has one more thought on the basis of his gratitude. Is this Oshimaru? Is this what the man who seduced the handsome 12-year-old boy, launched the Konoha collapse plan, and personally sent the teacher away? Think carefully, this is indeed what Ashimaru should say. At this time, Ashimaru is ambitious and ideal. Ashimaru is a good teacher. Ashimaru took out 2 psychic scrolls from his body and said to them both, first of all, what I want to teach you is psychic art. There are 3 ancient heritage sites in the ninja world, known as the 3 holy places. On Miamu Mountain is a group of toads, in the wet bone forest is a slug, and there is a dragon cave in which a group of snakes live. Next, I will show you the seal of psychic art. Whether you can get the approval of Longdedong is up to you. Yuan made a seal on both hands, Hai Su Yu Shen Wei, and then bit his thumb. With a pop, only a huge poisonous snake appeared in the practice field. Kakashi and Me Blade were taken aback by this sudden giant snake. The giant snake is tens of meters long, stands taller than a building, and its body is thicker than a barrel. The whole body was purple, with distinct scales, a pair of huge eyes like a lantern, and the scarlet snake letter was exposed outside. Ashimaru stood on the head of the giant snake, majestic and majestic. Wow, what a majestic snake! Kakashi stared blankly. Hey, what's the matter with you guy calling me over? Tell you, no matter what happens, you must first prepare 100 sacrifices for me. Dashi spit out, feeling cold-blooded and merciless. Kakashi said incredulously, what, isn't it talking about the 3 holy places? Why do the psychic beasts of the holy places have to sacrifice? Maybe the harvest in the Holy Land is not good. We will prepare some food for the snake in a while. Oh, snakes eat mice, but for such a big snake, 100 mice may not be enough. Maybe it's a small appetite. Blade and Kakashi analyzed there, and the snake roared with anger, shut up kid, be careful I eat you. Shiwan frowned slightly and punched Wan Shi on the head. Shut up, the 2 of them are my disciples and the contractors I told the White Snake Fairy. Wan Shi despised, 2 little ghosts www.readaloud.com I guess they will die in Longdadong. I won't let Mr. Ashimaru down. Kakashi hates people to look down upon himself very much, and he is not afraid of 10,000 snakes. Hey, wait and see, 2 little ghosts. Next, you 2 will sign your names on the contract scroll, and I will take you to Longdi Cave by reversing the psychic. When you get there, all the tests are only done by you 2 alone, and I can't help you. Whether can succeed, it is up to you to get the approval of the White Snake Fairy in Longdadong. Yes, Mr. Oshimaru. Blade and Kakashi wrote their names on the contract scroll according to the process, and then they went to the Earth Dragon Cave with the reverse channeling. Felt a swish, and appeared in a forest as soon as his eyes flickered. Is this Longdi Cave? Kakashi looked at this gloomy forest, and now there are only 2 people left with him and Blade. The 2 people were a little nervous, and it was the first time Blade saw here. In his previous life, when I watched Hokage, I often watched Dashyuan Psychic Wan Shi, and I have never seen him reverse psychic and enter the Dragon Cavern. After all, Blade was jumping and watching, let alone what the test of Longdi Cave was. Where's Mr. Ashimaru? Kakashi looked around, looking around. It is estimated that I have entered. 2 people look at me and I see you, cheering each other up. The last 2 people mustered up the courage, and Myron said firmly, go, now that Mr. Ashimaru has pointed out the way for us, then it's up to us where we can go next. Kakashi also nodded, in order to become stronger and to live up to the teacher's trust. The 2 walked into the dark depths step by step. Chapter 24, This is the test of Longdadong? Except for the immortal body that comes with the Qian Shao Zujian, the best choice for others to practice immortality is to go to the 3 holy places. The toad of Miamu Mountain likes to pretend to be gods and ghosts, and I will give you a prediction at every turn. If I don't explain it to others, every time I prophesy, I will say that the world of ninja will be in chaos, and I will look for the Son of Destiny. Jiraiya, who had contracted with Miamu Mountain since he was a child, firmly believed that he was the master who saved the savior of ninja world because of the words of Big Toad. Every time he accepts an apprentice, he suspects that his apprentice is the Son of Destiny. Nagato's reincarnation Mizuman's thunder god, when they both had Gigi, he gave Naruto hope again. Myron suspected that if Naruto died unfortunately, then Jiraiya might not be killed by Akatsuki, and he would continue to embark on the path of accepting disciples. As long as he doesn't find the savior of the ninja world, he will accept his disciples one by one. Wetbone Forest, a huge slug, easygoing personality, approachable, not good at fighting, good at curing diseases and saving people, you can call him Huichuo, Sun Simiao. Longdi Cave can be said to be the most mysterious place among the 3 holy places. Since ancient times, there have been very few ninjas who have contracted with Longdadong. Besides, there is a colony of longworms living here, so it feels too creepy. However, Blade and Kakashi who came to Longdi Cave were dumbfounded at this time. A bright and tall archway stands in the middle, with pavilions, palaces, and bamboo paintings, and a group of beautiful young ladies, Ying Ying and Yan Yan, welcoming them. As soon as I went in, the scene of various boa constrictors, vipers, and the like spitting out letters, gathered on both sides of the road, with their fangs exposed at all. If I didn't know this, I thought I had entered Kabukicho. A beautiful lady stood at the gate. Her professional smile looked very glamorous. Heiji Kakashi, and Heiji Rice Blade, welcome you to Longdi Cave, you have worked hard along the way. Is different from Kakashi, who is not deep in the world. Before he could react, Miren took the lead in talking with the young lady. Hello, sister, we just came here, what's your sister's name? My name is Tian Xin Shenji. I am specially ordered by the White Snake Immortal to greet the two. Tian Xin Shenji's smile is very contagious, just like the big sister next door, giving people enough trust. Sister, I have a question for you. Mi Blade is also familiar. Tian Xin Shenji tilted her head and said with a smile, if we have any questions, we will go in and eat and talk. It is good. Tian Xin Shenji took Kakashi and Mi Blade into the Longdi cave, and sat down under the leadership of a group of maids. Kakashi is next to the rice blade, there are delicacies and wine on the table, and the maids on both sides also take the initiative to add dishes. The seated rice blade did not move the chopsticks, nor did Kakashi. Kakashi sat down, looked around and asked the first question, Sister Shinki, may I ask, where is our teacher Oshimaru? Master Oshimaru is already waiting for the two in the depths of Longdi cave. After the two have eaten the food, they can go in to see Master Oshimaru and Immortal White Snake. This answer is perfect, but Mi Blade is not a child after all, and Kakashi is also a precocious child. When I came here, I said that there would be a test, so I just put the food on the table to the test. They use this to test the ninja? Which ninja can't stand such a test? Is it Autumn Road? Mibani also smiled and asked, Sister Shinki, I have a few questions. Have you become a snake? Have you been to the outside world? Have you ever fallen in love? Tian Xin Shenji saw that the two of them hadn't eaten the food on the table, and didn't worry. As the first test of Longdedong, Tian Xin Shenji has enough confidence to seduce them. I am indeed a snake, and they are also snakes. We are the snake girl in Longdedong to welcome the change of guests. As for the outside world, I haven't been to it yet. I haven't talked about love, but I have had children, they have all grown up, in the depths of Longdi cave. Snake Ji kept smiling. After answering Mi Blade's question, she did not forget to ask the two of them, hurry up, or it will cool off. You eat first, we are not hungry. That elder sister toasts you a cup. Tian Xin Shenji raised the glass and said to Kakashimai. Kakashi shook his head, and declined, sorry, Sister Shinki, we are not adults, so we can't drink. That's how it is, then have some food. Said, the snake girl who turned into snakes on both sides helped to pick up the dishes. Mi Blade still didn't move his chopsticks, and showed an innocent smile to Tian Xin Shenji. Sister Shinki, are these dishes serious? Shinji's face changed slightly, but she kept it well, what do you mean? When we came, Mr. Oshimaru told us that if we wanted to enter Longdi Cave and sign a psychic contract with Longdi Cave to practice immortality, we must pass the test of Longdi Cave. But when we came here, we didn't see any test. So, you don't use food and wine to test us? Mi Blade said, his eyes fixed on Snake Ji's eyes. Snake Ji's smile slowly closed. Seeing this, Mi Blade stood up and was surprised. No, there are people who use this to test ninjas. It won't be that simple. In the depths of Longdi Cave, the entrenched White Snake Immortal looked at the scene in front of him, and smiled awkwardly at Oshimaru watching the play. It has always been this kind of test before, the first level is food, wine, and beauty. There are too many testers who have broken and settled here. Yuan can pass the test, which shows that he is smart and wantless, but how can the two children remain indifferent in the face of food? The White Snake Fairy is the first time he has no confidence in the test passed down through the millennium. Ashimaru is standing aside. Here is a projection where you can see me Blade and Kakashi. He was satisfied with the performance of the two disciples, and said to the White Fairy on the side, the two of them are still children and don't have so many desires. Good wine, ninjas underage can't drink it, beautiful women, they can only watch it when they are children, food, they come here when they are full. White Snake Fairy. The White Snake Fairy knew that this level was a failure, and took the initiative to send a message to Tien Xin Shenji, let them go over, go to the second level. Tien Xin Shenji, who received the message from the White Snake Immortal, smiled again, and said to me Blade and Kakashi, congratulations to both of you, you have passed the first test. Me Blade and Kakashi looked at each other, not too excited. Especially Kakashi, he feels that the test of Longdedong is insulting himself. Came to the second level, after a cloud of dust passed, me Blade and Kakashi separated. At this time, me Blade was in a cave, and the cave was very dim. Me Blade looked around, and there was nothing in the whole cave. Hey, is there anyone, what is the test here? Mebana yelled, and a silver bell-like laughter came out, ha 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 ha, Hakaki Mebani, I am Shikishimoheim, the guardian here. After S voice, another beauty appeared in the cave with a face of melon seeds, which was also very beautiful. Maybe Su Xian likes the white lady, who can withstand such a beautiful woman. Excuse me, sister, is there anything to say about this level? Mi Jian saw that there was nothing all around him. Shikishimoheim smiled and said, did you see the small holes in the stone wall? The rice blade walked towards the stone wall. As expected, there were many irregular shaped holes in the stone wall. The test of the second level is that you need to fill the holes in the rock wall with stones on the ground. If you fail, you will stay here with me and you will never get out. Ichikishimoheim stretched out her big 1-foot-long tongue, licked her lips, and looked at me Blade greedily. Me Blade squatted on the ground, picked up a crescent-shaped stone. Read www.uuganshu.com stood up and found the crescent-shaped hole, then pressed it in. No way, this is it. This is easier than a puzzle. After a while, the rice blade almost filled the hole in the stone wall. But there is a hole that doesn't match any stone. Ichikishimoheim looked at Mebana with a smug smile on her face. Makes you look down on us. Ichikishimoheim looked at the rice blade, who was still looking for her, and found great satisfaction in her heart. After a while, Ichikishimoheim prepared the prepared taunts. It is known as the twin stars of Konoha. This is the talent of the genius rice blade, is this? I saw me Blade suddenly pulled out a handful of kunao from behind. What are you going to do? You can't get out even if you kill me. Ichikishimoheim said vigilantly. Mizan ignored her. Instead, he picked up a larger stone, carved the stone into a hole shape with kunao, and put it in with Ichikishimoheim's awkward gaze. Me Blade turned around and said to Ichikishimoheim, that's it. City Kits Himoheim. Me Blade put away kunao, and said to Shikishimoheim, open the door, don't waste time. Shikishimoheim reluctantly opened the stone gate, and Kakashi, who had passed the second level, stood outside. It's just that Kakashi's mood is not very good, because he thought he was insulted by the difficult test. If it weren't for Mr. Ashimaru to channel out a giant snake, he would have thought it was a fake holy land. Me Blade is also very helpless, looking forward to it. I thought that one level of the Holy Land had been tested for several chapters, but it was a pity that I passed 2 levels if I couldn't hold on to 1 chapter. The White Snake Fairy is even more embarrassed, she feels despised by her 2 children. Chapter 25, Clear Longdi Cave. Kakashi and Me Blade continued to move forward. As they walked, Me Blade suddenly saw a metropolis with high-rise buildings and busy streets. Here is the earth. Mi Blade looked around blankly, and scenes of familiar scenes reappeared before her eyes. Son! A familiar voice came from behind Mi Blade, and Mi Blade looked back. It was my parents. Dad, Mom! Mi Blade rushed to his parents' side, tears stayed down his cheeks, choked up and said, "It's nice to see you again." The parents patted their son on the back, and comforted, "Silly boy, why are you crying? Isn't that just going to college? I came back after the holiday, not far from home." Mi Blade is unwilling to let go. This is the deepest secret he has buried in his heart. In the depths of the Longdi cave, Dashimaru stood beside the White Snake Immortal, and smiled. "White Snake Immortal, shouldn't this be the test of the third level?" Seeing the dementia of Kakashi and Mibani, they must have been drawn into the depths of the deep illusion. Such a powerful illusion, they who are immature in their minds are very likely to get lost in it. The White Snake Fairy smiled. "No, this is a test of genius. The White Snake Fairy won't admit that he can't afford it." Two children who were just 7 years old, as soon as they entered my great holy land, the good guy ridiculed this meal. "Don't I want face for the White Snake Fairy? I don't want face in Longdedong. I don't want face for my 1,000-year heritage." Therefore, Mi Blade and Kakashi were trapped by illusion at this time. On Kakashi's side, he became Naruto and became number 1 in the ninja world. At this time, he was loved by the villagers and was recognized by his father. He surpassed his younger brother Mi Blade, and also married Haranolin as his wife Naruto. This is a beautiful dream. Here, Mi Blade, he has been in the illusion for more than 10 days. On this day, Mi Blade said to his parents, "Parents, I know you are all fakes, so I should go back." "This silly boy, what did you say?" Before he finished speaking, Mi Ren smiled, closed his eyes, and buried this beautiful memory in his heart. He knew that he had crossed the ninja world, so suddenly returning to Earth must be fake. It's just that he missed his parents for a few more days. Mi Blade opened his eyes, and in front of him was the forest of Longdedong. His eyes became flushed, and there was another goose jade in the red eyes. As a portrayal of the soul, the stronger the spirit, the greater the mental fluctuation, and the greater the degree of eye development. More than a year after opening the Shaoyuan, there is one more Guyu in his eyes. Oshimaru and White Snake Immortal who were watching the holographic projection also saw this scene. The White Snake Immortal was okay and knowledgeable, but Oshimaru was completely shocked by this disciple. He also knows the life experience of Mibani. As a member of the Uchiha clan, her mother, an ordinary ninja, and a child born from a foreign race actually opened the eye of writing. But before he continued to be surprised, Kakashi on the other side also woke up. Kakashi opened his eyes, panting heavily. Kakashi, who had already dominated the world of ninja, was already in an illusion and couldn't help himself. However, when it was time to sleep with Yuan Yelin at night, he lifted the quilt, and there was a trace of dirt in it. Was so scared that Kakashi broke through the illusion in an instant. If Mi Blade walked out of the illusion by himself, then Kakashi broke out. Because he won't come out again, he can't imagine what will happen next. The White Snake Fairy looked at the two brothers who came out of the illusion one after another, and nodded in satisfaction. "Let's go, we should meet these two little geniuses." Deep in the Dragon Cavern, Mi Blade and Kakashi stood in front of the White Snake Fairy, and finally saw the legendary White Snake Fairy. Dashiwan looked at the two disciples and smiled comfortingly. "Congratulations, you have passed the test of Longdedong." Mi Blade smiled and said, "I didn't shame you." Hee. Oshimaru smiled, and said to both of them, "This is the White Snake Immortal." Mi Blade and Kakashi politely bowed to the White Snake Fairy. "Thank you for taking care of the White Snake Fairy." This sentence gave the White Snake Immortal face, and regarded the simple test as the White Snake's release of water. Otherwise, the test of Longdedong would be easily passed by the two children without being laughed out of by outsiders. The White Snake Immortal will also go down the ass. The huge white snake turned into an old woman. She looked at the two amiably and said, "It's okay." I also look at the face of Yuan. "Congratulations, you have passed the test of Longdedong." This sentence not only wins face for myself, but also gives face to Yuan. It means that I take care of you because of your teacher. Is really taken care of? Kakashi looked at Oshimaru, and instantly felt that the teacher's figure was much taller. "Thank you, Mr. Oshimaru." Hehe. Shiwan didn't speak. He was thinking, maybe the test of Longdi Cave will change in the future, and it is estimated that it will really become Longtan Tiger Den. The White Snake Fairy then said, "Although you passed the test of the Longdedong, if you want to sign a psychic contract with us, it depends on whether you can get the approval of the psychic giant snake." As soon as the voice fell, a group of huge poisonous snakes appeared behind me, Blade and them, colorful, with huge mouths facing the two people. A giant red snake said with a gloomy voice, "Are these two little ghosts?" Another white giant snake echoed, "I'm afraid it doesn't even count snacks." "All right, the two of them have passed the test of Longdedong. Do any of you want to sign a psychic contract with the two of them?" The White Fairy said lightly. Yuan, this long worm is really careful." A group of giant snakes suddenly appeared. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is obviously to give the two children offense. "Hey, what kid are you doing?" White twisted his huge body, and me Blade had climbed on top of the white head at some point. On the other side, Kakashi, not to be outdone, climbed onto the red snake's head. "We have chosen it, and he is good looking." Me Blade patted White Snake's head. "What's your name?" "Boy." The White Snake was angry. "Go down, kid." Me Blade shook his head. "No, I think you will like me. Are you male or female?" "Listen to your slender voice, it should be a female snake, then I will call you Baisohen, and the nickname is Ziobai." "I am a male." The White Snake shook the giant. I was obviously a pure man. On the other side, Kakashi is not as calm as the Rice Blade. He put the detonation symbol on his body on the face of Red Snake, and then calmly asked, "Do you think I'm handsome?" Red Snake. White Snake Fairy. Orochimaru. I feel that signing a psychic contract is a very sacred thing. How could it become like this? Finally, the White Snake Immortal said, "It's fine, don't make trouble, and when you choose it, let's practice celestial arts." Me Blade successfully signed a contract with Xiao Bai, and Xiao Hong also approved Kakashi. After everything is done, Oshimaru said to the White Snake Immortal, "I'm sorry, the White Snake Immortal, because I have something to do next, so I have to teach them two ninjutsu first, and then let them come over to practice immortality alone after a while." "No." The White Snake Fairy is very decisive. Chapter 26, Changes in the Rice Blade. Muiyin Village, the three masters and apprentices who returned to the village ate at Qimu's house. Me Blade told Chu Mao about the Longdi cave at the dinner table. Sakumo thanked Oshimaru very much. When they had a good time drinking on the wine table, the two of them wanted to cut their heads and burn the yellow paper, and they became brothers of different surnames. There is no such culture in the shinobi world, otherwise I really can't tell. In the next few days, Kakashi didn't look for the soil anymore, and he didn't know if he was frightened by the illusion, or if he practiced harder. Me Blade also didn't have time to molested Naka, and the daily practice tasks were very full. Every few days, Oshimaru teaches two people a ninjutsu. From ordinary escape, to shuriken, to A-level ninjutsu, to some forbidden techniques, and his own research. Teaches land escape, and after learning it, it is water escape is fire escape, and fire escape is wind escape after fire escape. Is the seal technique. Chiang Snake Shadow Hand. Molting. There is also the evil reincarnation. Buji Tenshin is a ninjutsu that he researched for 3 years, which can transfer his consciousness to other people. Occupy other people's bodies as one's own in order to achieve the purpose of pseudo-longevity. It's just that if this technique is used too much, there will be disadvantages. The body cannot be used for a long time and must be replaced frequently. Moreover, if this technique is used for a long time, the mental power will be greatly reduced. After learning Immortal Rebirth, Blade and Kakashi asked Ashimaru, "Teacher Ashimaru, if someone else's body is used, will I be me then?" Oshimarumoto wanted to say that as long as the thought is yours, it is yourself. But when the words came to my lips, Ashimaru still didn't say anything. He shook his head and put away his gentle smile. Ninjutsu has studied to this point, he has deviated from his original intention when studying ninjutsu. This ninjutsu can be said to be a very evil ninjutsu. When he was studying at the beginning, he also told his teacher Sarutobi about this idea. Not surprisingly, what he got was a bad curse. Blade saw the entanglement of Dashimaru, and said with a smile, "In fact, you can clone, use your own body cells to clone a body that suits you." Dashimaru was puzzled. After a while, he smiled and said, "I'll study it." Mibanu wants to save Ashimaru, at least he can't let him be like that in the anime. Can betray the village, but don't go to extremes. Otherwise, it will be too hard to clean up in the future, which will increase the difficulty of writing for that stupid author. 4 years have passed, and Konoha's 44 years have passed. In the past 4 years, Blade and Kakashi's celestial practice is still immature. Shiwan transformed her home into a laboratory, specializing in cloning technology. The body that was researched with her own cells was perfect. Shiwan couldn't wait to separate part of the mental power into the new body, just like herself. Only after 2 months of experimenting, the cloned body was scrapped. Dashimaru summed up the experience of failure and was not discouraged. He wondered if he added some powerful cells to the cloned body, would even the blood inheritance boundary of the powerful be able to replicate, such as a certain ninja world god. If Mudun can be copied, even if it is used for a short time, even if it is a one-off, it is a huge breakthrough. Once the thought appeared, Shiwan couldn't bear his excitement. It happens that the root of a certain village in the village regrets that no one in the village will escape. He found the scientist in the village, and the two people's ideas coincided. Danzo found the volunteers in the village and signed a treaty of freedom and equality with them. The ninjas in the village volunteered to become experimental subjects and actively cooperated with the Ashimaru experiment. I have to say that Danzo's brainwashing skills are no worse than Sarutobi. When Sarutobi found out that his best friend and disciple actually experimented with living people, he was first angry, then calm, and then acquiesced. On the side of Mizun and Kakashi, I don't know that my teacher has already studied the deviation. This year is the day when Mizun and his classmates will take the Nikanin exam, and it is also the day when Uchiha Naka graduated. As early as last year, when Asma and their 4th grade graduated, Blade was assigned to Asma and the Red class. And Kakashi was assigned to the class with Tu and Lin. Blade and Kakashi refused at the beginning, we both endured it, and still want to go to the freshman class? How many times have we done A-level missions, and have to go with the new students to catch lost pets and pick up garbage? And, even Kakashi, who entered the Watergate class, has a super team leader. As for Blade, his teacher is Kushina, Uzumaki Kushina. Who is Yoshina? Nine-tailed man Zhu Li. And Ha Feng Shui men are lovers. And Kakashi of Watergate and Blade of 99 class are brothers. There is a child from the Uchiha clan, and a girl from a civilian family. The two are Kakashi's best friends. Kakashi is Blade's elder brother. Blade and Asma play very well. The two of them can also be said to be fetters. Asma's favorite girl is Yuri Hong, and the leader of the team is Kushina. Is it obvious? Is too obvious. If these two classes weren't arranged by Sarutobi Hizen personally, there would be a ghost. Is to allow the two geniuses to better integrate into the village, and to have a guarantee for their son. Therefore, Blade has eaten dog food for a whole year in this year. Moreover, Juxina's identity is quite special. He has very few tasks to leave the village. The only time he leaves the village is to visit the City of Fire. Although boring is a bit boring, it is not without gain. At least learned a lot of sealing techniques from Juxina, and learned the spiral pill with Juxina and Watergate. 1 year of dog food for me Blade to support, so me Blade specially found Sarutobi Hizaki, take a year off to travel, and bring her little girlfriend. But when you hear Sarutobi Hitachi, what, are you taking away the Uchiha clan's sister-in-law Ryo? Strongly disagree, the opinion is rejected. How could me Blade get used to him? He took out his camera, and showed Master Hokage the landscape photos he took on the road the last time he went to Fire Country. In the otherwise unremarkable landscape photos, they accidentally took pictures of the second son of the Hokage family and the daughter of the Yuri Zhenhong family. www.readaloud.com. The two people were a little bit deviant. Mizan said that if this kind of photo was accidentally seen by Zhenhong Shangren, it would be a disaster. Sarutobi Ri cuts off, then really Red can't chop off his 3 legs? Sarutobi Risen can only get angry silently, this rebellious son doesn't follow me at all, and hasn't learned my integrity as a man. In the end, I could only agree, and Sarutobi Hisaki also knew that Mibana had something to do with the little girl from Uchiha's family. Can't your son be upright? I can't take a trip with my girlfriend. Sarutobi Hitachi compromised and approved a 1-year holiday. Me Blade also counts, there is still a year to go before the Third Ninja War, and it is probably less than a year. So, if you don't wave this time, when will you wave? Because I'm going to travel tomorrow, me Blade invited all the familiar people to have a meal tonight, at Qimu's house. In the evening, at Uchiha's clan, Yuji Uchiha helped her sister to pack her luggage. Uchiha Yu, who has grown up, is already slim, and through the arrangement of the family, he is trying to fall in love with one of the family members, Shangren. She doesn't hate the Shangren in the clan, and she feels good about him when she gets along. But this is also a love arranged by the clan, so she is very pleased that her sister can fall in love freely. Although there are some objections in the clan, the name of the Heiji family is very big, and Uchiha Naka is also a daughter of the family, and she did not open her eyes, so she acquiesced. When packing up, Uchiha Yu specially reminded Naka, you should sleep in 2 rooms when you go out and me Blade. Even if there is no extra room, you must protect yourself. Naka. Chapter 27, when the trip is in progress. Please give me a reward first. Name, Flagwood Rice Blade. Sex, male. Age, 11 years old. Chakra amount, 3,380, normally the chakra amount is 300,1000, the normal chakra amount is 1,000 to 3,000, and the normal upper chakra amount is 3,000 to 10,000. Chakra attribute, wind, fire, and thunder. Main skills, transfiguration, clone, duplicate, shadow clone, wind escape, fireball, fire escape, phoenix fire, water escape, water ball, earth escape, earth flowing wall, wind barrier, hidden snake shadow hand, molting, immortal reincarnation, psychic, slashing steel flash, Konoha swordsmanship, body lingbo microstep, sealing, 5 elements seal, 4 elephant seal, transcribing seal, binding technique, helix pill, flagwood swordsmanship, 99% in learning progress, flying imperial sword, 88%. In learning progress, sunflower acupuncture hand, 80% in learning progress, chidori, study in progress bird, thunder cut, 1000 bird flow, 1000 bird blade, 1000 bird sharp spear 95%, azure dragon 40%, 8 door dungia, 12.5% in the learning progress, Shaolun Yan, Ergu Jade can be upgraded by 80%. Unsuccessful. These are all the skills of me Blade's current meeting. Several abilities have been upgraded to 100%, so the system rewards another Jin Yang's novel, Ling Bo Weiabu. Fortunately, Lingbo's Weibo is based on the gossip orientation, so he invented it with the genius mind of the rice blade, and taught Kakashi and Naka. Not only was it appreciated by Sakumo and Ashimaru, but also used Lingbo Weibo successfully established a relationship with Hyaga's family. The unique gossip movement of Lingbo's microsteps is complemented by Hyaga soft boxing. Relied on Lingbo's microstep rice blade to switch to the essence of acupuncture in the Hyaga clan. Some people say that Lingbo's microstep needs to use internal force, and the system will be replaced with chakra. The rice blade sunflower acupuncture hand is also on the agenda, and now he can only point to fewer people than his own chakras. If the total amount of chakras of the opponent exceeds his own, the person will break it with a single poke of the chakra. Blade has done an experiment. After ordering Kakashi, Kakashi stood there for 3 hours, then ordered the Ashimaru, which was stunned for 2 seconds, and then ordered Niu Xinna. Niu Xinna said, "You don't squeak me." The improvement of writing round eyes is also proceeding step by step. There is no mental stimulation, but it can only slowly improve. Now it is a 2-go jade, and the progress has reached 80%. When it is 100%, it can be upgraded to a 3-go jade. As for the flying imperial sword stream, it is the sword skill that I have been following for the longest time. Blade can only guess that this is a sword skill in a certain Japanese comic or movie, but I have never heard of it. But after practicing, I have to sigh, it's so fragrant. Fanfiction Imperial Sword Stream includes more than a dozen swordsmanship moves, and they are all extremely fancy, powerful, and capable of pretending to be forceful. Fanfiction Eujian Liu's moves include Dragon Hammer Flash, Tornado Tornado, Tornado Flash, Spin, Tornado Flash, Shifeng, Tornado Flash, Arashi, Double Dragon Flash, Double Dragon Flash Thunder, Dragon Nest Flash, Dragon Nest Flash Bite Dragon Flash, Earth Dragon Flash, Flying Dragon Flash, Dragon Ming Flash, Dragon Hammer Flash, Nine-Head Dragon Flash, Sky Dragon Flash, Super Speed, Reading Skills, Nine-Head Dragon Flash Extreme, Thunder Dragon Flash, and Handsome Huishin. Sword Drawing Technique. Blade currently masters the sword drawing technique, all kinds of flashes, and the unskilled ones are all kinds of flash changes. But this is enough, at least in the ninja world, as long as the old gang of dishes don't come out, it's okay to protect yourself with Blade's current strength. At the entrance of the Konoha village, Blade and Naka, who are ready to go, wave goodbye to their friends. 2 people out of the village went straight to the capital of the country of fire. Because it was a trip, Myron wanted to take Naka to go around the 5 countries as much as possible. As for why Naka is Blade's girlfriend, it's a matter of course. Blade wears a casual outfit, with 2 knives around his waist, a long knife and a short knife. Naka also wears casual clothes, and also wears a knife around her waist. The 2 Konoha protective foreheads are temporarily put away. After all, Konoha has more enemies, so put it away to be safe. After walking for more than 2 hours, Naka began to feel sad. Mibana looked at Naka, who was not in a good mood, and said, "No, Naka-sama will also miss home. We have only been away for 2 hours." "Who said I missed home?" Naka refused to admit, "I just missed my sister." Blade took her hand and comforted, "Don't worry, we will catch up with him and Yan's wedding." Uchiha Yu's boyfriend is called Uchiha Yan, the top ninja of the Uchiha clan. Double Go Jade writes round eyes, and flies away with one hand. And Loki, he is also a member of the garrison, and he is directly under the leadership of Yudo Uchiha. Uchiha Yan is not a member of the radical faction. He belongs to the neutral faction. He neither participates in the plans of the radical faction nor the activities of the peace faction. He lives honestly in the village and works seriously in the family. 2 people came to the city of fire. There is nothing fun here. After all, Konoha is in the country of fire, so the customs and specialties are not attractive to the 2 of them. Spent a few days in the country of fire, and then chose to go north to the country of Yuno, which does not have shinobu and belongs to a neutral country. After they came to Yunokuni, they walked in a town in Yunokuni. Let's go to the hot springs. The hot springs here are unique. For tourism, you have to feel the local customs wherever you go. There are many hot springs in Yunokuni. Naka has been following her sister's instructions these days and sleeping with Mi Blade. Now Mi Blade wants to bathe in hot springs. Is it a mixed bathing? Naka said vigilantly, you can take a hot spring www.readaloud.com, but you can't mix baths. Mi Blade smiled, took out 2 swimsuits from the backpack, and smiled at Naka. You must have a mixed bath, the equipment is ready. You. Naka blushed, and still took over the swimsuit of Mi Blade, a very revealing swimsuit. Mi Blade looked at her cautiously, and said helplessly, don't worry, there is nothing you want now, even if you see it, you won't be interested. After all, both of them are small now, and the Mi Blade's gun has not evolved, even if it is intentional, it is powerless. After 3 more years, I still understand the truth. But Naka was upset when she heard this. She threw her swimsuit on Mi Blade and said, then who are you interested in, let's hear it. Mi Blade is even more helpless. You are only 10 years old. Are you angry at this sentence? It's okay if you don't be interested in anyone, but you are interested in the future. Mi Blade said in Naka's ear. Naka snorted and took her swimsuit again. At this moment, I saw 2 huge milk mountains in front of the road, with a long robe floating behind him. Run silently! Nation shouted towards Mi Blade and Naka in the middle of the road, those 2 little ghosts, get out of the way. Naka, that is Tsunade-sama, right? Tsunade, who left the village not long after World War II, had seen pictures of her at Shinobu School, and he remembered Tsunade's pair of mountains very well. At that time, the little girl in their class also discussed that it might be the angle of the camera, which was exaggerated. I didn't expect to see a real person here and discovered that it was really a camera angle problem, so I took a small photo for others. Mizun said seriously to Naka, look, this is what is expected. Chapter 28, Tsunade Toshiji collapsed. After Tsunade bypassed the Mi Blade and the other 2, they discovered that Tsunade was following a group of vicious men. Naka, who had no time to think about it, quickly drew his sword and was ready for battle. How do you say that Tsunade is also Konoha's princess, one of the 3 ninjas, and she was chased by others when she was met outside? How could Naka, who is a fan of Tsunade, remain indifferent? Stop! The big guy running in the front stopped the people behind, and they did not act rashly in the face of the 10-year-old Naka. This is the ninja world, and children are not easy to mess with. Who knows if the other party is a ninja? The fleeing Tsunade saw someone stopping the chaser, and stopped, and stood there watching the play with Silent, who had just rushed over. Naka drew his sword and asked the big man, what are you going to do? Mi Blade slapped his forehead and couldn't help regretting seeing the silly daughter-in-law's operation, and blamed herself for not telling Naka the secret of Sunan. As expected, the big man confronted Naka and asked hurriedly, are you a ninja? Naka Lengjun's small face showed firmness, and he said every word, Konoha Shinobu, Uchiha Naka, come on. The big man listened. What? Is Konoha's ninja? No fear. Without timidity. Instead revealed a surprise. The big man knelt on the ground with a thump, and cried, you can see Konoha's ninja. Naka is unknown, so she stared blankly at the big man kneeling in front of her. I saw the big man took out a wad of paper from his body, presented it with both hands, crying and said, Konoha sir, take a look. These are all gambling debts owed by Tsunade-sama at our casino, totaling 300,700,000 taels. We really can't do anything about it. Although our casino is not formal, we don't have a lot of wealth. All of us depend on my small casino to feed. But Tsunade-sama gambled with us for 3 months and lost 3 months in a row. Although I am also responsible for lending, I am not a treasury either. Konoha's ninja, please have mercy on me. The big man cried so much that he was so miserable that he was sad and he shed tears. A 7-foot-tall man was forced to kneel to Naka. Naka looked at the eas in her hand, and looked at Mi-Blade dumbly. Mi-Blade also shook his head, and he said, "There is nothing we can do. I don't have so much money with me. The money I carry is only 2 million taels." When the big man heard it, he wiped away his tears in an instant. "Enough, we don't need the interest, and I will suffer a little loss. Just give us 2 million taels." Mi-Blade, are you looking at my assets? At this moment, Tsunade, who was watching the play, came over, took the IOU in Naka's hand, and said to Mi-Bane, "Little devil, first help me pay my gambling debt, and I will pay you when I return to the village." Mi-Blade painfully took out the money from her body and handed it over to the big man very reluctantly. It's not that the rice blade sympathy is overflowing. Tsunade and Ashimaru are close friends. If you return to the village in the future, you will know your relationship. By the time she became the 5th generation of Mim Hokage, if she blames herself for not helping her at the beginning, she can't wear her little shoes to death. The big man took the money, and backed away while thanking him. After the people in the casino left, Tsunade looked at Mi-Ban, squinted and observed for a while, making Mi-Ban panicked. "Tsunasama, what are you looking at?" Tsunade nodded and said, "You are the second son of Sakumo Heiji." "Tsunade-sama, do you know me?" Tsunade slammed, and said, "White hair has 2 knives hanging on it, one of which is still a white tooth and a short blade. It's obvious." "That Tsunade-sama, my money." Tsuna waved his hand and said, "Go back to the village and give it to you." Mi-Bane suddenly thought that his teacher, Oshimaru, did not ask for the money Tsunade owed him when the blog was passed on. It looks like it's been hit by water. Naka faces Tsunade, the legendary woman in the ninja world, and she worships in her heart, "Tsunade-sama, my name is Uchiha Naka, I am a recent graduate of Shinin." Tsunade smiled when facing Naka, and asked, "You 2 kids are not in the village, and you haven't covered your forehead. Why are you here in Unokuni?" "Travel." Mi-Blade is still paying homage to the little money he has just passed away. Naka said, "It's Tsunade-sama like this. It was Mi-Bane who said he would take me out on a trip. We are going to visit the scenery of the 5 great countries." The silence on the side looked at this silly girl pitifully, and wanted to ask, "Do you still have money to travel?" Tsunade-sama is so bad that he cheated even children's money. "On a trip, just the 2 of you?" Tsunade looked at the 2 teenagers, and sighed that they were too courageous. "Are you not afraid of being attacked on the road?" Naka shook her head and hugged Mi-Blade's arm and said, "The Mi-Blade will protect me." Mi-Blade was aroused by Naka's operation, and nodded and said, "I will protect her." "Just you?" Tsunade has also heard of Mi-Blade and Konoha twin stars. They are very famous, but she doesn't think that a teenage Mi-Blade can be so powerful. Mi-Blade nodded, and took Naka's shoulders and said to Tsunade, "My teacher is Osameru, I still have 2 things." "Ashimaru?" Tsunade nodded, "Forget it, leave him alone. Since you 2 helped me today, then I can't be stingy." Tsunade called Silent around him and said, "Silent, go, let's invite them to dinner." "Well, you 2, please come with me." Tsunade is now no longer panicked when he was chased by someone. He was refreshed, and Silent took Mi-Blade and the 2 into a wine shop together. Last pot of wine. After entering, Tsunade sat down grinningly. www.readaloud.com. Wine is her must drink. "What do you 2 eat?" Mi-Blade said helplessly, "What can I do for you?" "What can I eat in the pub? I don't want to eat seafood buffet barbecue or anything. Ordinary sashimi, ordinary rice. It's impossible to earn some money from a meal." Tsunade's money is not so easy to earn. Therefore, Mi Blade decided to win in appetite. After he finished 15 rice and 2 sashimi, he gave up. Okay, eat slowly. After eating, I will ask you two to go to the hot springs. You must know that the hot springs in Unokuni are the best in the world. Inside a rudimentary hot spring hotel, Mibani and Naka looked at this rudimentary facility, so sad. There are no luxurious decorations, hidden pools, and romance between two people. Tsunade changed his clothes, and said to Mibani and Naka, "Have you all brought your swimsuits?" Naka nodded, "I brought it." "Go change it, see you in the pond in a moment." After finishing speaking, Tsunade got off the pond and lay lazily in the pond, closing his eyes to rest. Naka only feels that Tsunade-sama's persona has collapsed, which is different from the legendary and majestic and famous Tsunade-sama. When changing clothes, Naka plucked up courage and asked the silent voice on the side, "Is Tsunade-sama always like this?" Mute also blushed, and nodded helplessly, just laughed, "Tsunade-sama, this. I can't even say that I'm silent." Judging from Naka's previous attitude, it's obviously a fan of Tsunade-sama. After today, I'm afraid I'm going to take off my fans. It's okay for fans to turn to black, but it's too serious for fans to turn black. Chapter 29, Let's Go Hand in Hand. In the pond, I wanted to live in the same room with Naka, whispering, and the Mi Blade plan to increase the relationship between the two fell through. Now 4 people are soaking in a small pool, especially facing Tsunade, and can't do anything. Mi Blade pulled Naka's hand and looked around with silence 6 pairs of eyes. Tsunade is still sleeping, so they dare not bother. The awkward atmosphere slowly condensed, and Mi Blade missed Asma and Yurihong. Even with them, dog abusers, it's not as embarrassing as they are today. With Asma, you can still molest them. Mi Blade leaned her head on Naka's shoulder and took the initiative to avoid the 2 mountains on the opposite side. Naka also tacitly pressed his shoulders. Tsunade opened his eyes slightly and looked at them both lazily. "Hey, kid, are there any funny stories in the village these past few years?" Tsunade left the village because his boyfriend died during World War II, his brother died, and he contracted phobia. He was disappointed with some of the village's practices, so he left the village. But anyway, Konoha was also founded by his grandfather, so he still has a lot of affection for Konoha. For example, she often said that the dream is that all Hokage's idiots, but when Sarutobi died, she went back to take over the village. Nothing interesting has happened in the village, but Master Jalea has left the village a few years ago and has not returned. I really want to say that I have to go to various countries to collect materials and write a book. Cut, what good story can he write? Tsunade said arrogantly. Tsunade knows too well who came from Tsunade, the tail of the crane, big idiot. I wrote a book before, so sales are just like that. Naruto-sama has been considered a good man in recent years, but sometimes when I go to the Hokage office, I often see Naruto-sama getting nosebleeds. I guess it is too angry. Tsunade gave up his nose even more. Is he angry? He is mean. Tsunade knows that the teacher has a crystal ball, he is in charge of the village, but in fact he is in charge of Konoha's female bathhouse. Well, my father, now my biggest hobby is walking dogs and studying the development of ninjutsu. Kakashi and I want him to continue, but he doesn't seem to have any desires. Tsuna scratched his nose. In Konoha, someone about the same age as him is also good. Although he is 2 years older than himself, it is obvious who he is. Looked at me Blade, if it weren't for this kid, Shimao would have no stains on his body. Men are the same, even Chu Mao will make mistakes. My teacher is studying cloning technology, and there is also an improvement to a forbidden technique called reincarnating from dirty soil. And many more. Tsunade sat up straight and asked, "You just said that the dirty soil reincarnated?" "Correct." Mizumi saw Tsunade sat up, and he lifted his head from Naka's shoulder. It is the technique developed by the second generation of Hokage-sama, which can bring the human soul from the Pure Land to the human world. Tsunade certainly knew this ninjutsu, playing with the body of the dead and the soul of the dead. Moreover, if you want to call the soul to reincarnate in the dirty soil, you must first sacrifice a person's life. A ninjutsu that is classified as a forbidden technique and is extremely evil. Tsunade slapped the wall, and with a bang, Sang Xiao jumped. How can he study such evil ninjutsu? Silent and Naka don't know what's going on, but they just think this ninjutsu is amazing. Mizan began to explain. Sadusama calms down his anger. In fact, I think that ninjutsu is neither evil nor evil. If you use it, you will be right, and if you use it, you will be evil. Teacher discovered that the technique of reincarnating dirty soil requires sacrifice of life first, so he needs to get rid of this drawback, and secondly, he needs to be reincarnated in the body tissues. The teacher is going to clone the bodies of some powerful people. In this way, if something happens in the village in the future, then we can also have extra combat power. Moreover, the teacher missed his former disciple very much. I guess he wanted to reincarnate his former disciple who died on the battlefield and repent face to face. Mizan looked at Tsunade's eyes and said seriously, after all, this is his heart disease. After listening to Tsunade, he looked lonely, and instantly relieved his strength, leaning on the rock wall and said faintly, repent? What's the point of confession now? Seeing Tsunade's letter, Mizumi breathed a sigh of relief. This is the actor. Teacher Ashimaru, do you know what your dear disciple has done for you? In the future, even if you betrayed the village, Tsunade will still keep his original intention when he sees you. Yes, these words are all nonsense. But it's not all lie. Isn't Dashu an improved rebirth from the dirty soil? Yup. Ashimaru, do you have any regrets about Senju Nashu? Yes. Then did he improve the rebirth of the dirty soil to confess to the rope tree? Then who knows to go? Anyway, what Mibana said, Tsunade would still ask Oshimaru. Stop teasing, Tsunade owes Ashimaru so much money, it's too late to hide the debt. Anyway, no matter what happens in the future, first leave a good impression on Ashimaru and Tsunade's heart. Tsunade stood up, put on a bath towel, and said to the three little ones, I'll go back to my room and rest first, let's do it yourself the three of you. You go slowly. Tsunade finally left, although there is still an electric light bulb here, it doesn't matter, me Blade will feed the ignorant girl a wave of dog food. Me Blade approached Naka grinningly, but Naka took the initiative to change positions. But not next to the rice blade, but next to the silence. Sister Silence, Tsunade-sama, what's the matter? It's okay, I just remembered some sad things. It's okay, just sleep for one night. Sister Silent and Tsunade-sama have a hard time traveling outside, right? It's okay, mainly because Tsunade-sama often gambles, and the funds are often not enough. So I am the clown. Me Blade looked at herself left out, and was not in the mood to soak in the hot springs. He said hello to dry his body and went back to the room. Mibana waited in the room alone for a night but didn't see Naka come in. Mibana made up his mind and took Naka to leave tomorrow, otherwise the two-person world would be gone. And it's too uncomfortable to be around Tsunade. What's more, judging from the current development trend, Naka and Silent will be inseparable in a few days. Now the sisters are sleeping in the same room, sleeping quietly in the middle of the night. Being with them affects the relationship between lovers too much. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Mibana called Naka aside and reminded, we should withdraw now, and it's not good to continue to disturb Tsunade-sama. But I have agreed with Ms. Silent, she will teach me medical ninjutsu today. When can I learn that stuff? Let's travel. Mizan said something, but finally got Naka's consent, and the two people and Tsunade said goodbye. Me Blade took Naka's hand, found Tsunade and said, Tsunasama, Naka and I won't bother you anymore. We are going to continue our journey. Naka was lost and looked silent, and the sisters she had just found were about to be separated, and she was not in a good mood. Silence also couldn't bear Naka, the two of them were speechless. Tsunade asked suspiciously, "Why travel, do you still have money?" Mi Blade smiled embarrassedly, and said, "There is still some private money, so I think it's enough to be frugal." Tsunade nodded and said, "Well, where are you going next?" Mi Blade said, "I plan to go to the Land of Thunder first, and after experiencing the different customs in the Land of Thunder, go to the Land of Taki, then rush west to the country of grass, and then go north to the Land of Earth. After coming out of the Land, go west again, bypass the Land of the Wind and enter the Land of Rain directly, and feel the battlefield of Sun and back then. After that, I went to the mysterious water country by boat and returned to Konoha." Tsunade nodded after listening, and the arrangement was pretty good. "Yes, I didn't choose the Kingdom of Wind. It seems that you have done enough homework." Mi Blade laughed after hearing this, "Although I want to visit the 5 great countries, I don't care about the Kingdom of the Wind. Back then, my old father treated the Cheyenne village of the Kingdom of Wind to the worst, so I won't add hatred anymore. Konoha got its name from on which battlefield? Of course it is the Kingdom of Wind. Sakumo Heiji used a short blade to chop on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind for 3 days and 3 nights. He just raised the sword with his hand and fell with the sword. He didn't even blink his eyes. Was chopped so hard that Sand Ninja was chopped up by Shu Mao. If you don't have long eyes to go to the Land of the Wind, the Mi Blade will send food to others." Tsunade smiled after listening to Mibana's words, "The boy is very humorous. Well, now that you have made a travel plan, I can't keep you anymore." Mi Blade was so excited that he could finally leave. "But," Tsunade continued, "I'm tired of staying here too. I happen to be walking with you." "Welcome." Mi Blade wants to cry without tears, dare I say that it is not welcome? Yay! Naka and Silent became happy, and the two cheered and hugged each other. Mi Blade. Chapter 30, Ninja Wonders. The Land of Thunder, one of the 5 great nations, is stationed by Unionren village, one of the 5 great forbearance villages. Among them, raking is strong, and there are 2-tailed beasts in the village, the 2 tails and the 8 tails. Mi Blade bought a carriage for the convenience of the road. In fact, Naruto has always had a shortcoming. Cameras, lights, etc. have become popular, and there are no concepts such as cars. Therefore, Mi Blade is now a coachman. Starting from Munokuni, Mibana was driving the car, and Tsunade and 2 women were sitting in the car, and the laughter of 3 people was heard from time to time. "Mizan, what I started thinking about was going out to travel, and increasing the relationship with Naka. Instead of being a coachman, let Naka build up relationships with others. But it's not all unreceived, but Tsunade is not stingy. He usually gives pointers to Naka when he teaches silent practice. Even if it's some scraps, this also benefits Naka a lot. All the way into the Land of Thunder, Unionren village, the people here are very different from the Land of Fire. At least the skin color is different. People in the country of Thunder generally have a wheatish skin color. People here are not white in the country of Fire. It can also be seen that when Senjuju divided the site back then, he really left the best place for himself. One side of soil and water raises one side. Thunder country men are generally mad. Under the original suggestion of the 2nd generation of Reikage, he established a ninja school based on Konoha, founded the practice of ninjutsu, and combined Union's unique thunder and physical skills to greatly increase his combat power. Mi Blade drove the car forward, watching the sky gradually darken, but he hadn't seen a town yet. "Tsunade-sama!" Mibana shouted at Tsunade in the car, "It seems we have to sleep outside again tonight." "Well," Tsunade's impatient voice came from the car, "that's your responsibility at night. After finishing speaking, throw out a pack of beef jerky and a bottle of water from the car." This is the dry food for the rice blade at night. Me Blade, who sighed the injustice, couldn't resist, so he had to compromise. He took the beef jerky and jumped out of the carriage, unloaded the horse from the carriage, and then found a place to put the horse. After that, I found a spacious place to raise a bonfire and quietly nibble on the beef jerky. I don't know when this day is the head. At night, Tsunade was teaching Silent and Naka's ninjutsu practice, and Yoshiba sat and watched silently. In the past few days, I obviously feel that Naka and her have become estranged and talk less. Just then, there was a rustle and Tsunade and Mizan heard it first. Entering the land of thunder is definitely not as safe as being in the country of Yu, especially the country of thunder is martial, and is very cautious of the outside ninjas. Even if Konoha and Union had no head-on conflict during World War II, they had to be cautious. Although Tsunade and Mibani are not afraid of the ninjas of the Thunder Country, if the Thunder Country uses Konoha to invade the Thunder Country and conflict with Mibani, it will be bad. After all, my own combat power is limited. Tsunade and Me Blade are okay, but they can still run, but Silent and Naka are different. These two combat powers are too low. The voice is getting louder and louder, from far to near, I feel very close to them. Me Blade and several people all became cautious and prepared for emergencies. Ah, there are people here, it's so good, I already smell the meat, it's beef. The sound has rhythm and is a bit funny. This made Tsunade and the others puzzled. If it were Yunin's troops, they shouldn't be exposed in advance. Yeah, sir, and some ladies, can I have a fire with you? The Lord appeared. He was a middle-aged man with a square beard, wearing sunglasses and a dick cowboy costume in the middle of the night. Is tall and looks very abnormal. Several people breathed a sigh of relief, but still did not relax their vigilance. Especially a few people can see that this is definitely not an ordinary person, although he is not well dressed, his behavior is also very second-rate. But appearing in the middle of the night in the wilderness, it is estimated that they are not good people. Hey, where did you come from? You are like a ninja, right? Tsunade frowned and asked. The man shook his head and shook his head. He smiled and said to Tsunade, "By this lady, you are right. I am a ninja, Yunran's unit, passing by here and meeting you, yay." Tsunade. Silence is the same as Naka looking at each other. Isn't this a lunatic? Or do people in Thunder Country talk like this? My scalp numbs when I think about it. Me Blade frowned and stared at the man closely. He felt that this man was particularly familiar no matter how he looked at it. I always feel like I have seen it somewhere. This is the ninja world. I have seen Hokage in my previous life. Although I haven't seen it all, I have seen most of the plot. Wearing so weird, and speaking with rhythm, people from the land of thunder. Who is? 11 years have passed, and the time is too long, Me Blade can't remember it for a while. Tsunade doesn't care whether he speaks serious or not, as long as he is alone, Tsunade really has no fear of anyone. What's your name? Why are you here in the middle of the night? The man took off his sunglasses and bowed deeply, feeling that he was very elegant. He raised his head and looked at the four of them. Suddenly his eyes widened and his expression was blank. He pointed to Tsunade and stammered, "Kainaha Sunan, Tsuna." Tsunade. Tsunade smiled, "Yo, you still know me." The man secretly regretted how he met this catastrophe here. Tsunade, Konoha Sunan, who fought against the demigod Hanzo during World War II, developed medical ninjutsu, and became famous in the ninja world. In recent years, they have not been in the village, but wandered around the ninja world. So all countries have Tsunade's information, and even her 8th-time ancestors have investigated it clearly. Me Blade suddenly said, "I remember, you are Kiribi." Although Me Blade has a little forgotten about Naruto's little plot, he still remembers that the 8-tailed man Zulai of Yunran village is known as the perfect man Zulai. Likes rap and concerts. From the context with a sense of rhythm, he can think that Thunder Country is such a wonderful thing. Kirabi heard the white-haired kid confess his identity, and his forehead sweated secretly. He came out in search of creative inspiration, and was going to write a few handed-down masterpieces to prove his identity as a musical talent, but he did not expect to meet Tsunade here. Really, he is confident that he can beat Tsunade, but there is no need to fight Tsunade. As a man in the village, Kirabi has been protected by the village. As a free music composer, this kind of protection is precisely what I cannot bear. That's why he ran out of the village. If this is a fight with Tsunade, if you can't beat it, put it aside, the village will find it for sure. Tsunade squinted his eyes and became more cautious after knowing Kirabi's identity. The major ninja villages are secretive about the strength of the human body. www.readwn.com Union's pillar power of the Eight Tails may not be known to ordinary ninjas, but as a disciple of the third generation of Naruto, Tsunade must have heard of it. She looked around cautiously. Union released Renzuli, we must be surrounded. Quietly did a few tactical sign language for Sangxiao, and Tsunade walked forward alone. Stared at Kirabi, but said to the surroundings, I know you are here. We are only traveling in the land of thunder and don't want to conflict with you. Was taken aback for a while, and the surroundings were still quiet. Tsunade's words shocked Silent and Naka. Are we just surrounded by Yunren? Even Reikage was dispatched himself? Do we have such a big face? After waiting for a while, Tsunade was a little impatient and said, are you still a turtle? At this time, Kirabi also reacted. It seems that Tsunade has also misunderstood. In order to avoid conflicts, he stopped playing rap, and proactively explained, Tsunade, don't shout, no one else, it's me. Just you. Tsunade didn't believe it. Sarutobi Risen sees Kushina as a forbidden, but Reikage dare to release the eight-tailed man Zulai by himself? Kirabi was afraid that Tsunade would not believe it, so he sang directly, I am Kirabi, Yaitoi Julie, singer, from Union Ninja Village. I am very energetic, and my charm is infinitely shining, and Rabbi Sabik is me, death song. Shut up, you fool! Tsunade yelled at Kirabi who was still posing, he looks ugly, and he's so tender. I've never seen a person singing so badly. Kirabi, you can insult my looks, you can insult my age, but you can't insult my art. Chapter 31, One Show Singing Voice. Idiot, bastard, Kirabi's rap is the best, but the who doesn't understand appreciation dump. I cannot stand it anymore. Tsunade's language confrontation is obviously not an opponent, she underestimated Kirabi's emphasis on the art of rap in the ninja world. After Tsunade said the phrase I have never seen a person who sings so unpleasantly, the conflict between the two is difficult to mediate. Kirabi, as a human being, with such an important identity, he dared to leave the village to protect him privately for the sake of rap. Travel outside, find famous teachers to visit Jiu, and explore the true meaning of rap art. How can I be insulted like this? So, after a burst of rhythmic rap, Tsunade said that Tsunade was anxious. At this time Tsunade was like the little bull demon who kidnapped Tang Monk in Journey to the West, and he would die if he listened to your mother's surname. And Kirabi is like Tang Seng, humming his invincible hand. Tsunade clenched his fists, Chakra was agitated, and the blood was heating up. The three were very sure that in 10 seconds, Tsunade would punch Kirabi's big face with a punch. How can Kirabi know what Tsunade is in at this time, so he continues to rap proudly, and Shieo and Tsunade are tough to the end. I'm tired of my heart, and traveling well, what's the matter? If this were to fight with the eight-tailed man Zulai here, even if there was nothing wrong with him, the return to the sword would put the pot that affected the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries on me blade. Nonsense! Does he dare to say Tsunade? Me blade ran 2 steps tightly, ran to the middle of the two people, and stopped the two tit for tat. Me blade, what are you doing? Tsunade said angrily. Come down and get down, Tsunade-sama, let's get down on my dad's face, let's get down and go back to rest. Mizan stopped the angry Tsunade first, and then said to the proud Kiribi, brother, don't you know how bad your singing is? Kiribi frowned and looked bad, ready to launch a rap escape technique to attack me Blade. Although the old Kiribi is still not a rap, but after more than 10 years of study and accumulation, he is still making progress. And the current Kiribi is singing shit, it's suffering. Miren didn't give him a chance, and then said, I'm not talking about the art of rap. Whether it is song or rap, it is a very good art. We think you are not suitable for rap, or that your skills are not good enough. Too mature, do you understand? For fear that Kiribi would not understand it, me Blade opened it and crumpled it to explain it to him. Kiribi looked lonely and somewhat decadent. I know I don't sing well, but I just like this art. Art is innocent and free. Yes, art is free, but you can't help but let us speak. You can find a place where no one is there to practice by yourself. Why do you want to harm us? We are still a group of children. I need an audience. Fuck. Me Blade was helpless, he looked back and winked at Naka. Naka understood in seconds, took out a seal scroll, and took out a guitar from it. You have to say that the world of Shinobu doesn't understand Fenja. People even have a piano and a complete range of musical instruments. This guitar was the last time me Blade celebrated his birthday, and Asma gave it to him because me Blade sang a happy birthday song at the birthday party. Since getting this guitar, me Blade has shown it to Naka. This is the first time he has faced the public. Picked up the guitar's me Blade and took a deep breath, thanking the previous mother for the tutoring class he reported. Me Blade held the guitar and said to Kiribi, well, rap, I don't understand, but I also have a lot of research on music. This song is for us in the world of Shinobi. Start a guitar solo, and the rhythm gradually slows down. Tried the audition, me Blade played a new rhythm, the prelude sounded, everyone looked at each other. Tsunade, does this kid still have this kind of talent? Mute, looks like it sounds good. Naka, so handsome. Kiribi, rap is art. Me Blade, cry your mouth open, please stay. Ki, don't cry. Kasai, you promise to stay. A horse is fast. Kimi, Uaru is first rate and wide. If you are open, you're wide and staying. Wow, speed and staying. Oh, sir, cuddly and tired than hands. Pull down DEI and sika wow that one. Then Uga woo the throw of the Kwaluazuo to Lukeo. Say Kluo woo the benefit of Asida no Aka. Digimon theme song. This is one of the few Japanese songs that me Blade used to remember when he was boring to commit a second-year crime. Of course, this one is not familiar yet. This is the lyrics that me Jiun translated according to the transliteration after he learned Japanese. Inspirational lyrics, especially the appearance of self-playing and singing, instantly made Naka's eyes a little star. There is a heartbreak, where there is no fragrant grass in the end of the world. After singing the song, Naka and Silent turned into little fans, shaking their arms and yelling, Onizan. Me Blade put away the guitar and waved his hand calmly. I see it, this is the charm of music, this is the art of music. Me Blade patted Kiribi on the shoulder, and comforted, others scold you not because they don't like rap, but because they don't want to like you rap. The road to music is a long way to go. Kiribi hugged me Blade's arm and said excitedly, I have lived for 30 years, and finally saw a genius in music. www.readaloud.com. Let's form a band, and we will definitely be able to do it in the future. Ming Zhen Ninja, we can make a world tour, let Tsunade be our agent, and those two little beauties as our assistants. Wow, our group is called Uncle and Boy, what do you think? Tsunade, I'm not interested. Mute, I'm not interested either. Naka, it's okay if me Blade is alone, you, forget it. Kiribi, asshole egg. Me Blade pulled away his hand, just talk, Don't talk dirty. Chi Rabbi looked lonely, turned around and found a dark corner, and licked the wound alone. Mi Blade shook his head, he remembered a word from Lao Guo. This kid looks like Zhang Fei. If you want him to learn the piano, he won't be Beethoven until he dies. Kirabi was born with 5 tones and 4 tones that are not in tune. The 5 tones are not complete, and there is no culture. The lyrics are too good to be written, which is a waste of effort. Silence could not help but sympathize with Kirabi when he saw his loss, but when he thought of his messy lyrics and the noise-like voice, the sympathy disappeared. Naka took Mi Blade's hand and whispered, "Promise me, I must create a song for me." Myron looked at her affectionately, and said leisurely, "Don't worry, I will write a soulful song, and I will sing it at our wedding in the future." Uchiha Naka would. Next, Tsunade and Sang Xiao ate dinner, and Kirabi sat under the tree thinking about life. The dream of music cannot be broken, and the art of rap is eternal. Kirabi stood up and shouted, "I won't give up." Chapter 32, Naka's Careful Thinking. I think the most important thing for you now is not to prove your art to someone, but to improve your literary quality. You think about it. Which singer's lyrics are like you? One mouth is like stupid, jerk, the whole rap is just those 2 sentences, and what else you are 8 people's ally. Is the word used casually? So, read more books, study more, listen to good music more. The underground singers were drunk and screamed, singing the kind of groaning lyrics that are not the mainstream. Makes people feel interesting and sentimental after listening to it. After listening to it, you feel that there are positive things in your songs. These are the mainstream music. So, uncle, read more books, ignorance is terrible. This is after Tsunade and Silent Naka took a break. To pass the time, the boring Mibana was sitting by the fire and talking about music. Mibana was teaching him very seriously. Sing, especially rap. The most important thing is the lyrics. Mi Blade can also see that Kirabi has never read a book, so he can't write any decent lyrics. How can a rapper sing words like jerk and big idiot? Therefore, Mi Ren persuaded him to read more and read good books. This is the first time I have seen Rabbi Shibiki. Someone discusses the art of rap with myself very seriously. In the past, no one in the village took him seriously, whether it was his brother, his students, or the music teacher who paid for it. They all felt like they were messing around, they were all dealing with themselves. That night, Kirabi was very moved by Mi Blade's words. It turns out that I have no culture. Mi Blade said, Kirabi just remembered it. He was afraid that he could not remember it, so he called the rested Bai a piece. Null Ghost, help me remember, these are precious knowledge. Kirabi's words made the bull ghost very helpless. Although his own human Zulai is a bit unwise, as a friend who can communicate with himself on an equal basis, make himself happy every day, and chat with himself, the bull ghost is still willing to see him happy. Unlike other tail beasts, Yao does not hate him. And Kirabi didn't regard Yao as a cold weapon or tool. Thanks to Kirabi's cheerful and playful character, 2 creatures of different races can become each other's best friends. This kid is good, if he doesn't die, he will be a personal one in the future. It's the first time that Yaogui meets such a special kid. People in the past saw Kirabi either hiding or coping with things, so Yao spoke highly of Mi Blade. I agree with you, bullshit, if we can, we may become friends, and in the future we may also become a famous music group in the ninja world. Kirabi also nodded, he could see the kindness that Mi Blade carried on his body, without the slightest impatience and superiority. Chatting like friends, although they only met for the first time, they chatted very comfortably. Mr. Mi Blade, thank you for your teaching, I will go back and enrich myself. In a few years, you will surely hear my masterpiece that shocked the world. Then congratulate you on your success. After talking for half a night, Kirabi decided to listen to Mi Blade's opinion. Go back to the village to retreat and study www.readaloud.com to enrich your inner self-cultivation and find a teacher to improve your music level. Thank you Mi-Blade-san, let's say goodbye. Kirabi tightened her clothes tightly, and put on her sunglasses, ready to return to the voyage. Mi-Blade also stood up politely and said, I look forward to your work, Uncle Kirabi. Haha, don't worry, I'm Julie from the Eight Tails, Rabbi Sabik. What's wrong? Kirabi saw him hesitate to speak. Mibana thought for a while, and reminded, even in the land of thunder, don't meet anyone and tell anyone that you are the eight-tailed man Julie. I am not saying to underestimate the fighting power of you and Yao, but in this world, it is better to be careful. Kirabi and Yao laughed at the same time. Kirabi said, Mi-Blade, don't worry, in this world, there really is no one who can defeat me. As he said, he took off the jacket behind him, showing several knives behind his back, and a dark red chakra slowly appeared on his body. Mi-Blade sighed and waved. Mi-Blade can't beat it by himself, but he and his brother were molested by Watergate in World War III, still in the speed domain they are proud of. Kirabi left gently, just as he came gently, waving his sleeves without taking away a cloud. Mi-Blade sat back in front of the bonfire to fill the firewood, and said with emotion, Ninja World music is really hard to master. There are obviously movies here, but not many TV sets. Obviously there are musical instruments and few good music. The lighted walkie-talkies exist here, but mobile phones are not popular. Especially artificial puppets can do all kinds of things, save energy, reduce emissions, and save electricity, but no one uses them for transportation. On the moon in the sky, Mi-Blade leaned against a sturdy tree branch. Suddenly a small figure sat beside Mi-Blade, his head resting on Mi-Blade's shoulder. Fortunately, the branches of this tree are thick enough for two people to lie on it. Why didn't you sleep in the car? Mi-Blade stroked Naka's hair, hugged her and said. Naka was next to the rice blade, pouting her little mouth, You don't want me to come and accompany you, then I'll go back. Mi-Blade didn't let go, and finally came to the door and let her run away. Picked up the blanket and put it on the two people. He hugged Naka and tentatively said, Or the two of us will sneak away. Why? Always staying with Tsunade-sama, I am very uncomfortable. Naka didn't think there was anything wrong, she shook her head and said, I still want Tsunade-sama to teach me spiritual practice. This is a rare opportunity, even in the village. Mizan is undeniable. Naka is right. She is from Uchiha's family in the village www.readaloud.com. There must be no such opportunity. Mi-Blade said grievously, Well, for your practice, I have to give up my life to accompany the gentleman. Would. Naka kissed Mi-Blade's face. The girl who was cold and hated Mi-Blade will be so cute now. The charm of this man. In such a dark environment, such ambiguous movements, the heartbeat of the two boys and girls gradually accelerated. Fragrant and pretty faces red, nervous, and shy, and the little deer in his heart bumps. Although both of them are children, this is the only boy Naka recognizes. Is strong, likes himself, and knows the bottom line, although sometimes Mi-Blade Jun will look at other girls, but he has always been unique to him. Naka also forgot when the two people were in a specific relationship, and she seemed to hold hands without knowing it, and kissed. As soon as he thought of this, Naka's heart bumped. Although Naka is still ignorant of the relationship between men and women, as the man she chooses, he likes him and he likes himself, especially in such an involuntary world, that's enough. Although I have never won a fight with him since I was a child, but when there was no fight, I seemed to have always been higher than him, Naka thought sweetly. Mi-Blade didn't sleep either. The moment Naka kissed herself just now caused Mi-Blade's hormones to be secreted too frequently. Looking at this lovely girl in her arms, Mi-Blade was completely sleepy. His heartbeat is getting faster and faster, and his thoughts are getting more and more. Ah, no, take your hand out! Naka exclaimed. Mi-Blade, the weather is a bit cold, I will cover it. Chapter 33, Mi Blade's Selfishness. Konoha, in the Naruto building, Sarutobi Hitachi did not use the crystal ball to maintain the peace of the women's bathhouse today. It was not his conscience finding out, but Mrs. Naruto asked for it once more last night. As the saying goes, a woman at 30 is like a wolf and 40 is like a tiger, and at 50 sitting on the ground can dirt. Lake Biwa is now at the age of a wolf and a tiger, and Sarutobi Risen feels that it is gradually becoming a little weak in the past few days. Especially a few days ago, Tuanzang reminded him intentionally or unintentionally that it was time to retire. Sarutobi still doesn't really want to live a retirement life, he feels that he can still fight for the village for a few more years. Even if you retire, you have to choose the next Naruto. Sarutobi thinker, gradually filtering the list of 4 generations of Naruto in his heart. Of course he knew that Tuanzang had the intention of being Hokage, so he first eliminated this close friend who had accompanied him for most of his life. Sarutobi Risen thought, I can't do my best. You look older than me, so you should leave the opportunity to the young. The first thing that comes to mind is his 2 sons, not suitable. The eldest son is not good, and he is not capable enough. He certainly can't convince the public. Even if he is Hokage, he can't engage in selfishness. As for the second son. Who is the second son? With Sarutobi Asema's character and deeds, Hizaki automatically blocks it. If the village is handed over to him, it will be gone in a few years, so Sarutobi Hizumi set his sights on the 3 disciples. Tsunade, it is estimated that she will not come back if she is asked to come back. For her only female disciple, the orphan of Senju Azuma, she is the only seedling left by the mighty Senju clan, and Risen has always been spoiled, but he didn't have the thought of managing the village as Hokage, all his thoughts were put in the casino. Jiraiya, perfect inheritance of the will of fire, strong, cheerful, and optimistic. It's just that the character is too detached and unstable, and Rizan is not at ease when the village handed it to him. Ashimaru, powerful and meticulous, is the best of the 3 disciples, and has always been in the village, kind. It's just that I don't do business properly, and I do research every day, which is not appropriate. Sarutobi Risen thought for a while, no matter who I choose, it doesn't seem to be right now. It seems that I will continue to work for a few more years to let them practice. Yup. A few years later. The office door opened, and an NB ninja walked in and reported to Sarutobi. Naruto-sama, Heiji Mizumi, and Uchiha Naka went to Unokuni first after leaving the village, and ran into Tsunade-sama. Sarutobi Haji frowned, have you met Tsunade by chance? NB ninja nodded, and continued, it's a chance encounter, and Hagiki Mibani also helped Tsunade-sama to pay off his gambling debt. Mi Blade is bankrupt. NB nodded again, it seems that Master Naruto knows his disciple very well. Hagiki Mi Blade helped Tsunade-sama to repay 2 million taels of gambling debts. Then Tsunade-sama was afraid that Mi Blade would not have funds for the next trip, so he asked to go with Keiki Mi Blade and has now entered the Land of Thunder territory. Got it. Sarutobi Risen is a little gloating, let you be arrogant again, kid, now you have to suffer. I still want to travel on a honeymoon, and dare to threaten me so that you can see what the sinister world is. Good apprentice, him as much as you want, the Hagaki kid. Your team will continue to follow, protect Mi Blade, don't need to deliberately follow, just make sure that they are not in danger, otherwise Ashimaru and Shimo will go crazy. Yes. The Land of Thunder. The tour group has been to Thunder Country for several days. They have eaten local specialties and visited the local casinos, and then the tour of this country is over. A few people are going to the country of grass, because if they don't leave, Tsunade's travel funds will all be exported. Fortunately, Mi-jian has the foresight. Every time Tsunade loses, he will become a passerby, and he will bet against Tsunade, which guarantees the continuous chain of funds. In the past few days, Mizun and Naka have become inseparable again, but only at night. She is still with silent Tsunade during the day, so every night is a time Mizun looks forward to. Although I am young and have not made any substantial progress, it is good to have a hand addiction. The cutest thing is that every night Naka sneaks into me Blade's room shyly, saying that he will not let him move, but he doesn't stop him with his hands. Here, the purpose of traveling is not achieved, he. On the way to other grassland, Naka did not sit in the carriage for the first time, but sat on the edge of the carriage with Mi Ban. The two hand in hand, which made Mi Ban feel that it was fun to drive the car for the first time. Naka has also received quite a lot of goods these days. In these days following Tsunade's practice, Naka clearly felt that her strength had improved greatly. She learned some medical ninjutsu and some fighting skills. Naka intends to apprentice Tsunade-sama, but Tsunade does not intend to accept apprentices. From the country of thunder, through the country of Taki, to the country of grass. The land of grass is a small country in the northwest of the land of fire. There is also Shinobu village, but the strength is not strong. Therefore, it has always been a horror, and they will help whoever treats them well. Tsunade is not good for the senses of the country, so she doesn't want to stay in the country. Mi Blade didn't think so. He remembered that in Hokage, a member of the Maelstrom clan appeared in the country of grass. Is called Fragrant Phosphorus, with the powerful blood of the Whirlpool clan. However, it is used by the ninjas of the country of grass as a mobile medical box. Because the unique Yang Chakra of the Maelstrom clan has a healing effect, they will their blood every time they get injured. When Phosphorus appeared on the stage, his arms were full of bitten tooth marks, and he could not see the intensive phobia, which was extremely cruel. It is still many years away from the appearance of Phosphorus. According to the age when Phosphorus appeared at the age of 15 www.readaloud.com, she has not been born yet, and I don't know if her mother came to Kayan village. Before the country was destroyed, Kusina was sent to Konoha to be moisturized. The other people of the Maelstrom clan were like dogs in the mourning family, fleeing everywhere in the ninja world, praying for others. Shinobu village takes in, even if it is used as a medical kit. There are records in Hokage and Nagato. However, it is estimated that there are still many Vortex people in this era. Konoha, as an ally of the Uzumaki nation, was fine if he didn't help when he destroyed the country, and he didn't help to find the Uzumaki people after the country was destroyed. Therefore, Mi Blade insists on going to the country of grass also has its own purpose. If Mibana himself might be a little weak against the ninjas of Kamakura no Kuni, but if Tsunade is added, then he will surely win. Who is Tsunade's grandfather? Senju Junima, who is the wife of Junima, Uzumaki Mito. It can be said that Tsunade and the Uzumaki clan have relatives. When I really saw Xionglin's mother being bullied by Kushinen in the country of grass, might she stand by and watch? Therefore, Mi Blade does not take the small road this time, but walks directly on the main road. The road that passes through the country of grass will pass through the village of Ninja, when Mi Blade will see you bye-bye. Why does Mi Jian have to save an unrelated woman? Because of sympathy, because of love, because Mi Blade is a person who has broken away from low-level tastes, and is a noble and pure person. As one of the fancier's favorite heroines, Uzumaki Phosphorus is so popular, if you don't help her mother, she won't be sprayed to death in the future. After a few days of rushing, the carriage finally came to the gate of Kainan village on this day. The ninja of Kuseo Ninja village stopped the carriage and asked, "Where do you work?" Chapter 34, The Death Scene of Mi Blade. Grass Ninja Village, known as the Ninja Village, who is beneficial to them, or whoever the village is strong, they will help. Is considered a neutral ninja village, but not a neutral, it's like that anyway. Many villages don't like to interact with Kushinen village, but there is no way not to do so. After all, during the war, Kushinen village was caught in the middle of several ninja villages, and there were 4 major ninja villages beside them. The war was inevitable. It will affect them. So by that time, the big village will also win over Kushinan village, at least it is also a fighting force, isn't it? So it is not easy for Kushinohori to survive in the cracks, anyone has to listen. Entering Grass Ninja Village, Mi Blade's eyes began to look around. He didn't know where Xionglin's mother was, and he wasn't even sure if she was here now. But counting the time, I guess it should have arrived. Grass Ninja Village is not big, it is said to be Ninja Village, but it is similar to ordinary villages in Fire Country, far behind Konoha. What are you looking at? Naka stood beside Mi Blade, and when he saw him absent-minded, he looked around sneakily as soon as he entered the village. Mi Blade can't always say to find someone, just hit it haha and got mixed up. Although the village is not big, it is not too small. It is not easy to encounter it on the street. Walking on the street of Kushinan village, Kushinan people learned from the high level that Konoha-sama Tsunade had entered the village. He had no political mission, but traveled by, and hurriedly sent someone to serve as a tour guide. A group of high-ranking Kushinan people gathered around Tsunade's courtesy, kneeling and licking. After all, it is Konoha's person, and it is Tsunade, how dare Xiaokuni ninja not give face? Are you going to say you didn't recognize it? With such obvious characteristics as Tsunade, how could it not be recognized and blind? Tsunade is not good for Kushininho's senses, but since they have already come in, and have to rest here for a whole night, Tsunade also endures it. Tsunade walked to a big town. The first place she would go was two places, one was a casino and the other was a wine shop. So, Tsunade followed Kushinohashi straight to the casino with silent, Mi Blade didn't follow, Naka also followed Mi Blade for the first time. Two people wandering around in the village, Naka is very happy, as long as the rice blade is there, there is always scenery. While Mi Blade seems to hang out, it is actually purposeful. The two people walked around the commercial street of Kainan village, and they didn't see a woman with red hair appearing, even if it was dyed. The remaining residential areas can't be passed by Mi Blade, so there is no way to travel to the homes of ordinary people. This is so sad that Mi Blade, like an obsessive-compulsive disorder, can't find the enthusiasm of Xionglin's mother to give up. Mibani and Naka strolled hand in hand, but no one from the Uzumaki clan appeared in the end. I knocked sideways and inquired about the grassland. I didn't hear that there was an alien ninja with red hair, which made Mi Blade puzzled. At night, Mibani and Naka had dinner, and the two went back to their room to sleep. Tsunade was arranged to have a table by the high level of Kushinan village, and the mute had to follow Tsunade, so Yonzumi and Naka were free for a day. At night, Mi Blade hugged Naka who was sleeping on her shoulder, wondering if it was Phosphorus's mother that hadn't come to Kushinan village. Mi Blade began to sort out the plot in his head. When watching Naruto in his previous life, it was indeed that Phosphorus grew up in the village of Ninja, and her mother came to the village of Ninja and was willing to make a medical kit in order to support her. Okay? The rice blade is an exciting spirit. Is Xionglin's mother, she is willing to stay in Kainan village in order to feed Xiongling. That is to say, the Phosphorus was already born at that time. But carefully calculating the time, Konoha was 15 or 16 years old when Konoha took the Zongnin exam. At that time, according to the Naruto timeline, Konoha was 60 years old, when Naruto and the others had just graduated 3 or 4 months ago. Konoha's 60 years go forward 15 or 6 years, which is Konoha's 44 years. The rice blade is stunned, that is to say, the fragrant Phosphorus is estimated to have been born this year, or it may not have been born yet. And Xionglin's mother gave up wandering in the ninja world and joined the Kushinan village in order to raise her daughter after the birth of Xiongling. So, Xionglin's mother hasn't come yet. The rice blade straightens the teeth. How could the fragrant Phosphorus her mother thought about before has come now? Why did you figure out that someone has arrived when you counted it a few days ago? Mi Blade feels that his company is dead. I always felt that I had the foresight, knew the plot, and felt that I was very urinary, everything was under control, and in the end, it was nothing. Fortunately, I didn't pretend to be forceful with Tsunade and others. Only I knew this embarrassing thing. Mizan gasped heavily, and glanced at Naka, who was sleeping beside him, with a fever on his face, which was too embarrassing for the traveler. The prophet's foresight has been wrong, and this has to let other traversers know that they can't laugh to death. Me Blade put the quilt on his head, as long as I don't say it, no one knows my embarrassment. Mijian thought, fortunately, I didn't play any spoiler fables, or else I would hang myself by myself now. As for why Me Blade is wrong, because he didn't calculate according to the plot of Naruto anime before. A lot of netizens analyzed in the previous life, mixed with various fan fictions of two sets, so the micage is mixed. There is such a plot in a Hokage fan novel. Before the Third World War, the hero went to Grass Ninja Village www.readaloud.com to bring the young Xionglin's mother into the harem. Because it is a harem text, and the author of that doujin has a welfare group, Miren has a deep memory of the plot of the novel. So that, a few days ago, he preconceived that Xionglin's mother had already come to Kainan village. But that's the case, why Xionglin's mother would rather suffer insults in Cao Ren village and be squeezed out of her blood by Cao Ren, instead of going to the next fire country to seek shelter from her former allies. You must know that the country of fire and the country of grass are two neighboring countries. Even if you choose, Konoha is closer together. There are also many people from the Whirlpool tribe, who would rather go to wander farther places than seek refuge in the country of fire. This thing is very intriguing. You should know that Konoha's first generation of Hokage is the son-in-law of Uzumaki country, and there is also a Uzumaki Kushina in Konoha. If they go, at least it is better than being used as a mobile medical kit. But even so, Konoha is still a Whirlpool Kushina, and then there is also Naruto whose hair has changed color. The next day, Mibani and Naka woke up one after another. This is the first time that Mibani and Naka slept in a room, on a bed. Me Blade is shameless, but he is too addicted to his hands. Naka opened her eyes, her face flushed again. She had forgotten that her sister had told her before she left the house, to be careful about the flag wood, protect yourself, and sleep with him at night, even if there is only one room left in the hotel, you must sleep in separate beds. Now, Naka is a little bit happy. Especially the massage technique of Me Blade made her want to stop even more. After several days in a row, she became a little addicted. Heiji No. 3 Technician, superb technique, 5-star praise. Chapter 35, Kakashi's Thoughts. Me Blade, who knew that she had arrived early, set up the carriage early the next morning, and took Tsunade Naka and the others on the road of travel. This move confuses Tsunade. It is you who have to come to Kushinan village, and you are the one who has to run for the whole night. Me Blade, who was planning to travel for a year, has only been out for more than a month, and he has traveled through 4 countries like a horse. The main reason is that I bring 2 light bulbs, and I can't do things like yin yin yan yan. Besides, light bulbs can also cost money, so Miren is not in the mood to calm down and play. After leaving the country of grass, Tsunade suddenly had a whim and wanted to take a look at the country of fire. After all, he had been out for so many years and he hadn't returned to the country. But Tsunade didn't plan to go back to the village, he just went back to the country to go shopping. Miren estimated that she was out of money, and went back to China to raise money. Hearing that Tsunade and Silent left, Mibani and Naka felt very sorry. Naka held Silent's hand reluctantly, and in just over a month, she felt deeply in love. You don't plan to come back to China with me, it won't take a few days anyway. Tsunade looked at the lost Me Blade. She couldn't figure out the thoughts of Me Blade. It was all people who came here. When Kato was there. Tsunade doesn't want to think about how this kid can compare with Kato, he is not worthy. Kato Tsunade was Tsunade's ex-boyfriend, who died on the battlefield during World War II, which made Tsunade sad for a while, and now he has not come out of his sadness. Kato Silent is also Kato Den's niece, so it took Tsunade for so many years to bring Silent to teach her spiritual practice, mainly to comfort herself. When Mi Blade heard that she wanted to return home with her, Mi Blade shook his head decisively, like a rattle. No, 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 go back, Tsunade-sama has a good journey, and the carriage is left for you. Mizan finished speaking and ran away with Naka, leaving Tsunade and Silent, and a carriage. Tsunade smiled, this kid has a different personality from Sakumo. In the village of Konoha, in the laboratory of Ashimaru, there are several subjects lying in the bright and tidy laboratory. They are all ninjas who have signed an exemption agreement with Danzo. No surprise, most of these ninjas are more or less with some blood of the Senju family. After the establishment of Ninja Village in Senjujima, he did not, like other ninja clan, forbid intermarriage between clan members and outsiders. So even though there are not many direct family members of the Qian Shao clan, there are still many people in the village who have the blood of the Qian Shao clan. Although these people are no longer surnamed Qian Shao, they also ensure that the blood of the Qian Shao clan will survive and continue. Unlike the future Uchiha, it is completely gone if it is gone. Danzo and Yuan research on intercolumn cell transplantation, Mu-Dun culture plan is still steadily proceeding. However, the progress of the experiment was not satisfactory. In just 6 months, more than a dozen ninjas who participated in the experiment have died. Da Shiwan was very disappointed with this experiment. What is Mu-Dun? Is a blood inheritance limit unique to the Thousand Hands? Ashimaru shook his head. At least the Mu-Dun known in the ninja world is only Senjujuan Kai, not even his own brother Senjujuan. So Ashimaru feels that the experimental ninja who participated in the experiment does not matter whether they have the blood of the Senju clan. That should be Senju-sama's unique blood successor, or his unique ability. Ashimaru found Danzo and told him about his analysis. Ashimaru wanted to suspend the experiment. Ashimaru also knew that he could not complete this experiment with his current ability, so he and Danzo said that he would suspend the experiment and let himself think about it before making plans. However, Danzo did not agree with the Ashimaru's statement and still asked the Ashimaru experiment to continue. Ashimaru shook his head, and said to Danzo, if I say stop, stop, these ninjas will be meaningless if they die. I need to sort these materials, don't you understand? Ashimaru's face was cold. The usually gentle Snake Lord showed an angry expression for the first time. Danzo is still insisting. He shouted at Ashimaru, it's normal to die, but it's for the village. They are also voluntary. Why are you to shut up? Ashimaru showed a viper-like expression, and he held his forehead with one hand. At this time, he disliked Danzo to the extreme. Ashimaru suddenly remembered Mi Blade's words, and said coldly to Danzo, are you a fool? Danzo, where is the silly woman? Observe the expression of Ashimaru again to make sure that this is a curse. Ashimaru, are you not afraid that I will go to your teacher and make your actions public? Ashimaru grinned coldly and said, it's up to you, but don't bother me. Ashimaru said that he turned and left. He put away the experimental data for more than half a year and returned home. Ashimaru, who returned home, put the experimental data in a hidden place to prevent Danzo from stealing it. That old yin can do everything. Ashimaru changed into a kimono, bought a few bottles of wine at the wine shop, and went straight to Kimu's house with the wine. Hakaki's house, Kakashi stood in the yard sweating like rain, and the sword in his hand flew up and down. Thunder Dragon Flash. Sanjiang Flash Thunder. Kakashi is practicing the Fei Tianyu Jianlu created by Mi Blade. Mi Blade's skills obtained from the system are not privately hidden, and he also taught Kakashi the flying swordsmanship. But there is no full teaching, and there is a limit to geniuses, only a few tricks are taught. And Miren also said that he is also groping. But this also blows Kakashi really hard. You have nothing to do all day. Either you just wandered around with Asuma or the Uchiha girl. Practice ninjutsu when you think about it, and rest when you are too lazy to move. How did you suddenly create a set of swordsmanship? Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com can both pretend to be forceful and powerful. You let us wake up earlier in the morning than the chickens, and sleep later than the dogs at night, and wait for the people who live on the training ground 24 hours a day to live? When Mi Blade was at home, Kakashi pretended not to care. He pretended to be a generous brother and praised Mi Blade that you are a genius, and the Heiji family is proud of you. As soon as the rice blade was gone, Kakashi immediately threw himself into practice. He can't allow himself to be worse than Mi Blade. Ashimaru walked into Kimu's house, saw that Kakashi was very active in training, and smiled with satisfaction. Only here, Yuan will completely relax, thinking about nothing, relaxing. Oh Seimaru-sensei! Kakashi was very excited after seeing Ashimaru. He hadn't seen Ashimaru for more than a month. Teacher, has your research been completed? Well, it's always unsuccessful, so let it go for a while and take a break. Ashimaru laughed. Kakashi was very excited, and reached out his hand to take the wine in Ashimaru's hand and said, "Then teacher Ashimaru will teach me spiritual practice from tomorrow." Ashimaru nodded, "Yes, but practice requires a combination of work and rest. You are still young, and excessive practice will drain your potential." But Kakashi thought of the rice blade, but stopped talking. Ashimaru of course knows Kakashi's careful thoughts. The two brothers compared each other and regarded each other as opponents. Ashimaru stretched out his hand and rubbed Kakashi's hair. "From tomorrow, go to Longdadong to practice celestial arts. After you learn celestial arts and master them thoroughly, General Shangnan will not be your opponent." Okay. Kakashi looked forward to it, thinking that one day he would let Mi Blade surrender and call him Big Brother. Chapter 36, I didn't mean it. The land of the earth has no special features, but it is better than the large area of the country. It looks like the Majao Grottos, so Mi Blade and Naka left after spending half a month in the land of the earth. I want to ask why I have lived in Tuzhikuni for half a month without special characteristics. The most important thing is that there is no tsunade, and there are places where two people are. Just like Ace ridiculed Mi Blade at the beginning, did you go on a trip? I am embarrassed to break you. After going all the way to play, the relationship between the two has risen sharply. After half a month of being alone, Naka is not as shy as before. From the country of fire, the two went straight to the country of rain. The country of rain is worthy of being the country of rain. It rains all the time. The sun is still shining at the border of the country of Ming Ming, but it will be rainy as soon as you enter the country of rain. There is rain in some parts of the ninja world, and half of the rain should be sent to the country of wind, and the country of wind will not be so poor. The two held an umbrella together and strolled in the rain. Because there is a lot of rain in the country of rain, the best food is Hexian. The two people found the relics of the battlefield from the time when Sunan fought Hanzo, and they are still devastated. After a few years, they can still see the traces of the war. Mi Blade and Naka stood on a high place. Mi Blade also explained to Naka the origin of Sunan. At the end, Naka said disappointedly, "It turns out that Sunan came from this way, the title given by the enemy, right?" Myron retorted, "You can't say that. At the beginning, Sunan was a young man and woman of 1897, young ninjas, and Yunan Sancho Fish Hanzo was a long famous ninja demigod. In this way, my teacher can fight him back and forth, which is a glorious defeat. Is like saying that I, a genius ninja known as Konoha, broke Konoha's record for the youngest age of ninja. And although you can't beat me, isn't it the same as the genius girl in your class, and is sought after by the ninjas of your class?" When Naka heard this, Mi Blade's boasting meaning was too obvious, and with a soft snort, her little hand pinched the soft flesh on Mi Blade's waist and twisted it 180 degrees clockwise. "Who is glorious even though defeat? I, even though I am defeated, you are a genius Konoha. Let go, it hurts. The screams of me Blade echoed on the ground. Naka let go of her little hand triumphantly. Me Blade grinned at the side. All right, don't worry, no matter how famous I am outside, I will still be your baby when I get home. The rice blade is holding Naka sweet and greasy, and Naka also enjoys him. Men conquer the world, women conquer men. The former Naka wanted to prove herself more, and she wanted to prove her man even more during her passionate love period. Naka stuck to me Blade's chest, looking at the battlefield in the distance. Gradually, Naka raised her head, her eyes full of blades of rice. The chin gradually lifted, and the red lips gradually moved closer. How could me Blade miss this benefit, close her eyes and touch her red lips? Just when the two people are you and me, I suddenly heard the sound of fighting from under the cliff. Naka opened her eyes, frowned, her lips separated from the rice blade. Someone is fighting. Me Blade pressed her head, no. Just about to continue, a few bangs, the sound of the detonation talisman exploding. Naka hurriedly separated from me Blade, really? Me Blade is itchy teeth with anger, which is more irritating than getting up. Wait for me here. Me Blade drew out Tato and jumped off the cliff. In the woods below the cliff, a group of ninjas from the Land of Rain surrounded 3 young men, 2 men and 1 woman, each with a color. Yuren's troops consisted of 12 people, of which there were only 5 of them, and the rest were Zhongren. Xiao Nan, we will cover your escape in a while. No, I will not go, I will die together, I will not abandon you, Yahiko, Nagato. Don't talk nonsense, now is not the time to argue about this. Nagato will remember to cover Xionan for a while. Okay. Yuren troops, the headed Shangren sneered and said, I'll give you one last chance to go back with us, or it's a matter of life or death. You dream. Xiao Nan shouted. Hey, the kids who are looking for death. Give me your breath. Yunan and the others rushed to the 3 of Yahiko, Xionan and the others, and the 3 of them were also ready to fight to the death. At this moment, a figure fell from the sky, a black-clothed and white-haired young man with a sword in his hand. Who? Yuren asked. Your father. Me Blade roared and lifted the sword to rush towards Yuren. Yuren hurriedly resisted. Me Blade opened the Erguyu riding wheel, and the door in the 8-door dungeon opened. Sanjiang Flash. A rain forbearance was killed. Thunder Dragon Flash. Whizzing. The 2 rain forbearance were killed. Flying Dragon Flashes. 1 rain ninja and 2 rain ninjas were killed. Fishan Imperial Sword Stream focuses on unpredictable momentum and unexpected swordsmanship. This is a set of swordsmanship aimed at killing enemies quickly. Sword users must have an indomitable heart and be fearless. Me Blade is now in anger, so Yunan in front of him is a very good vent object. When he came down, he saw Yahiko and the 3 of them, so when he met them 3, he couldn't stand by with his emotions and reason. Especially the rice blade is fast and swift, and it is not anxious to beat the rain. In addition, the rice blade also has the bonus of the riding wheel eye and the 8-door dungeon, which can be described as a remarkable record. One of Yunan's Shangren reacted and hurriedly yelled, all scattered. It was another trick for me Blade to catch 2 Zhongren, and they fell to the ground. There are 4 upper ninjas to surround the rice blade, and the rice blade is not easy to bully. 5 shadow clones are separated to chase the group of ninjas, and the body faces the 4 upper ninjas. Fighting against the 4 Shangren by himself, to be honest, me Blade can kill them all unscathed. You know, every ninja who can be selected as a ninja has unique skills. Just killed a Shangnan with a sneak attack and has achieved great results. Now that they are ready, it is not easy to kill it so easily. The person headed by stared at me Blade angrily, and asked coldly, we didn't provoke your excellency, why are we killing our people? Me Blade put away Tachi, showing a shy expression, and said with a smile, sorry, I didn't mean it, I missed it for a while, so, can we just leave it alone? For Shangnan. Your shadow clone is still slaughtering our ninjas, are you telling me that you didn't mean it? Where's the face? Mr. Sanhee, don't talk nonsense with him, he is delaying time. As expected, not far away, the scattered rain ninja had been killed by Mi Blade's shadow clone. Go! Water escape, the art of the big waterfall. Water escape, a big explosion of water. Water escapes, like rain and dew thousands of books. All kinds of ninjutsu are rushing towards the rice blade, and the rice blade must not be hardwired with the body. One instant dodges a ninjutsu. www.readaloud.com. The wind barrier blocks another ninjutsu, and then takes the stand for another ninjutsu. The ninjutsu of a few Shangnan just ran around the rice blade as if it didn't need money. The rice blade may not be good at learning other things during the years following Ashimaru, but the means of life-saving are endless. On the other side, Naka found the injured Yahiko and the others, and took them into hiding quietly. Xiaonan looked at the sudden Mi Blade, and asked with some worry, "Your companion?" Naka said, "It's okay, he's amazing." Naka placed too much trust in her man, and she didn't worry about the safety of Mi Blade, and took the three of them into hiding. Mi Blade is not in love with the battle, and after dealing with it for a while, he releases the shadow clone. Several Zongren have been lying on the ground for a long time. Mi Blade pulled out the white tooth, and found the opportunity to slash at one person. Shangnan's reaction is fast, which is different from Zongnan. Missed a hit, Mi Blade resolutely avoided, not giving them a chance to surround themselves. Ding jingle bells, there was a burst of beating. Mi Blade puts away the short blade, and Likey is formed in his hand, stabbing an upper shinobi. The Shangren dodged in no hurry, so he could only fight head-to-head with Mi Ren. But as a water escape ninja, Riichi of Mi Blade is very dominant. Boom! One Shang shinobu was injured. In this short period of time, the other three Shangren surrounded Mi Blade. Mi Knife kicked the injured Yu Ren and kicked him away. Due to the reaction force, he flipped back for a week. Rushed to the ninja holding Senbon behind Mi Blade, and watched Mi Blade fly over his head. Suddenly Mi Blade drew out Taishao, and then drew the sword. Click! Shangren on the ground broke not only Qianben who resisted, but also his head. Chapter 37, Please give me a happy. What? A blade of light slashed down at an extremely tricky angle. Yurnan village's Kaminori had already set up Qianben to resist, but unfortunately, he still couldn't stop the sword light of Mi Blade. After one blow, Mi Blade ran forward quickly, and the two tops behind him chased after him, and Mi Blade instantly pulled away. Yu Ren did not succumb to much, still chasing closely behind. Seeing that the distance is getting closer and closer, when Yu Ren is about to catch up with Mi Blade suddenly stops and turns around, with a spiral pill in his left hand and a Chidori blade in his right hand. This unexpected two-shot ninjutsu hit Yu Ren by surprise. Retire must be impossible to retreat, this can kill him with death. The two Yurnan grabbed Kyuuxiang Mi Blade to stab, and Mi Blade also roared and hit Helix Maru and Chidora Blade on Yuranhin's body. After a loud noise, the ground was messed up. There are two kunao stuck in Mi Blade's body, and the two Shangren breaths are absent. Hiding in the distance, watching the Mi Blade fight, Naka and Yahiko saw Miba's suicidal ninjutsu, and finally killed Yunan, and he himself fell to the ground. Yahiko and the three hurriedly stepped forward to check, this is the savior of the three of them. Naka also frowned secretly, is Mi Blade really injured? With Naka's knowledge of Mi Blade, he would not be so reckless if he was not particularly sure that he could defeat the enemy. Naka followed the three of them and ran to Mi Blade, watching the kunao rice blade inserted in her chest. Blood was flowing in her chest, and blood came out of her mouth from time to time. Xiona knelt on the ground and cried. Although they did not know this young man, they lost his life for themselves. Such a great kindness cannot be repaid. Even Yahiko and Nagato were crying and regretful, and bowed deeply to Mi Blade. They turned around and wanted to ask the little girl who had just taken them into hiding, if they knew who the benefactor was. But turned around. Hey? Where is the person? There was no little girl behind her. I saw that in the distance, the little girl was standing beside the injured Yunan with a knife in her hand. She wanted to make up the knife? Hey! Little sister! Your companion is dying, but you want to make up the knife? What is their deep hatred? Didn't the two of them come together, they just met by chance? There was an injured Yunan lying on the ground, that is, the Yunan who carried Likey hard. At this time, he was lying on the ground, unable to move, breathing heavily, waiting for death. Hey, kid, give me one, happy. Yu Ren's chest and arms were blown to pieces by Lei Che. At this time, in pain, he just wanted to die happily. Naka nodded coldly, Leng Jun's small face showed tenacity. Naka held the knife, and the blade touched Yuren's neck. In the next second, the sharp blade will cut through my neck. Yunan thought, sorry, Hanzo-sama, my mission failed. Sorry, Mom and Dad, your son can no longer do his filial piety to you. Sorry, Azaa, I can't fulfill my promise, I will go back and marry you. After a while, Yuren felt no pain in her neck. What happened? Opened his eyes and saw that Naka's face was tangled, as if she didn't know where to start. This is the first time that Naka has killed a person, and he has not done a good job of mental construction. If two life are due to a death duel, Naka will kill each other without hesitation. But now, let her execute a person, she is not yet mentally prepared. Naka wanted to kill someone to practice courage, but she couldn't do it when she fell the sword. If there is no rice blade, and if Naka still has the same character as before, she will swing the knife without hesitation. Having been with me blade for so many years, my heart has been full of sunshine, but it has become a little bit mother-in-law. Naka doesn't want to give up such a good opportunity, a shinobu. With her current strength, let alone Shang Ren, even Zhong Ren is not sure that she can kill the opponent. She changed her posture, put the tip of the knife on Yuren's chest, closed her eyes, and made up her mind, goodbye. Yu Ren nodded, closed his eyes again, and remembered again in his heart. Sorry, Hanzo-sama, my mission really failed. Sorry, Mom and Dad, your son really can't do his filial piety to you anymore. Sorry, Azaa, I can't fulfill my promise, I will go back and marry you. After a while, Yurenbu didn't feel any discomfort in his chest. He opened his eyes and looked at Naka's tangled appearance. Yu Ren was almost crying, and he said painfully, Sister, can you hurry up, it's so torturous. Naka also felt embarrassed, and smiled awkwardly, and said, Sorry, for the last time, trust me, I will give you a happy one. Yu Ren is helpless, are you a ninja? Yuren exhausted all his strength, turned over and stretched his neck. Please. Hey I. Naka raised the knife, took a deep breath, and prepared to behead. Sorry, Hanzo-sama, my mission has completely failed. Sorry, Mom and Dad, your son is about to be tortured to death. Sorry, Azaa, I can't fulfill my promise, I will go back and marry you. Promise me, after you go on the battlefield, you must start decisively and give the enemy a joy. Please, or you give me a knife, I will judge myself. Yuren, who is still not dead, said. Naka. At this time, Xiaonan came over. They had watched Naka repeat here several times, neither killing nor letting go. So Xiaonan came over and asked, What's the matter? Naka was embarrassed to death, and suddenly a voice said, I guess she hasn't found a suitable murder position. Naka's face flushed with anger when she heard the undue beating. She mustered up her courage, swung a knife to cut down Yuren's head, and then took the knife away handsomely. Humph! Hey, aren't you? Xiaonan asked in surprise as he watched the white-haired boy walking by. Mi Blade pulled an angry Naka, smiled and patted her chest. I have a protective steel plate on my body. Then, over there. Why is there one lying on the ground? Mi Blade pulled Naka and brought Xiaonan to his corpse and pressed his hand on the corpse. I saw that the corpse that was still bleeding just now turned into a piece of skin and shriveled. Apparently, Naka had already discovered Mi Blade's blindfold when she first came here. Awesome! Yahiko praised this trick, looking at it as a novelty. Little ninjutsu, it's not worth mentioning. Mi Blade said humbly. This trick is the skin shed technique invented by Da Shiwan. As long as it is an external injury, the skin will be shed. If it is an internal injury or a fatal injury, the treatment must be cured. Mi Blade carried a steel plate on his body, which seemed to bleed a lot, but the steel plate blocked it www.readaloud.com and didn't pierce it deeply. It was all skin trauma. Mi Blade squinted at Naka, and said, I'm lying here, you don't care about me first, you are still angry. Who made you laugh at me? How can I make a joke about you? I was telling the truth. Did you change 3 positions? I thought you didn't find the right position for the knife. You are laughing at me. I didn't say that you changed your posture because you didn't dare to kill. I just feel that you can't find a proper posture for the knife. What? Naka bit on Mi Blade's arm. Mi Blade groaned with pain. After a while, Naka let go, and Mibana said to the 3 people watching the play, just laugh, laugh. My name is Yahiko, his name is Nagato, and this is Xionan. Thank you for your help. Yahiko introduced. Mizan smiled and said, You're welcome, I'm also seeing the injustice on the road, so I draw a knife to help. My name is Heiki Mizan. This is my girlfriend, Naka Uchiha, who killed for the first time. Let everyone laugh. After finishing speaking, Mi Blade also kissed Naka, who had not yet calmed down. Actually, Mizan also wants Naka to break through. The ninja who killed people is different from the ninja in the greenhouse. 3 wars are about to break out in the near future. At that time, I will definitely not be able to be in the same team with Naka, so it's time for Naka to grow up. This step is something she must take. Mi Blade leaned on Naka's ear and said, I'm wrong, I apologize to you, it's okay. Naka snorted and nodded to the 3 of Xionan. Leave here first, it's not safe here. When was leaving, Mi Blade didn't forget to use a fireball to destroy the traces on the scene. Chapter 38, Nagato's Reincarnation. Rain Country, the temporary residence of the 3 Yahiko Xionan. At this time, the Akatsuki organization has not yet been established, but the current 3 Yahiko already have the idea of establishing an organization. Because the residents of Urinin village did not live well under Hanzo's rule, and the 3 young people suffered from the damage of the war during World War II, they wanted to change this terrible world. Make the world full of love and make the world a better place. Gently holding your face. Okay, digress. At this time, the rice blade was lying on the wooden bed of Nagato, paralyzed weakly. Because of the battle just now, although the rice blade was not injured, chakra used a lot. It is the riding wheel eye and the 8 doors are opened again. Helix Maru has 1,000 birds blade, plus various swordsmanship, and shedding. After a series of battles, Mi Blade chakra bottomed out and his body was very exhausted. Naka sits on the edge of the bed and massages the rice blade. Xionan makes fish soup in the kitchen, and Yahiko and Nagato accompany the guests in the house. Thank you Mi Blade-kun, if it weren't for you, we might not be able to come back. Yahiko is the eldest brother of the 3, so here, everything is still up to Yahiko. You are welcome, speaking of which we still have a relationship. Oh, what does it matter? Mi Blade said paralyzed, did you and Jilla practice for a while? Do you know Mr. Jiraiya? Yahiko said in surprise. Mi-ren gave a hum, and continued to explain, I am Konoha's ninja. I studied under Mr. Ashimaru. Mrs. Ashimaru and Lord Jiraiya are brothers. After the war, Lord Jiraiya did not talk to the teacher and the others. When I returned to the village, I said that I had accepted 3 students in Yurin village. I guess it was you. So, logically speaking, I should also call you brother. Yahiko and Nagato finished listening and looked at each other, their eyes could not hide their surprise. Even Nagato did not hostile me Blade because he was a Konoha ninja, although Nagato's parents died in the war between Konoha and Rain. However, Nagato is also a man with a clear grudge, with a blade that is so big, he has never experienced a war, and today he saved 3 of them. Either Nagato is sensible and knows what is right or wrong, or else Naruto's mouth will die in the end. As long as it is the kind of hard horns, 10 Konoha will be gone. Yahiko took a glass of water and handed it to the rice blade. Obviously he did not expect that this young man would be an acquaintance. As soon as I heard that it was an acquaintance, Yahiko's topic came. By coincidence, Xiao Nan, who had prepared supper, also walked into the house with food. After hearing the conversations of several people, Xiao Nan got closer to me Blade, a woman's nature. If at the beginning, Xiao Nan only regarded me Blade as an ordinary benefactor, but now she looks more like her brother as she looks at me Blade. Come and eat first. At the dinner table, Xiao Nan asked, how is teacher Jiraiya? Since the last goodbye, the 3 of them have not seen Jiraiya for a long time. They are full of nostalgia for the teacher who saved themselves and taught them ninjutsu. Me Blade took a sip of the fish soup and shook his head, I don't know. Didn't Mr. Jiraiya return to Konoha? I'm back. Me Blade said with emotion, but after I went back, I got into trouble again in the village, and then hid, and I haven't come back yet. Yahiko frowned after hearing this. He remembered that Jiraiya had always been a kind teacher, and hurriedly asked, what happened to Jiraiya teacher? Me Blade sighed, glanced at Xiao Nan, and finally explained to them. What I said at the beginning was bad things about Jiraiya, and then how eagerly he developed the ninjutsu secrets, and finally, Jiraiya and Mizuman had a lot of talk. Naka didn't even know about these things, so Yahiko and Nagato were embarrassed when they heard that, while Xionin slapped the table with anger. Teacher Jiraiya is too much. An angry shout frightened the others. Xiao Nan apologized, I'm sorry, I scared you guys, I just heard that teacher Jiraiya. Mikan waved his hand and said, it's okay, these are all the small addictions of Lord Jiraiya. I have forgave him, but it is hard to say whether Sister Juzune can forgive him. Yahiko also stood in silent tribute for Jiraiya. He reminded, and Tsunade-sama, if you let her know what Mr. Jiraiya did, maybe you will kill him. Deserve it. Xionin and Naka said at the same time, in this kind of thing, women must unite the front. Just thinking about Tsunade's temper, if you let her know, Jiraiya would definitely not live, the kind that died terribly. Naka understands Tsunade, Yahiko and the others have also seen Tsunade, so everyone sighed at the same time. What's the matter with your eyes? Mizan turned off the subject, turned to ask Nagato. Nagato wears a pair of reincarnation eyes, which Uchiha Madara put on him at the beginning, in order to let Nagato collect the ninjutsu, open the 10 tails, and then resurrect himself and launch the Moon Eye project. But Nagato has been kept in the dark, he thought he was the son of destiny. Me Blade shook his head and said, no, this thing is called reincarnation eye, reincarnation eye shouldn't be born to you. What do you mean, do you know the origin of the reincarnation eye? Me Blade nodded and said, you know Konoha's Uchiha clan, right? Several people nodded, and Xiao Nan pointed to Naka and said, isn't Naka a member of Uchiha's clan? Is this eye related to our clan? Naka was curious, and she ran to Uchiha as she said it. Miren nodded and said, Uchiha's unique blood inherits the boundary, writing round eyes. Most people only know that writing round eyes are divided into 1 hook jade, 2 hooks and jade 3 hook jade, but they don't know that there is actually a kaleidoscope on top of 3 go jade writing wheels. Right round eyes. Not only Nagato Zionin and the others didn't know about this topic, it was the first time even Naka, who was sitting next to me Blade, heard about it. After all, the kaleidoscope hasn't been opened for a long time, and there is no one to teach the separation of families like Naka. How could it be known? Me Blade went on to say, the legend says that every pair of kaleidoscopes is accompanied by magical and powerful power, but these are not important. The important thing is that after opening the kaleidoscope, it is not the end, but the starting point. The kaleidoscope can evolve. At this time, everyone looked at Nagato, and Nagato was also surprised. Isn't it my eyes? Me Blade nodded, and saw the sadness for him. Nagato had always thought that he was the son of destiny and possessed special abilities, but now suddenly I heard that destiny was not his own, but that other people had deposited it on him, and felt a little lost in his heart, and his faith was gradually collapsing. Me Blade asked Nagato, you belong to the Uzumaki clan. You heard that the Uzumaki clan is the blood heir to the eyes, and do you feel that your vitality is gradually decreasing? Nagato nodded. Isn't Mibana talking about her condition? Nagato nodded. There is www.readaloud.com and I feel weak for a long time every time I use these eyes. That's right, because these eyes are not your own, so there will be repulsion. I guess this should be placed on you by a senior of the Uchiha clan. Is that so? Nagato smiled in shock, his fantasy collapsed. But it doesn't matter who these eyes belong to at the beginning, the important thing is that the eyes are on you. What do you want to do with these eyes, and how to use them reasonably? Zionin and Yahiko took his hand and comforted him. Nagato, it doesn't matter, we won't abandon you no matter what. Moreover, Me Blade said, now the eyes are on you, so do what you think. Nagato nodded and reawakened hope. He solemnly said, I will use these eyes to fulfill our dream. At this moment, Me Blade suddenly got up, and everyone looked at Me Blade. Me Blade said in embarrassment, sorry, it spoiled your atmosphere. I want to go to the toilet and ignore me. Author's boundary line. I watched Hokage for a long time in the afternoon, because I remember that there was a deviation in the plot. Finally, I found a plot. It was the one where Yahiko founded the Akatsuki organization. The story was that at the time of the three wars, Yahiko found a wave of rebels who did not want to fight, then introduced himself and his ideals, fooled a group of ninjas to join him, and finally established Akatsuki organization. Everyone knows this story, because I saw that some colleagues wrote about Akatsuki after World War II and before World War II, so I was afraid that everyone would remember it, so I reminded it. Okay, I admit, I just got the numbers before it was on the shelves. Chapter 39, Feeling Hollowed Out. Outside Yahiko's residence, Me Blade, who came out to go to the toilet, found a big tree, looked around, and found no one. The writing wheel opened, and he took out a seal scroll from behind. Not far from behind a big tree, two white creatures are sneaking around. It's really interesting, does he have to seal the in the scroll when he poops? Do you know what it feels like to shit? Yes, you don't know either, haha. Outside the house, the two Baiju who watched the eyes of Nagato guarding the reincarnation, saw Me Blade use the seal scroll to go to the toilet. This strange behavior made the two creatures who couldn't pull the very puzzled. Although we don't know how to shit, we haven't seen anyone who needs to be sealed. Could anyone steal shit? Just then, the voice of Me Blade appeared behind Baiju. Yeah, what kind of creature is this? What? The two Baiju turned their heads together, and after seeing Me Blade, they asked together, do you know what it's like to shit? Hey, I won't tell you. The seal scroll flashed brightly, and the two Baiju were sealed unknowingly. Mizan knew, how could Uchiha Madara put Samsara's eyes on Nagato's body and feel relieved, and he would definitely send someone to watch. Baiju is the best monitoring tool. It is not easy to detect and has a low sense of presence. Although its intelligence is low, it is better than obedient. Mi Blade has long been staring at Baiju, especially after Yuan needs a container to study the reincarnation of a dead body. The old Ashimaru usually finds some genius-shaped ninjas to make containers. It is not enough to focus on his own subordinates. Later, they focus on the second pillar. But no matter whose body it is, how powerful the blood succession is, rejection will occur after reincarnation. It takes 3 to 5 years at most, and has a single ability. But Bai is absolutely different. This thing is a product made by Kagaiji with infinite moon reading. Although it is not smart, it is better than the ability to regenerate, and it can adapt to various forms of chakras, and can also fuse various blood. Following the limit. Let's put it this way, it's Hyaga to cast by one's eyes, and Uchiha's name to install Shul Anyun, and he doesn't reject it. This thing was given to Dashi Pills, let Dashi Pills research and study, the proper and perfect container, do whatever you want. And Baiju can also be used as a sacrificial offering to reincarnate from the filthy soil, which can bear the strength of the dead to a greater extent. So, 100,000 Baiju, Mi Blade is eyeing it. Back in the house, Mi Blade sat down on the bed, and Naka asked angrily, there are so many forms of writing round eyes, why didn't you tell me before? Baby, you haven't even opened a hook jade, what's the use of thinking so much? The rice blade hand rested on Naka's shoulder, and comforted, don't worry, with your man, how can you rise to the kaleidoscope in this life? It's pretty much the same. Naxiang said proudly. Mi Blade, you just said that Nagato's long-term use of the reincarnation eye will drain his vitality. Is there any way to solve it? Mi Blade shook his head, no, this thing is really hard for ordinary people to play. Fortunately, Nagato's vitality is stubborn, and it will be drained if you want to change one person. After listening to Nagato, he also knew that it was impossible. He comforted two close friends, it doesn't matter, I will fulfill our dream in my limited life. Actually, there is no way at all. Do you have a way? The four people looked at the rice blade with all 8 eyes, and the rice blade was hairy. Mi Blade took a deep breath and said weakly, I'll drink the fish soup first, and then do an experiment. Hurry up, everyone urged. The rice blade picked up the bowl, drank the fish soup, and wiped his mouth. Nagato, look at me now, don't resist anything I do next. Okay. Nagato nodded, and everyone looked at Mi Blade quietly. Mi Blade stretched out his hand, and suddenly snapped the 2 eyes in Nagato's eye sockets, then took off his own eyes and set them on Nagato, and then set the reincarnation eyes in his own eye sockets. What is the writing wheel eye? It is a plug-and-play eye. As long as they belong to the Uchiha clan, they can change it freely. There is no surgery at all, and there is no injection or medicine. Dr. Heiji, are you delaying work? Don't delay, change your eyes in the morning and go to work in the afternoon. Remember, go to Konoha Hospital and find Director Heiji. Whether it is Kakashi, or the soil, or Uchiha Madara, who else is there, which one has had injections or medicine, and which has been delayed. Just like Denso, putting a row on his arm is a little troublesome. In the blink of an eye, Mi Blade completed the eye replacement surgery, which is more scientific than Conan. What? Mi Blade you? Several people were stunned. Looking at Mi Blade, they didn't know what to say. Yahiko and Zionin almost did it just now. Had it not been for watching Mi Blade not behaved strangely, it would have been a fight now. That is the eye of reincarnation. Mi Blade felt the eyes of reincarnation, and felt that he was full of power at this time, as if a Nanfa battery was suddenly installed in his body, with great power. But the same power consumption is also high, and I feel that my body can't support it for long. Mi Blade asked Nagato, how do you feel now? Nagato felt his current body and said, I don't have the feeling of being hollowed out now, and I can clearly feel that my body is getting better and my vitality is recovering a little bit. But I don't feel good. I feel like my body is going to be hollowed out now, mainly because of the passing of chakra, which is too fast. Mi blade presses on the reincarnation eye, and his life force will not be lost, because he has the blood of the Uchiha clan, and he also has the writing round eye www.readaloud.com, so only Fei chakra. As we all know, the Hagaki clan has always been a unit of measurement for the ninja chakra. 1 card and 2 cards. As the brother of Ka, even if Mi blade has the blood of the Uchiha clan, how much higher chakra can be? The author did not have extra settings when arranging cheats, and he would not reward chakra for a broken system. Mi blade also tried to see if he could close the eyes of reincarnation. After trying it, it failed. Mi blade, can you give me a try? Naka looked forward to the circle of eyes in Mi blade's eye sockets. Mi blade thought for a while, nodded. You are from the Uchiha clan, so the eyes of reincarnation should not absorb your vitality, but be careful of chakra, this thing is too power consuming. Okay. I'd better change one first. Mi Ren cautiously said, after all, he is his own wife. Naka endured the pain and closed one eye. Mi blade installed one for her. Hoo wow! Naka suddenly screamed, and then hurriedly took off the reincarnation eye and handed it to Mi blade. After putting her eyes on, Naka gasped and said, no way, it's too powerful, I feel that my chakra has bottomed out in an instant. Strange, then why are you okay? And you don't mean that foreigners will be squeezed out of their vitality when they wear the eyes of reincarnation? Why are you unresponsive? Naka just felt that her chakra was squeezed dry all at once, and the rice blade took 5 minutes, and he didn't see any discomfort. Mizan smiled and turned Naka's head in the direction of Nagato. I saw that Nagato's eyes were not ordinary eyes, but 2 ergu jade eyeballs shining red. Naka exclaimed, what's the situation? Chapter 40, Akatsuki Konoha Branch. Well, my silly daughter-in-law. Mizan tells Naka the story of her mother chasing her husband again. The story is processed by the language of the rice blade, comparable to the legend of the white snake, the cowherd and the weaver girl, Romeo and Zhu Yingtai, Liang Shanbo and Juliet. Made people burst into tears after hearing it, and moved the 2 women in the house to a mess. After finished speaking, Mi blade wiped Naka's tears away. My silly daughter-in-law, when you were young, you didn't know about it, but it's all over. Rice blade. Naka hugged Mi blade's arm, and said distressedly, I will definitely be with you in the future, no matter who stops me, I will not leave you. Yes, me too. The rice blade that hugged Naka was moved by each other, and Yahiko and Zionin also cuddled with each other on the other side. There is only Nagato, and no one pays attention to them. Hey, there is another person here. Consider how I feel, hello. Mi blade sighed, single dogs are not worthy of sympathy. No, Mi blade, you misunderstood, I and Yahiko are not. Zionin explained with a blushing face. Mibana persuaded, there is nothing to hide from this, you can do it when it's time to do it. After teasing each other for a while, everyone got a lot closer. By the way, Mi blade, how do you know this? Naka asked. Whether it is about the changes of the round eyes or the eyes of reincarnation, these are the biggest secrets, not to mention ordinary people, not even the people of Uchiha like her, let alone the foreigner Mibani. Everyone also looked at Mi blade, they also wanted to know. Mi Ren smiled, and he pointed to the eyes of the writing wheel in Nagato's eyes and said, ordinary people open the eyes of the writing wheel to get the vision, and the illusion hidden in the eyes of the writing wheel. And I get the eyes of the writing wheel. During the evolutionary process, I have understood all the changes in Shaolunyan since I started Shaolunyan. Looking at Mi blade's stinky face, Naka said sourly, why are you a foreigner who has the ability that our own clan doesn't have? But yes, God wants to make up for my mother. Mi blade suddenly became sad again. I'm sorry Mi blade. This is the right to speak of a master. Okay, now I feel better. Mi Jian looked at Nagato and turned off the topic. Although his eyes would automatically open the Shulanyan as soon as his eyes entered Nagato's eye sockets, Nagato, who had been carrying the reincarnation eye for a long time, had no sense of the consumption of Shulanyan. Nagato said happily, "It's better, now I feel like I'm back to the peak state of my body." "Well, return the reincarnation eye to you, I can't hold on anymore." The two changed back to their respective eyes, and then Mibana said to Nagato, "In the future, when you feel that your body cannot bear it, remove the reincarnation eye and find a container that can store the reincarnation eye, so that you can extend your body. Service life. With your whirlpool family always living a lifespan of 80 or 90 years old, it shouldn't be a problem to live 50 or 60 years, it's better than you have been consuming your life force now. Thank you, Me Blade." Now, Me Blade not only rescued the three of them, but also solved the problem of reincarnation. The 5 people ate and drank. After they finished their meal, Me Blade asked, "How come you were chased by urine?" Only then did Yahiko explain. He sighed first, and then came leisurely. Turns out to be because the three of them make the world full of love and make the world by better ideals. They want to find some like-minded comrades to let more people recognize their ideals and develop their own team. When I was propagating around, I was stared at by urine, not to say that they were unscrupulous ninjas, and wanted to reassure them. It is said that people are not serious, but they still have to order. Yahiko and the others certainly disagree, so there is friction between the two parties. A few days ago, because Nagato broke out in a small universe during a fight, using the power of the reincarnation eye, 3 Urinin died, so this time it was the case that Urinin was besieged. Mijian nodded and praised after listening, "I agree with your ideals, how good world peace is, and when the world of ninja is stable, I can travel around without interruption. It is a very good ideal. But it's still very difficult now. We don't have funds, so we can't hire people." The 3 Xiaonan looked sad. 2. War hasn't broken out yet, so most ninjas want to improve their strength and make more money. They just rely on their mouths to hide without Naruto's 2 tricks, so it is difficult to fool people. Since you have ideals and want to set up such an organization, you must have a name anyway. There is no packaging, so it's hard to convince people. Me Blade reminded them. Like the later Akatsuki organization, each one dressed in black and a big red cloud jacket, forming the most handsome group in the ninja world. Now, I don't even have a uniform costume. Yes, Sister Zionin and Brother Yahiko, you should make a plan and plan your future direction so that you can succeed. Yahiko said, "But we have no money." Me Blade and Naka looked at the furnishings in the house. "The commissions we earn for doing tasks are given to the poor, so..." Me Blade was speechless after hearing it. "Aren't you leaving some money for yourself?" "Xiaonan has been in charge of this all the time," Nagato reminded. Mizan said to Naka next to him, "I see it, it's scary to have no culture, we must read more in the future." Naka nodded in cooperation. Hearing Me Blade's mockery, Xiaonan's face couldn't hold back. In fact, they are also kind. Every time they complete the task, the commission will be donated to the poor in the small village, leaving only a little for themselves. Xiaonan is not the future angel who will be in charge of Yunnan village, she is still a child now. "Let's do it, I'll make a plan for you when it's okay tomorrow, it's better than you groping with your eyes closed like this." "Thank you, Me Blade-kun, I'll cause you trouble again." Yahiko seemed to have thought of something, and asked Me Blade somewhat awkwardly, "Since Me Blade also recognizes our ideals, I wonder if Me Blade is interested in joining our organization?" Mibani and Naka glanced, and then Mibani asked, "Why, you still want to have sex?" No, we'll give you money. Do you have it now?" Yahiko glanced at the 2 salted fish hanging on the wall, Xiaonan's eyes rolled around and Nagato said, "Don't look at me, I'm a single dog." Me Blade can see it, they are really out of money now, and Xiaonan, who has a little experience, can't manage it either. But they still want to do something big. Just like the establishment of our party, we are looking for some comrades to join us, work together, and make progress together. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. However, they don't have the two tricks of our martyrs. It is clear that there will be more than a single spark, and it will not be ignited. Hat, I really admire you. Me Blade glanced at Naka, and said, I agree that you have joined you. What? Different from the surprise of Yahiko and Konan, Nagato said, no more thinking about it. Nagato. Me Blade smiled, anyway, I'm also a salted fish, and I don't have much motivation. So, of course I have to join such an interesting organization. It's a lofty ideal. Mizan asked Naka again, would you like to be with me? Naka nodded and said, I said, where are you and where are I? Okay, then I announce that the Peace Organization for the Protection of Ninja World has been established, and I welcome Mr. Mibun and Naka-chan to join. Yahiko was really afraid that they would regret it, so he quickly announced after hearing that they had agreed to join. As the initiator of the organization, Brother Yahiko will give the organization a name. Mibuna suggested. Yahiko thought for a while, and then said after a moment, since we are an organization that carries the hope of the ninja world, we yearn for the light. Let's call it Xiao. Just like the morning sun that breaks in the morning, it will always shine on the earth. Okay, we will be Akatsuki from now on. The organization was first established, in this broken house, there were 5 people, 3 men and 2 women. Me Blade took out his portable camera and recorded this wonderful moment. But let me talk about it first, because we are still Konoha's ninjas, it is impossible to live in the organization for a long time. It's okay. Yahiko said, from now on, you will be the head of the Fire Country branch of the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 41, Akatsuki is in action. Yunnan Village, the head of the Konoha branch of Akatsuki who bought the uniform of the Akatsuki organization, and the deputy head of the Konoha branch of the Akatsuki organization are returning. On the way, Mibuni and Naka talked about Akatsuki's and her own writing round eyes. These 2 things must not be revealed to the village after they return, even Uchiha can't say it. This question Naka can be solved at all. Although she is not very visible in the clan, the conflict between the village and the clan is not a day or 2. Even the big idiot who brought the soil can see it. Especially Yoshiba and Naka told the root of Konoha, Shimura Danzo. This old yin is too yin, and as a simple little girl like Naka can't beat him, Akatsuki's organization is a little secret between the 2. Naka also understands that she just can't figure out why the village and Uchiha can't live together peacefully. Me Blade analyzed for her. First of all, your family is too proud. Everyone is looking down and looking at people. This is rejected by the villagers. Secondly, the Uchiha clan has always wanted to be the top of the village, preferably Hokage. But this point will definitely be opposed by everyone, because there are not many good people in the Uchiha clan, and the village will definitely be ruined in their hands. Regarding the urination of the Uchiha group of elders, even if a male lord appears in the Uchiha clan, he will be restrained by these group of elders, like a puppet. What's more, it is impossible for Uchiha to be Hokage in the village, and even the high-level positions inside the village will not be reserved for them. So, this is the contradiction between the 2 parties for a long time. Naka understands very well, but still can't understand it accurately. This requires me Blade to tell her about human nature and politics. This topic is so big, I start to talk about it from the beginning, and I will continue to talk to her when I come back. Take the 3 kingdoms as an example, and finally talk about the Sui and Tang dynasties and the water margin. Myron had to let her understand the relationship between Uchiha and the village, because Myron knew that she was not long Aotean, and it was impossible for everyone to take care of it. So I need to let Naka know her own position, how to protect herself, and how to weigh between Uchiha and the village. Didn't let her be the 2nd or 5th boy, as long as she protects herself from being implicated. As for the future of Uchiha's clan, what does it have to do with me Blade? It would be a pity for Uchiha to destroy the clan when watching anime, but when he crossed over, Mibana considered whether he would like to help when he waited for a dozen 7 to get started. His mother in this life was forced to death by the Uchiha clan, and Minin was raised in the Uchiha clan before he was 2 years old. It can be said that Mi Blade would have died prematurely if it were not for the mother of this life to protect her. Mi Blade is not a newborn, he has memories from birth, so, that kind of bitterness, kind of cruelty, very painful. Mizan talked a lot with Naka, and finally Naka understood, and the matter came to an end. By the way, since Mi Blade joined Akatsuki, everything about him has been exploited by Yahiko. I drew an IOU for the initial activity funding. I drew an IOU for the money for clothes. Looking for money for the renovation of the new base, I drew an IOU. The 2 million taels that were pitted by Tsunade will not come back, and the money pitted by Yahiko is estimated to be hanging. After waiting, if there is another accident for Yahiko, Mibana seeks Nagato for reimbursement, and he controls Tiendao Pain and says that Yahiko owes you money. What does it have to do with me Pain? Said, you can't say it. Fight, I guess it's choking. Others use a pungent trick to stuff, and add another trick to Vientian. Ugh. Make friends accidentally. It is the uncle who owes money. Should support the anti-Japanese war. The organization plan Miren just made an outline, and the 3 can't wait to implement it. First of all, I chose a base. I definitely can't live in my current residence. I don't know when people from Yunan village will come over. So, the trio of Akatsuki started looking for a new address, which was in a hidden cave. The cave is not big, but after the excavation and repair of Nagato, more than 10 rooms have been completed. Was also decorated by Xiaonan, and each room was decorated very warmly. This is the new residence of Akatsuki. Mi Blade came back with Akatsuki's clothes, the classic black-red cloud big quilted jacket, looks so handsome, domineering and leaky. After 5 people put on new clothes, Akatsuki is on the right track. But 5 of them are definitely not enough, so we need to recruit people. The current recruiting plan is not to recruit 2 strong characters. Because the subordinates recruited were too powerful, Yahiko and their 3 current strengths couldn't be controlled at all, and it would be troublesome if they turned away. After all, the current Nagato is not the person who controls the 6 ways of pain and the Megatron ninja world. The current manpower is still to be found in the Renin, because most of the ninjas in the village will not betray their village for money. Did you tell him about peace in the ninja world? That's useless. The ninjas in the village all have their own beliefs, just like Konoha's belief in fire. These ninjas have been brainwashed since childhood, and the village is above all else. Even the village of Wuyan Village, which was caused by the disaster of the 4th generation of Water Shadows, also came out and rebelled. So, betrayal is good, betrayal takes money to do things. Waiting for someone to come over, and then Yahiko will slowly brainwash them. It seems to be an MLM organization, if you think about it, this is a MLM organization. So in the next half month, the 5 people were divided into 2 groups, going out to do tasks and recruiting people incidentally. Yahiko and the others are in a group of 3, and Yoshiba and Naka are in a group of 2. Both of them wear masks. After all, they are Konoha's ninjas, so it is easy to be exposed without a mask. Mibani and Naka received a mission in the black market, A level, to kill a fugitive ninja from the land of the earth. The ninja is a ninja who can escape from the earth and is strong. This task is not difficult to do. The people in the black market employment place gave information, and Mibani and Naka easily found this country of soil rebels. After found him, this person was watching a performance in a kabuki-cho, and Yoshiba and Naka prompted him to come out. When there is no one, Mi Blade tells him, "Brother, we are bounty hunters, we are looking for you in exchange for the bounty." Tunin became angry when he heard this. The 2 little ghosts, who looked only 12 or 13 years old in terms of their height and body, dared to talk to me like this. Me Blade stopped this ninja www.readaloud.com and asked, "Do you want to join our organization? Our organization takes the ideal of maintaining peace in the ninja world, solves the problem of war in the ninja world, and allows the people to live and work in peace." After talking about a lot of Akatsuki's core ideas, how could Turin listen to it and prepare to do it again? Then Me Blade said, "We give money." "How much do you give?" "The 80% commission for each task, although 20% of the organization has to be adjusted, but the victory lies in safety, convenience, and protection. And each time we have a group of several people. Moreover, we provide board and lodging. Don't have to live the days of hiding in Tibet today and tomorrow, and there are 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund." Tu Shinobu thought for a while, and then agreed. Me Blade tore up the A-level mission of Tonin. "From now on, we will be our own people. This betrayal is called Komura Goha. He is 27 years old this year. He is long and thin, but with good muscle lines. A member of the ninja village of the land of the earth, because of a mission, he missed and killed his companions, and finally fled the land of the earth for fear of being punished, and wandered around, waiting for Myron to bring Komura Goha back to the base, and after he went through the entry formalities and distributed uniform clothes, Akatsuki honorably added a new member. That night, Zionin, who had finished the task, came back and heard that a new member came to the organization, buying meat and vegetables. Waiting for Komura Goha to discover that this organization was founded by a group of children. There were only 5 people. They didn't even live in a cave. When the thief was poor, he couldn't run anymore. Because the rice blade pulled out the white tooth, Naka pulled out the sword, Zionin held a stack of detonation symbols, Nagato showed reincarnation eyes, and Yahiko said with a gentle smile, "Welcome to our harmonious family." Chapter 42, Dating Master Heiju. Akatsuki Organization, there are currently 6 members. The newly joined Komura Goha has also changed into Akatsuki's costumes, and they also learned the rice blade, each with a mask on their face. Said that this is mysterious and compelling. Therefore, the mysterious Akatsuki organization, the Red Cloud 6-member group, appeared in the ninja world. Because there are already 6 people, after regrouping, Nagato and Konan are in a group, and Yahiko and Goha are in a group. This is also to average the strength of the group, and the main reason is that Yahiko needs to give talk to the newcomer, so that Komura Goha accepts the organization's thoughts. It's impossible for Mizan and Naka to be separated, and Zionin and Nagato don't have the eloquence, so this task is only for Yahiko, who is the leader of the organization. With a monkey mask made by himself on Me Blade's face, he made a Zixia fairy for Naka. Nagato and Zionin are a fox and a cat head. The remaining Yahiko is a black cat sergeant defending justice. Komura Gohan felt that their masks were too shameful, so he made a tyrant face by himself. At this point, Akatsuki's reputation has gradually gained some fame around the Rain country. Their daily job is to take tasks and do tasks, but after a month has passed, no one is added to the organization. It's not that no one wants to come, but a lot of rebellious forbearance, but Yahiko wants to engage in a political trial. Don't commit serious crimes, don't have faith, don't kill innocent people. There are too many conditions. Me Blade also gave him his opinion. Nowadays, the ninja world has come out to betray the ninja, and a few meet your requirements. Therefore, for more than a month, the entire Akatsuki organization has not recruited even one person. Moreover, Yahiko also stipulates that there are requirements when accepting tasks. If the employer's task is to kill people who have never done bad things, such tasks cannot be accepted. As a result, Akatsuki's reputation in the employment industry is not very good. They said that Akatsuki's lineup is not big and there is a lot of shit. 6 people also had a meeting that night. The content of the meeting was a discussion about the organization's recruitment of personnel. In the meeting, Yonzumi and Yahiko had a fierce language confrontation. Why does the recruiter have to have faith? You said that the heinous crime is not my consent, but does faith have anything to do with us? No, faith is very important. Our organization is an organization with faith. If a person has no faith, can he still be called a person? We work hard for the peace of the ninja world, not to make money. Yes, we are for peace, and we have faith. However, there are so many ninjas that meet your standards in the ninja world, and they all follow your standards, and all are saints. Me Blade, you are still young, you don't understand, we have to take a long-term view. Let's not mention this first, let's just say that the two people recruited by Xiaonan and Nagato last time, they didn't kill and set fire, right? They didn't have a lot of abuse, why don't you? They are not in line with our ideas, they are for themselves, we are for others. After 2 hours, the battle of words between Mibani and Yahiko finally ended, and no one had said anyone. At the meeting, Xionan and Naka looked at the sky all the way, and Nagato and Goha were also very heartbroken. They don't want to be involved in the flames of war between two people, so stay safe. In the end, they still do their own things, and the recruits still need to be reviewed by Yahiko, but the requirements are as low as possible. In a dimly lit cave, an old figure is sitting on a stone chair with a few tubes still inserted into his body. It looks like he is out of breath, and feels like he is going to belch at any time. This old man is the ninja Shura who fought with Senjuju for 3 days and 3 nights, the taboo of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara. Beside Madara, a black and white creature said to him, "Master Madara, the white we sent to Samsara's eyes is definitely gone. When did you disappear?" Although he looks old, his voice is still very confident. "It's been gone for more than a month." What? Was shocked and angry with the tube-filled spots on his body. If it weren't for the need to save energy, he would like to slap him to death. "Why did you come to report more than a month? What do you eat? Do you know how important the eye of reincarnation is to me?" "The only one with IQ," Baiju said with a grin. "Don't worry, Lord Madam, I have sent a new Baiju to the past, and the reincarnation eye is still there, and the 3 little ghosts have also established a Xiao Xiao organization, saying that it is to protect the ninja world." "Peace, ha ha ha, such a boring dream, I still think is great." Spot. Although I know this thing has always been so sloppy, there is still an urge to shoot him to death. Maintain the peace of the ninja world, hey. What was not done in the column back then, just them. Madara remembered the sweetness of being with the column back then, it's just a long time anyway. I also said, but the development is not bad. The 3 little ghosts have also recruited 3 people. Now they are doing missions in the ninja world to spread their ideals. Spot nodded, if they want to toss, let them toss. Young people, it's good to be able to toss. Where is Hishu? Hei will never worry about the reincarnation eye in Nagato, so he decided to join the Akatsuki organization and take care of the reincarnation eye by himself. Let him go, as long as it doesn't affect our plan. Well, then I'm going to shit, Master Ban, goodbye. Baiju left, and at the same time, the Akatsuki organization suddenly came to apply for the job. This man is a ninja from the land of rain. His name is Hishu. He wears a black rubber mask and a small white tooth. He and Yahiko met at first sight, and they had a very happy conversation with Yahiko. Whether it was from the 3 views, beliefs, or temperament, they all got a good match. That night, Yahiko announced the joining of Hishu. Because Hishu ninjutsu couldn't work, but the speed was very fast. Therefore, Yahiko specifically appointed him as the organization director of Akatsuki's organization, responsible for receiving and assigning tasks, so that the field members in the organization can concentrate on their tasks, saving trouble and convenience. Mibani recognizes Heiju. He also has a nickname, also called Daitong Mu Chen Xiang. He has lived for 1,000 years and has been working hard to save his mother. Mi Blade did not show any other emotions, and shook hands with Heiju enthusiastically, and introduced each other www.readaloud.com. The more they talked, the more speculative and the more they had fun. In the next few days, you will find that the newcomer Heiju can chat with anyone, except Xiao Nan, who is suspicious of him, and Naka, who is a wretched man except Mi Blade. However, Heiju is indeed very capable, and Yahiko can arrange his work in an orderly manner. Time has come to Konoha for 45 years. Due to more than half a year of actual combat missions, the strength of Mi Blade has increased rapidly, and even Naka has made considerable progress. At least some of the B-level ninjutsu is also very proficient. With her current skill, she is more than enough to be promoted to an elite in the village. Because Naka opened her eyes, she opened Urguyu's riding wheel. The opportunity to open my eyes was because of a task. While doing the task, Mibani and Naka met a tall man who was robbing business. This man is quite strong. He fought the Mi Blade for 300 rounds, with one hitting the Mi Blade. This is the most powerful opponent the Mi Blade has encountered since it grew so big. The rice blade methods are exhausted, swordsmanship is useless, ninjutsu is useless. This guy is not only hard, but also has a thick skin. He was hard to beat the rice blade, a spiral pill, and 2 Chidori blades and Chidori sharp spears. He was still ridiculing. In the end, Mi Blade was also badly injured, and Naka opened the riding wheel in a hurry. In the end, Xiao Bai, the psychic rice blade, is the big white snake contracted between Longdadong and the rice blade. You will not forget it. Mi Blade and Xiao Bai beat him together, and finally exhausted their energy to use Lei Dun Qing Long, a ninjutsu similar to Lei Dun Kirin. This frightened the big man. The big man said that he was called Jiao Du. As soon as Mi Ren heard this, the two of them settled their suspicions. He invited Jiao to join the Xiao organization and become an accountant. Chapter 43, The Beginning of the Three Battle. Would you like to know why Yahiko agreed to join the organization? Kakuto, Taki no Kuni ninja, who dared to throw a shuriken at the ninja world senjutsu from 800 miles away. This is a joke. Back then, it was Kakuno who was arranged by Taki Shinobu to carry out the assassination mission of Senjujima, but it failed. After all, the two people are not of the same magnitude. Later, the horns used the forbidden technique, and he put a few more hearts on his body. I don't know if it's because he has lived for too long, he is not interested in other things when he is old, and this guy only likes money. Likes to make money, but he is not interested in spending money, and I don't know what is the use of making so much money. Therefore, Jiao does everything for money. When Yahiko tested him, his answer was not leaking, and he clearly stated to Yahiko that I am the bitch. And Yahiko particularly likes the character that Jiao Du expresses, so he arranged for him to do an accounting according to Jiao Du's control over money. In August of the 45th year of Konoha, Mi Blade's vacation was approaching. He and Yahiko explained that it was time to return to the village. Xiao Nan was very reluctant to leave Mi Blade. After more than half a year of getting along, Xiao Nan has already regarded Mi Blade and Naka as his younger siblings. The farewell ceremony was not solemnly held, it was the 5 of them. Because even though Mibanu went back, he was also the head of the Konoha branch of the Akatsuki organization. Before leaving, Myron asked Yahiko, "Boss, you are soft-hearted and idealistic. Don't just believe in what others say. If the organization develops in the future, it will attract the attention of Yuyan village. By then, if the Sancho fish Hanzo has an appointment, you don't go no matter what he says." Yahiko also said carelessly, "Don't worry, I'm not stupid." Mibani unreasonably asked Nagato and Zionin to stop Yahiko at that time, and don't let him be impulsive. Mi Blade left, the planned Wuyan village did not go to completion, but went directly back to the house and returned directly to Konoha. Because a few days ago, the number of sand ninjas in the ninja world suddenly increased, and there was news that the 3 generations of Feng Ying had disappeared. The news made me Blade have to start preparations and quickly return to the village, because the Ninja World War III was about to break out. The outbreak of the three world wars was caused by the disappearance of Kazekage, and the Cho of Shinobu, and many high-level officials suspected Konoha. At this time, the two villages are negotiating, and it is estimated that war will break out soon. Key Village. At this time, the border of the Country of Fire is tense, and Shinobu has assembled outside the border of the Country of Fire. Sarutobi Risen has a headache recently. This is really a person sitting at home. The pot comes from the sky. I don't know what the old of Fengying Sande thinks about staying in the village honestly, going out and making waves. Now that old lady of Kyande asked me for someone. I know who got the old thing hooked up. What does it have to do with him going out and breaking the shoes? Sarutobi doesn't want to fight, because fighting requires funding and there will be sacrifices. Rather than war, he wants to stay in the office to protect Konoha's women. The most troublesome thing for him is that the close friends who grew up with him not only don't have one mind with him, but also frustrate himself to them. But Sarutobi understands that if it is really going to fight, it will definitely be more than the war between the Country of Fire and the Country of Wind. Will Union and Union disappear? In the face of such a big cake in the Country of Fire, how could the two countries just look at it? But, now it's impossible not to fight. The Kingdom of Wind has sent Sand Shinobu to lurch over. What to do, although I don't want to fight, but now I can't fight anymore. Can't let Shainkan step on her face. Therefore, Konoha notified urgently. All the ninjas gathered and stood by for orders from the village. Kakashi, after more than a year of celestial practice, he can now use celestial chakras. Kakashi's cold face is not happy or angry, because he wears a mask. Because Kakashi can use celestial arts, Sarutobi Hizaki specially promoted him to Shinobu. Kakashi is very happy, he can finally overwhelm the Mi-Blade. Kakashi made history and became Konoha's youngest Shinobu. Like Kakashi, she was very excited when she became Shainkan, but she still showed an indifferent expression on the surface. As everyone knows, she couldn't sleep with excitement in the middle of the night. Although Kakashi became Shainkan, he didn't let him lead the team alone. Instead, he teamed up with Tato, and linear leading Shainkan was Konoha's rookie. It can be said that Watergate's strength has been steadily improved, especially since he has learned the Flying Thunder God. Completing the assassination mission can be said to be no disadvantage. On this day, the Watergate squad assembled. They are going to the front line. After all the villagers in the village knew that war was about to break out again. The ninja leading the village this time is Ashimaru. With the strength and prestige that Ashimaru showed in World War II, it is more than enough to be a frontline commander. Even Jira also returned to Konoha, with Narashika Issa as a consultant, forming the Konoha Ninja Army. Hakaki's family, Sakumo Heiji, helped his son organize weapons and equipment. As the trump card of World War II, Sakumo certainly understood the horror of war, so he looked at his eldest son who was about to enter the battlefield, and his heart was full of worries. Your brother hasn't come back yet, and he didn't know if he was going to give you news for more than a year. He must have been crazy outside. Uchiha has come to the house several times. I really don't worry about my sister. Although Sakumo Heiji was angry, he was actually worried. These years Shimao has always felt sorry for Miren and his mother. After all, this was also the mistake he made back then. Kakashi understands the old father's mind. He said it hard, but in fact, his heart is softer than anyone else. Don't worry, father, Mi-Blade should be back soon too. You don't know him yet. No one can beat him in terms of life-saving. Haha, what you said is right. But when you get to the battlefield, remember to protect yourself. Although your team leader is the little fellow Watergate, he will not be able to do everything. I can rest assured of your strength. Remember to protect your companions and don't let them get hurt. Shimao is like an ant, chattering in his mouth. Kakashi put his ninja bag on his back, took 2 knives, and bowed deeply to Shimao. Don't worry, father, I'm very strong. Just wait to hear the news of my victory. Okay. The father and son waved, and Kakashi walked towards the direction of the war. At the entrance of the village, Kakashi gathers with his teammates. Dato has grown into a big boy, and Haranolin has also begun to look like a beautiful woman. With the soil dragging, when I saw Kakashi, I started to ridicule. Although I am better than you, I just look down on you. Yet, Kakashi, I heard that you have become a shinobu. I will definitely surpass you. Hey, the tail of the crane. Kakashi was not to be outdone, and was full of emotions as soon as he opened his mouth. It seems that Konoha will have such two people in every era. They hate each other and never give up. This era is Kakashi and Dato, and the next era is Sasuke and Naruto. Haranolin has always been very quiet, and smiled and said to Kakashi, "Congratulations, Kakashi, this is my gift to you." Yuan Yelin handed her a gift for Kakashi to be promoted to Shinin, a new ninja bag, darker than the one sent by Tong II. www.readaloud.com. Let's talk about Konoha's shinobi. The kit is green. Kakashi, who accepted the gift, also smiled and thanked him, and then continued the verbal battle with Dato. After a while, Mizuman and Kushina also appeared at the gate. As a human column force, Kushina cannot go to the battlefield, so he can only stay in Konoha. Although he felt uncomfortable, he still came to send her boyfriend with a deep reluctance. Mr. Mizuman, and Sister Kushina. Bring soil. Kushina smiled and said hello. Congratulations, Kakashi, you have become the best ninja in the village. Ju Xinai first congratulated, and then asked, is there any news about Mi Blade? No, but I believe Mi Jian will come back if he knows the situation in the village. Juxina sighed. As the first class of students she brought, Juxina couldn't say goodbye. It's really a pity. She clenched her small fist and said fiercely, this guy, I don't know to give us a message. When he comes back, he must make him look good. Don't worry, Mi Blade is a great ninja. Watergate comforted. Kakashi also thought, when I see Mi Blade next time, I will definitely compare him with him, let him see what's going on. Oh, the third generation is the same, so I can't wait any longer. Asma and Red are assigned to other teams, and my 9 Sine class is gone. Juxina started to complain, apparently already very dissatisfied with the 3 generations. It's fine if you don't let yourself go to the battlefield, and even break up your class, and wait for him to single out one day. Because Mi Blade did not return in time, Asma and Hong could only join other people's squad, which made Juxina feel a little emotional. Chapter 44, Flagwood Rice Blade Visit. Sure enough, 3 days after the Watergate squad arrived at the border of the Fire Nation, the ninja forces began a full-scale attack on the Fire Nation. Moreover, Sarutobi's fears have also worked. Several other countries also want to divide the big cake of the Land of Fire, Union Village, Wuyan Village, and some small countries with ninjas. All join the battlefield. The country of Fire was beset on all sides for a while and became the target of all countries' attacks. Fire Country border, fighting fiercely, Konoha's ninja simply cannot withstand the simultaneous attack of so many ninjas. Therefore, Ashimaru had to order the ninja troops to shrink the circle of battle and withdraw to the Land of Fire. Taking advantage of this opportunity, other big countries took advantage of the victory and pursued them, and a large number of land in the Land of Fire fell into the battlefield. At this time, Mi Blade was still on his way back to China. Although the Kingdom of Wind is not much better, due to the disappearance of the 3rd generation of Mei Fengying, the Kingdom of Thunder took advantage of the fire and robbed the Kingdom of Wind. The Kingdom of Wind was also attacked by troops from Union Village of the Kingdom of Thunder. Fortunately, a hero, Luo, appeared in Cheyenne Village. Sand withstood the pressure in time. Union saw that Union was attacking the country of Wind, and he had to divide his troops to make trouble in the country of Fire. The country must be empty. So Yunyan village shouted, "Shayan, don't be afraid, brother will revenge for you." Yunyan's troops also fought Yunyan. Take a look at the Wuyan village, which is also the 5 hidden villages. Good guys, are you playing chaos? Although Wuyan and Yunyan and Shayan had a melee, they never forgot the land of Konoha. No matter how busy their battlefields were, they had to split their troops and wander around the country of fire. At first glance at Wuyan village, since we are all hitting Konoha, it doesn't seem appropriate for us not to do anything. Shui Ying waved his big hand and let out a rhetoric, no matter who attacked Konoha, our Wuyan village would help the place. Therefore, the country of fire is suffering from the enemy at this time, and Saradobe is almost crying. When have we been so bullied? And when have the other 4 countries been so tacitly tacit? The front line of the country of fire has shrunk very small, but it is still moving backwards. Konoha doesn't care about him. Let's talk about the 2 forces of Yunyan and Yunyan. Yunyan and Yunyan hit the real fire, playing with button eye beads. They were both annoyed. Yunyan even dispatched the 8-tailed pillar Riki Rabbi to join the battle. Kiribi and his eldest brother will be composed of the next 4 generations of Reikage. The AB combination is invincible on the battlefield, and even the 3rd generation of Reiking personally joined the battlefield. Tukage was not to be outdone, and tens of thousands of ninja troops pushed past. They were all brawny men. Those who didn't play and learn from others would just you. And Konoha is very helpless here, because they can't retreat anymore. Even in just a few days, the front is about to retreat to the capital of the country of fire. Ashimaru is also under great pressure. As the commander-in-chief of Konoha Ninja, the commander-in-chief, one of the 3 ninjas, the disciple of the 3rd generation of Naruto, and the hero of World War II, he was beaten into a dog by the enemy. But Yuan can't help it, 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands, and being surrounded by 4 countries at the same time, what can I do? At this time, the leader of Konoha's reconnaissance force, the Hyuga clan's Hyuga Nissa, has been surrounded by enemies. There are many enemy ninjutsu, and it seems that there are no fewer than 50 people. The investigative squad that was surrounded was left with the ninjas of Nisaka and the escorting squad. The day difference is very uncomfortable. He has sent back the signal, but the support has been delayed. Sir, the support force seems to be unable to come. Now we are attacking across the board, and there is no manpower available in the village. We will break a breakthrough in a moment to protect you from a smooth breakthrough. Kawakami. Nikkei is very clear about what they mean. This kind of situation can only open a way for him to escape at the cost of life. Kawakami Shinobu shook his head. He has made up his mind and ordered his subordinates to attack the southwest at all costs for a while, where the enemy is the least, and before they encircle him, he will ensure a smooth breakthrough. The 4 members of the Shangchuan team regarded death as home. Seeing Yan hiding gradually shrink the encirclement, they were ready to fight to the death. The ninjas of Iwayan's troops treated them like cats and mice. They were already their own cysts. What is that? Hyuga had the best eyesight. I saw flying dust in the distance, coming towards him at a very fast speed. Opened his eyes to the limit, and saw that the person who came was a white giant snake. Yunyan troops also saw the anomaly behind them, fearing that something might happen, and immediately attacked Nissa and them. Hyuga Hika is a member of Konoha's reconnaissance unit. Taking him off Konoha is equivalent to missing one eye, so he immediately launched an attack. Who else is riding the big white snake behind? Of course it is Mi Blade and Naka. Mi Blade has been actively rushing back since the day he came back, but the border has been surrounded by the hidden sand forces, so he had to walk east along the border line to prepare to bypass Shashinobu. It's a pity that the front is too long, there are people everywhere. Would have been able to return to the village in 2 days, but Mi Blade just walked for more than 10 days before lurking back. This was still sneaking into the battle between Uwain and Konoha. At first, there were a lot of ninjas, but suddenly he left for more than half of the time. Mi Blade took advantage of this opportunity to play with the black under the lamp, and followed Iwa Shinobu to come back. Blade also knows that the sudden separation of so many ninjas must be a big task, so Ziobai was channeled out and rushed to the battlefield here. With 200 meters left in the encirclement of Iwane, Mibana saw the situation ahead clearly. He said to Naka, you will go directly to Nika to cover him, and I will open the situation for you. When after breaking the encirclement of Yunyan, you took the day's slack and quickly sat on Ziobai and left. What about you? Naka asked. Although you know the strength of Blade, there are nearly 50 Iwanan, and there are more than 10 of them. Don't worry about me. When you evacuate 3 kilometers away, send me a signal, and I will psychic Ziobai come back to pick me up. Well, then you be careful. In this situation, Naka has never been in love with children, but only believes in Blade. Facing Yunyan's encirclement and attack, Kawakami fought and blocked again. But all the previous plans failed. www.readaloud.com because Iwane's encircling speed was too fast. At that moment, the giant snake behind Yunyan's troops also arrived. The giant snake opened its mouth wide and rushed into the encirclement circle. Blade and Naka jumped off the giant snake at the same time. Blade pulls out the white-tooth short blade, and it is a weapon to kill the enemy in such a battlefield with the knife technique of the Hagaki family and Lingbo's microstep. Naka also opened the Urguyu riding wheel and landed next to Hyaga Nissa. Senior, please follow me. Naka didn't have any more words, and a giant fireball knocked back a few people to endure, and then covered Nikkei and approached Xiaobai. On the other side, the rice blade tiger is like a flock of sheep. Lingbo's microsteps are weird and unpredictable, Yan Ren can't predict. The white-tooth short blade is like death's sickle, reaping the enemy's life with one knife. Blade's attack is also selective, giving priority to the middle and lower ninjas to reduce the number of enemies. Every Shangren is a human spirit and has its own secret skills. So there is no need to focus on Shangren, otherwise it will be dragged by the Shangren, and you can't run if you want to run. Blade concentrated on cleaning up the miscellaneous soldiers, clearing a passage like cutting melons and vegetables. White is also in place, and Naka and Nisashi jump on White's back. Iwa Shinobu's Shangren saw that the prey was about to run, and started ninjutsu to intercept it. At this moment, he was interrupted by a Chidori attack by a rice blade. Iwa Shinobu's Shangren looked at Blade coldly. Seeing that he had no headguard and no ninja vest, he couldn't remember who this person was, and asked, "Who are you?" At this moment, the corner of Blade's mouth curled up, took out the ninja headband from his pocket, and then drew out the sword, and said evilly, "It seems that my reputation is not big enough, then please remember that this will soon resound. The name of the ninja world, Konoha Nakanon, Heiji Blade, join." Chapter 45, Return of Blade. The name of Shangren who talked with Blade was called Oda Island. After listening to Blade's introduction, Oda Island didn't dare to care about the operation of Blade just now, but he had an advantage in terms of numbers. Konoha's Zongnan, it resounds through the ninja world, let's wait until you can get out alive. Blade smiled evilly, as if not paying attention to Iwano. Shiro, take Naka and Nisasa to go first. You be careful, Naka ordered. Don't worry, although you may not be able to fight, but I will definitely not die. Blade, be careful. Nissa always felt that Blade was a genius and a benefactor of the Hyaga clan. Because of the weird physique previously studied by Blade, it complements the Hyaga clan's physical skills and greatly increases the Hyaga clan's self-protection ability on the battlefield. Therefore, the Hyaga clan has a very good sense of the rice blade. Even his elder brother, the new patriarch, invited Sakumo Hageki to participate on the day of his succession. Blade, you go with Nikkei-sama first, and we will cover you. Shang Chuan did not want Blade to sacrifice here in vain. The will of fire, where the leaves are flying, the fire is endless. The fire light will illuminate the village, and new leaves will sprout again. Shang Chuan wanted to protect the genius boy in this village, but Mi Ren said, "Don't talk nonsense, you guys should step back as much as possible for a while, find a chance to meet with them, and leave the venue to me." Mi Blade retracted the short knife into the sheath, and pressed the handle of the sword with his right hand. Xiao Bai glanced back at Mi Blade, and saw Mi Blade nod. His huge body exploded with strong speed. Iwa Shinobu still wanted to chase, but Mi Blade blocked them in front of him. "Don't go in a hurry, my first step to resound in the ninja world still needs your cooperation." "Asshole!" A Shinin took the lead to launch an attack. Seeing that the rice blade was about to be in front of him, the rice blade reversed the sword and swiped forward, and a sword light put the Shinin in 2 stages. "Return to the sky, draw a knife and slash, with great power and instant skills. Kill him." Mi Blade wielded the sword and rushed into the crowd, slashing regardless of physical strength and the passage of chakra. With the weird body technique, he danced to the extreme of flying imperial sword stream. Dazzling sword lights flew around, and the lives of each companion began to pass away. Otajima's ninjutsu couldn't touch Mibana's body at all. Watching his subordinates fall down one by one, he couldn't help cursing, "Asshole." The rice blade Lingbo microstep has been used in actual combat for more than half a year and is now extremely skilled. It can be said that, except for a group of top-speed people, Mi Blade really didn't put anyone else in the eyes. De Tian looked at Mi Blade anxiously. Except for a few powerful Shangren on his side, everyone else could not hide from the strange attack of the young man. Fortunately, they didn't lose their minds, and several Kaminari glanced at each other and nodded at the same time. They stood around the rice blades, and at the same time they launched ninjutsu. Earth escape, earth flow wall. A high wall was erected around Mi Blade, trapping him in the middle. Daishin and the others jumped on the wall, and at the same time they launched ninjutsu at the rice blade. "Can't you run? I see where else you can escape this time. Take a look at the rice blade, this thing is for fun. The thick rock wall, the space is so small, it can't be broken at all." De Tian looked at the trapped Mi Blade, and laughed. "I said, that's it. That may be true. I saw the imprints on both hands of the rice blade, and Iwa Shinobu also launched ninjutsu at this time." At the last moment, the seal of the rice blade was completed, and the signal flare in the distance rose into the sky. Mi Blade knows that Naka and the others are safe. Goodbye. The rice blade disappeared in place. Reverse psychic, Mi Blade came to Longdi Cave. Mi Blade curled his mouth and snorted softly, saying that the villain said so much, "He surrounded me, don't hurry up and force me." In the Longdi Cave, Mi Blade found the white snake immortal and asked him to send himself to Xiaobai. Xiaobai, here, is still worried about Mibana's daily slack and Naka is walking back and forth anxiously. "I saw Xiaobai erect a huge snake head, come on." With a bang, the rice blade appeared on top of Xiaobai's head. "Rice blade?" Naka said in surprise. "It'll be fine if you come back." Nisara also stepped forward to hug. "Where are they in Shangchuan?" "It's not clear. I was surrounded by Iwa Shinobu. Before I was surrounded, I asked them to evacuate first and opened the field for me. After the fight, I don't know where they went." Nikkei is very worried about Shangchuan. The two people have known each other for a short time, and Shangchuan, as the to protect the Nikkei, has rescued the Nikkei several times. "They are back too." Nisashi stared blankly and saw that Shangchuan and one of his subordinates were already running back. The remaining two are probably sacrificed. Was surrounded by more than 50 people from the enemy, and only 2 of them died. It was a big victory. "Sir Nikkei." Shangchuan's body was also full of wounds. Let's go back first, this is not a place for greetings." In the standby area of the Konoha ninja, Kakashi and Turin, who had just finished a battle, were sitting on the ground and gnawing on the pill, because they didn't know when they would go to the next mission. Although Kakashi is a disciple of the Commander-in-Chief Ashimaru, he does not have any privileges, and he still has to obey the unified command. Kakashi, I saved your life just now. You don't need to kowtow, just call the voice master. Shut up, you crane tail. In fact, it doesn't mean bringing the soil to save him. The enemy Shinanen was originally missed by Kakashi deliberately, and he was about to attract him to kill him. I didn't expect to see the enemy behind Kakashi with the soil, but everything rushed towards Kakashi. Although this scene is touching, it also caused Kakashi to make a big fire. He said to Tai-Tu, in the future, like today's situation, leave me alone. I don't need you to come to the rescue. Take care of yourself and don't hold me back. You bastard, Lin, look at what he said as a bastard. Tato complained to Yu and Yelin. Lin was the mediator of the two of them, and they comforted each other a few words. At this moment, Asma and Hong walked over, both of them were tired, and they were still followed by Shiranui Genma. Asma, why are you back? Dai-Tu asked first, and Kakashi and Lin also nodded and said hello. Asma leaned on Hong's body. This move made Tai-Tu envy. He also wanted to be as cool as Asma, lying down and relying on it. He also wanted to hit Lin's body when he was tired. Bye. Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com. It's a pity, whenever Jitu has this thought, another voice will sound in his heart. Forget it, Lin is the kind of goddess who can only be seen from a distance and cannot be played with. How can I have such a dirty idea? In fact, it was he who persuaded him, but if he wanted to have an Asma-like skin, he would have gone to third base with Lin long ago. Oh, we were going to the front line of Union to perform a mission. I don't know why, Lord Ashimaru suddenly left us. I said that there will be a new mission for a while, and Kakashi, you guys, let me tell you to stand by and wait. Notice. Asma said lazily. Bring the soil to the ear, well, what? I still want to fight to kill the enemy and defend the village. How can I waste time here? You say yes, Kakashi. Okay. Kakashi hummed, he always felt that something was wrong. As the highest IQ among these people, he thought more than others. Kakashi asked Shiranui Genma, you also received such a notice? Well, like Asma, I was suddenly transferred away. Shiranui Genma was not in a group with them, he had always been in the same team with Akai and them. Kakashi's keen instinct suddenly thought, we may be reorganized. What? Although I do not know Huo Genma and Asma Kakashi and they are both called Konoha 12 Xiaoqiang, no matter whether they are from the division or the division, they have never been together, and the tasks are different. The team shouldn't be with them either. Asma waved his hand, well, I don't care, as long as Mi Blade does not come back, I can be in the same team with anyone. Who said I didn't come back? Mi Blade's voice came from not far away. Chapter 46, Surprise of Dashimaru. Ran back to the Konoha Ninja Army headquarters following the Nikkei, where all the ninjas were tense. Mi Blade looked at them one by one with exhaustion, and those ninjas who were in pain after being injured, feeling a lot in his heart. War has always been synonymous with death and suffering, no matter which world it is in. Think about the ancestors in the past World War II, who fought battles, cleared out thieves, and helped me in China. How much life was spent in exchange for peace in the funeral. Mi Blade was born under the red flag and was born in New China. He has not experienced that period of suffering, but when he saw the original interviews and documentaries on history books and TV, he could feel the hardships of the war. Is now in the ninja world, it is the Third Ninja World War, the baptism of the war, the Hagamomi Blade can't hide. Nippon Nippon, you are back. The ninja on duty was very happy to see Nippon Nippon, because the mission of the Nikiya's reconnaissance unit was completed very well, and he was very prestigious in Konoha. Well, is Ashimaru-sama here? I have something to report back to him. Master Ashimaru is inside. Come in with me. The ninja brought Nissa into the house, and Mizaki and Naka were waiting outside. Since the information brought back by Nissa was very important, Mizaki had no right to go in and listen. Don't look at him as a genius ninja boy in the village, but on the battlefield, few ninjas know him. Me Blade is just famous in his own circle. Waited for a while, the day came out, and asked Me Blade to go in. Me Blade and Naka walked into the room, a temporary simple command room. Was exploring the terrain. He smiled when he saw Me Blade. This was the first time he had laughed since he had been on the battlefield for so many days. How's it going? It's okay, I've traveled through most of the ninja world, watched different people and things, and broadened my horizons. When the master and disciple met, they didn't immediately talk about the topic of war, but exchanged words. Ashimaru-sama. Naka stood next to Mibani and greeted Ashimaru obediently. Ashimaru also nodded, then took out a document and handed it to Miren and said, I know you have to come back. Nisara has already told me. Good job. Intercepted and killed Iwanan forces more than 52 people, caused the death record of 2 enemies, and 27 Zongren. It seems that the goods received during this trip are very large. Me Blade gave a faint smile, stuck out his tongue, and said with a smile, we can't shame you for the teacher. This is your Shangren assessment report. I and Sandame are going to come over. Kakashi has become Shangren. Knowing that you won't be behind, so prepare it for you in advance. Ashimaru pointed to the document, which was the reason that Ashimaru and Hokage 3 tried to come over after fighting for a long time. Because every Shangren needs to be evaluated by Naruto, Kakashi has passed it. So Oshimaru thinks that the rice blade will not slack, and the 3 generations will come over. Has Kakashi become a shinobu? The 12-year-old Shangnin has broken the record for the youngest Shangnin in the village. Naka said in surprise. Sign your name, and you will also be shinobu. Dashimaru handed a pen to Me Blade, who signed his name on the document. To be honest, Dashiwan is very protective of the calf. Teacher, Naka has also opened the double Gojade writing wheel, can she be promoted to Zhongren? Me Blade will never forget his wife, not to mention that Naka's current strength is more than enough for Zhongren. Ashimaru looked at the 2 Guyu in Naka's eyes, and smiled, no problem, in this case, Me Blade. Mizan stood upright, and Ashimaru suddenly said with a serious expression, I will bring Asuma and Yuhihong back, and I will add Uchiha Naka to the squad. You will be the team leader to form an assault squad. Can't complete the task. Ashimaru's tone was very harsh, and Mibani also replied earnestly, I promise to live up to the teacher's trust. Me Blade took Naka's hand, and their team has been 2 lovers since then, so that there is no need to eat Asuma and Red Dog food. Ashimaru thought for a while after announcing Me Blade's resignation, and then said, if this is the case, Kakashi can't stay idle anymore, and I have to find something for him to do. After listening to Me Blade, he understood the meaning of Ashimaru. He wanted them to earn more merits on the battlefield. You must know that although the battlefield is accompanied by danger and death, it is also a great opportunity to become famous. Is like the pillars in the Warring States period, the white teeth and the 3 ninjas of World War II, and the golden glitter that will bloom soon. Ashimaru is very clear about the strength of the 2 disciples, so he wants to create 2 new stars on the battlefield to make his disciples famous in this battle. Is Kakashi now in the same team with Dato and Lin? Miren asked. Okay. Mizan continued, then Kakashi will be the captain, and a ninja will be added to him to form a new team. Do you have any choice? Oshimaru asked. Shiranui Genma. Why is it him? Miren explained, when Shiranui Genma was in school, the theoretical knowledge was very good, and he also had 1,000 books of mystery, and he had a clear mind, so he was a suitable candidate. I don't know who Oshyenjian is, only a special ninja in the later stage, but Mibana thinks that he has always been an underrated ninja. He, Dingzuotong and Diawahi later formed the guards of the 4 generations of ninjas, and learned the formation of the Flying Thunder God, and he played 1,000 books of secrets very slippery. How could it be chosen by Watergate as a guard if there were no flashes, and Flying Thunder God was so difficult to learn, and the 3 of them also worked out a 3-person fusion technique, Flying Thunder God Array. Later, when Dashimaru executed the wood industry collapse plan, Shiranui Genma also showed a wave of IQ. Mibana suspected that Huo Xianjian might have offended someone, otherwise, how could he be just a special kind of forbearance with his ability? Ashimaru listened to Mi Blade's analysis and chose to believe Mi Blade. He took out another document and sent it back to Konoha overnight. Just wait for Naruto-sama to sign. After signing, Mi Blade and Kakashi will become their respective team captains. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. After finishing talking about the team formation, Mibana motioned to Naka to go back to rest first, and he wanted to talk some whispers to Oshimaru. After Naka left, Mi Blade mysteriously took out a seal scroll. "Teacher, I brought you a gift from this trip. I believe you will laugh from ear to ear after reading it." "Really, what is the gift?" Ashimaru is also very curious, because there are not many things that make him interested. Mi Blade unwraps the seal scroll, and at the same time squeezes the seal technique for emergency. "I saw 2 white humanoid creatures appearing in the house. When these 2 things opened their mouths, they didn't question their position, but asked Osamaru, 'Do you know what it feels like to shit?'" Ashimaru was surprised by these 2 things, and curiously asked, "What is this thing?" Mi Blade drew out the sword and killed one of them first. The other didn't feel much sad when he saw that his companion was dead. He still stood blankly. Mi Blade used the sealing scroll to reseal the living one, and only the dead one remained on the ground. Mi Blade handed the seal scroll to Ashimaru, and smiled at him, "I also found it by accident. If you study it, you will definitely be satisfied." Mibana went back to find Naka. After a big battle, she would definitely be exhausted. The 2 of them fell asleep without taking off their clothes. Early the next morning, put on a new ninja vest, bring a new headguard with Mi Blade and Naka to find Ashimaru. The appointment book has been down, Mi Blade will become the captain of the Mi Blade team. Ashimaru is in a very good mood today. After studying the dead Baiju's body last night, he instantly understood the meaning of Mi Blade. He likes this gift so much. After having this, why are you afraid of it? Chapter 47, Enter the Battlefield. "So, is it your idea to transfer me?" "I don't know. Huo Xianjian is extremely annoyed. I said that my mission was performed well, so why did you suddenly leave me behind? Isn't this, considering your genius mind, it's not a loss to join the Kakashi team?" Mi Blade grinned. After Mi Ban's explanation, they finally knew why they reorganized the team. "Kakashi, I heard from Mr. Ashimaru that you have mastered immortality." Mi Blade leaned against Kakashi, and he was still able to pretend that he hadn't seen him for such a long time. "Well, a little faster than you. Invisible pretense is the deadliest." Kakashi, who has been so cold since childhood, knows this certainty. "Mi Blade, your practice this year will not be lost. Don't the time be as strong as me, or the captain will let me be." Asma was shocked when they met. Mi Blade is not used to his stinking problem either. The seal of yin in his hand is knotted, and his eyes are fixed on Asma's backyard. "Yes, if you can escape this blow, I will let the team leader out." Don't you, are you disgusting? You will be able to do this trick over and over again." More than Asma's fear, the most impressive thing about this trick is that the family brought the soil, which has been inserted into the shadow by Kakashi. That is, what kind of Konoha body art is also mentioned. "I think you 2 invented it for weird use. I don't know the shame at all." Dai 2 also helped. "Stop teasing, take the dirt, you still know the word shame, look at it with admiration." Asma pretended to be surprised. Hey, what do you mean, Asma, I am helping you to speak. With a rustic and bad mood, I am also Konoha Yahweh, a young man who always helps others, is it okay? A few playmates are together, never knowing anything is serious, and they confuse each other when they meet. Okay, stop making trouble, this is the task that Dashimaru gave to our two teams. Blade took out a mission scroll, everyone gathered around and looked at the mission on the scroll. The task of our two teams is to quickly solve the reconnaissance team that dropped Yunyan and Yunyan, as well as the small units that harassed the enemy, so we will go deep behind the enemy in the next period of time. This task has a very high risk factor, and at the same time it's also harassing the enemy country and spreading firepower here. There are more than a dozen squads like this, all assault squads, specializing in sabotage and harassment of enemy ninjas, so that they have to send troops to solve their own dangers. In this way, their travel speed can be greatly reduced. Like Watergate, they have formed a force of dozens of ninjas to deal with enemy ninjas. Especially Watergate, in a breakout battle, the Thunder God's technique has solved dozens of enemy shinins in one go. Since then, the golden glittering power shocks the world of shinobi. In addition, Yunyan and Yunyan also gave special written approval, saying that they can give up the mission when they meet Bo Feng Shuman alone on the battlefield, and it does not count as a mission failure. A breakout at Watergate was Konoha's first victory in more than half a month. Therefore, Ashimaru decided to collect some talented ninjas to form a team to harass the enemy. Because Konoha's number is really not dominant, large-scale wars can't play much role at all. So I can only choose this method, using your own trump card to consume the enemy's number. Kakashi finished watching the mission, and said to them, first check their ninja bag, take a look at the carrying situation of the ninja, and report any problems in time. No problem. Tai-Tu answered the three of them. Blade looked at Kakashi's resolute and violent manner, and then looked at her side. Asma and Hong were still sitting on the ground. Naka dare not say anything. Blade stepped forward and kicked Asma. Asma was still a little unhappy. What are you doing? Get up, take a look at people, and then you, halfway through the task, and ignore it. Sitting on the ground is not afraid of worms in the stomach. Isn't there you here? Blade gave him a white look, and then said, check the ninja. No problem. Asma and the others replied after checking the ninja bag. As a ninja, you can make trouble when you don't have a task. If you have a task, you need to perform it 100%, and follow the orders of the superior. Therefore, Asma and Hong are serious, and even Naka is obedient. Kakashi knows how to give orders because of his experience with Watergate. On the other hand, Blade's eyes were blackened, and he looked like a cat and a tiger. After the two teams were assembled, Blade glanced at Kakashi, who was also full of fighting spirit. He said to Blade, I'll be on the battlefield for a while and see if you have regressed this year. Okay, then Big Brother must be merciful. Konoha's large core operations are under the sole responsibility of Nara Yakahisa. Most of these core fights are not composed of combat squads, but they are all disrupted and uniformly obeyed. Because in team battles, it is not personal strength, but core cooperation ability. Is generally composed of middle and upper ninjas to form an echelon, and then there are middle and lower ninjas to form an echelon. Core battles are entirely piled up of corpses, otherwise Konoha can push the other four countries into the territory of the Land of Fire. Someone asked why the top combat power in the village was not allowed to fight. One person can kill one piece. Just like Konoha has three ninjas, Sarutobi Hiaichi, Heifeng Shuman, and the others, one person is responsible for a battlefield and kills them all. Up. It's simple to say, wouldn't the other party not do this if you do this? Konoha is not all ninjas in other countries. They also have top-notch combat power. By then, they will all be doing this. There will be no one in the 5 major countries. Again, even the top combat power like Watergate or Ashimaru can't say that one person faces tens of thousands of ninjas, and they are exhausted. Don't believe me, it will be a while. www.readaloud.com 3 generations of Reikage fight against the 30,000 Yunyan troops, you see how terrible the death is. Blade and Kakashi each led their teams to the battlefield. The brothers had not seen each other for a year, and they competed with each other. It starts to compare from the speed of travel, and no one wants to fall. Ran to the back of the front line of Iwaguru, and then stopped. They have no ninja detection here, they rely on their own detection, and then choose whether to perform the task. You stand by where you are, and Blade and I will go forward and investigate. Well, be careful. Blade and Kakashi moved forward quietly, and while walking Kakashi, they said, I thought you would go back to the village first, but I didn't expect you to walk directly on the battlefield. My father missed you very much. Blade smiled after hearing this. Did he consider resuming the string at home? It's fine to do it alone at home. What are you talking about, father? How could he? Seeing Kakashi hesitating to say something but stopping, Blade was surprised. No way, Lord Shimo Tang Tang really fell in love with the sunset. Kakashi shook his head. He sighed and said, after I told you, don't mention it in front of your father. What is going on? Jian asked curiously. Kakashi was a little embarrassed. He glanced at his own brother, and then whispered, I saw my father come out from that place by chance. What kind of place? Don't pretend that you don't know, it's that kind of place. Mibana nodded, and asked in a low voice, is it a sushi restaurant? Kakashi, brothel. I have to clarify. Boundary line. Ask for votes, ask for rewards, ask for investment. Chapter 48, Baisohen Raid. There is an Iwanan stronghold 300 meters ahead. There are 3 upper ninjas, 12 middle ninjas and 17 lower ninjas in the stronghold. It should be the temporary rest and reorganization stronghold of Iwajan. Kakashi introduced the information he and Blade had investigated, and then assigned tasks. In a while, the 3 upper ninjas will hand over to me and Blade. After we attack, you will quickly eliminate the remaining middle and lower ninjas. After listening to Kakashi's task assignment, I don't know who Okenjian didn't understand it. He asked dumbfounded, Kakashi, are you saying we're going to kill the 32 Iwanan instead of going around? Kakashi looked at Shiranui Genma and nodded, any questions? That's 32 ninjas, not 32 pigs, how can it be possible with just us? I don't know that Hugenma's thoughts can't keep up with Kakashi's rhythm, he still feels that it is better to be evenly matched. And Kakashi obviously didn't pay attention to those people, especially after the successful practice of Xianshu, in other words, it was swelled and floated. As you can imagine, that is the legendary fairy technique, and I don't even know the 3 ninjas. I will practice it. Kakashi at this time is like Wu Yangfeng who has practiced the 9 yin scriptures. What are the 5 Jews? Nothing is impossible, protect for a while, remember to protect Haranolin, after all, she is a medical ninja. Hey, Kakashi, Haranolin is protected by me, and I don't need anyone else. Tato is unhappy, don't you see me as a big person? Kakashi glanced at them, did not speak, but held his hand on the handle of the knife. Blade looked at the 3 uncles of his team and shrugged, listened to Kakashi's arrangement. 8 people sneaked past. It was a temporary wooden house that was used as a base for Iwayan's temporary rest. Those Yunyan did not relax their vigilance. There were always more than 4 people patrolling. Blade and Kakashi looked at each other, then Kakashi made a few tactical gestures, and the 6 players dispersed. Kakashi and Blade suddenly jumped out, jumping on a clearing. Yunyan's ninja was shocked when they saw the 2 of them. Hey, Konoha's ninja, how did you come here? Iwa Shinobu looked around, trying to find other potential enemies. Kakashi and Blade didn't give them time to prepare at all. Both of these brothers are fighting each other. Kakashi does not want the strength of Blade to surpass him, nor does the strength of Mi blade stand still. Because they were on the battlefield, the two of them couldn't fight each other, so we had to see who killed more enemies. The two of them didn't say a word, and at the same time they ran to Iwa Shinobu holding the sword. Hey, stop! 10 meters away from Iwanan, Mi blade and Kakashi jumped up to draw swords at the same time. Go back to the sky, draw a sword. A blade of grass will not grow. The ninja squad who intercepted the two of them did not even start their ninjutsu, so they returned to the west together. Flash steel cut. Sanjiang flash. Earth dragon flash. The dragon flashes down. Rushes into the Iwanan crowd like cutting grass, taking 2 or more enemies away with each blow. The Shiranui Genma, hidden in the dark, was dumbfounded. Have you always done this task? Are all from the same class, why are they two so good? Shinin in the Rock Ninja also appeared. They worked together and rushed to Kakashi. Our ninja is not wheat, how can you harvest it like this? 2 countries are at war. When you meet, you won't ask who you are, what are you doing here, and other nonsense. Don't be noisy if you can. When Shinobu arrived, Kakashi immediately shouted, me too. Iwa Shinobu hears this, how much you two look down on us, and still have points. Rock endures his anger and begins to seal. But Mi blade doesn't understand what happy planet is. But Mi blade doesn't know how to respect the old and love the young, and return you two eggs. He watched Kakashi inject Thunder Dun Chakra into Tachi, to activate the Ninja Thunder Dragon Flash. Mi blade made a seal with one hand, and patted on the ground, Ziobai will cook. A big white snake appeared on the battlefield, with 3 shinin in his mouth. Mi blade flicked Tato up, and Tato passed through the body of 3 shinin. Kakashi's live version of Thunder Dragon Flash flashed lonely, and had to vent to the other ninjas. After this style passed, it was the 7 Rock Ninja Nakashita Ninja that was divided into 2 parts. Killed 3 Shangren, and the Mi blade disarmed the psychic. After all, Xiao Bai was too big to reveal his whereabouts. Kakashi sees his brother's spiritism, so fast. Xiao Bai's figure suddenly appeared, and then suddenly disappeared. Are you practicing hand speed specifically for grabbing heads? Just now, with Mi blade's psychic skills, even Mr. Ashimaru can't release it as he pleases. Hearing Kakashi's roar, Mi blade smiled, the movement of his hand remained unchanged, and he continued to harvest life. This is not deliberately practiced by Mi blade, but a reward skill given by the system after Mi blade was promoted to Shangnin last night. The skill is a revised version of the Murloc's ultimate in the League of Legends, and the giant shark is attacking. After the revision of the system, it was changed to Psychic Technique by Sahen Raid. Reminder, Xiao Bai's name is Bai Sahen, which was changed by Mi blade, and his nickname is Xiao Bai. I'm afraid you will forget it. It's definitely not a water number. Really, believe me. This skill is adapted by the system based on spiritism. In the game, the little Murloc throws a small shark to the enemy's feet, then jumps out a big shark, and takes a bite. After being revised by the system, Mi blade first symbolically formed a psychic seal, throwing the technique near the enemy. Xiao Bai will open his blood basin and attack suddenly. Sounds very ridiculous, but it's actually operable. It's just that the rice blade has been systematically cheated, and it doesn't need to be practiced for a long time. It is an instant skill. Kakashi wants to practice this trick. www.readaloud.com. At least one has to hold the left hand in love with heaven, and the right hand for high-speed reaction exercises. After a few years of practicing like this, it is estimated that he can catch up to half of the Mi blade. Kakashi sprinkled all the anger on Iwa Shinobu, and didn't care if chakra was enough, just kill. Centered on Lingbo's micro-steps, there is no living thing in the gossip position. The lurking Shiranui Genma watched the operation of their brothers and swallowed, are we still using it? Is this the difference between geniuses and our ordinary ninjas? Look at a fart, I will kill the 2 of them in a while. With a roar of soil, he rushed down first. As Kakashi's best friend, how could he just watch Kakashi pretend to be forced? Asuma followed closely. You two beasts, keep me too. Less than 3 minutes, the battle is over. Mi's blade wiped the knife. Kakashi was lucky and felt uncomfortable. I killed 15 Zongnin Xiaonan and Mi blade killed 11, but there are 3 of them who have a record of Shangnan. Kakashi, the remaining Shimon and miscellaneous fish, was not in the mood, and left a few for Shiranui Genma and the others. Oh, Kakashi, you are too fast, don't leave us a few, look at me, and then kill a ninja. Asuma took off her finger tiger and complained to Kakashi. I don't know Huo Xianjian has a good record, and killed 3. After all, he was playing 1,000 books, which was a hidden weapon and had a large kill range. Naka stood beside Mibun without speaking, but everyone could tell that she was declaring sovereignty. Clean up the battlefield and see if there is any useful information. Kakashi was very angry, he thought, when he meets this kind of battle next time, he will use Xianja first, isn't it just cheating? Humph. Chapter 49, 3 Guyu that I don't want to open. The war is still going on, and it will soon be Konoha's 46th year. This year is a memorable year, because many major events happened during this year. For example, in Yuyan Village, a peace organization known as Anti-War appeared in Yuyan Village this year, specifically hosting those ninjas who were unwilling to fight. The name of the organization was Dawn of Dawn. Because of the war, the Akatsuki organization expanded rapidly, and the number has exceeded 100. This organization attracted the attention of Sanjiao Hanzo, the leader of Yuyan Village. And because Akatsuki's organization expanded too fast and often wandered around the battlefield, it also attracted the attention of another person. This is Konoha's root leader, Shimura Danzo. A large organization appeared in Yuyan Village. Of course Hanzo did not allow such a thing to happen, so he sent people to encircle and suppress it several times. However, the organization was as tenacious as a weed, and several encirclement and suppression efforts ended in failure. Hanzo, who knew Akatsuki's ideological program, took the initiative to negotiate with Yahiko, the leader of Akatsuki's organization, mainly to talk about how the Akatsuki organization would live in peace in the country of rain. Hanzo made it clear that you see that you don't want to fight. We are also a small family in the country of rain, and we don't want to fight. It's boring to fight with our own family. Otherwise, we'll make an appointment to talk and see if we can solve it. Get along with problems. This proposal aroused Yahiko's interest. If Hanzo talks about money or something, Yahiko is not interested, but when it comes to peace, Yahiko is very interested. Yahiko said that he wanted to go, but Xiaonan and Nagato strongly opposed. Xiaonan and Nagato are skeptical of Hanzo, especially since these two Hanzo and Konoha are very close. He has forgotten the damage Konoha has done to Rain Country during World War II. Yahiko objected, and emphasized that Hanzo can get along with Konoha, but will he not tolerate us? Facing Yahiko's naive thoughts, Nagato and Xiaonan couldn't stop them, so they could only hold an organizational meeting of Akatsuki, and everyone voted. At the meeting, several veterans of Akatsuki, like Heiju and Kokura, strongly opposed. Heiju lived for 1,000 years. What kind of brains he was the one who played Uchiha's clever spots around. He could see Hanzo's little boy at a glance. Thought. Keiku also understands that he was also the leading powerhouse in Takigakura, who fought against the of ninjas Senjutsu for 3 days and 3 nights, and ended up with a half-game difference. The organization doesn't know the truth or not of this incident, but Jiao always says that, and no one in the organization can beat him, so I believe it. Heiju Kao and Xiaonan Nagato strongly opposed it, but there were other ninjas who were later recruited into the organization. After Yahiko's brainwashing and peace-loving, they all sided with Yahiko. Xiaonan's objection was invalid, and finally decided to go to the appointment. In order to avoid accidents, Yahiko, Nagato, and Horns are in the same group, and the rest of the ninjas are protected on the outside for emergencies. Zionin, due to his lack of strength and the task of accepting tasks, is temporarily staying at home. In this way, most of Akatsuki's staff followed Yahiko to negotiate. The seemingly foolproof plan, how do you know, the place is different. Sancho Fish Hanzo gathered most of Yunnan, and part of the routes surrounded Akatsuki. Hanzo wanted to kill the Akatsuki organization because he did not allow a second voice in Yuji, an extra force. But Danzo got the news that a pair of legendary eyes appeared in the country of rain. This is also the reputation of Akatsuki. It is very noticeable. The little ninja thinks Nagato is a long needle eye, but Danzo is very knowledgeable. He knows that it is a legendary eye, so he wants to get it. The two old couragers coincided with each other in a mess, trying to wipe out Akatsuki's organization. However, Akatsuki is not a vegetarian. Dozens of members protect Yahiko and Nagato from evacuating, and they spread their blood in the wilderness. How outnumbered, Yahiko died in Hanzo's hands, and Nagato, because of the reincarnation eye, Kuro absolutely couldn't let Nagato slip through and break through the angle desperately before he escaped. Yahiko is dead. Actually, this is not the consciousness of the universe, it's just fate. Although Akatsuki's organization is different from the original work due to the appearance of Mi Blade, there are also angles and Kurozutsu that were added in advance, but Hanzo and the others won't give a chance. Before they could grow up, they were attacked and killed halfway through. In fact, no matter which shinobu village, other organizations and people that can threaten their status are not allowed in their own territory. Just like the Konoha White Teeth incident and the current Akatsuki incident, the nature is the same. Yahiko was dead. When Nagato returned to the base with Yahiko's body, Zionin cried and sobbed, and even the wealthy fans like Koto did not smile. Although the Angle always felt that this organization was like a joke, but when he saw a few teenagers working hard for that distant dream, he didn't know how many times his heart was changed or his heart softened. Although Yahiko is dead, it does not mean that Akatsuki has just dispersed. Nagato gathered a small number of members in the organization and held an emergency meeting. The content of the meeting was, because the country of rain will next carry out a large-scale encirclement and suppression of Akatsuki. If anyone withdraws, he will not stop it. If not, Akatsuki will retaliate against Sancho Hanzo. None of the members left, all chose to stand on Nagato's side. Hei never left because of the reincarnation eyes, and the corners also joked, "Don't look at me, I have an immortal body, I will find the next house when you are all dead, now, I will be crazy with you, or organize I'm too embarrassed to take the money in it." Nagato smiled, they understood what Gyauta meant, and found an excuse for themselves. Heijo used his subordinate spy Ju to find Mi Blade, and passed the news to Mi Blade. After receiving the news, Myron was stunned, and he told Naka about it. Naka shed tears without saying a word, looking at Mi Blade. The writing wheel eyes in the eyes of Mi Blade slowly added another piece of jade. Mibana said to Naka, "The eye of the writing wheel is also called the eye of the soul portrayal. It is the blood that is driven by emotion. The greater the emotional fluctuation, the faster the evolution will be, just like the last time you saw my injury opened like Erguya www.readwound.com." Naka took Mi Blade's hand, she could see that Mi Blade was very angry. It's the first time since Mi Blade crossed the ninja world to feel so angry. He is not Long Aotian, he doesn't want to do something to save the world and become the world's #1 stupid dream. He was an ordinary person in his previous life. He is still an ordinary person when he comes here. He doesn't have the ideals of the Traverser seniors, destroying Konoha and unifying the ninja world. Although the ninja is a character in anime, Mi Blade does not regard the people here as NPCs, nor does it regard what happens in this world as a game. He knew that Yahiko would have such a catastrophe, so when he left, he told Yahiko, Nagato and the others that if Hanzo asked you to negotiate, don't go, but it's a pity that things go against their wishes, and everything is still going the same way in history. He doesn't know how to fly Thunder God, nor does he know how to space ninjutsu, and he doesn't have a ninja to receive messages anytime and anywhere. Yahiko's death, he can't stop it. In the previous life, Mizan didn't understand Yahiko in the anime. He preferred Nagato more. He always felt that Nagato was a fool. He even believed in such boring tricks as Moon Eye. But when he really came into contact with Yahiko, Mibani realized that he was such a lovely person. It's obviously weak and small like an ant, but she dreams of pushing it to the tree all day long. The Mi Blade psychic came out to Xiaobai and asked Xiaobai to find a snake to help send a message to Nagato. I won't get revenge on Hanzo. The country of fire is being attacked by war. But as the head of the Konoha branch of the Akatsuki organization, I will leave it to me. After receiving the news, Nagato shed tears, regretting not listening to Mibana's words. Chapter 50, Are you ready to die? On the border of the land of fire, in a dense forest, 28 ninjas who had returned from the land of rain are returning to Konoha. The route has always been the shadow of Konoha, adhering to the principle of never letting go of mistakes, and has always been led by Danzo. And all the members of the routes have experienced the brainwashing of Danzo Shimura and are loyal to Danzo. These route ninjas all wear animal masks and wear different vests and costumes from ninjas. Everyone regards Danzo as a belief. The routes returned to the only way to the village, and two figures stood on a big tree. A man and a woman. The man has silver hair, the woman is heroic. It is Hagaki Mibani and Uchiha Naka. They have been waiting here for a long time after receiving the news of Kazuki. Stop! The ninja at the route stopped and stared at the two people in front of him. As a genius boy in the village, Mi Blade and his brother have always been on the route list. Shimura Danzo is planning when they can recruit their brothers. Today, the routes actually saw Hagaki Yoshiba and Uchiha Naka, and they looked like they were waiting for them. The roots of their group are the ninjas who are broken for Danzo-sama, mainly to do some aftermath things in the country of rain. The root ninja headed by is called Yamanaka Mankara, a ninja of the mountain clan. Mankara in the mountains looked at the Heiji rice blade standing on the canopy of the tree. He carried the sword in his hand and stood there like a fighting ruffian. Mankeng in the mountains stopped the ninja behind him, staring at the rice blade, and shouted, "Hey, the kid from the Heiji family, we are the roots of the Danzo-sama, what are you two doing here? Get out of here." The sky suddenly darkened, dark clouds quickly covered the sky. Mi Blade grinned, and said to the group of root ninjas condescendingly, "Are you ready to die?" A blast of thunder blasted in everyone's ears, and then it rained heavily. Mankeng in the mountains doesn't know what Hagaki Mikan is crazy about, and logically speaking, there is no intersection between the roots and him. But seeing the action of the rice blade, Yamanaka Mankara reminded the ninja behind him to prepare for battle. The downpour was like someone splashing water in the sky. It was too big to look like. The raindrops smashed on the leaves together to make a huge noise. Lightning, thunder, squally wind, all of these make the mountains full of unpredictable. Mi Blade jumped off the canopy and walked slowly towards the root. He walked, laughing while still muttering, "I see it, God is crying." Tai sword shot, drew the sword back to the sky. The rice blade rushed to the root from the front, and Naka also beheaded the ninja from the side. Every hit of the Mi Blade carried an electric arc, and Yamanaka was shocked and said, "What kind of move is this? Every hit of Mi Blade will take away 2 or 3 ninjas." Yamanaka knows that he is not an opponent. Although both are Shangnan, there is a gap between Shangnan and Shangnan. He exclaimed, "Hey Mi Blade, don't you know the consequences of killing your companions in the village?" Mi Blade stopped, and the mountain was relieved. "Although I don't know why this kid is crazy, it seems that he is still afraid of the village. Hakajimi Blade, and Uchiha Naka, you two hurry up and put down your weapons, and come with me to ask the guilt in front of Danzo-sama. Danzo-sama loves talent, I believe he will not blame you." By this time, Man-king in the mountains was still soliciting rice blades, as if the 8 or 9 corpses lying on the ground were not killed by him. Mi-Blade turned his head. Yamazaka Mankura saw the appearance of Mi-Blade, and was terrified. It's not because Hagiho Miba's expression looks like a devil, but he actually has a writing wheel, and it's still a 3-go jade. By the way, this kid's mother is Uchiha. Yamanaka Manking understands that since Heiji Mibana has not exposed his writing wheel, he must want to hide himself. And now that he has exposed this big secret, he didn't plan to keep alive. As expected, I only heard Mi-Blade say faintly, Danzo or something, I don't care. As for killing the ninja in the village, would you say it? Noob. With a bang, a white snake appeared from the foot of Mankang in the mountain and swallowed Mankang from the mountain in one bite. Mi-Blade raised his head, the thunder and lightning in the sky rang. Naka saw Mi-Blade stretch out her right hand and hurriedly withdrew from the circle. Die! A huge lightning roared in the sky like a blue dragon, and the root ninjas on the ground were shocked. When have they seen such a technique? What is this? Run! I don't know who shouted. The root ninja hurriedly scattered, the corner of Mi-Blade's mouth was raised, and as the right hand slowly fell, the natural blue dragon also fell extremely fast. Lei-Ian Green Dragon comes to the world. This is the advanced version of Chidori ninjutsu made by Sakumo Hagiki, which is definitely more powerful than ordinary S-level ninjutsu. Where the dragon fell, a huge pit with a diameter of over 1,000 meters appeared on the ground. This time the Azure Dragon came to the world is much more powerful than the Azure Dragon released by the Mi-Blade last time, and it's actually the same ninjutsu. But when this ninjutsu was released last time, there was no thunder in the sky, and there were not as many chakras as there are now. The ground is full of devastation, let alone the corpse, there is no grass growing in a radius of 1,000 meters, the rain flows to the huge pit, and in a short while, a huge man-made lake appears. Naka returned to Mi-Blade and looked at the lake. The man who made the lake belongs to her. Yahiko's enmity can't be forgotten. How come, the mastermind is not dead yet? Naka nodded, she leaned against Mi-Blade. Although she knows who Mibana is talking about and who the mastermind is in the village, as Mibana's woman, she will not stop Mibana, but silently supports it, even if that person is Shimura Danzo, the second person in the village. Handle. Mankang in the mountains did not know why Mi-Ban wanted to intercept and kill them, and Mi-Ban did not intend to explain to him www.readaloud.com. After all, the dead don't need to know the secrets, not to mention here, the dead can't keep secrets. Shimura Danzo, known as the Konoha Pot King, is the source of all evil. He said that everything he did was for the village, and everything had a legitimate reason. He feels that he is the noblest and purest person in Konoha. Everything he does is based on the village. In fact, it's right to think about it. Whether it's the design of the White Fang incident or the subsequent Uchiha's destruction of the gate, it is indeed for the village. Because he thinks that he himself is Konoha. Even if the whole village betrayed, there is still the only person who insists, that person must be Danzo, because he thinks he is Konoha. As long as he is there, Konoha will be there. No matter what jealous things he does, he has a noble reason, for the village. That's because, he thinks, he is Konoha. Such a person is terrible. Mi-Blade returned to the cave where the team rested. Asma was cooking on the fire, and did not know where to catch the 2 big fish. Mi-Blade, you are too slow to go to the toilet, right? It will not be with Naka for more than an hour. As a person who came by, Asma felt that she had discovered the truth. With a pure face, holding a fish to please Yuan Yelin, playing with Qianben boringly without knowing the fire. It was discovered by you, Asma. It seems that you and Hong Maisha are playing like this. Hong is 2 years older than Naka, and 1 year older than Mi-Blade. His body has begun to take shape. Asma has no face and skin, but Yuri Hong blushes and gives Mi-Blade a shuriken. Only Kakashi, who was silent on the side, observed that there was blood on his brother's body. Chapter 51, Kakashi's Fighting Spirit. Why hasn't Yamanaka Mankura come back? Shimura Danzo has been back to Konoha for several days, and it stands to reason that Yamanaka Mankura should be back no matter how slow it is. Yamanaka Mankura is Shimura Danzo's more capable subordinate. He usually does things swiftly, but he finally fudged at Yamanaka. Danzo-sama, Shinobu Yamaka may have an accident. Danzo was half kneeling in front of a root ninja wearing a cat face mask. What? Returning to Master Danzo, I have sent 3 root teams back to meet them in the mountains, but they have been found along the trails in the country of rain and they have not been found in the mountains. It is reasonable to say that more than 20 ninjas will not disappear without a trace, but after searching several times, they did not find them. Shimura Danzo angrily photographed the table, and a table was smashed by him. Can they still fly? Return to Lord Danzang, we found a large lake on the border of the country of fire. What lake? The cat-face ninja explained, that big lake didn't exist when we went to it before. Tuanzang frowned, he looked old like Sharpei. Danzo heard the meaning of his words, the lake was new, and it was caused by ninjutsu. Mankura in the mountains, maybe they were wiped out by the mysterious man who released the ninjutsu, but Danzo couldn't think of who did it. There are people who can unleash such a powerful ninjutsu in the ninja world today, such as Ren's Huli, or the shadows of each village can do it. It's just that they are on their own battlefields, and no one has ever left. Could it be? Danzo thinks of a person, Akatsuki's fish that slipped through the net, that Nagato with reincarnation eyes. Only he has this ability and has the motivation to commit the crime. After all, they surrounded the Akatsuki organization and killed their leader, so it is only natural for Nagato to want revenge. Moreover, there is infinite power in the legendary eyes, and it is very possible to do this step. Tell the roots on duty to search for Akatsuki's whereabouts. Yes. Danzang gritted his teeth and said viciously, I am determined to win those eyes. Mi Blade, who was on the battlefield, didn't know, Nagato helped him carry a black pan. At this time, Mi Blade is still performing his mission. There is no fixed time limit for their ninja squad. All the way along the border of the country of fire, has been wandering the battlefield of Iwanan and Yunan, specifically assaulting the ninjas of the 2 ninja villages. In this small year, their 2 teams have also calculated their fame, but they are not like Watergate, whose names resounded through the battlefield. It is their actions that are famous, because the ninjas of Iwanan and Yunan often have small groups of troops inexplicably lost contact. There are as few as 3 or 5 people in this missing unit, and as many as 20 or 30. Every time you find them after losing contact, you get a bunch of corpses. They knew that Konoha had such a unit on the battlefield, specifically assassinating minority shareholders, and they had also captured several such teams. However, none of the Konoha ninjas caught was the main target. Judging from the information obtained from these Konoha ninjas, most of the teams who lost contact were not in line with them. So, they knew that the most dangerous ninja hadn't been caught yet. Iwa Shinobu even gave Mi Blade and Kakashi the nickname Mouse Force. And also called the action of finding the rice blades as the deratization action. Unfortunately, mice are too cunning for cats to catch. On the battlefield today, Heifeng Watergate is completely famous and has become the backbone of all Konoha ninjas. Because as long as there is endurance on the Watergate, the task will definitely be completed 100%. The main force that hit Iwanan twice before, blocked the advance of thousands of Iwanan with his own strength. The golden glitter is famous, not only in Konoha, but also ninjas from other countries hate him. This grandson is too difficult to deal with, and Fei Lei Shen can't figure it out with one hand. Flashes infinitely, who can hold him? Mi Blade and Kakashi came to the Yunan battlefield today, and they also came across the returning Hyaganissa. They saw him rushing back when they encountered the day slack, and they hurried forward to meet him. Kakashi, Mi Blade. Nissa saw the people in the village extremely excited. Kakashi asked, Did you encounter something in a hurry? Hisashi panted and said, there is important information. Yunran's eight-tailed man Zulai has arrived at the Konoha battlefield, and with him there are 3 generations of Raikage's son. Kakashi frowned and asked, hasn't the Yaijin Julie always been fighting with Iwanobu? No, they have moved over. The Iwanan battlefield is temporarily taken over by Raikage 3 generations. I have to bring this news back. Kakashi nodded. This information is very important. Human Zulai has always been a war weapon in the villages. He has learned about it from Ashimaru, so he knows more than others. Take Tajenma and Lin, you Nissan Kamen and Ho to go home first, and Mibani and I will go over and take a look. Blade received the signal from Kakashi, and said to his team, Ace Mahong and Naka, you and Tato them together. What about you two? Naka knew what Mibani was going to do. Her family had been on the battlefield for so long, and they had always passed by. Together with Uncle Kakashi, as long as there are no more than 50 enemies, they must go up and compete, and even if they lose, they will retreat. Although the two of them don't have the time-space ninjutsu at the water gate, they are as difficult as the loach. But this time Naka is not at ease, because it is a human pillar, a war weapon. Don't worry, we just take a look, we won't be impulsive. Miren comforted. Mizan comforted Naka here, but Kakashi and Dato also had a quarrel over there. Kakashi, you don't want to go to Yunran to die, I tell you, you can't die before I surpass you. Dato was very excited, and even Yu and Yelin tried to persuade her. It's just that Kakashi, who has experienced the baptism of war, is floating. He has always wanted to compete with the famous ninjas in the ninja world, and has no interest in competing with those ordinary ninjas. Well, what stupid thing to say, I won't die if you die, you crane tail. Persuaded for a while, Blade calmed Naka, and looked at Kakashi at each other. Obey the order, protect the elders from the day slack and return to the assembly point safely, and then rest and wait for us to come back. Facing Kakashi's stern tone, www.readaloud.com kicked the stone on the ground in anger to vent. Don't die on the battlefield. In Kakashi's eyes, those ninjas who are famous in the ninja world are challenges, but for them, it is a mortal situation. Asema and Hong have not spoken, because they know that even Naka can't stop them, and they have no right to speak. Nikkei still wanted to persuade him, but seeing Kakashi like this, he could only return to Konoha's troops at full speed and call for support. Nissa and they went back, Kakashi and Mibana moved forward at full speed in the direction that Nissa pointed at the end. Kakashi, don't you dare to see the legendary ab combination later. Kakashi snorted coldly, just don't grab my head then. Yunran troops, Kirabi doesn't want to fight very much. He prefers to study rap. Only the art of rap is eternal. What's the fun of fighting all day long? But I can't fight without fighting. As AI's best friend, I can't watch him do those dangerous things and hide in the village by myself. Therefore, Kirabi can only temporarily give up his rap dreams and concentrate on the battlefield. Moved from the battlefield of Iwanan to the battlefield of Konoha, and I don't know if he will meet that kid. Kirabi remembered that night, for the first time someone truly supported him, talked to himself about music, and gave himself advice. If I met him on the battlefield, my uncle would spare his life. Ai, the son of 3 generations of Raikage, looked at his good friend. This guy pondered for a while and giggled. He didn't know what he was doing. Hey, Kirabi, concentrate on it, don't be careless. I see, you stupid. Chapter 52, You are all my little brothers. Do you see it? The one in front with a style that resembles the earthen style is the 8-tailed man Zulai of Union Village, Rabbi Shibiki. Blade pointed to Kirabi who was in front of him and introduced to Kakashi. Blade and Kirabi had a talking with each other in the night. Kakashi's eyes were full of warfare, but he didn't go straight up. After all, Yunran's troops were not limited to Kirabi and Ai. There were also a large group of Union ninjas behind them. Kakashi is reckless, but not stupid. He and me Blade are both tough enough to play in the AB combination, let alone there are so many people on the opposite side. How do you know that it is Julie of the Eight Tails? What did you think I did the year when I went out on a trip, and now our friends are all over the ninja world? Me Blade boasted, but Kakashi ignored him. Kakashi's more thoughts are still about how to make an appointment with the two of them alone. The two of them have been observing the Yunran troops for more than a day, and they have not found a chance. Me Blade thought for a while, patted Kakashi on the shoulder, and signaled Kakashi to retreat first. Me Blade took out a handful of kunao from the ninja bag, and then drew a picture on the ground. The painting skills are not flattering, but it can still be seen that Me Blade awkwardly produced a picture of two little people sitting under a big tree and roasting. It was the scene of Me Blade and Kirabi that night. Go, I guess Kirabi can see what I mean. Kakashi nodded, and Me Blade withdrew first. When Kirabi and AI came here, Kirabi saw the picture on the ground and smiled in surprise. What's happenin'? AI also saw the pictures on the ground, and after observing for a while, he asked quietly, who painted these three saplings? Why is there a bunch of weeds? Okay, I don't blame AI's bad brain, but I really can't see what the painting is. Kirabi understood, looking around, looking for the figure of the little brother. On the battlefield, I know to say hello to Uncle Kirabi, and Uncle Kirabi will take good care of you. AI, I want to go to the toilet. To the restroom. Yes, just shit, get the sushi I ate last night out of mine. AI waved his hand disgustingly, he actually said such disgusting things so naturally. Go and come back quickly. Haha. Kirabi chased after the number left by Me Blade. When they arrived at a small river, Kakashi and Me Blade were sitting on a rock eating sashimi. Me Blade saw Kirabi and hurriedly greeted him, quickly, I just caught it. The small river fish has no smell, but no juice. Although the taste is a little weak, it is better than natural pollution. You kid, how did you know I'm here? Kirabi is also not welcome, and he stepped forward to pinch a piece of sashimi and put it in his mouth. Kakashi knew something about his brother's social skills, but he really didn't expect that he could have lunch with enemy ninjas on the battlefield. What's wrong with this? Konoha's white eyes are not blind, I heard that you are going to give up the task and come to you. How about, has the music level improved? Kirabi smiled and said, ha ha ha, my uncle went back to the village to find the fifth brother vocal teacher, and he also wrote 2 songs, which I will sing for you later. Farewell, let's talk about it when you have time, you will call the wolf again with your voice. Kirabi took Me Blade's shoulders and protested to the little brother, you bastard, don't underestimate Uncle Kirabi, Uncle Kirabi is completely reborn. Yet, you all know the word reborn. Miren said in surprise. That is. Do you dare to look down on me? Kirabi, who reacted, began to ravage the white hair of Me Blade. After a while, Kirabi noticed Kakashi and asked Me Blade, who is this little brother? Introduce, my brother, Konoha Kamino, and Heiji Kakashi. Yeah, it's Heiji's brother. I didn't see you just now. Forgive me, haha. Is your eye problem, or I really don't have a sense of existence, you haven't noticed me for so long. However, as the future head of the Hagaki family, Kakashi's etiquette is still in place. Kakashi stretched out his right hand and was about to shake hands with Kirabi, but Kirabi got used to it, and grabbed Kakashi with a smile, then, since you are the brother of Me Blade, that's also my little brother. Don't worry, I will take care of you when I meet on the battlefield in the future. I special thank you. In fact, we came this time to challenge you and AI. Kakashi doesn't want to talk to this nervous person anymore, he already has dirt, and one more such friend will be overwhelming. Me Blade, are you sure you are afraid that you can't hold it, empathizing? What? Kirabi couldn't believe it. Seeing Kakashi's only 13 or 14 years old, he was surprised, I heard it right, Did you want to challenge me and AI? Kakashi nodded, but Kirabi persuaded, stop making trouble, you should go back and carry out the mission. Even if you want to challenge the two of us, it will not be too late in a few years. Anyway, the war does not know when it will end. There is always a chance. Now, you are too young. Don't underestimate me, bastard. Kakashi stepped back and roared. Kirabi ignored Kakashi's arrogant appearance, but spoke earnestly and persuaded, really, the strength of AI and I are not imaginable by you two little ghosts. There is absolutely no meaning to underestimate you. It looks like you two are only 13 or 4. You can see your potential when you become a shinobu at this age, but for now, let's forget it. Blade was not happy anymore, jumped onto Kirabi's broad shoulders, pulled out a knife behind him, and said while playing with him, don't underestimate us, we are not as weak as you think. Yes, yes, you are the best, but you should return my sword to me first. I wonder if the sword is as important as life to a ninja. Stingy. Blade returned the knife to Kirabi, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Kirabi put the knife in the scabbard, and said, to be honest, if you two want to challenge me, I can still sneak out to satisfy your little wish without hurting your peace. After all, you is it my little brother? But that fellow AI, he is not as easy to talk as I am afraid that he will not be able to control and kill you at that time. Hey, do you look down on us so much? Blade narrowed his eyes. Kakashi was full of warfare. Kirabi frowned. Kirabi, since they don't know that the sky is high and the earth is thick, we should satisfy them both. At this moment, AI, who should have been waiting in place, suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. AI. Kirabi saw AI's arrival and was shocked that he didn't know what to say. AI also said, your botched lie, have you forgotten that I shed with you in the morning? Chirabi was speechless when AI said, he hummed for a long time, and finally retorted, couldn't I be diarrhea? Humph. AI ignored the idiot, but turned to Kakashi, and said, although you are Konoha's ninjas, I know that if I want to kill you today, the idiot Kirabi will also stop me. That being the case, I will fulfill your wish today. I accept your challenge. If you accidentally hurt you, don't blame me for not taking care of you. AI told the ninjas who were traveling with him, you all step back aside, don't let Konoha's ninja underestimate us. Kakashi drew out the sword and stood his eyes. Just agree with me, we are both superior and inferior, but also determined to live and die. Chapter 53, Believe in the Watergate and Live Forever. Bring the soil. And they escorted Hyaganisa back to the assembly point, and found Oshimaru. Oshimaru looked at them with a worried look on their faces, and had a bad premonition in their heart. I walked together when I left. My two disciples led the team to Shinobu. Why did the team members come back when they came back? How about the captain? Oshimaru hurriedly asked, where are Kakashi and Blade? Tai-Tu hurried forward to look for Oshimaru for help. Master Oshimaru, Kakashi, and Blade went to Union's eight-tailed man Zulai and the son of Raikage to duel. We can't stop them. Go and support them. Kakashi can't die. What? Oshimaru was furious. At this time, Nikkei also came over, and told Oshimaru the cause and effect. In short, he detected the movement of the eight-tailed man Julie, and when he returned, he ran into Kakashi and the Blade team, and told them that Yunren had come to help. Kakashi wanted to challenge others when he knew it, and then asked his team to the day errand back first, and the two of them were going to die. When Oshimaru heard it, the eyes of the snake stood up and it exploded with anger. Naka, you guys rest here first. What about you? Naka asked. When Blade and the others went, Naka still believed in Blade's strength, but on the way, after listening to Hinatanisa's evaluation of Yunin, she also murmured in her heart. Now she regrets not stopping Blade. Dashimaru gritted his teeth and said, I'll go and bring the two of them back. Ashimaru has lost one of his disciples, how could he let the remaining disciples die on the battlefield? The year before, he let them go deep behind enemy lines to experience them, and Oshimaru also knew that they couldn't die with their brother's ability. But Oshimaru didn't let the two of them go to death. Do they know who the other party is? Yunren's genius ninja AI, and the eight-tailed man Zulai. Do they understand what is the concept of human column force? Don't they know why, in the village, Ju Xinna dared to brazen the beard of 3 generations of Hokage in the village? Ashimaru-sama, it's my fault and didn't stop the rice blade. Please be sure to bring the rice blade back safely, please. Naka bowed deeply. Dato also begged Ashimaru. Although he always cursed Kakashi, he didn't want him to die. Ashimaru didn't care about comforting the little ones, so he confessed a few words with Narashikamaru and went straight to the battlefield. The bewildered Narashika-isa asked the assistant next to him, "What did the Lord Oshimaru just say?" The assistant stammered, "It seems to say that brothers Kakashi and me Blade are going to challenge Yunren's Renzulai." Fuck. On the battlefield of Yunnan, AI called back his native ninja and emptied the field. Now there are only 4 of them in a radius of a few kilometers. Kakashi shook the sword and stared at AI. The corners of his eyes have already appeared red, and even his pupils have become like snakes, with scales on his skin. This is exactly the fairy pattern he learned in Longdi Cave. There is so much difference from the fairy model in the original one. I think this image is more handsome. The skin looks good with golden scales. Some experts can make this image and put it in the comment area, thank you. Kakashi met AI first, and Kakashi responded cautiously. AI also saw that the chakra on Kakashi had changed, which was completely different from the common chakras. At the beginning, he also put Kakashi together with those who challenged him before. After all, his name resounds through the ninja world, so every year there are idiots from all over the world who want to step on him. But this little white-haired guy in front of me seems to be different from those people. From the aura, I can see that this little devil is very strong. Neither of them did anything. After waiting for a while, Kakashi seemed to be unable to wait and attacked first. I saw Kakashi rushing towards AI like a rainbow. With the blessing of Zyanja Chakra, he was faster than usual. Seeing Daz approach, he drew his sword back to the sky. A sword light cut through, but AI hides behind. What? What? The two people sighed at the same time that Kakashi was shocked by AI's speed so fast that he escaped the attack in the fairy mode. And AI was shocked, the power of the knife just now was so powerful, a small mountain behind him was instantly cut into 2 parts by the blade. Kakashi uses swordsmanship, while AI Shiu uses Yunren's unique ninjutsu. Ninjutsu is based on physical skills, fully using chakras to activate the body, achieving amazing speed and attacking effects. The 3 main characteristics of ninjutsu, smoking and drinking, are hot. The 3 main characteristics of ninjutsu, speed bonus, attack bonus, and defense bonus. Now, neither of the 2 people looked down upon each other anymore, and they all went all out. Kakashi gritted his teeth and rushed forward again to fight AI Jean. The 2 people attacked and resisted each other. Blade and Kirabi stood in the distance, watching the ups and downs over there. Wow, haha, that kid is really not to be underestimated, he can fight back and forth with that fool AI. Blade still had the remaining sashimi in his hand, and I ate bite by bite with Kirabi, and then commented and analyzed the battles of their respective brothers. You Konoha are really talented, but I still believe that AI wins. Cut it. Whoever loses and who wins is not always certain. What anxious. After watching for a while, Blade threw away the empty leaves in his hand, and the sashimi had been eaten. Now eat and drink enough, let's not wait, let's start. Blade also burst out wary. Little man, are you really going to challenge me? Kirabi took Blade's shoulders, he always likes to get in touch with each other. Endured free from the shackles of Kirabi, and drew out the sword. Don't get the ink, Kirabi, you are known as the perfect human pillar power, take out all your strength, let's compare it. Ha ha ha, okay, since it's my brother's request, my brother should be satisfied. But don't worry, my brother will not hurt you. Bring it on. Blade took the lead in attacking www.readaloud.com. Kirabi drew 2 knives to resist, but did not use the tail beast. Blade looked at this inattentive person and really took care of himself. The two of them played far less brilliantly than Kakashi's side. To use the analogy of the battle in Under One Man in the national comics, Kakashi is the king and fights against Zujing, which is both passionate and enjoyable. As for Blade, has Sister Baoer played against Zhang Hulan? This is no one, or else the refund would be called early. Blade knew that if they were like this, they would not be able to tell the difference in 3 days. So the Blade opened the door and the Sanguyu riding round eyes doubled, and the combat effectiveness instantly increased several times. Seeing the little brother's momentum changed, Kirabi didn't keep his hands anymore. Let this uncle see your true strength. Kirabi's body is covered with a layer of the tail beast chakra, and the 7 ninja swords behind him come out, and the 7-sword flow Kirabi comes on the scene. Blade laughed and performed flying swordsmanship, and Kirabi became more and more excited. The big trees around the 2 sides of the battle circle fell one by one, and the chakra swept across the entire battlefield, causing a group of Yunren to retreat again. On the other side, Watergate, who was on the mission, felt this powerful aura, frowning and whispering, "What happened there? This is the battlefield of the Land of Fire, and there must be a battle there." The Watergate stopped the team members in the group. "You can't get involved in the battle on the left front. You can stand by where you are. I'll go over and take a look. Be careful at the Watergate." "Okay." Someone reminded that they also knew that they would not be able to help if they were there. With that kind of aura, they still felt lingering fears when they were so far away, and they would simply stop making trouble. Believe in the Watergate, you will live forever. Chapter 54, Watergate Play-Up Combination. Kakashi has been fighting AI for half an hour, and the more he fights, the more frightened he gets. My own fairy mode has always been in no way disadvantages, but now, whether it is power or speed, AI can be comparable to himself, vaguely stronger than himself. His fairy mode is not like Senjuzuma, it can be used as much as he wants. Kakashi has felt that Zyensha Chakra is not enough. On the other hand, Blade and Kirabi also played back and forth. Since the opening of the 3-hook jade, the chakra of Blade has increased a lot. This is the welfare of Uchiha's bloodline after opening the Shaolunyan, especially Yin. Dun chakra is growing very fast. In other words, Blade now has longer staying power than Kakashi. The faster the rice blade hits, the more it hits, the crazier it gets. Kirabi's 7 swordsmanship gradually became unstoppable. "Little brother, my uncle has recognized your ability." Blade also yelled, "Then take out your skills and let me see the power of Yao." Kirabi laughed 3 times, then stepped back, and said excitedly, "I'm optimistic, this is Yao." Kirabi shouted, and a behemoth appeared on the battlefield in an instant. Is fleshy red all over, with horns on his head, tail behind him, and 8 tentacles like octopus. Is this Yao? Whether it is momentum or oppression, it makes people unable to resist. The 8-tailed bull ghost looked at Blade condescendingly. On the other side, Kakashi also noticed the giant monster. "Really, too powerful." Kakashi sighed. "Hey, kid, you dare to be distracted by a duel with me? Thunder abuse level Chomai." AI found the flaw attack instantly, he would die with this blow. But Kakashi didn't lose his whole cards. The triple Rashomon appeared instantly, and the 3 doors blocked AI's blow. Blade looked at Yao and shouted to him, "Come with me over there and blend in, Yao." "Boy!" Yao said with a smile. Blade ran to Kakashi, and also led Yao over. When the rice blade reaches Kakashi and cuts it close, he launches the Chidori sharp spear to stab AI. What are you doing? It's time to fight a team battle. The two brothers launched spiritism, and a red snake and a white snake appeared on the battlefield. Kakashi and Mi-Blade stand on top of the two giant snakes. Xiao Hong and Xiao Bai looked at Yao in front of them, and glanced at each other. You two bastards, how can you fight this thing? Xiao Hong was even more unbearable, and she was stunned before she hit, and yelled, "Let go of me, I want to go back." Although they are not humans, there are still differences between psychic beasts and tail beasts, even if they come from the three holy places. Two masters, is this lack of heart? Mi-Blade patted Xiao Bai's head, don't persuade you, after today's battle, you will be famous in the psychic world, and you can brag with your colleagues in the future, saying that you had a fight with the tail beast. No, I don't want to be famous, it's good to be obscured. Besides, fight with that stuff, can I have a future? Don't persuade you, look at Xiao Hong, there are many. When he turned around, Kakashi was already trying to counsel him. Kakashi, I have no grievances with you, why are you harming me? You two hit him, what are you afraid of, come on. Stop. The two snakes are not strong, Mi-Blade and Kakashi can only threaten them to make them strong. Yai didn't attack, but Ai couldn't wait any longer. After evading the Mi-Blade's sneak attack, it was time for him to take revenge. Ai is one enemy for, two people two snakes, Xiao Hong Xiao Bai is forced to open business. Is another big battle. If Mi-Blade and Kakashi fight with Ai alone, they may not be opponents. At most, they can compete with Kakashi like Kakashi for a while. When they lose strength, they can only be killed by him. But 4-1 is just to beat him. Especially Xiao Hong and Xiao Bai, they have made themselves forget the eight tails forcibly, and now they just want to kill the person in front of them, at least not to lose. Seeing Ai fall into the wind, Kirabi controlled Yao and roared, Ai, get out of the way. Ai watched Bai condense a chakra ball and hurriedly withdrew from the circle. Aren't those two your little brothers? Are you using the tail beast jade for fear that they will not die thoroughly enough? When the rice blade saw the tail beast jade, it instantly relieved the psychic. The same goes for Kakashi, the snake is innocent. This tail-hitting beast corn blade and Kakashi can't avoid it. It belongs to AoE damage. It is fast and powerful, just like being locked. Mi-Blade and Kakashi use the earth flow wall, and the other is Kakashi. The powerful impact of Tail Beast Jade broke through these two defenses instantly. But it's okay, Kirabi didn't kill him, he deliberately hit it crookedly, and put it on the body of Mi-Blade and Kakashi. Scared me. This blow directly increased the progress of the 3-Go Jade that had just opened the Mi-Blade to 99.99%. Other Uchiha's eyes opened, either love or hate, so that they can have mental fluctuations. And the Mi-Blade here is being attacked and evolved. What does it mean? This grandson is afraid of death. Gang's Tail Beast Jade directly showed Mi-Blade the threat of death, as if death was calling. The attack of Tail Beast Jade opened a canal directly on the border of the Country of Fire. Just when the two of them were still in fear, a golden flash suddenly appeared. Hey! Don't hurt me, Konoha Ninja, Konoha Shinobu, hey Feng Mizuman, come! A handful of Qimu with the imprint of the God of Thunder flew out, and then the water gate disappeared in place and reappeared again. A shot of the spiral pill had been pressed on Ai's belly. Fortunately, Ai practiced ninjutsu. His skin was thick, and his body was protected by chakra-covered armor, so he vomited a bit of blood. Ai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the majestic man. How about Kakashi in fairy mode? His current speed has not surpassed Ai. As far as Ai is concerned, he has not escaped the attack of Watergate. Although this blow only boosted his metabolism, it was shameful that a ninja who was known for his speed was crushed in speed. Can be said to be less harmful and extremely insulting. Kirabi was also dumbfounded, and he said it was a good one. Why did you secretly call someone? Brother, you are not authentic. Mi Blade didn't understand what was going on. Why did Watergate appear? Kirabi looked at Mi Blade, his eyes were full of questions. Mi Blade also gave Kirabi a look, spreading his hands. I don't know. It doesn't matter if the Watergate ambushes in advance, he is ashamed, and with a roar, he launches a stormy attack on the Watergate. However, Watergate's technique is too bugged to hit. The Watergate is like a dexterous monkey. It moves forward and backward, suddenly to the left and right, and touches AI's little face from time to time. AI is crazy, you can kill me, but you can't insult me. Kirabi. After a futile attack, AI also started calling people. Yao's huge body also joined the battle, but Mizuman slipped and fought with two. In the face of Yao's huge body, although Watergate could not make an effective attack, the two of them couldn't help Watergate. This was evenly matched. Mi Blade and Kakashi become spectators. After watching this for a while, hundreds of Yunren gathered around Mi Blade. They are very smart, don't look at the two brothers being so fierce just now, but how much stamina is there now? If they capture these two Konoha geniuses alive, it will be a big loss for Konoha. Before he grows up, he can fight against the Taibao in our village. In a few years, he won't be able to go to heaven? Therefore, Yunren was tempted. Kakashi's fairy mode has reached the cooldown time early, and although Mi Blade still has spare power, it is no use to face people so cloudy and forbearance. But the two of them weren't the ones who were sitting there waiting to die. They had just been ready to fight when they saw a purple giant snake lingering over. Are you psychic? Kakashi shook his head www.readaloud.com and looked at it again, and saw a heroic, majestic, handsome, and energetic man standing on the head of the giant snake. It was Ashimaru. Ashimaru heard that his two disciples dared to challenge the sons of the three generations of Reikage, and the eight-tailed man Zulai. For fear of an accident between the two of them, they directly called out Wan Snake as a means of transportation, and saw Yunren and Yanren along the way. It was the blocking the killing of the gods and the Buddha, and entering the battlefield in the shortest time. After seeing the tailed beast Jade released by Yao, Dashimaru became even more anxious, and directly inserted the pheasant sword into Wan Shi's ass. Where is the snake butt? In short, it was to speed up Wan Shi, and only then rushed to the scene. When he came to the scene, he was a little confused, and saw that it was Watergate who was having fun with the group, and his two apprentices were watching the show with Yunren. Not right, it seems to be surrounded again. Teacher. Mi Blade waved in excitement, and the Ashimaru shot down from Wan Shi, shuddering on top of the brothers' heads. You two really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. It's the first time that Ashimaru has made such a big fire on the two of them. Mi Blade and Kakashi rubbed their heads and smiled, actively confessing their mistakes. Ashimaru saw the two people still thinking about laughing with himself, and then his tight nerves relaxed. Ashimaru saw that there were all Union people here, and hurriedly shouted to Watergate, "Watergate, retreat quickly!" Then, carrying Kakashi and Mi Blade, jumped on top of Wan Shi's head and returned to Konoha's direction. Seeing that the danger was lifted, the Watergate sent a shot of spiral pill to the group. Seeing that the damage was still not great, he depressed the of Thunder to flee. On the battlefield, only the bewildered Kirabi and the aggrieved AI messed up in the wind. Chapter 55, The Power of Love. The assembly place of the Konoha Hidden Village battlefield, in the office of Commander-in-Chief Ashimaru, the people of the Kakashi team and the Mi Blade team cry with rain. Because Ashimaru returned, only the weapons of Kakashi and Mi Blade were brought back, but the corpses of the two of them were not brought back. Ashimaru told them that because Yao was out of control, it caused large-scale slaughter of all the creatures he could see, regardless of enemy or friend. Kakashi and Mi Blade are the closest to Yao, so very sorry. Ashimaru also warned them not to make meaningless sacrifices when the enemy's strength is too great. Ashimaru looked lonely, and his face was filled with sorrow that could not be covered. At the beginning, Taketo and Naka thought that Ashimaru was joking. After all, the two of them have such high life-saving means, how could they die without leaving the body? Until Tai Tu met his teacher Bo Feng Shui Men told him that he had escaped with the Thunder God, and the tail beast was too powerful, and he could not save Kakashi and Mi Blade. Confirmed the news of the death, and was stunned. Even with Yuan Yelin by his side, he was still lifeless. Let me be alone. After Yuan Yelin left, she couldn't help taking the soil and lay down at the door of the office, crying bitterly, frightening the passing ninjas. Kakashi, you bastard, I haven't surpassed you, how can you die? You haven't participated in my wedding with Linear. You. The tears on his face turned into tears of blood, and the original black pupils turned into 3 black gouge jade. Cried for a while, tired of crying with the soil, he wiped his tears, and made up his mind that he would avenge Kakashi, even if the murderer was a tail beast. At this moment, a white-haired ninja with a mask came over, behind him was Heifeng Mizuman and Ashimaru. Bai Mao Shangren shook his head and said, Tisk tusk 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 don't want me at the end of the crane. Kakashi raised his head with soil, and looked blankly at the man mocking him. Mr. Mizuman, Lord Ashimaru, Kakashi, Lord Ashimaru, you lied to me. Was a bear hug with the soil, hugged Kakashi and did not want to let go for a long time. Ashimaru smiled and said, what a deep friendship. Shuman saw the deepest friendship of the disciples and applauded for them, especially since bringing the soil opened the 3 Gojade writing round eyes, the strength will also double. Mr. Watergate, how can you lie to me? Took the soil to loosen Kakashi, he felt very ashamed now, and looked around. Luckily he was not seen by Lin. Kakashi was also full of disgust, I'm a normal man. Dai Tu excitedly said, I only have Lin in my heart. But Kakashi was also happy to bring the soil to open the writing wheel, especially after seeing that he opened his eyes for himself. Kakashi, as a disciple of Konoha scientist Ashimaru, of course knows that Shaolyanyan is also called the eye of spiritual portrayal. The conclusion that his master Qin Shaojian researched back then, the more sad and the stronger his eyes are. Because he has achieved super evolution, what is there to be dissatisfied with? Kakashi pulled the soil over, rubbed his head and said, you crane tail. You are the tail of the crane. If we don't agree, we will fight to see who is the real tail of the crane now. With dirt and revealing 3 Gojade round eyes, full of confidence, now he feels that he can beat Kakashi to call him father. Kakashi also wanted to test the power of writing round eyes, and immediately decided, go, whoever loses will wash the other party's underwear for a month. Go. Ashimaru looked at the sincere friendship between the two teenagers, with a smile on his face, and said to Mizuman, friendship is really amazing. Watergate also echoed, yes, friendship is the most sincere. On the other side, Uchiha Naka came to the grove alone and walked forward blankly. Has no destination, and walks forward like a walking corpse. She is numb now, unlike with soil, she no longer knows what it feels like to feel heartache. S head kept reverberating with what Ashimaru said just now. Did not bring back their bodies. Their bodies. Corpse. Naka has been indoctrinated by her sister since she was a child, and she has to work hard to cultivate and get the recognition of her family. So she used the sword in her hand as a toy since she was a child, and the shinobi as a playmate. She was training when her sister was performing tasks, and she was still training when her sister came home. There are no friends and no joy. She is envious of those classmates in school who can talk and laugh together. But she always wanted to become stronger, and Naka, who was recognized by her family, turned her desire for friendship into motivation and forced herself to become stronger. Until she met Mi Blade, a boy who was obviously only 1 year older than herself, but was very arrogant. She knows that this boy is known as Konoha's rare genius in a century. He had already graduated to perform the task before he was enrolled in school. After he enrolled in school, he became a zongren in the village again. And he was so close to his sister that the sister who was at home on vacation did not have time to teach himself. She had a goal since then, to surpass this boy and defeat the genius in the village. But every challenge will be easily defeated by him, even if Neka feels that he is improving quickly. Every time he was defeated, the boy would taunt and point out his shortcomings. Until later, my sister told her that the boy had been teaching himself in that way. I don't know when, Neka discovered that she thought about him silently when she couldn't sleep at night. Even if she fell asleep, the dream was a scene of two people practicing. I don't know when, the boy started to like to molest himself, not only in terms of language, but also take advantage of some of his hands during training. I don't know when, I want to find him more and more, and I will be angry when I see him chatting with other girls. Being taken advantage of by him is like eating honey in his heart. I don't know when he will hold his hand, and he will lean on his shoulder, acting more and more intimately, as if by magic. But now, that boy will never be seen again. Usually he seems to be very confident, as if there is nothing in the world that he doesn't understand, and there is no problem in the world that he can't solve. Sister said that she envied herself so much that she could find love on her own. But now, I lost him. She regrets it. Why didn't she try to stop him that day? She also knew how terrible the enemy they were going to challenge, why she was so stupid at the time, then listened to him. I lost it, and then I knew I couldn't find it again. Naka stopped and leaned against a big tree. Not knowing why, she suddenly wanted to laugh, but she laughed lifelessly. A line of blood and tears shed, the two guyu in his eyes automatically upgraded to 3. Your little girlfriend is very good, you have to treat them well in the future. Dashimaru patted the disciple on the shoulder. The next step is the intimate link between two people. As an elder, it would be inappropriate to stay here. Ashimaru left. Blade touched her nose awkwardly. Ashimaru-sensei, what kind of bad idea was this? But his strength has improved. www.readaloud.com. After such a big time, Konoha has 2 more 3-hook jade writing round eyes, but the consequences may be very serious. Mizan smiled awkwardly, and walked slowly to Neka's side. This lady, you seem to be very sad, do you want to find a shoulder to lean on? The rice blade is straight, the lie is too big. Neka listened to this familiar voice, raised her head in disbelief, and looked at his constipated expression. Tears could not stop streaming. Neka leaped on Mibana's body in a few steps, crying and tapping his chest, "Aren't you dead?" Blade hugged Neka, crying, making him feel distressed. It was the idea of Mr. Ashimaru. He said that the eye of the soul portrayal needs stimulation to get in. Ah! Naka suddenly bit Blade's shoulder, her arms wrapped around Blade's neck. After biting for a while, the blood soaked half of Blade's arm. Naka opened her mouth, and after venting, she asked, "Why don't you resist? If you make a mistake, you have to confess and punish you. If you feel uncomfortable, take a bite on the other side, so it looks more symmetrical, hee. Hey!" Neka kissed Blade's mouth, and while kissing, she muttered, "I will never be separated from you again." The two of them who were about to close their eyes to enjoy the tenderness suddenly stopped, because Blade saw that the 3 guyu in Neka's eyes were turning frantically. More than 10 seconds later, the 3 guyu jade pieces joined together, and an eyeball with a round outer periphery and a diamond-shaped inside appeared. The loss of Blade Neka opened the 3 go jade writing wheel, and after the loss was recovered, it became a kaleidoscope. The evolution of Shaolunyan requires not only extreme pain, but also extreme love. Chapter 56, First Sight 1-7. In the command post, the senior leaders of Konoha's front line sat together. On the main seat was Ashimaru, and beside Ashimaru was Jiraiya, who had not been seen for a long time. In fact, Jiraiya has always been there. After the start of the 3 wars, except Tsunade, the 3 ninjas are basically there, and there are only 3 people in total. This is nonsense. The reason why Mi Blade saw Jiraiya was that he went to perform the task after he came back from vacation. So much that he has never met Jiraiya, but he didn't want to see Jiraiya. After all, it was embarrassing at the beginning. As expected, since Kakashi and Mi Blade entered the headquarters, Jiraiya's eyes have not left the 2 brothers. S eyes are full of threats and intimidation, and from time to time they make a strange look. On both sides of the table are the patriarchs of the 3 families of Zulachu, and down is the leader of the reconnaissance unit, Hyaganisari. There is also the patriarch of the Uchiha clan who has just joined the battlefield and has not done anything, Uchiha Tommy Take. In the end, Mizuman Mi Blade and the others have no real power, but a few powerful Shangren. Why are Kakashi and Mi Blade eligible to participate in this kind of meeting? It is because yesterday that the Kakashi and Mi Blade brothers battled with Unionab and was leaked out, and the information that was leaked together was also the brothers' tasks done this year. As soon as the news came out, Kakashi and Mi Blade became famous. 2 13-year-old geniuses were sent by their own teachers to the enemy-occupied area to perform a 1-year mission of attacking and killing ninjas in the enemy country. In this short year, the 2 teams cost 0 casualties. A total of more than 800 ninjas from Uean and Union were attacked and killed, and 63 Konoha ninjas were saved. Also, yesterday, I rescued Hyaganake again, and after taking the initiative to endure the Nikkei, I encountered Union's troops. In order to delay the time, the 2 brothers fought against the 3 generations of Rakige's sons in Union Village and the 8-tailed people to fight for an hour without losing the wind, and delaying time for the safe return of Nikkei Shinobu. This news caused Kakashi and Mi Blade to become the stars of tomorrow no weaker than Watergate. Mi Blade and their yesterday's record, it seems that there is no 1 on 2 in the Watergate. However, how old they are, how can they be compared with the well-known Prey to Nam? This led to the fact that Watergate's record of hanging the AB combination alone, not even Kakashi, and their 2 on 2 was shocking. Because the record of Watergate is already there, it won't be too surprising that no matter how great the record is, it is the first time that Kakashi and Mi Blade have heard of their reputation since they came out in the village. Everyone realized that the 2 brothers had done so many things this year, and it turned out that Union and Union's noisy rodent removal over the past year turned out to be the 2 of them. You should know that the mortality rate of going to the enemy's area to kill and harass enemy troops is very high. There are often such teams captured or killed by the enemy, and they can do this task so brilliantly, let alone fight the clouds. Yin's 2 top combat powers fought for an hour. These news spread like wildfires, not only Konoha knew, but Union and Union also knew. Especially Ai, the son of the 3 generations of Rakige, exploded with anger. It turns out that yesterday the 2 little ghosts were the rats who attacked and killed hundreds of ninjas in the village. I regret it. I knew that what I said yesterday would kill them both, but unfortunately there was no chance. That's why, like this meeting today, there will be a place for Kakashi and Mi Blade. Especially Fuyu, there was a hint of apology in the eyes of Mi Blade. The meeting began. First of all, the Army Division Narashikohisa said, "So far, we have repelled the sand-hidden troops." As Cheyenne Village was restrained by Union Village, they had to withdraw their troops and retreat. The remaining Union and Union are also at war between the 2 countries. In the past year, we have repelled their forces for 30 miles. But what happened yesterday is also clear to everyone. Union sent 3 generations of Rakige's sons and 8-tailed people Zulai to enter the battlefield of the Kingdom of Fire. This is not good news. However, 3 of us have already fought each other. Let's talk about the information he knows by Watergate. Although the aura of Kakashi and Mi Blade is very large, this time they passed the Watergate by trick, but the Watergate is really unbeaten. Watergate stood up and began to analyze the intelligence of Union's troops. Generally speaking, the sons of the 3 generations of Rakige are easy to talk about, but the tail beast is not easy to deal with. That thing can kill people in a large number of moves. As soon as these words came out, a passerby, Shang Ren, said with a big mouth, "We also have tail beasts in our village. What are you afraid of?" He thought he would be favored by the higher UPS, but what he got in return was a naked gaze, especially Watergate, which was a death gaze. Guru. The passerby couldn't bear to speak, and continued to be in a daze. Let's talk about Fog Hidden again. Because they are fighting against us unilaterally, Fog Hidden is even more difficult to deal with. Fog Hidden Village concentrates all its forces on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Fire. Our first task is to form a special force. Go to block Union's reinforcements and don't let the tail beast enter the battlefield. Sir Jiraiya, please go to the Hidden Fog battlefield to take command. Be sure to drag it until after the special forces have stopped Yunren. We have to fight against 4 other countries at the same time, so we can only defeat one country one by one. Don't worry, I'm here, the Misty Ninja can't pass my defense. Jiraiya said lightly. Luyi nodded, and then picked up a list from the table. On it was the list of forming special forces. Entering the Union battlefield, the troop blocking the 8-tailed man's column force is led by Bo Feng Shuman. The members are Heiji Kakashi, Heiji Mi Blade, Duan Muzian. After reading a lot of ninja lists, the meeting was adjourned. After the meeting ended, Watergate called the members on the mission together and notified them to leave 1 hour later. After was disbanded, Myron was about to find Naka, when Uchiha Tomitake walked over, with his 4-year-old son next to him. Mr. Mi Blade. Fuyu called to stop Mi Blade. Looking at this, he came to him specially www.readaloud.com Master Fuyu. Mi Blade is also very polite. Uchiha Tomitake led his son, and congratulated Mi Blade. Congratulations to Mi Blade, Mr. Mi Blade who shines on the battlefield. You are welcome, is this your son? Mi Blade looked at this handsome Xiao Zhangtai, who will slaughter the whole clan in the future, the younger brother of Ninja, and the super popular Uchiha Itachi in anime. Yes, Inyuko Uchiha Itachi. Fuyu finished the introduction, and said to Itachi, "This is Mr. Mibana Heiji. Don't you always want to see Mr. Mibana? Itachi always regards you as his target, so I want to see Mr. Mibana. Hello, Senior Mi Blade, my name is Uchiha Itachi." Uchiha's 107 crisp voices sounded very pleasant. The appearance of that little adult is very similar to Kakashi when he was a child. They are all self-seeing genius early-witted children. Are you my target? Okay. Uchiha Itachi has admiration on his face, as well as a kind of fanaticism. Encouraged the child Itachi a few words, Fuyu took Itachi and left. Speaking of it, after the 3 world wars, the other ninja clan lost their soldiers, and only the Uchiha clan made a big profit. Here, Dato and Naka opened the 3-gold jade writing wheel at the same time, and Naka secretly opened the kaleidoscope later. A genius boy also appeared in the fog-hidden battlefield, known as Shushin Zishui. Brief contact with Uchiha Tomitake, he didn't mention Naka, nor did he mention Mi Blade's life experience, as if he was taking his son to see his idol. But Mi Blade noticed the look of Mi Blade in Fuyu's eyes when she was on the venue just now. There were regrets and apologies. Anyway, Mi Jian didn't want to take care of their family's affairs. Let's take a step by step. Chapter 57, Return to Konoha. Watergate was a little dazed, even many people with special troops were dazed. They were specially formed to block the Yunren troops, with more than 100 members, and all of them were carefully selected Shangren. Most of the people here have even thought of killing one without losing, and killing 2 to earn 1. But when it comes to the battlefield, 1 blanket? Are there such a big pile of 8 tails in the legend? Where did Yunan's augmentation force go? Watergate thought they had changed the direction of travel, and specially separated a group of people to look for Yunren's trail. Finally, the various signs that were detected by the investigation indicated that Union's people had withdrawn. This makes Konoha's group confused about the situation. Especially Kakashi, he is ready to fight AI again, and he is so polished. As soon as I heard that Union had withdrawn, he was very dissatisfied. What is Union's increase in troops doing? Mizan was very happy. As the head of the Konoha branch of the Akatsuki organization, he adhered to the principle of fighting a war without fighting. Just leave him alone, just go back to sleep. A group of people came trembling, and then went back swaggeringly. After I went back, I learned why Union retreated. It turned out that the third generation of Raikage died. 3 generations of Raikage, known as the strongest Raikage that can fight the raging tail beast for more than 30,000 rounds, in order to protect the ninjas in the village to evacuate safely, he fought more than 10,000 Iwanin alone, and finally died of exhaustion. Anyway, the news is spreading that the 3 generations of Raikage AI have wiped out more than 10,000 Yanin, some 20,000, and 30,000. Some people do not believe it, saying that they don't believe rumors and don't spread rumors, saying that Raikage he was kicked to death by a circle of 10,000 people. Anyway, 3 generations of Raikage died in battle. AI did not go back to fight against flags and hang filial piety and take revenge on the battlefield of the country of fire. Due to the death of the 3rd generation of Mu Raikage, the Yunran troops in the land of fire all evacuated, preparing to fight Union village desperately. And Union village also retreated from the Fire Nation because of Union's substantial increase in personnel. The 2 countries are already staring at them. Not only do they spit, but they also button their eyes to play Mai Tai. Now on the battlefield of the land of fire, only the land of the wind and the land of the mist are still endowed with stubborn resistance. The reason why Cheyenne still refused to accept it was because they suspected that the 3rd generation of Fuying had been abducted by Konoha, not to mention the continuation of the hatred during World War II, so that the old ladies like Cho knew that their village had been riddled with holes. Compete with Konoha. It's no good to have a big and small king. If he retreats now, Konoha will not kill Cheyenne village. And Nguyen is the one who was pitted. I was there when I saw you do it. Now it's good. 2 powerful shinobu villages are no longer playing. The 2 of them are singled out. This is not a pitfall for us. However, the Misty Shadow is not empty. Konoha, even without them, our Misty Hide and Konoha must be divided up and down. Some people say that without Union and Union's restraint, Konoha will make room to deal with you. With the strength of the 5 great nations, Konoha is an elite. The fog is faintly unhappy. What a talent, Lao Tzu is a good player. Konoha, although there are 2 hidden villages withdrawing, but the remaining 2 countries are not easy to deal with. After all, Konoha lost too many ninjas when the war began, and now it is only a breath of relief. Kakashi and Mi-Blade re-enter the battlefield of Sand Ninja and Mist Blade. Kakashi and Mi-Blade start the slaughter mode again. And every time after eliminating the enemy team, Kakashi and Mi-Blade will leave a book, Murderer, Konoha Gemini. The current Mi-Blade and Kakashi are considered to be famous for the ninja world, and their reputations together are no longer under the water gate. But Kakashi and Mibana have also met more difficult enemy ninjas, and there are those who seem to be evenly matched. Now Konoha, Saiyan and Mist have started a tug-of-war. It is difficult for the 2 ninjas to continue forward, and it is not easy for Konoha to drive them out of the realm of fire. High in the bushes, a few figures passed quickly, and a line of 8 people jumped around among the trees. They are the Kakashi and Mi-Blade squad who just rushed back from the battlefield. Waiting for a group of people to come to a clearing, Kakashi motioned everyone to stop and rest. Mi-Blade and Naka are nestled together. Asma sits with her long red legs on her long red legs and sits beside Yu and Yelin to show her courtesy. Kakashi is observing the terrain and checking the map. Only Shiranui Genma is in charge of guarding. It's not that others bully him, nor is it that he is arrogant. He did it voluntarily. Do you know what it feels like to look at other people yin yang yan and stuffing dog food into your mouth? I won't mention those 2 pairs, and they don't cheat others. Speaking of Tai Tu and Lin and Kakashi alone, it is obviously a love triangle, and I am not blind. Therefore, every time he takes a break, he will apply for his own guard. No one should persuade me, whoever persuaded me to be anxious. Sarah Shinobi and Miss Shinobu seem to have disappeared a lot this time. Do you think they are empty troops and we have defeated them? The boring Asma lay on the red thigh with a blade of grass in her mouth and analyzed. For a while, I don't know why, but I suddenly discovered that Sand Shinobu and Miss Shinobu have seldom acted. Although the friction is still constant, the large-scale war has not happened for almost a month. This is why Kakashi and the others were called back. There is an uncle with soil, who can pass our line of defense, isn't it Lin? Hehe. Yet. Lin nodded in cooperation. Tato has started to write round eyes www.readaloud.com. Now I have dared to compete with Kakashi on the battlefield. I think it's almost the New Year's sake, and I feel that the three of us have a tacit truce. Hong is more careful than the two masters, she said her thoughts. Red, I feel the same with you. It's almost the New Year. I guess the three Shinobu villages don't want to make any forks at this time. The war has been fighting for 2 years, and I always have to rest, or even the village can't stand it. Me Blade can tell that this year this is the intention of the three ninja villages, and it will be a decisive battle next year. Sand hidden supplies are in short supply, and at the same time fighting the two big ninja villages, no matter whether it is troops or resources, they can't be consumed. On the other side of the fog, when Sand Shinobu is defeated, they are expected to cease the war directly. Kakashi put down the map in his hand and said silently, "We will pass through the gorge in front of us for a while, and then return directly to the village. This year's mission is considered complete. I can finally eat Konoha's 3-color balls, the unpalatable liang pill I'm about to vomit." Not just complaining with soil, everyone feels the same. I usually want to improve my food. I can only eat sashimi when I am passing by the river. I can't even eat grilled fish. After all, I can't make a fire in an enemy-occupied area. Going back to the village, I want to eat the whole street all over the food. Asma is also looking forward to it. Would you like to treat me? Me Blade asked. Asma curled her lips, "Don't be funny, you and Kakashi Shangnan are paid more than we combined. You don't want to invite us, but you want me to invite you." "Yes, Kakashi, please ask me to eat barbecue when I go back." Kakashi ignored the soil, jumped directly onto a big tree, and said to everyone, "Go towards Konoha." Chapter 58, The Hero Returns. Konoha Hidden Village, on December 22, 46, Konoha calendar. After nearly 2 years of war, there was finally a turn for the better, and some of the ninjas who defended the village triumphed. They are the heroes who defend Konoha. The villagers who got the news spontaneously came to the entrance of the village to welcome the heroes' return. There are the families of the ninjas, and the people of Konoha village. Even the third generation of Hokage personally appeared in the front of the village entrance, wearing the Naruto robes of Shinwei. When the first ray of sunlight in the morning appeared on the ground, Ashimaru also appeared in the sight of everyone with a large group of ninjas. The villagers cheered, screamed, shouted, waved. Some are looking forward to sons, some are looking forward to fathers, some are looking forward to daughters, some are looking forward to mothers, some are looking forward to wives. There is love even if you cut in the door. Me Blade and Kakashi walked in the middle of the team, followed by the members of their respective teams. "Asma, I saw your dad." Me Blade looked at the most beautiful boy at the entrance of the village. Asma was very excited at first, but she lost her feeling for a moment. She glanced at her old father and said indifferently, "Well, every time there is a large occasion in the village, he will definitely show up, and he will speak to us later. It won't be finished in less than 2 hours, alas. Don't say that for 3 generations of adults. 3 generations of adults protect the village and train ninjas. I will also become a 3rd generation of people in the future." Tato was very excited. He has no relatives in his family. He has always wanted to be Hokage since he was a child. He has always regarded the 3 generations as idols. Asma disagrees, he has no idea about Hokage's seat. Genma, where are you going after disbanding in a while? Go home and sleep. I don't know Huo Xianjian didn't want to continue eating dog food. He had eaten enough on the battlefield. Don't be so boring, how can I say that we are also brothers in adversity, come out and eat something. Don't persuade me, I will definitely not go out. Me Blade, I want to go back and see my sister first. Go, it's a business to see your sister. Sister Yu hasn't seen you for more than 2 years. She will definitely miss you. I will go to your house to find you tomorrow. Okay. Lin, I have to go back first. Kakashi, don't forget, I will invite my uncle to have barbecue tomorrow. Ah, what else can you remember besides what you eat? You can confuse tactical sign language. I can still remember Lin. I saw my father. Xirihong saw her old father standing at the entrance of the village looking forward to her from a distance. If it weren't for more than 3 generations of Hokage, Yuri Zhenhong wanted to run into the team to look for it one by one. Asma heard, I'm going, old man. Hurriedly let go of Hong's hand. By coincidence, this scene was also seen by Yuri Zhenhong, who had just found her daughter. Yuri is really red with a smile on his face, but he glanced at Sarutobi Hizaki secretly. He seems to be considering the feasibility of the plan to assassinate the second son of the Hokage family. Sister Yu! Mibana shouted in surprise, and Naka followed Mibana's fingers and saw her sister huddled in the crowd. I haven't seen her for more than 2 years. My sister has become a slim girl with worry and expectation on her mature face. Uchiha Yu also saw the rice blade and Naka, and pulled Uchiha Yan and waved to Naka. Uchiha Yu has already married Uchiha Yan. Originally, Naka planned to attend her sister's wedding. However, the war broke out and she missed her sister's life events. Naka blinked red, waved to her sister, and cried excitedly. When they reached the entrance of the villagers stood on both sides of the road and applauded, and Onashimaru led the ninjas on the streets of Konoha. Walking all the way to the Konoha meeting place, Hokage 3 stood on the high platform and began to speak, telling the ninjas that it was not easy, and affirming the hero's contribution to the village on the battlefield. We must continue our efforts and inherit the consciousness of fire. Asma really knows his father, saying that at least 2 hours, really 2 hours are still talking. Most of the ninjas and people heard tears in their eyes, only Asma and Me Blade secretly admired his nonsense skills. Although he was impatient to hear, he still had to be excited and surprised, with tears in his eyes, clapping his hands while shaking his head, and sighed, what is so special about Hokage-sama? 3 hours later, the 3 generations of Hokage finally announced their disbandment. Me Blade's hands were flushed, this time it was true feelings. Yoshiba and Naka found Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Yan in the crowd. They both wore traditional kimonos. The man is handsome, and the woman is as beautiful as a fairy. It seems that the relationship after marriage is pretty good. Sister. Naka lay on Uchiha Yu's body, and the sisters cried with each other's headaches. Mibani and Uchiha Yan are standing together. At this time, the masters should know to leave room for them. Mizan-kun, congratulations on becoming a shinobu, I heard the legend of you on the battlefield in the village. Uchiha Yan took the lead to speak, with a smile on his face, and he didn't feel as cold as other Uchiha. Me Blade looked at the ring on his finger and smiled, I want to congratulate you for marrying that big beauty Jade sister. Haha, are you and Naka now? Don't think about it. We are very pure, don't think of me as a person like Sarutobi Asma. Sarutobi Asma, the second son of the 3rd generation. Uchiha Yan hadn't reacted yet, but after thinking about it, he realized, did the second son and his girlfriend go to 3rd base? Uchiha Yan doesn't know Asma, only knows that it is the second son of the Hokage family, speaking of being the same age as Me Blade, so young? Miren nodded and smiled, that's impossible. Asma is a member of my team and Hong is a member of my team. The two have never done anything. Even at night, they keep a certain distance. They are polite. There is absolutely no overstepping behavior. Hey? Why did you suddenly become so serious? Mi Blade wiped the cold sweat straight away, and while Uchiha Yan was still in a daze, a tall figure appeared in front of the two of them. It is Yuri Mahong and her daughter. Yuri Mahogany knows that her daughter's captain is Uchiha Mizan. When she saw her, she stopped by and said hello. With his current achievements, his future status in the village will definitely not be low. Just say his master. Who is it? Who is his master? Can it be worse? But when he walked close to him, he heard Heiji Mi Blade talking about Asma, so he couldn't leave. At that time, Mibani and Uchiha Yan were chatting happily, and didn't notice their presence at all. In the end, Yuri Hong rushed to Shenzi and gave Mi Blade an illusion, which made Mi Blade notice his own situation, and Mi Blade quickly changed the subject. Really, Red Senior? Uchiha Yan understood the situation and knew that this little girl was the girlfriend of the second master of the Naruto family. Yet, Yuri Zhenhong agreed with a straight face. Uchiha Yan saw that something was wrong and took the initiative to give up his position. Good Red Senior, I haven't gone home yet. Mi Ren said embarrassingly. Hong glared at Mi Blade, but Yuri Zhenhong said, haha, you're welcome. Your father and I are the same age, so just call me uncle. Uncle Real Red. Well, Mi Blade is young and promising. The village will send you news every day. It is really a tiger father without a dog, and it will become a great weapon in the future. Xiri was really red and praised, and the rice blade was stunned. Uncle Real Red, don't praise me like that, I'm not as good as the legend, it's just a coincidence. Hey, my nephew can go head-to-head with the tail beast at a young age. www.readaloud.com no less than your father. By the way, I also want to thank you for taking care of Hong. You are polite. Hong and I were originally classmates, and she was my team member on the battlefield. She should be taken care of. Besides, I didn't help much either. You're too humble. The rice blade is not humble. He really didn't help much. Is there anything Red Asma doesn't do, and he still uses the rice blade? If I have time to play at home in the future, Hong, and I won't bother you. Yuri Zhenhong happily took Hong away. Before he left, Hong gave Mi Blade a wink, which was full of threats. Mi Blade, blame me? Yuri Zhenhong is speechless to her daughter, and she doesn't follow her mother's eyesight at all. Looking at her mother, she found herself such a perfect and good man. Where is my daughter? Facing the two genius teenagers of the Heiji family, they ignored him and found something like that. Said that he is now the son of 3 generations of Hokage, but just like him, when his father retires, what will he be, a new Hokage on stage? Look at the two brothers again. They need to look good, to be capable, and to be famous. But my daughter, I can't say clearly, I just heard the meaning of Mi Blade, that my little cabbage has already been poisoned. It seems that the plan to assassinate the second son of Naruto was aborted. What we have to consider now is how to become a grandpa a few years later. Here, Mi Blade and you chatted a few words, and finally watched them leave. Walking alone on the street, I saw Kakashi, who didn't know whether to send the soil or send Lin back. The two brothers were taken aback for a moment, and then sighed. My old father is too relieved of the two of us. Chapter 59, Master Shu Mao is crazy. When Kakashi and Mi Blade approached the door, they both felt a little nervous at the same time. They entered the door for a while. What should they say in the first sentence? Will Dad praise us? Will you cry with excitement while holding us? We'll still put on a strict father's appearance, let us continue to work hard? I haven't been home for more than 2 years, and neither of my brothers knows what his old father is like. When welcoming the triumphant hero today, except for orphans, all ninjas with relatives were picked up, but none of them. That's why the brothers thought, What does Lord Qimu think? I didn't go to greet him because he was afraid that there would be too many people, and his old man would be embarrassed when he hugged our brother and cried, or would he be dissatisfied with what we two did? The brothers are very puzzled. Let's go. Mi Blade turned towards Kakasanu's mouth, let him go forward, and he would be against it no matter what the scene. Kakashi is not stupid, and he pushes Mi Blade in front of him. You go first, my father loves you the most. Mi Blade went around behind Kakashi again. It's still you first, you are the eldest brother, and you will inherit the future Higaki family. No, it's still you first. You first. Brothers, you pushed me and shook them, and they arrived at the door of the house unknowingly. The two brothers stood at the gate and no one dared knock on the door, and they were beating the drums inexplicably. Look at me, I look at you. In the end, Mi Blade was swift and quick-eyed. He clanged 3 times at the door. The imitator Kakashi's voice shouted, Father, I and Mi Blade are back. Eh? Kakashi glanced at Mi Blade, is there such an operation? But now that the deal is done, Kakashi can only bite the bullet and push the door forward. He admires Shimobi Mi. I don't know why, this time I came back and was not as excited as I imagined, but rather a little cautious. Kakashi was about to push the door, when he saw a middle-aged man in casual clothes coming in from the intersection on the left. He was still holding 8 ninja dogs in his hands. My 2 sons are back. Is Qimu? He was surprised to see the 2 sons standing in front of the house. The war is over? When will you come back? Why don't you let me know? Kakashi Mi Blade. My old father, do you still use notice? Everyone in the village has gone to the entrance of the village, have you crossed it? Shu Mao held the ninja dog with his right hand, patted his forehead with his left hand, and said regretfully, Oh, I said that there is no one on the street today. They must have picked you up. I wanted to go to Nanchuan's home to eat rice noodles in the morning and didn't open the door, too. No one notified me. It's too bad. Listening to the old father's muttering, Kakashi looked at Mi Blade, with a question in his eyes, what has his father experienced? Mi Blade, how do I know? Kakashi spoke first, Father, where did you get the ninja dog? Qimu smiled and said, No, the 2 dogs in our family couldn't gather chakras before. It happened that last year the Inyazuka's Shinobu was on sale. I bought 8 of them in one go. I think you 2 don't know when you will be back. So I found something to do for myself. This is not very good. I used to have the 2 guarding the door at home. It was quite interesting for me to train these 8 ninja dogs when I had nothing to do. Come, God bless Higaki Ninja World is number 1, the 8 of you say hello to your brothers. The 8 ninja dogs are quite arrogant. They squinted at the 2 brothers. The expressions of the dogs couldn't understand. Anyway, they didn't look at them. Brother Kakashi, Brother Mi Blade, welcome home. The 8 ninja dogs said at the same time. Mi Blade, Ali, Gato. The 2 brothers were a little helpless. They were nervous for a long time together. They were convulsed. Sakumo opened the door and walked in first with the ninja dog. Come in, stop standing at the door. Look at the changes in our house. Kakashi and Mi Blade entered the door, their jaws dropped instantly. What's wrong at home? Zoo? I saw that in addition to the 8 ninja dogs, there were 3 birdhouses on the trees in the yard. In the birdhouses, a few eagles and falcons stared at each other, and a civet cat was lying in front of the window with his eyes closed. A grizzly bear on the left side of the yard was doing it, push-ups. On the right side there is a colorful tiger. Old God. Father, can you tell us what you have experienced? Mi Blade can't stand it anymore. Is Lord Qimu Tang hurt emotionally or eaten up his stomach? Sakumo throws the shinobi away, and all the 8 shinobi return to their respective kennels. Shu Mao said, It's not that I received any stimulation. The animals in our family are all collected by me with great pains. What's the point? Is it satisfying to see grizzlies doing push-ups? Sakumo led the brothers into the house, told them to sit down first, and then poured a pot of tea. Then he said to them, "My father is now working on a subject. Look at it, there are many kinds of psychic beasts in the current ninja world, like the ninja dogs of the Inyazuka family, the ninja cats and ninjas of the Uchiha family, the three-generation monkeys, and the snakes that have contracted with you. What is a psychic beast? That is, it has a lot more wisdom than ordinary animals, a strong body, and most importantly, they all have chakras. But, you have discovered that no matter how powerful the psychic beast is, it will not release ninjutsu, and it still relies on instinct to fight hand to hand. Since they have chakras just like humans, how can they not use ninjutsu? What is the reason? I thought about it for a long time. The reason is that no one taught them, so even if they have more chakras and wisdom than ordinary animals, they still won't release ninjutsu. Then, I found a group of animals with chakras, tested their chakra properties, and taught them how to use ninjutsu, and trained them to become ninjas like humans." Sakumo said it is very magnificent. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com has very ambitious ambitions, and after speaking, he looks at their brothers triumphantly. Mibani and Kakashi looked at each other, then stood up together, grabbing the old father's arm from left to right, and lifting them out. "What are you doing? Go to the hospital." "Why go to the hospital? I will see you. I'm not sick, are you too crazy, dare to do something to me?" Sakumo twisted his body with all his strength, breaking free from the of the brothers. "Father, how long have you taught them?" Mi-Blade asked helplessly. "It's more than half a year." "So effective?" Kakashi asked. "No. Do you know why that is?" "I haven't trained enough." Kakashi shouted, "They don't have hands." "What?" Shimao was at a loss, leaned on the stool and thought to himself. "Do you have any knots in your hand?" Mi-Blade sighed. From the moment they entered the door, the brothers felt that something was wrong with the old father, as if they were devilish, but they looked sober again. But how could a normal person come up with such a subject? Kakashi and Mibana guessed that the father may have been tricked by someone. Kakashi made a few seals and released it to Shumao. "Solve. It's useless." Kakashi wondered, "Isn't it an illusion?" Miren approached Shuiman, looked at Shumao's eyes, observed for a while and said, "It's illusion, but the level of illusion in his father is very high. Even he doesn't know that he has been in illusion, you can't solve it. Who on earth is it?" Chapter 60, Ashimaru was also taken crooked. "Has Shimao-senpai always looked like this? It's so cute, it's not the same as I expected." "No, it has only become like this recently. Mi-Blade and I suspected that it might have been an illusion, so we asked Mr. Ashimaru to come over and think of a solution." "Ashimaru-sensei, do you think my father was hit by an illusion?" "It looks very similar, but with the skill of brother Shumao, I really can't think of anyone with this ability." This is the second day when Mi-Blade and the others returned to the village. Yesterday they knew that their old father had been conspired, so Kakashi and Mi-Blade went to Ashimaru early in the morning and wanted him to help them find a way. And bringing the soil was looking for Kakashi to eat rice. Kakashi still owes him a barbecue, and happened to meet him. 4 people secretly followed Shumao to observe. They observed all morning, and nothing seemed abnormal. After Shumao got up, he went out to buy breakfast, and after buying it, he fed the various animals in the house, and then asked each animal to do today's tasks and so on. After, he took the 8 ninja dogs of Godua Flagwood Ninja World No. 1 out for a walk, walked half a circle around the village, and finally took a trail to the woods behind Hokage Rock for morning exercises. After morning practice, go home and teach the grizzly bear Jian and the tiger wind escape. The grizzly bear is very stupid, and the 2 bear paws are not flexible at all. And the tiger, let alone Jian, is worse than the bear. Now Shimao is running around the village with a grizzly bear and tiger, and it is stipulated that he must run 15 laps. I don't know what damage these two gadgets have suffered. The tiger is strong at first, but he has not been energetic even after he entered the Flagwood house. The grizzly bear that was supposed to be meaty now looks stronger than Rakage, with a body of tendons, and 8 packs of abdominal muscles on its stomach are very obvious. Two fierce beasts ran a circle. Shuo Mao returned to his tutor to teach the civet cat Lei Dun. The civet cat is smarter. He uses the thunder attribute chakra on his 4 feet and runs fast. As for the 3 eagles, they are all about to be raised into pigeons by Shimo. Shimao's impression of the people in the soil collapsed. He thought he was a cold uncle, but he didn't expect such a joy in life. Ashimaru also noticed Shimao's abnormality, observed for a while, took the initiative to show up, and walked to Shimao's side. "Brother Shu Mao, are you doing exercise?" When Shimo saw Ashimaru, he beamed his brows and went to a bear hug. "You can count back, I almost miss you." Brother Shu Mao is still so enthusiastic. "No, Snake has always been unique in my heart. Just because you Snake has such a genius mind, we are together, that is a strong team." "Then what, Dashimaru, I have found a new topic again. No, do you know if you are interested in researching with me?" "What's the topic?" Ashimaru licked his lips and asked with interest. Sakumo let the Ashimaru into the house, and then began to explain to him the ninjutsu development of the ninjutsu, repeating what he said to Kakashi and the others yesterday. Dashimaru was pleasantly surprised, and Shimo took him to the civet cat after speaking, and let it show the use of Lei Dun chakra. Dashimaru has been listening carefully, and nodding frequently, as if he agrees with Shu Mao's statement. Mi-Blade looked at the situation and said to Kakashi, "It's over, Ashimaru-sensei will not be led by his father, right?" "Should not." Kakashi is also not sure, because of the personality of his teacher, it is really possible. That civet cat would be Thunder Dun. Well, people's talent is to use Thunder Dun to increase their speed, just like slugs can heal ninjutsu, toads can spray oil, and monkeys can turn into golden hoop sticks, but Shimao I thought it was taught by myself. Kakashi, Mibani, and Dato had to pretend to return home, and as soon as they entered the gate, Shimo received Dato warmly. "This is Soil, I have seen you before." "Really, Master Shimo knows me too." Dato worships the strong, especially those who are famous in the world of ninja. When Shu Mao said that, it feels like she is ecstatic. "I know, Kakashi always mentions you in front of me, aren't you his girlfriend?" "Father," Kakashi said depressed. Dato also hurriedly explained, "Master Shimo, I am a man, and Kakashi is good friends, not his girlfriend." "Sakumo, does it matter?" "It's okay. Kakashi, although our family is traditional, we absolutely accept the new concept." "I agree with the two of you." "Ha ha ha ha, you two admit it, even father can see it." Mi-Blade couldn't help laughing out loud, but was killed by the eyes of both of them. "Was anxious, Master Shimo, I have a girl I like, and Kakashi are just buddies, brothers, bonds." "Do you have a girl you like?" Sakumo thought for a while, and then said, "What does that matter? You three have a great time." "With Soil, my mentality has collapsed." "Miban, don't you also have a girlfriend? I remember the little girl from Uchiha's family. Why didn't you see her here? From now on, the 5 of you will be in harmony." "Mi-Blade, Dad, what are you talking about?" Oshimaru smiled, then winked at Mi-Blade and the others, and then said, "Brother Shimo, I think your proposal is very good. I plan to study with you, but my experimental materials are still at home. Go home to get it, you will wait for me for a while." "It's great, it's still the Lord Snake being angry with me. Lord Snake, hurry up, I will clean up the room for you, and you will live here in the future." Ashimaru smiled, and then said goodbye politely. "Father, let's go help the teacher move things." "Oh, hurry up, I'll cook the food in a while, you guys go and come back soon. Walking out of the Hagaki house, Blade and Kakashi looked at Ashimaru. Ashimaru frowned. He just used a few ninjutsu dispelling magic tricks on Shimo www.readaloud.com, but there was no reaction at all. Even Shiwan's use of illusion on him can't control him. Shimao is like immune illusion now. Teacher, how is my father now? Kakashi asked worriedly. The situation is terrible. Brother Shu Mao's language and behavior seem to be normal, but he just changed his personality. But in fact, even his thinking has begun to be affected. Now the ninja world can be a master of illusion skills that can be recruited by Brother Shu Mao. I really can't remember who it is, it seems that I have to find someone to investigate. Who are you looking for? The ninjas of the mountain clan, they are good at searching soul memory. Only by finding out who used the illusion by Shu Mao, can they be relieved at the root. Then this incident will be exposed. After my father woke up, too many people knew that he had been conspired. I was afraid his heart could not stand it. After all, Konoha Beto is also a good face. Ashimaru said, don't worry about this, I will find him personally, and he won't talk about it. Bring the soil, you have to keep it secret, or I will let Kakashi Lin over. Blade threatened. Blade, how dare you look down on me, am I that kind of person? Angered and said, don't look at my usual big mouth, but for this matter, I promise to rot in my stomach. Even if it's not for the two of you, Master Shimao is a senior I respect very much. Although it is sonorous and powerful, but the eyes have been staring at Kakashi, alert and irritating. Excitement? But Ashimaru said again, teach the ninjutsu to practice ninjutsu, this proposal is really interesting. It's over, Mr. Ashimaru was also taken away.